In a land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, we find ourselves in the 55th year of Konoha. At the outskirts of the village lies the residence of the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Kazama sits on his bed, lost in thought. Has it come to this year again? Indeed, Uchiha Kazama has been reborn into this world of Hokages. Now, at the age of 16, he has experienced firsthand the weight of discrimination and exclusion as a member of the Uchiha Clan, especially after the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident. Not only did the higher-ups suppress the Uchihas, but even ordinary citizens harbored disdain for them. Despite possessing great power, the Uchiha Clan has been rendered impotent, relegated to the fringes of the village following the Nine Tails incident. This is no mere suppression, it is an affront to their dignity. Yet Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is indecisive and vacillating, caught between the radicals and the conservatives within the clan. Now, due to Uchiha Itachi's ascension to the role of captain in the Umbu, a clan meeting has been convened. The aim is to persuade the clan members to trust Itachi, to placate the radicals, and to further align with the conservatives. The mere thought of Uchiha Itachi, the proverbial white-eyed wolf, fills Kazama with a desire to eliminate that treacherous scion. Alas, his strength is insufficient. Though not weak, and having awakened his Sharingan, he remains utterly powerless against Itachi's Meingeki Sharingan. I've heard that Uchiha Itachi has become the captain of the Umbu. Now, there are members of our clan within the dark forces. Indeed, perhaps this is our best opportunity to change our circumstances. Absolutely. Let us hurry. The clan leaders' meeting may indeed concern this matter. The hurried conversations of Uchiha clan members outside seep into Kazama's awareness. Hearing such knave remarks, he can only scoff. These individuals, aiding Uchiha Itachi in fulfilling his objectives, are utterly deluded. Truly, the Uchiha are either foolish as pigs or madmen. Damn it, am I unable to escape the night of our clan's demise? Do I merely await the arrival of that day in this place? Curse that indecisive Uchiha Fugaku and the scum of the Konoha elite, they are the true wretched beings. No, even if I must perish, I shall not do so ignobly. The thought of having crossed over without a system is bad enough, but to have been reborn as an Uchiha, it seems he has come to fulfill Uchiha Itachi's ambitions. A torrent of resentment swells within him, and his Sharingan activates, spinning wildly. The original Tomo morphs into a terrifying shape, forming a shattered hexagram around the pupil. Beep, congratulations, host has awakened the Meingeki Sharingan, and the madness system is activated. As long as the host engages in actions deemed mad, rewards will be granted. Beep, detecting the host's insane thoughts, ocular power limit lifted, Sharingan drawbacks eliminated. As the Meingeki Sharingan emerges, a chilling electronic voice resonates in the air. It all happened so suddenly. The intense rage on Uchiha Kazama's face gradually transforms into a maniacal grin, his mouth curling into a boastful smile. This damned system appeared at just the right moment. Moreover, these rewards are clearly inciting him to create chaos. A madness system, you say? Rest assured, I shall show you what true madness entails. Whether it be Uchiha Fugaku or that scoundrel Sarutobi Hiruzen. They shall all wait and see. Since Konoha wishes for his demise, since Uchiha Fugaku is so weak, and since Uchiha Itachi chooses to be a traitorous wolf, then let them truly feel that madness is the essence of the Uchiha. A cascade of frenzied thoughts floods Uchiha Kazama's mind. Beep, detecting the host's insane thoughts, ocular power 800. Beep, detecting the host's insane thoughts reward, temporal blade. Beep, detecting the host's insane thoughts reward. One-time unrestricted Jinjutsu rebound. As the tempest of madness swirls, the system's notifications echo relentlessly in Kazama's mind. After a moment, he regains a semblance of calm, yet his body continues to tremble. System, display my panel. Uchiha Kazama raises his hand, summoning his interface. Host, Uchiha Kazama. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style. Dragon flame bomb, fire style. Explosive flame destruction. Taijutsu, Uchiha fluid technique. Basic leaf, fluid technique. Jinjutsu, abyssal pit, thorny horror, spirit capture technique. Bloodline limit. Meingeki Sharingan, unrestricted. Left eye, all-seeing universe. Upon activation, can ensnare those with lower ocular power into a Jinjutsu space, granting absolute control. Right Eye, Wrath of a Celestial Origin, can enhance ninjutsu. Based on ocular power consumption. Spirit Artifact, Temporal Blade allows for time-crossing strikes the host can wield it. Susanoo can be equipped. Gazing at the panel before him, it is evident that it has been designed for the very purpose of inciting chaos, especially the capabilities of the Meingeki Sharingan. Indeed, the Meingeki is a reflection of the soul. This power is perfectly suited for the actions he is about to undertake. The thought of Uchiha Fugaku once again feeding the clan nonsense spurs Uchiha Kazama to swiftly exit his room. Lord Kazama has arrived. The meeting has begun. Lord Kazama should enter promptly. Indeed, Lord Kazama, it has been quite some time since you participated in a meeting. The two guards at the door greet Uchiha Kazama with courtesy. Despite being only 16, he has already seen battle before the age of 10, that having returned alive to the village. He embarked on fervent training and missions, striving to escape the grim fate of the clan's annihilation. However, for nearly half a year, he had begun to slacken. Before this period of idleness, he had already risen to the position of captain in the Konoha Guard's 1st Division. In terms of strength and status, he commands respect from the two guards. Kazama chooses not to linger in conversation and proceeds directly into the meeting hall. Inside the hall, trust Uchiha Itachi. Once we were told to trust Uchiha Shursui, where is he now? And now we are to believe in Uchiha Itachi. Clan leader, have you not seen that the higher-ups in Konoha have shown us no change in attitude? Have our restrictions on our resources or the suppression of our actions been lessened? Uchiha Ryunen's face is filled with fury. Does Uchiha Fugaku not know of this situation? Now that Itachi has become the captain of the Umbu, I believe our relations with the Konoha higher-ups will soon improve. Ryunen, your proposal is far too reckless. I cannot support it. Uchiha speaks out directly. As a conservative, he is unwilling to incite war again. He is quite content with a stable life. R is correct. We believe Itachi can achieve this. He is exceptionally talented. Uchiha F also concurs. The conservative faction of the Uchiha clan, content with the status quo, has unwittingly provided an opportunity for Uchiha Fugaku. Now, Itachi has been entrusted with significant responsibilities, tasked with completing covert missions. This is a gesture of goodwill from the higher-ups. Discussions of a coup are unnecessary. Taking advantage of the conservative sentiments, Fugaku spoke up. When mentioning Uchiha Itachi, a hint of pride flickered across his face. His eldest son possesses exceptional strength, temperament, and talent. He is convinced that Itachi is the one who can usher in a bright future for the Uchiha clan. However, the current Uchiha is still ill-prepared to confront Konoha. They are not even capable of a mutually destructive encounter. After all, Konoha is not solely represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are also the Umbu, the Root Organization, and other ninja clans. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, many faces in the room soured. The pressure from Konoha's upper echelon has escalated to a point where it is no longer concealed, and Fugaku still harbors illusions that his son can save the clan. Moreover, there is something Fugaku has not mentioned. Itachi has awakened the Meingeki Sharingan. With he and Itachi present, the Uchiha clan should face no issues. Now, they merely need to wait. It must be said that Fugaku is undoubtedly the most naive clan leader in Uchiha history. How naive indeed. This wretched meeting has been nothing but a repetition of past rhetoric, utterly futile. Suddenly, a cold chuckle echoed through the room. Who is it? At the sound, the Uchiha clan members activated their Sharingan, fixating their gaze on the source of the voice. Indeed, this is the state the Uchiha should embody. However, rather than directing their Sharingan at me, they ought to instill fear in those petty clowns before us. The voice of Uchiha Kazama slowly resonated as he stepped into the conference hall. Uchiha Kazama, did you not refuse our invitation to the meeting? What brings you here now? A conservative elder glared at Kazama. As a member of the radical faction, Kazama had often clashed with this elder during meetings. If it weren't for his commendable talent and achievements, he would have long faced repercussions. Is there an issue? Uchiha Fugaku, if you are unwilling to consider the clan's welfare, then step aside. Allow me to lead the Uchiha towards a glorious resurgence. Kazama lifted his head, his eyes alight with madness and disdain. What? In that moment, not only Fugaku and the conservatives, but even the radicals were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with a singular thought. Has Uchiha Kazama lost his mind? Ding. Detected that the crowd perceives the host as insane. I power 1000. Ding. Host's level of madness has peaked. Reward. Fixed chakra. Fixed chakra automatically backs up the host's current chakra, can replenish automatically when the host's chakra falls below 10. Restores within 24 hours after depletion. The prompt in Kazama's mind only intensified the madness etched on his face. Since everyone has fallen silent, let us hear my thoughts. The upper echelons of Konoha wish for our demise. The common folk within the village harbor disdain for us Uchiha, and other clans have consistently reveled in our misfortunes. Retreat? Preposterous. As the founders of Konoha, we are now expected to shrink back and endure? If they claim that the Ninetales incident was instigated by us Uchiha, then let us take control of the Ninetales and wreak havoc. Let those who have sullied our name truly experience the might of the Uchiha. The Senju clan has vanished. It is time for the Uchiha to reclaim dominion over Konoha. Let us reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. What is wrong with that? Kazama's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. Coupled with his unsettling smile, a chill ran down the spines of the conservatives. Meanwhile, many radicals trembled with excitement at his words. They had longed to act in such a manner. Moreover, regardless of success or failure, could the outcome possibly be worse than their current plight? This life, akin to that of hounded wild dogs, is more unbearable than death. Control the Ninetales? Do you think that is feasible? What makes you believe you can achieve such a feat? Have your absurd ideas, lacking support, driven you to madness? Uchiha, who had just reprimanded Kazama, shouted again. Setting aside the consequences of a coup against the village, such reckless warfare could plunge the clan into despair. Even if victorious, would the other clans in the village accept them? This individual is utterly unhinged, heedless of the repercussions. He must not be allowed to continue swaying the emotions of the crowd. Uchiha, you old fool, are you not merely afraid of death? As for controlling the Ninetales, since I proposed it, I shall undertake it myself. Surely, that qualifies me, does it not? Kazama sneered, slightly parting his lips. In an instant, his eyes unleashed terrifying power, revealing a pair of Meingeki Sharingan before the assembly. The overwhelming eye power, combined with the Meingeki's characteristics, compelled the radicals to rise in anticipation. Even if you possess the Meingeki, you cannot guarantee victory. You will bear the consequences of failure. Wait. Kazama interrupted, a hint of impatience crossing his face. Do not conflate us with your own cowardice, Elder. In your household, you have 3 sons, 5 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. Outside, you have a lover and a 12-year-old son. Is this comfortable life worth the avoidance of risk? You fear death. Do not invoke the family's honor to justify your cowardice. When the Hokage issued orders for us to engage in battle against the Mist Village, I did not witness such fervent opposition from you, Elder. So, we may sacrifice ourselves for the village, yet not strive for our clan's sake. I declare today, I shall claim the position of clan leader. The coup shall commence. Anyone who obstructs me, surely, none of you desire an enemy with the Meingeki fixated on you and your families, do you? Kazama's frenzied declarations echoed in the ears of the clan members. Although his voice was not loud, it caused their breaths to momentarily halt. For no one doubted that the current state of Uchiha Kazama was not a jest. Kazama, you have gone too far. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku recognized that if he did not speak up, events would spiral beyond his control. Rising to his feet, Fugaku fixed his 3-tomo Sharingan intently upon Kazama. Gone too far. With the Meingeki Sharingan awakened, and his own son having also attained it, yet the Uchiha has found itself in such a predicament. Truly, you are worthless. At this moment, Kazama's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Simultaneously, his eye power surged rapidly. Having just awakened the Meingeki Sharingan, Kazama was confident that his eye power could now rival that of Fugaku, perhaps even suppress him. And he was, after all, completely unhinged. Why fear anything? Kazama, what on earth do you intend to do? Now, be silent, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, either relinquish your position as chieftain to me, or step aside, since you have proven to be ineffective. Either confront me in battle, and allow me to witness how Uchiha Fugaku, who trembles before the Hokage and the village of Konoha, strikes fiercely before his clan. Certainly, once the battle commences, should I emerge victorious, I shall personally eliminate Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke. There is also Uchiha Itachi, this treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, who will not be spared. Upon concluding his words, Uchiha Kazama unleashed his formidable ocular prowess. effortlessly subduing the restless conservative faction. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan technique, all-encompassing phenomena. Even if they possess the three-tomo Sharingan, it remains futile in the face of Kazama's kaleidoscope. A group of Uchiha elders raised their kunai, aiming at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Kazama extended his hand, grasping a long sword. Kazama, calm yourself. Do you believe that even if you were to eliminate them all, you could compel me to concede? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Even he could not instantly subdue these elders, each possessing the strength of a Jonin, with nearly 20 of them present. Despite possessing 3 tomo in the Sharingan, I remained utterly powerless to resist. This ocular technique is truly terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku, it would be prudent for you to take this matter seriously. By the way, allow me to offer a word of caution. They can still hear your voice, and they possess a consciousness of their own, albeit their bodies are under my control. A playful smile danced upon Kazama's lips. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. His previous words had essentially signified his abandonment of these individuals. Thus, no matter what you say today, I shall not permit you to engage in such reckless actions. Since you are determined to take action, then let it commence. Uchiha Fugaku has rarely shown such fortitude. Hee. Haraha. You fellows are indeed quite amusing. Uchiha Shursui, upon awakening his Meingeki Sharingan, harbored clandestine intentions to manipulate Uchiha Fugaku in pursuit of harmonious coexistence with the village. In essence, his aim was to transform you into a mere pawn of Konoha. Upon witnessing the demise of Uchiha Shursui, Itachi Uchiha awakened his Meingeki Sharingan, yet rather than seeking vengeance, he chose to embrace the so-called will of fire, servilely submitting to the higher-ups of Konoha. He even accepted the task of annihilating his own clan. As for you, Fugaku Uchiha, your folly is even more pronounced. You dare to confront me with your Meingeki Sharingan, all while I genuinely contemplate the welfare of our clan. What a pathetic display. You are all nothing but a collection of ineptitude. Kazama's maniacal laughter and discourse left everyone present in utter astonishment. The missing Shursui had also activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, still contemplating how to confront Uchiha Fugaku, and yet he is already deceased? Did Uchiha Itachi also possess the Meingeki Sharingan, while still contemplating the annihilation of his clan? Although the specifics remain uncertain, Kazama's well-reasoned words prompted them to choose to believe in him without hesitation. The radicals also shifted their focus onto Uchiha Fugaku. What are you babbling about? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. It seemed that Kazama had grasped certain matters unknown to him. But what exactly had transpired in between? Heh. Even at this stage, you still fail to believe? Well, for someone as foolish as you, perhaps it is best to remain in your ignorance. My esteemed Uchiha clan members do not wish to perish at the hands of your treacherous son. Strike. Uchiha Kazama chose not to elaborate further. At this juncture, the radicals had effectively garnered support, and the next step was to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. A multitude of conservative elders hastened towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Kazama, have you truly lost your mind? Captain Rinan, I implore you to immediately dispatch your forces to eliminate both Mikoto Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Furthermore, apprehend the families and offspring of those aligned with the conservative faction. Terminate all those who pose a potential impediment to our scheme. Uchiha must rid themselves of all this malevolence. Otherwise, they cannot welcome a new beginning. Uchiha Kazama gazed at Uchiha Rinin. Indeed, Uchiha Ryunin's eyes trembled, marking what could be considered the most exhilarating day in over 2 decades. He could no longer endure this suffocating and frustrating existence, longing for its conclusion. Roy, Natsu Mori, accompany me, he commanded with urgency. Uchiha Fugaku observed the scene, feeling utterly powerless. He realized that he could not neutralize Uchiha Kazama and the assembly of elders before Ryunin and his companions took action. Kazama, the position of clan leader is bestowed upon you. Do not lay a finger on my family. Uchiha Fugaku shouted in frustration. Unyielding. What shall we do? Waiting for these elders to be completely slain by him. Waiting for his wife and son to be mercilessly executed? In the end, he may not necessarily triumph over Uchiha Kazama. He can only concede. No, Uchiha Fugaku, the former clan leader, you may have misunderstood a matter. Now, I present you with a choice. Shall you accompany me to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi and those shameless and ineffectual higher-ups, or shall you allow your family to perish? Come now, reveal your choice. Kazama extended his hand, momentarily halting Uchiha Fuyue's actions. He then gazed teasingly at Uchiha Fugaku. His pair of Meingeki Sharingan was insufficient for Uchiha Itachi. That cunning wolf was likely not on a mission but rather lingering within the village. Once the confrontation commenced, he would undoubtedly arrive swiftly. Such a cunning wolf necessitated a careful selection of adversaries. Moreover, it was utterly impossible for Uchiha Fugaku, that fool, to simply sever ties in such a manner. Had it not been for this foolish and pig-headed fellow, how could the Uchiha clan have fallen to such a dire state? Ding! Detected that the host exhibits erratic behavior. Rewarding one instant teleportation scroll. In the face of Uchiha Kazama's coercion, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent. This madman, Kazama, undoubtedly meant every word. Yet, to strike against Sarutobi Hiruzen was tantamount to leading the entire clan towards destruction. The situation on the Weasel's side remains unclear. Yet he is certain of one thing. If he does not acquiesce to Kazama's demands, he is indeed capable of taking the drastic step of eliminating Mikoto and Sasuke. I give you my word. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with fury. Ryunin, Natsum Roy, gather all members of the clan who have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan immediately. I will grant you half an hour to subdue the families of these elders and secure them with explosive tags. After 30 minutes, advance towards the Hokage building. I shall use the tailed beast bomb as a signal. Upon sighting the signal, swiftly take action against the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Mito clan. Those from other families who are involved shall be dealt with directly. I will first prepare the essential tools, the Nine Tails. After Kazama finished speaking, he turned and departed from the scene. Observing this, Uchiha Lu Nien swiftly led the radical faction away to make preparations. At this moment, madness coursed through their veins. Observing that more than half of the attendees had departed, even a few conservatives followed suit. Uchiha Fugaku wore a somber expression. At this moment, it was ill-advised to attempt to persuade Uchiha F-Ma. He could only hastily reach out to his son, Uchiha Itachi, in a desperate attempt to avert impending calamity. Uchiha Fugaku raced home, his mind racing with troubling thoughts. Upon his arrival, he collapsed onto the floor, realizing that both Mikoto and Sasuke were no longer present. Kazama, you scoundrel! Though Fugaku had suspected that Kazama had already harmed his family, he had not anticipated it happening so swiftly. At this moment, he found himself with no avenue of retreat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama had arrived at the slums of Konoha, an area that resembled a desolate ruin. The remnants of ancient architecture now in disrepair. Here lay his current target, the son of the fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Before Kazama could advance further, 3 Umbu members appeared before him. Uchiha, this is not a patrol zone. Halt. One of the Umbu warned sternly. Indeed, as a Jinchuriki, Naruto could not be allowed to develop freely. Since the moment he began living independently, he had been under constant surveillance. The hardships Naruto faced were all too clear to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who undoubtedly found satisfaction in such circumstances, without enduring rejection and disdain. How could one appreciate the kindness of the Hokage who once offered him expired milk? My apologies, but I am not here to patrol. I have come to see the Nine Tails, Kazama declared with a cheerful smile, arms outstretched to convey his intent. The Nine Tails? Uchiha, you should be mindful of your words. Jinchuriki are not to be trifled with. But before the Umbu could finish, Kazama had already taken action. As an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, his taijutsu was formidable enough to handle these foolish Umbu. In the blink of an eye, a kunai was embedded in one Umbu's skull. In an instant, his Meingeki Sharingan activated, allowing him to seize control of the remaining 2 Umbu. The 2, under his influence, simultaneously plunged their kunai into each other's hearts. The entire skirmish lasted no more than 3 seconds. With the awakening of the Meingeki Sharingan, the disparity between Kazama and these mere pawns was palpable. As his ocular power intensified, so too did his sensory perception. From afar, atop the decrepit building's staircase, he declared, "Enough of this. You won't be leaving tonight. It's time for a good night's rest." As the Umbu heard this, a short blade pierced through their chest. 6 Umbu? It seems Sarutobi is quite serious about Naruto. Kazama mused as he wiped the blade clean on the fallen Umbu's body before sheathing it. He then made his way toward the familiar building. Upon reaching Naruto's door, Kazama pushed it open. Though the room was small and worn, everything was surprisingly orderly, a testament to a 7-year-old's independent living. A glance revealed instant noodles and milk, long expired, set aside by Naruto. It was indeed a miracle that he had managed to survive on such meager provisions. Perhaps it was his Uzumaki heritage that allowed him to endure such trials. Not many could withstand such hardships. Passing through the modest living room, Kazama entered Naruto's bedroom. There lay Naruto, fast asleep, with traces of tears still visible at the corners of his eyes, emotions he would never reveal to others. Naruto Uzumaki, you have suffered greatly. Haven to you? Yet, you need not endure this alone. Allow your uncle to assist you today. As Kazama spoke, his immense ocular power enveloped Naruto, penetrating his consciousness. A surge of violent, malevolent chakra emerged within Kazama's perception, transforming the surroundings into a nightmarish landscape reminiscent of a sewer. Massive divine trees and a prison came into view. Ah, long time no see, Kurama. Kazama grinned broadly at the sight of the nine tails. A thunderous roar echoed. Those eyes. You are of the Uchiha Clan. What do you intend to do? Kurama glared at Kazama, his eyes ablaze with fury. Each encounter with those eyes stripped him of his very essence. The last time, he had lost half of his power. There was no goodwill from Kurama towards the Uchiha. Kurama, calm yourself. I have matters to attend to. Please, do not disrupt me. Kazama asserted, releasing the full force of his Manjiki Sharingan. As a conglomerate of chakra, Kurama fell under the sway of Kazama's terrifying Jinjutsu, unable to break free unless aided by another. Look, assistance has arrived. Kazama beamed as he turned to the glimmering figure not far away, none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the light and shadow faded, the golden-haired, azure-eyed fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared before Uchiha Kazama. You are Uchiha Kazama. Minato furrowed his brow, gazing at Kazama with a hint of confusion. To his surprise, the fourth Hokage remembered him. However, your arrival here surely does not imply a casual chat, does it? If your intention is to thwart me, you needn't bother. As merely a soul, or even just a fragment of one, you are no match for me. Kazama proclaimed while extending his hand to rest upon the sealing talisman atop the cage. Release. With the infusion of chakra, blue flames ignited upon the talisman, causing it to vanish instantaneously. The formidable seal was broken at that moment, and the crimson chakra of the nine tails began to spread outward. Kazama, why are you doing this? Moreover, what do you intend to achieve by controlling the nine tails? Minato questioned urgently. While interrogating Kazama, he clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal divine tree that descended from the heavens, pinning the nine tails' head to the ground once more. What purpose does controlling the nine tails serve? Naturally, it is to annihilate Konoha. The chaos wrought by the nine tails that led to your demise was unjustly imposed upon us Uchiha by the higher-ups of Konoha. Since we cannot escape it, we shall make it a reality. Now that the village lacks a leader like you, the fourth Hokage, I wish to show them what the nine tails chaos truly entails. Additionally, I would like the third Hokage to demonstrate his will of fire as well. Tell me, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old coot, would sacrifice himself for the village? Kazama chuckled, for a smile is indeed the finest tool for bridging the distance between souls. It was evident that Minato was moved. Today, I shall not allow you to depart with the nine tails. Furthermore, you cannot take it away. I never intended to take the nine tails. Kazama interrupted Minato. By the way, your appearance confirms that you can see, correct? Or rather, you should have learned of Naruto's circumstances upon your arrival. Yes? Kazama observed Minato with keen interest. Minato, initially filled with anger, fell silent upon hearing Kazama's words. He had indeed just learned of Naruto's plight over the years, the disdain from the villagers, the isolation and bullying from the children, to the point where Naruto couldn't even buy anything with money. Minato sensed that there must be something amiss in this scenario. However, he had no time to dwell on it now. The Uchiha Kazama before him had clearly lost his sanity. Reigniting the nine tails chaos would lead to the village's collapse. Kazama, though I am unaware of what the higher-ups of Konoha have done to instill such thoughts in you, have you considered that Konoha was founded by our Uchiha and Senju clans? Do you truly intend to destroy it? Minato expressed his anxiety. His seal could not withstand much longer. If he could not persuade Kazama with the will of fire, he would be powerless to stop him. Exactly because Konoha was established by the Uchiha and Senju that now, with the Senju gone, it is only right for the Uchiha to take control. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is unworthy of that position. And fourth Hokage, I am aware you possess the means to stop me. However, I advise against it. Otherwise, I will personally kill Naruto. Rest assured, I have the ability, Kazama stated, unleashing a terrifying power once more. The divine tree that had restrained the nine tails shattered in an instant, and the nine tails swiftly approached Kazama. Of course, I hold some sympathy for Naruto. As long as you, the fourth Hokage, heed my counsel, I shall allow Naruto to grow normally. At the very least, he will no longer consume expired food, Kazama added, tossing a scroll to Minato before vanishing from sight. The Nine Tails followed suit. Upon reading the contents of the scroll, Minato's expression morphed into one of shock and dread. This Uchiha Kazama. Ding! Minato Namikaze feels that the host is excessively insane. Reward. Constitution 10, Flying Thunder God Technique. Minato. You ought to be grateful for having made a wise decision. After this ordeal, I shall raise your child, Kazama declared, turning to exit the room. In the next moment, a surge of immense red chakra erupted from within. At that moment, Naruto transformed into the Four Tails mode. Nine Tails, you're quite slow. Only the Four Tails? Kazama mocked. Then his kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl furiously. 5 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails. He continued until reaching the 8 tails. By this juncture, Naruto had succumbed to unconsciousness, completely ensnared by Kazama's control. Unlike Obito, who foolishly extracted the Nine Tails from the host, Kazama understood that such a move would leave the Nine Tails vulnerable to a fierce retaliation from Minato and Kushina. Now, all conditions were primed. The gears of the Uchiha's new era would turn tonight. With a hum, Kazama landed atop the Nine Tails head. Its 8 tails converged before it, coalescing into a tailed beast ball. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, 3 figures descended. Clan leader, we are ready. All Uchiha clansmen with activated Sharingan are prepared for battle. The foremost figure was none other than Uchiha Ryunin, an ardent radical. Very well. Ryunin, you 3 remain here to assist me. Our target is the Hokage Tower. Kazama commanded, as the tailed beast ball had coalesced. Boom. With the launch of the tailed beast ball, a tremendous tremor echoed from the Hokage Tower in the distance. Simultaneously, numerous ninjas began to converge toward Kazama's position. This overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails was easily detectable, even to the average ninja. Among them, the Umbu moved with the utmost swiftness. Uchiha, what do you intend to do? Quickly report to the Hokage. The Uchiha have seized control of the Nine Tails and are preparing to rebel. Engage and prevent him from approaching the residential areas. Over 20 Umbu swiftly initiated their assault on Uchiha Kazama. Various jutsu and weapons rained down upon him. As the Umbu ninjas charged, Kazama unleashed a barrage of chakra-formed tails, effortlessly sending them flying. Standing atop the Nine Tails head, Kazama wore a radiant smile. There is no time to waste here with you lot. Ryunin Moku. Those Umbu who dare to engage, show no mercy, eliminate them all. Oh, and I almost forgot one thing, Kazama added, casting his gaze toward the locations of the Konoha higher-ups. Buzz. The Nine Tails once again gathered a formidable amount of chakra, summoning 4 tailed beast balls. Bang. In the next moment, the 4 tailed beast balls surged forth, descending directly upon the territories of the 4 prominent clans of Konoha. The members of these renowned ninja clans, upon sensing the tremors caused by the tailed beast balls, emerged in haste to investigate, intending to rush to the Hokage building to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as they stepped outside, still bewildered by the unfolding events, the terrifying tailed beast balls had already descended, engulfing them in a cataclysmic explosion of chakra. In an instant, the 4-tailed beast balls consumed 80% of the lives within the 4 great clans. Those who remained were largely fortunate souls, lacking in strength and not among the first to venture out to ascertain the situation. The sound of the explosion reverberated, particularly around Uchiha FK, where individuals distinctly felt the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails. Memories of that harrowing night 7 years prior surged once more in the minds of countless people. The Nine Tails? Why? Why has the Nine Tails resurfaced? Is it that fox spirit? The Hokage should have long since banished it from the village. It should never have been allowed to remain. Expelled from the village? Nay, such a vile creature should have been extinguished outright, for such malevolence has no rightful place in this world. As the civilians beheld the ominous silhouette of the Nine Tails and felt the terrifying tremors it unleashed, chaos ensued among them. Numerous shinobi from Konoha commenced the evacuation of the populace, guiding them into the shelters. Hurry, swiftly organize the civilians, and then seek out the Hokage. The current situation has transcended the realm of control for us ninjas. The personnel of the guard division have become involved in this matter, and it is certain that this incident is related to the Uchiha clan. Be vigilant of the Uchiha. Upon encounter, launch an immediate assault. Numerous Umbu have commenced directing operations in the streets, and they have begun to propagate the narrative that this incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha. Previously, there existed a discontent towards the Uchiha, and now, fueled by incitement, the common people's animosity towards them has surged at an unprecedented rate. After assigning the tasks to these ordinary ninjas, the entire Umbu gathered towards the Hokage building where Sarutobi Hiruzen resided. At this moment, nothing held greater significance than the safety of the Hokage. In the heart of Konoha, the Hokage building still stood, albeit surrounded by the ruins left by the recent tailed beast bomb explosion. Indeed, following the last tumultuous incident involving the Nine Tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown increasingly concerned about such threats. Consequently, the Hokage building was always guarded by personnel from the barrier and sealing teams. The recent tailed beast bomb was successfully thwarted by a barrier conjured through the combined efforts of 12 ninjas from the barrier team. The Hokage had already ascertained the truth. No, it was more accurate to say that he had witnessed it directly. It was the work of the Uchiha Clan. The Jinchuriki had also fallen under the control of the Uchiha, instigating this latest chaos involving the Nine Tails. The commoners have already arranged for the transfer of the ninjas. A member of the Umbu suddenly materialized within the Hokage's office, swiftly speaking. Uchiha? They. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a multitude of Uchiha ninjas, is advancing towards the Hokage building, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could utter a word of inquiry, yet another Umbu appeared, delivering a piece of favorable news. Has Uchiha Fugaku also taken action? It should not be the case. What about Danzo? And what of Itachi Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself somewhat perplexed at this moment. Danzo had just proposed and simultaneously devised a plan for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with the involvement of Itachi Uchiha, Hiruzen was prepared to allow them to proceed. However, to his astonishment, before the execution of the fateful night could commence, the Uchiha clan erupted in rebellion. Could it be that Danzo's shadow loomed over this turmoil as well? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Lord Danzo and Captain Itachi departed from the root organization in the afternoon, no longer present in the village. The members of the Umbu spoke swiftly. In the afternoon, Hokage-sama, Lord Hokage, your clan, along with the T-Rune and Mito clans, as well as the Shimura clan, have come under assault from the tailed beast chakra. The location of the root organization has been forsaken, leaving behind 3 tailed beast jewels. Now, it has transformed into a desolate ruin. The Umbu began to feel a sense of trepidation. Initially, they had contemplated leveraging this opportunity to collaborate with the Hokage in the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan. However, the current situation had surpassed their control. Efforts to propagate the Uchiha's malevolence and incite public disdain had proven futile. Should they perish in battle and the upper echelons of Konoha vanish, the outcome would inevitably be dictated by the Uchiha. In light of these circumstances, the Umbu had no choice but to report the developments to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Yamato's heart raced with astonishment. He immediately rose to his feet, shedding his Hokage cloak and donning his battle attire. Immediately gather all capable ninjas and summon them to assist me in annihilating this group of Uchiha lunatics. Moreover, promptly assign individuals to search for Danzo and Itachi Uchiha. In this battle, their involvement is imperative. Inform Danzo that if he does not come, he should be prepared to see the position of the 5th Hokage taken by the Uchiha. Upon concluding his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his monkey spirit and, imbued with a sense of urgency, dashed towards the exterior of the Hokage building. Upon arriving at the elevated platform outside, he beheld Uchiha Fugaku and the clan members arrayed behind him. The sight of Uchiha Fugaku alongside those conservative members sent a jolt of alarm through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He belongs to the Uchiha clan, where he has strategically placed his own people. Furthermore, some members of the Uchiha have also been swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, he is acutely aware of which factions within the Uchiha are radical and which are conservative. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands atop a high platform, gazing at the bewildered faces of the conservatives. Even Uchiha Fugaku should not have appeared here with his entourage. Shouldn't those radical members of the Uchiha clan appear here? Moreover, with Uchiha Fugaku present, who then is the one controlling the Nine Tails? Have the Uchiha clan manifested yet another pair of Mangeki Sharingan? Upon contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. The fact that Uchiha Fugaku dared to appear here with his men signified that the other individual controlling the Nine Tails was more formidable than Uchiha Fugaku himself. Uchiha Fugaku, is it true that your Uchiha clan intends to betray us? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still clung to a glimmer of hope in persuading Uchiha Fugaku. After all, if he could convince Uchiha Fugaku, the burden he had to bear would be diminished by at least half. Moreover, with the combined might of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi's Meingeki Sharingan to counter the individual who controls the Nine Tails, the subsequent task of dealing with the other Uchiha clan members becomes considerably more manageable. Fire Style, Exploding Dragon Flame Jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku directly countered Sarutobi Hizashi's fire technique, for he was acutely aware that Uchiha Kazama's perception was undoubtedly focused upon him at that very moment. As long as Uchiha Fugaku exhibits even the slightest abnormal behavior, Uchiha Kazama is likely to take immediate action against Mikoto and Sasuke. Itachi's whereabouts remain unknown, and his stance is unclear. However, Uchiha Fugaku has resolved to trust Uchiha Kazama for the time being, prioritizing the safety of his wife and youngest son. Standing here, Uchiha Fugaku also realizes just how peculiar Itachi's previous actions were. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly countered Uchiha Fugaku's formidable water technique. Now, he finds himself unable to manage the rampaging Nine Tails. Sending the Umbu ninjas to confront it would merely lead to their demise. Given that the Uchiha clan has initiated a coup, they are undoubtedly rallying to his location. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not need to rush to find the Jinchuriki controlling the Nine Tails. The Uchiha are not fools. They would not wantonly destroy the village. Adopting a strategy of remaining steadfast amidst chaos is the decision Sarutobi Hiruzen has made. Under such circumstances, the most urgent task is to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. Once he is subdued, the ensuing pressure will diminish significantly. After all, even Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot withstand two sets of Meingeki Sharingan and the Nine Tails simultaneously. Boom. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplates, Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon incinerates his water dragon, continuing its fierce charge towards him. How is this possible? Sensing the sudden and terrifying onslaught, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily forms hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. With the seals completed, a towering earthen wall emerges, blocking Uchiha Fugaku's fire technique. Demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen wields the Kanjie Rui staff, swiftly extending it and leaping over the earthen barrier, standing atop the wall. Gazing at the scene before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens further. What on earth is Danzo up to? Why did he promise to resolve the Uchiha issue only for them to instigate a coup now? They have even advanced towards the Hokage building. Danzo has yet to make an appearance, and not a single root ninja can be seen. This man. At this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen begins to harbor doubts about Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, if you cease your actions now, I will heed your counsel. Tell me, what do you truly desire? Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep breath. If his suspicions are correct, then Danzo is undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Thus, he cannot confront Fugaku head-on. What do we want? Since the higher-ups believe we Uchiha should vanish, we too refuse to disappear without a trace. Did we not consider such a conclusion on the day we made our decision? Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Fugaku's Meingeki Sharingan manifests instantly. Fire Style, Exploding Fireball. As massive flames are launched, their size multiplies in midair. This is the ability of Uchiha Fugaku's left eye, the power of the deity, which can amplify his jutsu several times over, correlating with the potency of his ocular power. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially intends to persuade him. Yet Uchiha Fugaku has articulated his intentions so clearly. It appears someone has leaked Danzo's decision to the Uchiha clan. These individuals, typically so restrained, cannot possibly contain themselves under these circumstances. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaims, swiftly dodging the fireballs, then charges towards Uchiha Fugaku. Engaging in a long-range battle with Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Meingeki Sharingan, is tantamount to seeking death. He must quickly eliminate the Uchiha present here. He cannot allow the Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails to join the fray. Simultaneously, the Umbu ninjas launch their assaults against the surrounding Uchiha ninjas. While they often hold a superior position before the Uchiha, they grossly underestimate the might of the Sharingan when it comes to actual combat. Those who accompany Uchiha Fugaku are predominantly elite jonin, with several being seasoned jonin. The Umbu, accustomed to their arrogance, are caught off guard by the ferocity of the assault. Within mere exchanges, they have already suffered casualties numbering over a dozen. It is crucial to understand that these are Umbu operatives. Each loss represents a significant blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! At this moment, The Kanji-e-Rui staff in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand collides with the long blade in Uchiha Fugaku's grasp. Fugaku, you are the head of the Konoha Guard Division. Are you aware of what you are doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to attempt to sway Uchiha Fugaku. I am aware. From the moment you, Hokage-sama, failed to provide a direct response, I understood what I was doing. Since you wish for our Uchiha clan to be exterminated, why not take action yourself, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Fugaku responds, spinning his Meingeki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements falter, his strength diminished. Instantly, countless iron bars materialize, piercing through and sealing his body. Uchiha Fugaku's long blade then descends upon him. Release. Suddenly, a surge of chakra from the Kanji-e-Rui staff liberates Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Genjutsu. Upon regaining his senses, he swiftly distances himself from Uchiha Fugaku. Had Sarademon not extracted him from the illusion a moment later, Uchiha Fugaku's blade might have claimed his life. Uchiha Fugaku does not intend to grant Sarutobi Hiruzen a moment's respite. If he can slay Sarutobi Hiruzen now, perhaps Itachi could still be saved. In that case, the tragedy of extermination may not unfold, and Uchiha Kazama would not feel compelled to eliminate Itachi. A father, especially one from the Uchiha clan. A family that places the utmost importance on love. In such a scenario, the energy that can be unleashed is monumental. Moreover, with this ongoing battle, the longer it drags on, the greater the damage to the village will be. Even if they succeed in killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha may not retain a place within the village. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku's Meingeki Sharingan pulsates with immense power. A skeletal figure envelopes Uchiha Fugaku, its arms extending as muscles begin to form. Soon, the second form of Susanoo is complete. The hand of Susanoo clenches, gradually gathering energy to forge a blue blade that is thrust towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku has concealed his true capabilities remarkably well. Sarademon, Sarutobi Hiruzen declares, extending the Kanji-e-Rui staff and vanishing from his previous location. The barrier that barely withstood the tailed beast bomb is shattered with a single blow. Witnessing the barrier's destruction, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitch. Such an onslaught is beyond his endurance. Even with the Kanji-e-Rui staff transformed by Sarademon, he cannot confront Susanoo head-on. Unlike Danzo, who might consider using Kunai against Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that even with chakra-enhanced nature transformation, shattering Susanoo is no trivial task. Moreover, this second form of Susanoo will not remain stationary, waiting for you to provide it with sustenance. In the next moment, the colossal form of Susanoo surged forward, poised to unleash a rapid onslaught against Sarutobi Hiruzen, the supersized meatball war machine. At that instant, a fiery orange sphere materialized, hurtling straight towards the immense Susanoo. Behind it, a shadow, akin to someone wielding a yo-yo, intertwined ominously. The terrifying force compelled Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo to stagger back several steps. The Akimichi clan's multiplication technique? That shadow. The shadow strangulation technique. Before Uchiha Fugaku could utter another word, shadows had already ensnared the entire Susanoo. Was Akimichi Dingza and Narashikaka present? And you? Yamanaka Kaiji. Uchiha Fugaku pivoted, and in an instant, his Sharingan spun fiercely. His formidable ocular power rebounded Yamanaka Kaiji's mind transfer technique. Yamanaka Kaiji stifled a grunt, barely managing to remain upright. Minister Fugaku, while we are unsure of the events transpiring, the Uchiha's assault on the Hokage and the village is unequivocally wrong. Stand down. Before further damage is inflicted, Narashikaku, situated not far from the fray, felt a headache brewing. Initially, there was room for dialogue, but now, the Hokage's tower lay in ruins. If they did not intervene soon, it would be indefensible. Yet, confronting Uchiha Fugaku was hardly desirable. Engaging in battle with such a formidable opponent was perilous. It seems you truly know nothing. Uchiha Fugaku did not continue his discourse. In the next moment, his pupils dilated rapidly as he expanded the range of Susanoo to encompass other Uchiha ninjas. Furthermore, a wing sprouted from Susanoo's back, not to lift him into the air, but to converge and shield all Uchiha ninjas beneath its protective embrace. Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck with alarm. Quickly form seals. Barrier team now? After Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the seals, the surrounding barrier team followed suit. More than 30 elite ninjas, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastily constructed a massive barrier. Just as the barrier materialized, a tailed beast bomb plummeted from above. The overwhelming power obliterated the surrounding structures. As the tailed beast bomb's might dissipated, an enormous silhouette emerged from the dust and haze. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the air. The tumultuous form of the Nine Tails came into view. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally discerned the figure atop the Nine Tails, Uchiha Kazama. It was indeed this individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen had some recollection of Uchiha Kazama, a prodigy of the Uchiha Clan. Possessing exceptional talent and a diligent disposition, he approached every task with fervor, whether in training, missions, or interpersonal interactions. Whenever Uchiha Kazama was assigned to a mission, there were no concerns about failure, for his presence alone ensured its success. In the past, amidst the most chaotic regions, Uchiha Kazama single-handedly eliminated hundreds of rogue ninjas, while carrying 3 severely injured comrades. Previously, within the confines of the Hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Kazama carved a path, escorting the mission target to safety. When pursued by Danzo, despite being unaware that his adversaries were from Konoha, Uchiha Kazama dispatched 13 elite root ninjas with ease. Such feats might appear reckless in others, yet for Uchiha Kazama, they were merely routine. Now, this madness was directed towards the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had attempted to engage with Uchiha Kazama, but each time, Kazama skillfully deflected his advances with casual banter. Now, seeing Uchiha Kazama's presence here, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling sense that events were unfolding as they should. Uchiha Kazama, were you the one who instigated this coup? If you have any demands, speak now, and I will endeavor to fulfill them. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, calming his emotions to a tranquil state, gazing at Uchiha Kazama as he spoke. With Uchiha Fugaku rendered powerless or threatened, the figure calling the shots within the Uchiha clan must be Uchiha Kazama before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts raced. This battle must not continue. Otherwise, that cunning Danzo. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Kazama's smile widened. Hokage, is this the time you choose to negotiate with us, Uchiha? Were you unaware of the persecution inflicted upon my clan by Danzo, the leader of the Root organization? Are you oblivious to the higher-ups' wariness and oppression of the Uchiha? Haven't you already decided on the night of the Uchiha extermination operation, Hokage? Uchiha Kazama regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful glint in his eyes. The Hokage seemed to think the Uchiha were still in the dark, believing their plight was unknown to the other clans. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and other clans was far from amicable, a remnant of historical grievances. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha had clashed with many of these clans, breeding bloodshed and animosity that had not dissipated with the formation of Konoha. Thus, a simple explanation could easily lead to the Uchiha's expulsion from the village. Yet now, Uchiha Kazama had laid bare the truth, causing the smile that Sarutobi Hiruzen had painstakingly crafted to vanish. At that moment, Akimichi Dingza had reverted to his original form, having withstood the residual force of the tailed beast bomb. Now, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yamanaka Kaiji turned to Nara Shikaku. He too had heard the unfolding events and found himself at a loss for what to do next. Nara Shikaku wore an expression of shock and helplessness. Having interacted with Uchiha Kazama, he understood that Kazama's words were likely true. In such dire circumstances, he was unsure how to proceed. Uchiha Kazama, none of this has transpired yet. You are now the head of the Uchiha clan. You must not act impulsively. Consider the well-being of your clan. For if you solidify the reputation of treason, the Uchiha will have no standing in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deny this assertion. To do so might provoke the sensitive nerves of this madman. After all, he had just unleashed a tailed beast bomb, and Uchiha ninjas were still present. He could release it without hesitation. Standing atop the Nine Tails, Uchiha Kazama exuded an aura of invincibility, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to realize that forthcoming negotiations must be conducted with utmost sincerity. There could be no provocation of Uchiha Kazama in any form. Sarutobi, are you suggesting that even as we face the threat of extermination, we should engage in cordial discussions with you? How utterly laughable. Even after the annihilation of your clan. The Sarutobi, you remain remarkably composed while negotiating with me. Truly, you are a wretched old hound, indifferent to all in your relentless pursuit of power. After Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, he immediately formed a series of hand seals. The tail of the Nine Tails swung fiercely towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the previously unconscious Akimichi Choza transformed once more, using his enlarged form to block the tail. The one taking action now was not Akimichi Choza, but rather Yamanaka Inoichi. Simultaneously, a multitude of shadows surged forward, ensnaring Uchiha Kazama. The one initiating this was Nara Shikaku. After a moment of deliberation, he chose to take action. If Konoha were to lose its Hokage amidst a coup, other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. At that point, Konoha could very well face its demise. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and the ninjas from the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans who were poised to act, brace yourselves. 10 seconds after I finished speaking. If you still choose to stand with that old dog Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will not hesitate to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon your clan's territory. Furthermore, I will regard you as my enemies. Do not doubt my words, for you should already be aware of this. Uchiha Kazama declared, raising his hand directly. 10, 9. As the countdown commenced, Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, and the heads of the other clans were similarly stunned. Even some civilian ninjas, who had been poised to act, now displayed expressions of trepidation. Uchiha Kazama had indeed proven true to his word. When the task was initially executed, they were already aware of the situation. Now, with such a frenzied action unfolding, they would harbor no doubts regarding the veracity of Uchiha Kazama's words. In the aftermath, the others also came to comprehend a crucial truth. Why, following the rampage of the tailed beasts, only a limited area within the village was affected, rather than widespread destruction. This was all under the control of Uchiha Kazama. However, should they dare to challenge the boundaries set by Uchiha Kazama, the next to be struck by the tailed beast's devastating attacks would be their own clan and kin. Lord Hokage, many civilians in various villages are currently facing threats. Our Inuzuka clan is prepared to search for and assist them in finding refuge. We shall proceed to carry out our mission now. Inuzuka Tsum did not hesitate and shouted aloud. Immediately, she leaped onto her ninken and set off into the distance. Lord Hokage, there are certain areas where the Inuzuka clan's ninken cannot venture. Our Yamanaka clan has also gone to assist the civilians in seeking refuge. After the oil woman finished her tale, she too was enveloped by insects, vanishing alongside her kin, transforming into countless bugs. As the two ninja clans discreetly withdrew, Nara Shikahiza and Yamanaka Kaichi found themselves caught in a precarious situation. Damn it! How could the Inuzuka and Oil Woman clans escape so swiftly? Lord Hokage, Akimichi Dingswa is on the brink of death. We must hasten to the medical department with him. Moreover, my chakra is nearly depleted. Upon finishing his words, Nara Shikaku released the Shadow Strangle technique, casting a glance at Yamashiro Kaichi. Yamashiro Kaichi promptly retracted his mind control technique. Akimichi Dingswa returned to his original state, and the two swiftly carried him away. If they delayed, their clan's territory would soon be besieged by the tailed beast bomb. The situation had escalated beyond control. Uchiha Kazama's reckless nature would undoubtedly lead him to follow through on his threats. Nara Shikaku dared not take the gamble. In a mere span of 10 seconds, or rather, less than 10 seconds, there were once numerous ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, only he remains, accompanied by a cadre of Umbu ninjas. As for the absence of the Sarutobi clan's ninjas at this moment, one is left to ponder, because they can no longer come. At this moment, Uchiha Ryunin and his companions have arrived with the Uchiha ninjas. Their appearance signifies the complete annihilation of the Konoha clan leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance has darkened to a point where it seems capable of dripping with despair. Throughout his lengthy tenure as Hokage, he never anticipated that, when calamity struck, not a single clan would stand by his side. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury has reached its zenith, accompanied by a profound sense of sorrow. For so long, he has harbored the dream of being the strongest Hokage, not merely for his extended time in office, not merely the strongest in control. He harbored a dream of becoming the first Hokage, seeking to revise the educational curriculum to infuse it with his own ideals of personal heroism. He endeavored to unite the various clans, aspiring to eliminate the prevailing situation in which the village of Konoha was dominated by the politics of individual families. However, the recent departures of several ninja clans shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's long-held aspirations. Moreover, the esteemed Hyuga clan, regarded as the foremost family in Konoha, has not made an appearance from the very beginning. Surely, with their Byakugan, they cannot be oblivious to the unfolding events. It is abundantly clear that they will not appear. The reasons for their absence are already evident. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Old dog Sarutobi, perish. Uchiha Kazama burst into laughter. How delightful it is that Sarutobi Hizashi, in his final moments, could endure such a betrayal once more. Perhaps this serves as a fitting conclusion to his sordid existence. Uchiha Kazama declared, charging directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tonight, he must perish. Tobi, I have granted you what you desired. Are you not yet prepared to take action? Do you intend to confront the Uchiha on your own? As Sarutobi Hizashi spoke, he swung the formidable Vajra rod, successfully intercepting Uchiha Kazama's strike. The moment the Vajra rod made contact with Kazama's short blade, he was sent flying through the air. The overwhelming force filled Sarutobi Hizashi with profound terror. Sarutobi Hizen was somewhat bewildered. Has Uchiha Kazama truly grown powerful to this extent? With the addition of those kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was already trembling. Under such circumstances, he was acutely aware that he was certainly no match for Uchiha Fugaku. Moreover, if Danzo were to continue to watch the spectacle unfold, it would not be long before he could no longer endure. Ding! In the next moment, a fleeting shadow emerged, blocking Uchiha Kazama's assault with a short dagger in hand. Simultaneously, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan came into view, captivating the attention of all present. The Uchiha clan members collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes shifting towards Uchiha Fugaku. For the individual who had appeared was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku declared his ascent to the position of captain of the Umbu, a role through which he would be able to serve his clan, Uchiha Itachi, the pride of the family. Previously, Uchiha Kazama suggested that Uchiha Itachi might have betrayed the clan. Although they did not voice their doubts, they still found it hard to believe. Now, however, they are convinced. Uchiha Itachi thwarted the attack from Uchiha Fuma, shielding Sarutobi Hiruzen in the process. What kind of situation are we facing now? With Itachi's intelligence, could he possibly be unaware? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. Even now, when the clan has positioned itself in opposition to the upper echelons of Konoha, he still stands resolutely before their leader, Uchiha Kazama. This, in itself, serves as a clear testament to his stance. Kazama, have you ultimately chosen to tread this path? Is this truly the extent of your upbringing? Before Uchiha Itachi could continue speaking, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Itachi sprawling. Observing Fugaku's somewhat anxious demeanor, Uchiha Kazama wore a smirk of mockery. This fellow Fugaku still clung to a glimmer of hope. What he is unaware of is that Uchiha Itachi's heart has long since departed from the clan. Naturally, Kazama did not intervene. Since Uchiha Fugaku chose to act on his own accord, let him proceed with his endeavors. Father, do you truly wish to follow this man into madness? Now, he has led the family down an irreversible path. If this continues, our Uchiha clan may face total extinction. Is this truly what you wish to behold? Uchiha Itachi wore an expression of both fury and anguish. He originally believed that his father understood him. He had even been making continuous efforts. This time, regarding the Uchiha clan's massacre, he was also striving to prevent it. He had managed to eliminate all the radical factions within the Uchiha, ensuring that the clan could remain in the village. Moreover, he had taken it upon himself to carry out these actions. Why could his father not wait for him in such a matter of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good? Does he not possess a sense of righteousness within his heart? Are you aware of the plan for annihilation? Uchiha Fugaku did not respond to Uchiha Itachi's inquiry, but instead gazed solemnly at him. At this moment, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. I understand. However, the higher-ups have already assured me that as long as we eradicate the radical faction of the Uchiha clan, those who are devoted to the village will survive. Father, you too can live on, and our family will endure. Once we eliminate the bellicose elements within our clan, we shall usher in a brighter future for our development. Uchiha Itachi spoke rapidly, his entire demeanor appearing somewhat frenzied as he raged with fervor. He truly cannot comprehend that even his own father fails to understand him. Uchiha's current frenzied actions are unequivocally propelling the family down a path of destruction. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi has completely lost his sanity. He is utterly oblivious to the absurdity of his own words. Have you already consented to take action against the clan, Itachi? I am deeply disappointed in you. You have chosen to place your trust in outsiders rather than in your own family. This is your path of endurance. Thus, let it conclude here. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan began to whirl once more. The crimson Susanoo surged forth again, its skeletal fist aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku had entirely relinquished hope. The words of Uchiha Kazama were indeed true. Had it not been for the reckless actions of Uchiha Kazama this evening, they might have remained oblivious to the very manner of their demise. At that point, there would be no opportunity for regret, not even a fleeting moment. Wind style, vacuum sphere. At this moment, Danzo made his move. The Dream Eater behind him lunged directly at the Ninetales. Meanwhile, Danzo unleashed a wind release technique directed at Uchiha Fugaku. After Uchiha Fugaku had engaged Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Wind was already poised to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, Danzo's assault interrupted Uchiha Wind's offensive. A gust of wind surged forth, prompting Uchiha Wind to raise his hand. In his palm, a sphere of dark energy materialized. PFF. With a muffled thud, Danzo's wind release was swiftly grasped by Uchiha Kage. With a mere flick of his wrist, the unstable chakra of wind dissipated into nothingness. Observing Danzo's move, members of the Root Organization rushed forth in haste. These ninjas from the Root Organization clashed with the Uchiha Clan warriors. As Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, his animosity towards Danzo reached its zenith. Had Danzo acted promptly, the losses incurred by his Umbu would have been significantly mitigated. Furthermore, he felt a growing dissatisfaction with the members of the Root Organization, who had proven unmanageable. Once this crisis was averted, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Root Organization. Simultaneously, the Uchiha Clan could not be allowed to persist. The emergence of their prodigies was alarmingly rapid. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, numerous talents from that clan had already surfaced. Those who can be deemed geniuses by Sarutobi Hiruzen are all of the caliber of Kage level. In the past, his comrade, Uchiha Kagami. The previous leader of the Uchiha Clan was Uchiha Fugaku. The former captain of the Umbu was Uchiha Shisui. And the current captain of the Umbu is Uchiha Itachi. Furthermore, standing before him was the current head of the Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Kazama, whose very presence posed a threat to his life. The entire Uchiha lineage must be eradicated. At this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, who was engaged in battle with Uchiha Fugaku, was imbued with a murderous intent. Indeed, it is precisely because of you, Uchiha Itachi, that you cannot be allowed to remain. Those with a lineage of madness cannot be allowed to remain, let alone this family heritage, imbued with animosity towards him. It is unequivocally intolerable in this world. Of course, he cannot reveal his feelings now. He must conceal everything deep within his heart. He swiftly approached Danzo. Humph. Are you truly waiting for my demise to show yourself? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Sarutobi Hizashi stood beside Danzo, expressing his displeasure. I have been occupied with other matters, which is why I am late. However, I did bring Uchiha Itachi along with me. Now, let us together bring down Uchiha Kazama. Otherwise, if the situation continues to escalate, it will not bode well for Konoha. Danzo deftly deflected the question of why he had not appeared earlier with a casual Tai Chi, skillfully avoiding the matter. He has seized upon the vulnerabilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To dwell on such trivialities now would only prompt him to flee once more, leaving Sarutobi to confront the reality alone. Before. Danzo Shimura, the old dog. Without allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue, the voice of Uchiha Fugaku resonated. The previously smiling Danzo Shimura's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Fugaku's words. You are truly not a clever old dog. Wouldn't it be far simpler for you to achieve your goals after I dispose of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Now, you assist that despicable Sarutobi Hiruzen in opposing me. Do you truly believe he will spare you once he survives? Moreover, as long as he remains resolute. Do you truly believe that attaining the position of Hokage is such a simple endeavor? How utterly foolish and naive. Uchiha Kazama launched into a frenzied tirade of mockery. It must be said that these individuals truly lack intelligence. One cannot fathom how, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan was subdued to such an extent by these foolish swine. As Kazama's voice resonated, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo darkened ominously. Such brazen provocation left the two of them at a loss for words, rendering them quite uncomfortable. Susanoo. Kazama would not indulge them in idleness. He promptly raised his fingers, manifesting his Susanoo. The resplendent orange-red form of Susanoo emerged, bypassing the initial stages and entering its complete third phase. Its colossal fists descended upon the two adversaries with tremendous force. Under the protection of Susanoo, their attacks were rendered nearly inconsequential. Within the entirety of the shinobi realm, only a handful of ninjas and jutsu possessed the capability to shatter a complete Susanoo. Clearly, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo lacked such power. At that moment, Shikaku, facing the Nine Tails, initially charged forward with fierce determination, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Yet, after merely 2 exchanges, he was reduced to nothing but white mist, vanishing from sight. Following Shikaku's disappearance, the Nine Tails instantaneously surged towards Uchiha Kazama's position. The immense chakra swiftly merged with the Susanoo. In the next moment, a terrifying beast manifested before everyone. How is it possible? The Nine Tails combined with the Susanoo, which even the first Hokage had to confront with all his might. How could it appear now? Damn it! How could Uchiha Kazama possess such formidable power? Just how deep are the Uchiha secrets hidden? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were both stunned. This terrifying chakra left even the two of them feeling shaken. No, they were outright frightened. The combined chakra of the two was still less than 1/10 of the terrifying aura before them. Furthermore, if Uchiha Kazama could withstand such chakra, then the power he could unleash would be. Just as they were lost in thought, the tailed beast bomb began to gather. The sound of it piercing through the air jolted them awake. Quickly block it. Damn, how can this guy control the tailed beast so perfectly? Indeed, I should have listened to myself and dealt with the entire Uchiha clan long ago. Danzo was quite dissatisfied but quickly began to form hand seals. Isn't it absurd to be saying this now? Barrier squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also in a state of panic, following suit with hand seals. The members of the barrier squad were utterly bewildered. They never expected to find themselves in such a pivotal combat position one day. Just then, Uchiha Linmu suddenly appeared beside a barrier squad ninja. With a swift motion, his short blade severed the opponent's head. The remaining members of the barrier squad were also ambushed by Uchiha's ninjas. Hey, do you really think the rest of us Uchiha ninjas are just here to watch the show? Uchiha Linmu wiped the blood from his short blade, his crimson Sharingan eyes radiating madness. In the dark of night, those pairs of crimson Sharingan gazed like the eyes of death. Tian Ding. Danzo called out sharply. The three immediately appeared at their location. After forming hand seals, a barrier enveloped them. At that moment, the giant Susanoo raised the tailed beast bomb and smashed it down upon them. Boom. The terrifying explosion and massive cloud of dust engulfed the area. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, who were engaged in battle, paused due to the commotion. The frenzied chakra raged outward, centered on Uchiha Kazama, wreaking havoc around him. The already dilapidated Hokage building was completely obliterated by this strike. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The other Uchiha ninjas watched the unfolding situation with fervor, feeling the chakra within them boil even more. They launched a fierce assault on the surrounding Umbu and Root members once again. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. He knew that such an attack was beyond even his capacity to withstand. Realizing this, Uchiha Itachi understood that if Uchiha Kazama were not eliminated, the coup d'etat would not come to an end. Moreover, someone as deranged as Uchiha Kazama would not be restrained by anything. With that thought in mind, Uchiha Itachi dashed towards Uchiha Kazama. Bursting through the dust, his complete Susanoo surged forth, wielding the Tenketsuken to strike at Uchiha Kazama. 100 turns, will explosion. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also made his move. Before Itachi's Tenketsuken, a flame materialized in the air. Immediately, a force capable of devouring everything emerged within the flames. It distorted the surrounding space, drawing Itachi's attack into its grasp. In the next moment, the space engulfed in flames descended upon Itachi's Susanoo. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. In an instant, the armor of the Susanoo shattered. Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku's eyes bled. Itachi looked at Fugaku in confusion. Why would this father, who had always regarded him with pride, choose this moment to recklessly obstruct him? The technique just used was the Manjiki Sharingan's ability. Just like his Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, using it consumed a significant amount of ocular power. Uchiha Fugaku had kept his Manjiki Sharingan concealed not only to lessen the higher-ups' wariness of the Uchiha clan, but also due to the immense ocular strain incurred when he had annihilated dozens of elite Mist Village Genin during their battle. Concealing the Manjiki was also a means to preserve his eyesight. Yet now, he had expended the maximum ocular power on his son. This scene was difficult for Uchiha Itachi to accept. Itachi, If you still acknowledge yourself as a member of the Uchiha clan, seal your chakra immediately and await the judgment of the clan. If you wish to continue down this path, then either I will kill you, or you will have to kill your father before pursuing your so-called will of fire. Uchiha Fugaku declared, and the Susanoo rapidly transformed. It morphed into its complete form, wielding a bow blade, and charged towards Uchiha Itachi. What Uchiha Kazama was about to do must be allowed to transpire. The Uchiha had no path of retreat left. Even the conservatives understood that if their actions tonight failed, death awaited them. Was Uchiha Itachi truly so foolish? Did he still harbor expectations? Father, you have already embarked on a mistaken path. If you would join me in subduing this madman Uchiha Kazama, we still have a chance. Do you not see how many of our clansmen have already perished due to this coup? Do you truly wish for the Uchiha to become a despised existence in the village? Uchiha Itachi's anger flared. If his Tenketsuken had struck Uchiha Kazama, he was confident he could have sealed him. At that point, there would still have been room for resolution. Uchiha Fugaku did not respond to Itachi, but instead engaged him in battle. At this moment, Fugaku was utterly disillusioned. Meanwhile, various ninja clans were closely monitoring the situation. Kakadu, do we really not need to intervene? If Uchiha Kazama ultimately fails, the Hokage will definitely seek retribution against us. Yamashiro Aichi voiced his unease. This sudden change was utterly unforeseen. In just one night, Konoha, which had appeared relatively peaceful, had transformed into such a perilous situation. Even he, as the clan leader, was quite worried, let alone the ordinary ninjas. Indeed, many ninjas, driven by the will of fire, had rushed into battle, but most had been swiftly eliminated by Uchiha ninjas. Now, the entire Uchiha clan was not only driven mad by Uchiha Kazama, but had also succumbed to madness themselves. They could not be contained. If the ninja clans did not act now and the Uchiha failed, the outcome would not bode well. Do not fret, regardless of which side emerges victorious. We shall remain largely unscathed. Nara Shikaku spoke slowly. Should the Uchiha prevail, they would require the support of the shinobi clans to establish their foothold in Konoha. Conversely, if the Hokage's forces triumph, Sarutobi Hiruzen would need their assistance even more, especially given the substantial losses suffered by the Umbu and the near extinction of the higher clans. Without the aid of the shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen would struggle to contain Danzo. Having organized these thoughts, he conveyed them to Yamenka and Noichi. Yet, Yamenka and Noichi still harbored some concerns. Well then, let us have something to eat. Since we are no longer embroiled in battle, there is no need to worry about those matters, Akimichi Choza suggested, appearing to be the most composed among them. In truth, he had long harbored discontent towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, just like the Oil Clan and the Inuzuka Clan, who departed without hesitation. The resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lurked in the shadows and allowed the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, to perish during the last Nine Tails incident, had festered over time. They had no intention of genuinely aiding him now. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, the clan leader questioned, shall we remain idle? What if the Uchiha win? Might they suppress us? An elder of the clan expressed his concerns. Assist? No, we shall merely maintain our strength. Regardless of who prevails, both sides will seek to win us over. Hyuga Hizashi replied with an air of calmness. Sarutobi Hiruzen had likely assumed he could marginalize the Hyuga clan, unaware that such a predicament would arise. Had it not been for the pressure exerted on the Uchiha clan, this situation would not have materialized. They were reaping the consequences of their own actions. He was not foolish enough to sacrifice his clan members in support of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The silence from the shinobi allowed ordinary ninjas to grasp the gravity of the situation. Every life was precious. Now, with the Uchiha in a frenzied state, anyone entering the fray would undoubtedly be targeted and eliminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously believed that those with the will of fire would surely rally to his cause. However, he had overestimated their resolve. Fear of death still dominated the hearts of the majority, especially in such internal conflicts. Whether they chose to intervene or merely spectate, the ultimate beneficiaries would not be themselves. As the dust slowly settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo stood in disarray amidst the ruins. At that moment, Uchiha Kaze lifted the Susanoo and stood atop the Nine Tails, gazing maniacally at those before him. Uchiha, cease your actions. Since our Hokage wishes to parley, I shall grant him an opportunity, considering he has blocked one of my tailed beast bombs. Uchiha assemble. Upon hearing this, all remaining Uchiha swiftly converged towards Uchiha Kaze. Originally, there had been 125 Uchiha present. Now, Only 82 remained capable of fighting. The rest were either grievously wounded or had already perished. Even Uchiha Fugaku had ceased his struggle with Uchiha Itachi, retreating to stand behind Uchiha Kaze. The Uchiha Clan ninjas stood resolute and fervent behind Uchiha Kaze, their eyes ablaze with admiration for him. Meanwhile, the remaining ninjas from the Root organization and the Umbu breathed a sigh of relief, hastily returning to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The battle against the Uchiha had been the most harrowing of their lives, devoid of any semblance of technique. At times, they had barely enough time to form hand seals, forced into close-quarters combat instead. Yet, the Uchiha were renowned for their Sharingan, fire style, lightning style. However, they had overlooked one crucial aspect. How could a clan possessing the dynamic vision of the Sharingan be weak in taijutsu? With the added insight provided by the Sharingan, they were no match for the Uchiha in such close combat. The very Uchiha they had previously underestimated were now delivering a harsh lesson through their sheer strength. Yet, the price of this lesson was steep, paid in the blood of the fallen. As they gazed at Uchiha Itachi standing beside Danzo, their eyes were filled with hatred. Among the recently deceased were their friends. Even Uchiha Itachi, aligned with their side, could not conceal the animosity directed at him. Uchiha Kaze, speak. What is it that you desire? As long as you refrain from inflicting further harm upon the village, I, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall do my utmost to fulfill your every request. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, standing tall and serious, as if prepared to sacrifice anything for the sake of the village. In an instant, the remaining civilian ninjas, who had been watching, stepped forward to stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was undeniable that he understood the art of influencing hearts. Within mere moments, over 100 ninjas had gathered behind him. While their individual strengths may not have been formidable, they represented the majority of the populace. After all, the essence of a village lies primarily with its civilians. Only a select few ascend to become powerful ninjas. Such individuals were often more easily swayed. Is that so? In truth, I too wish to avoid plunging the village into chaos. Therefore, I invite the third Hokage to meet his demise. For the sake of the village and the will of fire, should you choose to take your own life, I shall cease all hostilities against Konoha. I will ensure that all ninjas who sacrifice their lives in this battle are honored at the Memorial Park. Furthermore, I shall kneel at the Memorial Park for a month. Then take my own life as an act of contrition. Respectable third Hokage, what is your answer? Uchiha Kaze taunted, his gaze fixed mockingly on Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, even Danzo was visibly excited, looking towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kaze's declaration meant that regardless of how events unfolded, he would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. Danzo was already prepared. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen truly choose to end his life, he would be the first to seize control of the situation. In that scenario, he would finally become the fifth Hokage. No longer a shadow lurking in the dark. All eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The recent bloodshed had left everyone yearning for an end to the conflict. Yet, in this dire situation, the prospect of sacrificing the third Hokage's life for peace left them uncertain about their choice. They could only await Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, initially believing that Uchiha Kaze genuinely sought to negotiate. However, he had not anticipated being thrust onto the executioner stage. If he were to maintain his image, he would have to take his own life. Conversely, if he wished to survive, then everything he had previously espoused about the will of fire would be rendered a farce. Gazing once more at the playful expression on Uchiha Kaze's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen could ascertain that even in death, Uchiha Kaze would not truly perish. Uchiha Kaze, do you take me for a fool? If you do not comply afterward. If you fear death, just say so. Today, if you choose to perish, I shall undoubtedly uphold the pride of the Uchiha clan. Do not assume that everyone shares your perspective, treating power as the entirety of existence. The very fact that I stand here today, representing the Uchiha, signifies that I am willing to sacrifice everything for my clan. Come, summon the third Hokage to his demise. Uchiha Kazama abruptly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. The latter, who had initially planned to devise an excuse, found himself momentarily stunned. Sarutobi instinctively glanced towards Shimura Danzo, seeking his aid. However, Danzo appeared to be merely an observer at this moment. In fact, when Sarutobi looked his way, Danzo turned his face away, denying him even the opportunity for eye contact. The situation was no longer a mere trial. It was as if a blade was poised at his throat. This meant that, regardless of the outcome, death was inevitable. As a result of this unfolding drama, many shinobi began to take notice of the situation. If Sarutobi truly chose to take his own life, and Uchiha Kazama followed suit in remorseful suicide, it would undoubtedly mark the most significant event since the founding of Konoha. Danzo, do you think I should trust the Uchiha? He was reluctant to involve himself, recognizing that this situation could benefit him greatly. Regardless of whether Kazama or Sarutobi perished, his position would remain unscathed, even devoid of any threats. In due time, with Itachi under his control, he could dominate the entire Uchiha clan. I respect the decision of the Hokage. I embody the will of fire. All my actions are for the sake of the village. If, at this moment, Uchiha Kazama intends to exchange my life for the village's stability, then I, Shimura Danzo, will not hesitate to offer my life forthwith. Danzo raised his voice, ensuring that everyone could hear. Let us not discuss what comes next. Danzo had already prepared himself for the role of Hokage. Thus, he must shed all shadows and stand in the light, becoming the leader of Konoha. Sarutobi had initially hoped for Danzo's assistance. Now, however, Danzo appeared to stab him in the back repeatedly, as if he wished to end Sarutobi's life. At this juncture, Sarutobi felt utterly isolated. Even the Umbu were present, waiting for him. The Sarutobi clan's estate had been razed. The only surviving member of the Sarutobi clan might be Asuma, who was out on a mission. Previously, Sarutobi believed that as long as he remained in control of Konoha, there was no need to worry about anything else. As long as he was alive, the Sarutobi clan would not vanish. But now, if he were to die, what would become of Asuma? Even if he returned, would Danzo care for him? Most likely, within a year, Asuma would be marginalized, and the entire Sarutobi clan would fade into obscurity. Uchiha Kazama, I am aware of your intentions. You seek to compel my suicide, only to continue your assault on these innocent shinobi. If that is the case, I shall invoke my authority as Hokage and ensure that you vanish alongside me from Konoha. Upon uttering these words, Sarutobi began to form hand seals. As familiar signs appeared, a playful smile graced Kazama's lips. This man, after all, was reluctant to meet his end so easily. The jutsu he was about to unleash was none other than the infamous forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. Wait, Danzo's heart raced with alarm. He understood that if Sarutobi invoked the Reaper Death Seal at this moment, Kazama would undoubtedly perish, and he might be drawn into the same fate. After all, he had not assisted Sarutobi earlier. He knew Sarutobi too well, just as Sarutobi knew him. Danzo, did you not claim that you would sacrifice everything for the village? If so, join me in unleashing the Reaper Death Seal. I will seal Uchiha Kazama, and you shall seal Uchiha Fugaku. If you refuse, I will drag you down with me. Sarutobi suddenly spoke up. The audience, initially perplexed, now comprehended the gravity of the third Hokage's intent. Danzo was rendered speechless. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. If they both perished, what purpose would it serve to drag the Uchiha into darkness? Was Sarutobi truly a fool? Ha ha. You two old hounds are utterly amusing. Even at this juncture, you are still engaged in your petty scheming? Are you not curious why our Uchiha clan has suddenly erupted into rebellion? Are we merely power-hungry? If we were a clan driven solely by the lust for power, why were we forced to relocate our estates 6 years ago? Remember, during the Third Shinobi World War, our Uchiha single-handedly repelled the entire Mist Village. Surely, we deserve some semblance of authority. If we desired power, why have we only taken on the most arduous and thankless duties within the village, never vying for any of its resources? Uchiha Kazama's voice rose in defiance. Since you wish to conceal the darkness, you cannot expect to depart this world unscathed. Uchiha Kazama would not grant them such an opportunity. The more Sarutobi and Danzo sought to hide, the more Kazama aimed to expose their truths. The shinobi who had previously stood behind Sarutobi fell silent, their expressions morphing into something peculiar as they regarded Sarutobi and Danzo. In the face of Kazama's words, the two had shown nothing but anger and fear, without offering any rebuttal. Thus, it was plausible that Kazama's assertions held merit. If they had been pushed to this brink, could they maintain their composure? Would they not go mad? The answer remained uncertain, for they perhaps lacked the luxury of madness. Strength. That was the essence that governed all. Now, the Uchiha clan possessed the right to madness, or rather, the right to resist. If this were indeed the case, what then was the purpose of their steadfastness here? Silence. At that moment, Sarutobi could no longer contain himself. If he were to die here today, His legacy in Konoha would be that of a power-hungry tyrant, a man who suppressed fellow shinobi, a coward. Even the secrets he shared with Danzo would be unveiled, ensuring that, even in death, he would be reviled by all shinobi of Konoha. Sarutobi could not accept such a fate. He must survive today, safeguarding his reputation. Sarutobi was unaware of the extent of Kazama's knowledge, but he could not allow him to continue speaking. Bang! In the next moment, Uchiha Union, Uchiha Linmu, Uchiha Yamato, and Uchiha Roy all moved simultaneously, directly intercepting Sarutobi Hizashi, who was about to launch an attack on Uchiha Kazama. Are you feeling guilty now? Upon seeing Hizashi's assault thwarted, Uchiha Kazama's smile grew even wider. The aged Hizashi, his face flushed unnaturally, revealed the extent of his fury. Uchiha Kazama, no matter what you say today, I will take you down with me, even if it costs my life. Konoha cannot allow a madman like you to exist. After uttering these words, Hizashi discarded his Vajra rod. The Sara demon transformed into its true form, standing aside with a hint of sorrow in its gaze. Hizashi you. The Sara demon struggled to articulate its thoughts, overwhelmed by the sorrow of having partnered with Hizashi for so long, only to face such a dire situation now. This is my decision, Sara demon. Now, all you must do is assist me. Do not let me fall under the influence of Jinjutsu. Hizashi declared, immediately beginning to form seals. Uchiha Leonin and his companions swiftly sought to obstruct Hizashi, fully aware that they could not allow him to complete his technique. At that moment, members of the Umbu appeared out of nowhere, standing before them. Protect the Hokage. The Umbu members drew their short blades and charged towards Uchiha Leonin and the others. The battle, which had just paused, resumed once more due to Hizashi's actions. Everyone, did you see that? This is our Hokage, a man embodying the will of fire. He is willing to sacrifice everything for the village, yet here he is, reigniting the conflict. Understand this, Sarutobi Hizashi is nothing but a weak and pathetic individual. A lifetime spent scheming, weighing threats, and undermining those who pose a danger to him and his family within the village. Therefore, only by eliminating these parasitic high-ranking officials can Konoha hope to grow stronger. After finishing his declaration, Uchiha Kazama unsheathed his own short blade, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent and madness. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Corpse ceiling. Hizashi did not linger either. Chakra surged violently as a shadowy figure emerged from his body, standing behind him. It was at this moment that Hizashi sensed the surrounding environment shifting, even experiencing a sensation of rotation. Am I caught in a Jinjutsu? No, with the Sara demon here, it shouldn't be so easy for me to be ensnared. Furthermore, as Hizashi's thoughts raced, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Indeed, a body, albeit one without a head. Behind this body stood Uchiha Kazama, wielding a short blade. What has happened? His consciousness halted abruptly, for the severed head had rolled heavily to the ground. At that moment, the Shinigami appearing behind Hizashi was momentarily taken aback. He had just been summoned and was supposed to reap souls. Yet, with Hizashi beheaded, it seemed he had nothing to do. The Shinigami cast a glance at Uchiha Kazama before vanishing into oblivion. The summoner had disappeared, leaving him without a host to inhabit. With a flick, Uchiha Kazama shook the blood from his blade. I told you, I would kill him today. Next it is you. Danzo. Uchiha Kazama's Sharingan fixated on Shimura Danzo. The remaining Umbu, witnessing Hizashi's demise, dropped their kunai and short blades to the ground. The organization that Hizashi had established crumbled in an instant. Danzo was the first to react, swiftly distancing himself from Uchiha Kazama. Just moments ago, he had not fully grasped the situation, but now he could hardly muster the courage to stand before Kazama, given his terrifying lethality. You killed the Hokage? Uchiha Kazama. Your actions have. Silence. Before Uchiha Itachi could finish his retort, Uchiha Fugaku charged forward. Without hesitation, he summoned Susanoo, instantly striking at Uchiha Itachi. Interrupted by Fugaku, Itachi found himself unable to continue speaking. The power of Fugaku, wielding Susanoo, was formidable. Now, if you all lay down your weapons and return home to rest, I shall not pursue any further actions against you. However, for those who remain, whether to protect the village or to follow that old dog, the third Hokage, I will slay every last one of you. This is for the stability of the village. Uchiha Kazama declared, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. Grandiloquent words flow easily from the lips of many, yet as long as the blade does not descend upon them, they will never perceive the pain. In response to Kazama's words, Some civilian ninjas stood stupefied. The heroic visage of the third Hokage moments ago had indeed stirred a desire to follow him. However, Hisashi did not die for the village's peace. He chose to confront Uchiha Kazama instead. Though he met his end, the motivations were fundamentally different. Those among them who had risen to the ranks of Chunin and Jonin were not fools. After being indoctrinated for so long, suddenly realizing that the core of that indoctrination was a farce caused many to waver. Was the will of fire truly unsuitable for the higher echelons, targeting only ordinary ninjas? The death of the fourth Hokage, were they still unaware? Suddenly, a voice rang out. No one knew who had shouted it. Upon hearing those words, the civilian ninjas promptly vanished in an instant. Only a dozen or so Umbu remained, standing in a daze. Is it now possible to withdraw from the Umbu? Suddenly, an Umbu member wearing a goat mask spoke in a hoarse voice. After uttering these words, he removed his mask. Luo Chuan, you actually joined the Umbu after graduation. Uchiha Liuyan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the individual. Luo Chuan, a prodigious civilian ninja of their class, had even bested Liuyan during training sessions. After fighting against the Umbu, he had survived at the cost of his life, showcasing the strength of this Umbu ninja. Yes, I joined the Umbu right after graduation. However, my tasks were nothing like I had imagined. We are not here to protect the village. Rather, we deal with matters lurking in the shadows. I never expected to leave the Umbu in this manner. Luo Chuan replied, a hint of disillusionment in his tone. Yet it also resembled a sense of liberation. As Luo Chuan's words fell, the remaining members of the Umbu also removed their masks. These Umbu ninjas were quite young, mostly in their 20s, and they were all once civilian prodigies from the Ninja Academy. It seems that those ninjas who suddenly vanished during their last mission have all joined the Umbu. Unlike Kakashi Hatake, who is well known for his affiliation with the Hatake clan, many are aware of his entry into the Umbu, as he is indeed a renowned ninja. However, for the majority, the identities of the ninjas who have embraced the shadows remain shrouded in secrecy. Because they are the guardians of the Hokage, entrusted with the execution of special missions. Thus, their identities remain concealed. Graduating from the Ninja Academy, they were meant to embrace the light, yet they have plunged directly into darkness, transforming from vibrant youths into wanderers shrouded in shadows. At the moment the masks shatter, each face is illuminated, akin to radiance in the depths of night. At the very least, they now illuminate their own existence. In this situation, Uchiha Kazama remained indifferent. After all, there were members of the Uchiha clan to address these matters. At this moment, Uchiha Kazama steadily approached Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kazama, I promise you, as long as I ascend to the position of Hokage, the Uchiha clan shall stand as the foremost family of Konoha. I shall restore to you all the glory that rightfully belongs to you. Furthermore, unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall not impose restrictions upon your growth. I shall ensure that your ancestral lands remain intact for you. You shall become the guardians of Konoha. Before Shimura Danzo could finish his words, Uchiha Kazama had already appeared before him in an instant. The short blade in his hand plunged into Danzo's chest, piercing through his heart. Danzo's eyes widened in shock. The members of the root organization around them rushed forward in a frenzy. After all, Danzo held the key to their cursed seals. With the seals still intact, they were uncertain whether Danzo's demise would affect them. Naturally, there were also staunch loyalists among them. After all, Danzo had orchestrated his plans for so many years, and it was inevitable that some had genuinely followed him. The members of the root organization that charged forward transformed into lifeless corpses after a flash of silvery light. Is this truly the full extent of your root organization's power? Pathetic. Too feeble. Uchiha Kazama brandished his short blade, raising his left hand to form a seal. Lightning release. Godspeed. With a swift release, a layer of white-blue lightning chakra instantly surged around Uchiha Kazama's body. He vanished from his original position without a trace. The members of the root organization surrounding him did not even have time to react before their necks were shattered, blood gushing forth. Over 30 members of the root organization fell victim to Uchiha Kazama's onslaught, losing their lives in an instant. At this moment, only Danzo remained before him. Is he still alive? Tuanzong, do not squander your time. Today shall be your demise. Uchiha Kazama proclaimed, directing the blade in his grasp towards the distant figure of Shimura Danzo. The man who was supposed to be lifeless, Shimura Danzo, lifted his gaze, calmly regarding Uchiha Kazama. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, unbinding the seals upon it, gradually peeling away the bandages. In an instant, a pale arm emerged, adorned with ghastly, menacing eyes. A multitude of Sharingan manifested upon Danzo's arm. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this shocking revelation, especially the members of the Uchiha Clan, whose fury became utterly uncontainable upon witnessing the myriad of eyes. Anger indeed? Ah, the Sharingan. I possess it as well. Moreover, anger is a manifestation of weakness. Since you insist on disregarding my counsel today, then embrace your fate. Wind release, shuriken. After Danzo spoke, he unleashed a barrage of wind-style shurikens. Each shuriken, infused with potent wind chakra, whirled menacingly towards Uchiha Kazama. The formidable wind ninjutsu, coupled with the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan, rendered Danzo a master of control over his wind techniques. Dozens of wind shurikens descended with astonishing velocity. The piercing sound of slicing air reverberated painfully in one's ears. At that moment, the very ground where Uchiha Kazama stood was marred by deep gashes. In the next moment, with a smile still gracing his face, Shimura Danzo's body was abruptly cleaved apart. Blood gushed forth once again. A look of horror flickered in Danzo's eyes. Just moments ago, he had not reacted at all. Now, he could not comprehend how Uchiha Fugaka's attack had struck him. The presence that Danzo once emanated had vanished, only to reappear beside his previous location an instant later. The wounds on his body had also disappeared, yet his arms bore the marks of two eyes that had closed. Izanagi? Are you aware? In truth, Izanagi is a forbidden technique that has long been discarded by our Uchiha clan. This is not due to its overwhelming power, but rather its utter futility. It merely allows for the alteration of a single death, lacking any formidable enhancements. In a scenario where strengths are comparable, it could indeed be considered a divine skill. However, at present, the disparity between your power and mine is far too great. Thus, you are merely perpetually deepening your understanding of death. This self-imposed torment seems rather fitting for you, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kazama regarded the figure of Shimura Danzo before him with a bemused expression. At present, he possessed 9 Sharingan. Therefore, his opponent still had 9 opportunities to face death. Quite remarkable indeed. Uchiha Kazama, you are nothing short of a madman. Now, have you truly believed that in the wake of your actions, there remains a place for the Uchiha clan within the village of Konoha? At that time, you shall be wholly rejected by the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even the daimyo would find it impossible to acknowledge a Hokage such as you. When the time comes, the village's funding will be cut off, and even your Uchiha clan will be unable to sustain a village's operations. Shimura Danzo is in a state of panic. Now, he must devise a method to stabilize Uchiha Kazama. For Shimura Danzo is acutely aware that if he cannot persuade Uchiha Kazama, he will inevitably fall victim to this deranged individual time and again. Having just effortlessly eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has, in a brief span, compelled Danzo to exhaust 2 of his eyes' regenerative abilities. Such terrifying prowess has unequivocally demonstrated one reality. Uchiha Kazama can easily dispatch him repeatedly. Observing the figure of Shimura Danzo before him, Kazama's smile deepens. The same Danzo, who moments ago scorned Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now negotiating terms with Uchiha Kazama. Old dog Danzo, do you truly believe that the words you just uttered can serve as my restraint? I apologize, but today, nothing can hinder your demise. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama unhesitatingly launched another assault on Shimura Danzo. At that moment, Danzo was utterly paralyzed with fear, his heart quaking in terror. The methods of attack employed by Uchiha Kazama were beyond anything he had ever encountered. It was as if Kazama's dagger was poised at his throat, piercing directly through to his very heart. Even with the power of Izanagi at his disposal, he found himself incapable of thwarting Kazama's relentless onslaught. In an instant, he would find himself deprived of an eye by Uchiha Kazama, if it were not for those Sharingan, completely enveloped by the wood-release cells. Shimura Danzo would have no doubt that Uchiha Kazama could swiftly snatch away the eyes from his arm. Would release, hedgehog. In an instant, Danzo felt a surge of impending danger as immense wood-release energy erupted from his arm, shooting out numerous wooden spikes in all directions. Yet, even amidst such a comprehensive defense, Danzo's head was severed in that moment. The once stationary Shimura Danzo transformed into an ethereal shadow, reappearing beside his original position. Once again confronted with death, Danzo's complexion turned ashen. Just moments ago, Uchiha Kazama had not even been near him, and he had sensed no trace of chakra. Yet, Kazama still managed to strike him down. Before Danzo could react, Uchiha Kazama's body suddenly ignited with a dark flame. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, it appears you can no longer contain him. Very well, I shall prepare another opponent for him. Uchiha Kazama directed his gaze to Itachi, who was engaged in battle with Uchiha Fugaku. This individual had actually managed to ward off Fugaku's attack, while simultaneously launching an assault on Kazama, beginning with its Tsukuyomi. This Tsukuyomi was promptly thwarted by Susanoo, only to be sealed away moments later. Subsequently, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl. It was at this juncture that two figures emerged behind Kazama. One was Uchiha Makoto wielding a short blade, and the other was Uchiha Sasuke brandishing a kunai. Mother, Sasuke. Upon seeing these two, Itachi's eyes trembled uncontrollably. Oh, it seems you are aware that within the Uchiha clan, you have both a mother and a brother? And still, you contemplate aiding Konoha's higher-ups in their efforts to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, you truly are a loyal dog of Konoha. Well then, let us test your resolve. I wish to see just how profound your will of fire truly is. Uchiha Kazama concluded, turning directly toward Danzo. Behind him, Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke charged towards Itachi, armed with their weapons. Faced with his mother and brother advancing upon him, Itachi was no longer in the same state he had been while battling Fugaku. Under the onslaught of Makoto and Sasuke, Itachi found himself somewhat restrained, for he understood that both were under Kazama's control. If he were to strike, they would undoubtedly perish. This was a scenario he could not accept. Of course, Itachi's turmoil was of no concern to Uchiha Kazama. His primary target was Shimura Danzo, and his foremost objective was to eliminate him. Just moments after orchestrating the attacks of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke, Kazama once again turned his attention to Danzo. At that moment, Danzo was precariously leaning against the remnants of a collapsed structure. Although he remained alive, the psychological damage he had endured was severe. Most individuals would have succumbed to insanity after facing death so many times. In this regard, Danzo was already beyond the ordinary. Danzo, if you are willing to confess all the sordid deeds you have committed, I may spare your life. However, your eyes must be returned to the Uchiha. Uchiha Kazama gazed at Danzo with a smile, a playful glint in his eyes, as if piercing Danzo with countless blades. Haraha. Ha. Uchiha Kazama, do you intend to use me to solidify your position? You madman, Konoha must never fall into your hands. Those hidden shinobi believe the Uchiha can manage this village properly? After tonight, they will undoubtedly turn against you. The future of Konoha will become the Uchiha's dominion. Is this what you desire? Upon finishing, Danzo unleashed the remaining 5 Sharingan in his arm, casting the Jinjutsu, Izanami. With a series of explosive bursts, the eyes detonated. Staring at Uchiha Kazama, Danzo instinctively recoiled. What was that? Kazama's body emanated the presence of a terrifying demon. Even Izanami was instantly repelled by Kazama's ocular prowess. He had not even had the opportunity to set the conditions before suffering a backlash. Aside from Uchiha Shirsue's eye, all the other Sharingan shattered. Not only had he lost the chance to use his Anaji, but he also faced another mental assault. Truthfully, the fact that Danzo could still stand was indicative of his formidable mental fortitude. Danzo, you dare to cast a Jinjutsu on me. Huh. I'm beginning to wonder whether I have lost my sanity tonight, or if it is you who has. Uchiha Kazama declared, appearing directly before Danzo, reaching out to seize Shirsue's eye and casting it into the system space. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his short blade, pinning Danzo's right arm to the ground. At this point, the remaining members of the Root organization had been nearly eradicated by Uchiha ninjas. Within a mere few hours, Konoha's upper echelons had all been defeated. Danzo, allow me to share some good news with you. When you fall, you will not be alone. Flowing years. Uchiha Kazama called out, and instantly, 3 Uchiha ninjas appeared behind him, bringing 2 individuals along. Koharu. Upon seeing them, Danzo's expression shifted to one of terror. Uchiha Kazama, have you truly lost your mind? Danzo struggled to lift his head to gaze at Uchiha Kazama. Ding. Danzo perceives that the host has gone mad. Reward, Ocular Power 1000, Physique 200. The system's notification chimed in. It seemed that the sight of these two had genuinely startled Danzo. The individuals brought along were none other than Koharu and Midogate Inn, who had been sleeping at home when they were captured by Uchiha ninjas upon sensing the Nine-Tails chakra. Danzo, do you honestly believe there are still others who have yet to arrive? The actions taken by your upper echelons, Do you think the other shinobi are blind? It's simply that we Uchiha have been shielding them, which has led you to the illusion that they would stand by your side. Do you not realize that the absence of any shinobi intervention indicates their stance? And that foolish Uchiha Itachi over there. Can't you comprehend this? How laughable. We Uchiha may be mad, but we are not foolish. Therefore, you can meet your demise. Uchiha Kazama concluded, as the surrounding ordinary shinobi and those from the other clans swiftly comprehended the underlying truth. Just how incompetent were Konoha's upper echelons that the entirety of the village with any sense would not support them? In reality, the earlier illusion they had experienced was not due to the unwavering loyalty of the shinobi. However, they did not wish to create trouble together. After all, the blade had yet to fall upon them. Yet this does not imply that they held any trust in the higher echelons of Konoha. The current outcome has proven everything. Uchiha Kazama, should you choose to slay us all today, then what comes next? Before Tksh Rin could finish her words, she was swiftly dispatched by Uchiha Kazama. This individual had been the first to occupy the Uchiha clan's territory when they were forcibly relocated, developing other ventures in its stead. Within the daily operations of the security department, the ninjas of the Tksh clan frequently provoked and mocked those of the Uchiha security department. Now, before she could utter anything further, she was directly slain by Uchiha Kazama. She bore no Sharingan, no chance of resurrection. She perished immediately. Uchiha Kazama, please do not kill me. I am among the upper echelons of Konoha. If you spare me, I can facilitate contact with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The village's funding will surely not encounter issues. Furthermore, there are numerous industries that our senior officials are currently negotiating. If we perish, there will be no one to oversee these dealings. Even more so, the significant turnover among the upper ranks will tarnish our village's reputation, leading to an inability to receive missions. Spare me. I am of value. My strength and influence pose no threat to your Uchiha clan. Mito gaped and exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. Just moments ago, Tksh Rin had threatened him, yet before she could complete her statement, she met her demise at the hands of Uchiha Kazama. Mito gaped and did not harbor any illusions that Uchiha Kazama would hesitate to kill him. He immediately declared his potential usefulness, desperate to survive. Those who have reached a certain age are often more fearful of death. Even a few additional years of life are worth every effort to secure. Shimura Danzo, do you see? This is the wisdom of those who recognize the times. You have failed to comprehend your own status, persistently coveting that which does not belong to you. For the sake of such trivialities, you have treated the entire Konoha as your personal possession. And what is the result? It has plunged everyone into the petty power struggles birthed from your sordid ambitions. So do you truly believe that now, when abandoned by the village, it is out of fear of me, the madman? Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Upon finishing, his blade was once again raised. Swoosh. As it descended, Mito Gate-un's head fell to the ground. At this moment, Shimura Danzo fully grasped the madness of Uchiha Kazama. Such a person would regard none of the circumstances. His ambitions would not waver for mere trifles. Even though Mito Gate-un had bowed his head and agreed to serve Uchiha Kazama, he was nonetheless slain. What of him, Shimura Danzo? Did he still have a chance? The answer, evidently, was no. Uchiha Kazama, you are undeniably strong, and you possess the means to kill me. However, I am not that fool Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall not grant you any opportunity for regret. Let us descend and meet the past Hokage together. They will reveal to you, the wicked Uchiha, what true righteousness is. Upon uttering these words, Shimura Danzo's right hand erupted with chaotic energy, ensnaring all living beings within a radius of several hundred meters. The white cells of Hashirama, akin to monstrous tentacles, intertwined around them. As they sought to break free, they discovered that these cells were sealed, not only restraining their chakra and bodies, but also siphoning their life force and chakra. Within mere breaths, many succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the tendrils emanating from Uchiha Kazama grew most colossal, for he provided the greatest amount of chakra. The Hashirama cells, having absorbed Uchiha Kazama's chakra, swelled immensely. Now, apart from Uchiha Kazama's head, his body was entirely enveloped. Ha. I know such methods cannot bring about your demise. Now what of this? Shimura Danzo cackled wildly. He then severed his right arm, propelling himself instantaneously before Uchiha Kazama, tearing his clothing to reveal the 4 symbols seal beneath. As the seal emerged, Shimura Danzo's body began to spout blood. Ha. Uchiha Kazama, even if you Just as Shimura Danzo fervently sought to vanish with Uchiha Kazama from this world, his chakra suddenly faltered. The four symbols seal upon his body dissipated, and even the myriad of Hashirama cells began to wilt. The chakra recently absorbed coalesced at the sight of Shimura Danzo's severed arm, sprouting into a great tree. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's body lay cleaved in two, a kunai lodged in his heart. With the demise of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kazama also sealed away his Meingeki Sharingan. Though endowed with the body of Indra, which allows Uchiha Kazama to disregard the aftereffects typically associated with the Meingeki Sharingan, he remains susceptible to ocular fatigue due to excessive use of its powers. It is worth noting that during the recent confrontation that culminated in Danzo's defeat, Uchiha Kazama employed the time-warping blade several times. Similarly, when he unleashed the four-symbol seal, he transcended time and space to vanquish Danzo. Such temporal ocular techniques, while demanding considerable energy, can potentially annihilate an opponent in an instant once their release conditions are met. Uchiha Fugaku, it appears you must summon a bit more resolve. The entire clan is observing your decision with keen interest. Certainly, if you truly find it difficult to take action, I shall intensify the onslaught of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Mikoto, if this is indeed what you wish to witness. Upon concluding his words, Uchiha Kazama reopened his recently closed Meingeki Sharingan. Alongside this, the ocular prowess of both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Sasuke surged as well. Chief, I shall manage this. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and in an instant, blood flowed from his eyes. His formidable ocular power was unleashed with fervor. He understood that at this moment, Uchiha Itachi remained in a state of aggression. There was no turning back. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Kazama could not help but find it somewhat amusing. In his memories, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku had faced the blade of Uchiha Itachi with calm acceptance of their impending demise. Itachi had likely conveyed to them that by eliminating them, the entire Uchiha clan could be preserved. Yet now, it echoed the kind of will of fire espoused by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, a mere facade of words. When the time came for them to sacrifice their lives for the village, their choice was only to resist. What a farcical predicament. After a reckless outpouring of power, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo reached its complete form. A pair of wings manifested behind him, and a long blade appeared in his hand. He charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. In the face of his father's full-force assault, Itachi made his resolution. Father, I implore you, let us together vanquish the demons of the Uchiha. Thus, I must. I am sorry. With that, Uchiha Itachi swiftly drew the Totsuka blade, thrusting it towards Uchiha Fugaku. He knew he must first slay his father to have any hope of confronting Uchiha Kazama. Otherwise, Fugaku stood before him as an insurmountable mountain. Just as the ten-fist sword was about to make contact with Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in Uchiha Itachi's chest. Behind Uchiha Itachi stood Uchiha Kazama. How could you be so ruthless towards your own father, yet persist for the absurd will of fire? What are you truly holding on to? Is it because your own genius cannot tolerate any blemish? Or is it that you are truly so naive as to have been deceived for so long, yet remain unwilling to accept the truth? Or perhaps, have you truly fallen victim to the enchanting illusion of the water-stopping deity? The voice of Uchiha Wenjin resonated behind Uchiha Itachi. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo crumbled. Turning around, he struggled to gaze upon Uchiha Wenjin. A gasp escaped his lips as blood surged forth. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. After all, this was his son, whom he had always trusted and taken pride in. In that recent strike, although Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of the effects of the Ten Kusanagi, he comprehended that following that sword's arc, he might be utterly slain. He had already sensed an overwhelming peril to his existence. Itachi truly desires to end my life. But why? I am your father. My actions towards you were motivated by a desire to protect Mikoto and Sasuke. And what of you? Uchiha Fugaku murmured softly as the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan faded, and the Susanoo dissipated, leaving him somewhat disheveled as he sat upon the ground. Uchiha Itachi, clearly having heard his father's voice, turned slowly. A visage of sorrow etched upon his face as he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku. There was no explanation forthcoming, nor could there be. The path he had chosen was inherently one of despair. Now, standing at such a juncture, perhaps it was destined to be this way. Father, there is little more I can do. You must safeguard the Uchiha clan. From here on, the responsibility is yours. With that, Uchiha Itachi turned his attention to Uchiha Wind Interval. The kaleidoscope Sharingan ignited, spinning rapidly. Tsukuyami. Suddenly, an immense power of the eyes was unleashed, drawing Uchiha Kazama directly into the realm of Tsukuyami. You must perish here, otherwise, both the village and the clan will ultimately vanish under your reckless methods. At that moment, as Uchiha Itachi raised the dagger in his hand, intending to pierce Uchiha Kazama's heart, the surrounding illusion shattered with a thunderous roar and then reassembled. The one who once wielded the dagger transformed into Uchiha Kazama, while Uchiha Itachi found himself bound to a crucifix. The moon in the sky, at that instant, morphed into the shape of Uchiha Kazama's kaleidoscope. Your ocular power is far too feeble. How dare you attempt to draw me into the realm of illusions? As a member of the Uchiha clan, are you not aware that the ocular techniques are determined by the power of one's eyes? Even Kodo Amatsukami, wielded by Shursui Uchiha himself, would prove ineffectual when confronted with a disparity in ocular prowess as vast as ours. All the more so, considering your Jinjutsu shares a kinship with the very nature of my Mangekyo. Itachi Uchiha, the village will persist, and the Uchiha name shall endure. As for you, you shall not be subjected to resentment. Nay, you shall fade into oblivion, your deeds unknown. Ah, yes, your younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. I shall take him as my disciple, and I shall impart upon him the truth of your treachery, that you are a disgrace to the clan, that you even contemplated the murder of your own mother, brother, and father. Now, meet your end with peace of mind. With these words, Kazama Uchiha plunged his tanto relentlessly into Itachi Uchiha's form. The grievous mental assault, coupled with Kazama's pronouncements, shattered Itachi's already fragile psyche. His eyes, once vibrant, now glazed over, devoid of life. Observing Itachi's lifeless state, Kazama Uchiha reached down and deftly extracted the eyes, casting them aside to land beside the corpse of Danzo. As Kazama Uchiha efficiently dispatched Itachi, a throng of Uchiha clansmen converged upon the scene. Simultaneously, Kazama Uchiha released Mikoto Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha from his Jinjutsu. What? Mother, what's happening? Sasuke Uchiha, freshly freed from the illusion, remained disoriented. However, upon catching sight of Itachi lying lifeless nearby, his eyes widened in anguish. Brother! Brother! Uchiha Sasuke instinctively attempted to rush out. In the next moment, however, he was halted by a large hand. Father? Uchiha Sasuke turned around, gazing at Uchiha Fugaku who was pulling him, his face etched with confusion. After all, that was his elder brother. He was the elder brother most cherished by his father, and indeed, his favorite brother as well. Itachi is dead. Uchiha Fugaku spoke softly. Uchiha Mikoto stumbled slightly, yet quickly steadied herself. Although she could not fully comprehend the surrounding circumstances, she could discern enough. The village had endured a battle. Moreover, she recognized the individual beside Itachi. It was Danzo Shimura, one of the senior leaders of Konoha. A mere glance around the battlefield revealed the presence of T-Ka Akamichi, Mito Kan, and Sarutobi Hizashi. All the prominent figures of Konoha had perished here. The members of the Uchiha clan bore the appearance of those who had just emerged from combat. It was evident that the Uchiha clan had taken action and emerged victorious. Regardless of what transpired, she could not falter now. Impossible. How could my brother be dead? He was so powerful. And father, did you not also say that I could never compare to him? How could such a formidable brother meet his end here? Father, you must be deceiving me, right? My brother is deceiving me too. Isn't? You all are. Slap. Before Uchiha Sasuke could finish his sentence, a resounding slap interrupted him. Itachi Uchiha conspired with the leaders of Konoha, intending to execute a plan to annihilate our clan. We discovered this in advance. Out of guilt, I stepped down from the position of clan leader, allowing Uchiha Kazama to assume the role. Just moments ago, Itachi was still aiding the Konoha leaders in their assault against us. Ultimately, he perished in this conflict. Sasuke, you are now the sole son of your father. I hope you understand that if our clan is no more, what connection does our village hold for us? Thus, Uchiha Fugaku did not continue. Suddenly, Otomo appeared in Sasuke's eyes. As the Sharingan activated, coupled with the prior control exerted by Uchiha Kazama, his mind, already fatigued, succumbed to unconsciousness amidst such dual stimuli. Uchiha Mikoto rushed to embrace Sasuke. Let us return and rest. I shall handle matters here. Although Uchiha Fugaku felt utterly exhausted, he knew he must remain present. Otherwise, he might never stand with the Uchiha clan again after whatever unfolded next. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku held no regrets. Itachi's demise enlightened him. If one who wields power is excessively weak, that power becomes a fatal flaw, just as with the previous Uchiha. They possessed strength yet faltered due to internal discord, which ultimately led to their gradual downfall and entrapment. Hence, he must stay. He needed to observe how Uchiha Kazama would respond after this madness. Should he choose the righteous path, Fugaku would not impede him. In fact, he wished to extend his meager strength to assist Uchiha Kazama, as a means of atoning for his previous missteps. As the battlefield was cleared, all Uchiha clan members, whether they had activated their Sharingan or not, began to restore the surrounding structures. The Hokage building must rise swiftly. By the way, to those present, I kindly ask you to inform the leaders of all major clans and any capable ninjas within your clans to converge here. Ryu, please notify the Hyuga clan. Upon finishing, Uchiha Kazama took a seat upon a half-broken boulder. The surrounding ninjas hesitated, for the Uchiha clan had just instigated a coup. Furthermore, the extent of destruction to the village was severe. Most notably, this clan could control the Nine Tails, paired with their erratic actions. Many felt an innate aversion towards the Uchiha. When strength is lacking, resentment and hatred towards the powerful often arise. Such sentiments can be found everywhere. It merely depends on how those in power choose to act. Uchiha Kazama's choice. Additionally, all Chunin and higher-ranked ninjas must gather here shortly. You would do well to heed my words. After speaking, Uchiha Kazama closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Upon hearing his words, some ninjas wore displeased expressions. They were once regarded as the pillars of Konoha during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, yet now, Uchiha Kazama did not even grant them a glance. Yuya-san, you would do well not to act rashly, unless you wish to find yourselves lying on the ground to be dealt with. A common ninja declared before vanishing. He sought to notify the other clans. The three named felt their bodies tremble. What had they been contemplating? He was the madman who had slain all the Konoha leaders in such a short span. How could they harbor thoughts of confronting him? No, it was akin to courting death. Soon, both present and absent ninjas realized one undeniable truth. Konoha had undergone a transformation. Time passed slowly. The early sun cast a golden hue upon the post-battle Hokage office. Uchiha Kazama, adorned with a hint of radiance, gradually lifted his eyelids. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that some clans had lagged behind. Ryu, Natsum, Limu, Roy, please fetch the remaining clan members. Minister Fugaku, kindly ensure that all ninjas not on missions are present. Any who fail to arrive within an hour shall be treated as rogue ninjas. After issuing his tranquil directives, Uchiha Kazama once again closed his eyes. At that moment, he continued to examine his system panel. Throughout the night, the rewards had not ceased. Observing the extensive metrics of his ocular power, he understood why even the Tsukuyomi of the Manjiki Sharingan would rebound against him. His physique, chakra, had already surpassed the level of a Kage. Uchiha Kazama had no doubt that should he activate the 8 gates, he could obliterate the Tsutsuki. What a grand advantage. Why must I follow the script and serve as a mere hound for Konoha? When one possesses power, the focus should be on becoming the master. With that thought, Uchiha Kazama closed the panel. As for the abilities acquired, he would savor them in the battles to come. Glancing at the youth beside him, Uchiha Kazama once more entered his own body. Ah, the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Kazama greeted the waiting Minato Namikaze with enthusiasm. Uchiha Kazama, you promised me. Naruto is not dead. The Nine Tails should not run amok. Before Minato could express his anger or inquiry, Uchiha Kazama calmly interjected. Though Naruto had suffered considerable injury, with the Uzumaki clan's resilience and the Nine Tails chakra, recovery would be swift. He gestured towards the obedient Nine Tails, resembling a small dog. In this situation, he had not violated his prior agreement with Minato. I have seen it all. I hope you will uphold your promise. Certainly. Here's the refined version of your text. Of course, if you deviate from our accord, I shall find a way to eliminate you, declared Minato Namikaze, his countenance grave as he addressed Fugaku Uchiha. Very well. We both understand that such menaces hold no sway over me. At present, your sole recourse is to place your trust in me. With these words, Fugaku gestured dismissively and approached the nine-tailed beast. Thud! He delivered a kick to the beast, which was feigning death on the ground. Indeed, Kurama harbored no desire to engage with either of the two individuals before him. Minato Namikaze had forcibly cleaved him in twain and sealed one half within an infant's form. The other was Fugaku Uchiha, the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, an adversary he could not afford to provoke. Kurama had initially intended to remain inert until their departure, but Fugaku's abrupt kick thwarted his plan. Reluctantly, Kurama rose, fixing his gaze upon the Uchiha, careful not to betray any resentment. "Kurama, relinquish a portion of your essence to me," Fugaku commanded. "Furthermore, endeavor to coexist harmoniously with Naruto in the future. While it is said that tailed beasts are nigh indestructible, I believe I possess means to inflict torment upon you. Therefore, it would behoove you to heed my words." As he spoke, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan manifested. Sensing the overwhelming ocular power emanating from Fugaku, Kurama extended a paw, offering a fraction of his chakra to the Uchiha. "As you wish," Kurama conceded, stifling his indignation and fury. He dared not feign defiance before Fugaku, for he was acutely aware of his own vulnerability against such formidable ocular might. "There, I told you Kurama is quite docile," Fugaku remarked. "Thus, you need not fret. Naruto shall flourish under my tutelage. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall relieve you of the nine-tailed beast residing within you." With these words, Fugaku vanished. Minato Namikaze, observing the compliant demeanor of the nine-tailed beast, contemplated the implications. If Kurama were to accompany Naruto's growth in such a manner, then a smile graced Minato's lips. Perhaps this approach was the most felicitous of all. Subsequently, Minato, too, disappeared. With the departure of the two formidable figures, Kurama finally collapsed onto the ground, savoring a moment of respite. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's compound, esteemed patriarch Uchiha Ryuin has just arrived, a member of the Hyuga's branch family reported, his expression fraught with concern. He conveyed that failure to assemble at the Hokage Tower within half an hour would be construed as an act of treason against the village. As a member of the branch family, he rarely had the privilege of addressing the main family members. Had the matter not been of such dire urgency, he would never have been granted entry to the main hall. "What?" the patriarch exclaimed. "This Uchiha clan is becoming excessively audacious. Not even the third Hokage dared to treat the Hyuga clan in such a manner." "Indeed, patriarch, we must not yield to their demands," another chimed in. "I refuse to believe that the Uchiha have truly gone mad and would dare to attack us. If they were to do so, they would surely incite the rebellion of all the other clans." "Precisely, rather than attempting to appease us, the Uchiha exhibit such insolence," a third added. "We must not comply." Unlike the Uchiha clan, where Fugaku Uchiha enjoyed the support of conservatives, affording him some leeway, Hiashi Hyuga found himself undermined by the elders within his own clan. In the Hyuga clan, decisions were primarily made through consultations between the patriarch and the elders, leaving Hiashi with limited autonomy. Even the death of his own brother had been beyond his control. It was precisely for this reason that Hiashi held such high expectations for Hinata, hoping that she would amass sufficient strength to dismantle the distinction between the main and branch families. "If you choose to remain, then remain," Hiashi declared, his voice resolute. "The Uchiha have demonstrated their capacity to eradicate the four prominent clans of Konoha. If you wish to confront them at this juncture, I shall not object. I shall proceed ahead." Without contesting their sentiments, Hiashi rose and strode towards the exit. The elders were momentarily stunned by Hayashi's unexpected response. How could Hiashi? Soon, they realized that Hiashi had not only departed himself, but had also taken his confidence from the Hyuga clan with him. Despite their bellicose rhetoric, the elders, witnessing Hayashi's departure, reluctantly rose and, accompanied by their branch family members, made their way towards the Hokage Tower. Within the hour, nearly every ninja capable of drawing breath had congregated. Due to the emergence of the nine-tailed beast, all civilians and children had been evacuated to underground shelters. The Uchiha stood behind Fugaku Uchiha. The remnants of the battle were still visible, but the corpses had been removed. An atmosphere of tension and the lingering scent of blood permeated the air, assailing the senses of the assembled ninja. "Esteemed Patriarch, the majority of registered Chunin in Konoha have arrived," Uchiha Ryuin announced, holding a roster in his hand. 102 are currently engaged in missions outside the village, and 8 have yet to arrive and are not listed among the casualties of the recent battle. "Very well, dispatch a team to retrieve those 8, Fugaku instructed calmly. Their disregard for the village's directives suggests they are spies from a rival village. Upon their arrival, execute them without delay. As you command." Uchiha Ryuin and a squad of Uchiha ninja vanished. Fugaku's words sent a chill down the spines of the assembled ninja. In his pronouncements, the execution of several ninja seemed as trivial as drinking water. Moreover, he summarily condemned them without trial. Such ruthless and sanguinary tactics instilled a sense of dread within them. Had they hesitated even slightly in their compliance? Perhaps. Indeed, they harbored no doubts about the veracity of Fugaku's words. After all, he was the man who had annihilated the 4 prominent ninja clans of Konoha in a single night. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the remaining ninja rose and dispersed. Despite their earlier bravado, they had no desire to remain and face the consequences. Half an hour later, the former site of the Hokage Tower teemed with nearly every ninja still present in the village, including those who had initially refused to attend. Now bound and kneeling on the ground, their chakras sealed. The Uchiha Clan members who arrived later were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. These ninja refused to participate in the village's collective assembly, Fugaku declared, rising to his feet. They are hereby deemed traitors to the village and shall be executed forthwith. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade and decapitated all 8 individuals. They perished before they could even react. Very well, now I shall address a matter of import. Fugaku continued. The Konoha leadership, driven by self-interest, has obstructed the village's progress and sought to oppress the esteemed Uchiha Clan. Upon discovering their machinations, we retaliated and purged these miscreants. At present, the Hidden Leaf Village is devoid of a leader. I, Uchiha Kazama, hereby nominate myself as the 5th Hokage, who stands in support and who is opposed. The blood still drips from the blade of my long sword as I declare my intention to ascend to the position of Hokage. Upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. This individual is truly a madman. The village has just endured such events. And instead of contemplating how to manage the situation to ensure the Uchiha clan can thrive within the community, he immediately seeks the position of Hokage. In an instant, silence envelopes the scene. No one utters a word. It appears that everyone has tacitly accepted my ascension as the 5th Hokage. Thus, I shall proceed to. I oppose. Just as Uchiha Kazama was about to continue speaking, a soft voice interrupted him. Hinata? Uchiha Kazama squinted his eyes, directing his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's position. At that moment, a middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Kazama. He stood there, exuding an air of confidence. For he wagered that Uchiha Kazama would not dare to act against him. With so many people present, no matter how reckless Uchiha Kazama might be, if he wished to ascend to the position of Hokage, he would require the support of these ninja clans. If Uchiha Kazama were to make a move against the Hyuga, then Hyuga Hayashi would not remain indifferent. Oh, does the statement made by this unnamed individual, the leader of the Hyuga clan, truly reflect the sentiments of your esteemed Hyuga family? Uchiha Kazama completely disregarded the middle-aged ninja, instead directing his gaze towards Hyuga Hisashi. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi wore an expression of utter discontent. Is this fellow truly a fool? I apologize, but it seems there is no content provided for me to refine and translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. So many people remained silent, yet he insisted on standing up to be the one who speaks first. Each person's statement from the Hyuga clan reflects their individual perspective, not the sentiments of the family as a whole. At least in my case, I hold no objections to your ambition of becoming Hokage. Hinata Hisashi spoke up directly. This is an opportunity. Hinata Hisashi understood that perhaps he would not even need to wait for Hinata to grow stronger. He might resolve the issues concerning the branch and main families himself. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, Hinata left. I was taken aback. He never anticipated being betrayed by the very leader of his clan. So that is how it is. You are educated on information available until October 2023. Very well, I shall be able to make a choice. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, he vanished from sight. In an instant, he seized Hinata's left eye and forcefully slammed it into the ground. With his face captured by Uchiha Kazama, Hinata was rendered unable to speak, his limbs thrashing wildly in desperation. Uchiha Kazama, you cough. Before Hinata Hisashi could elaborate, Uchiha Kazama unleashed his power instantaneously. It should be known that, at this juncture, Uchiha Kazama's physical prowess had already surpassed that of any other being in the entire shinobi world. Hinata's left eye exploded, splattering the surroundings with a crimson hue. Very well, the dissenter has now been eliminated. Are there any other objections? Uchiha Kazama rose to his feet, surveying the individuals around him. A warm smile graced his face, yet as noon approached, an unsettling chill permeated the hearts of those who beheld it. It felt as though they were being scrutinized by some creature lurking in the abyss. Previously, other ninjas, stirred by Hinata's left eye, had shown signs of dissent. But now they averted their gazes, fearful of drawing Uchiha Kazama's attention and facing dire consequences. It appeared that no one dared to oppose him any longer. On the other hand, puffed. Yet another member of the Hyuga clan stood up. He was the father of Hyuga Moku. Witnessing his son being brutally slain before his eyes, unable to contain the raging fury within him, he charged recklessly towards Uchiha Kazama. As his hand descended, it passed straight through Kazama's body. Was this the divine instantaneous body? However, Hinata Min was somewhat taken aback. His Byakugan revealed that the figure before him was indeed the true body of Uchiha Kazama. He could even perceive the immense chakra coursing through the intricate pathways within his body. Yet, it seemed that the Hyuga clan harbored considerable prejudice against me. Well then, esteemed Fifth Lord, I just stated that any opinions held by members of the Hyuga clan merely reflect their individual perspectives. I, Hinata Hyuga, hereby propose Uchiha Kazama to be the 5th Hokage. Without waiting for Uchiha Kazama to continue, Hyuga Hisashi swiftly shouted. Upon hearing Hisashi's words, the remaining members of the Hyuga clan, regardless of the discontent brewing within their hearts, could only bow their heads in submission. They dared not voice any of their innermost thoughts. Uchiha Kazama's propensity to threaten the annihilation of other clans had already been laid bare before them. What of the numerous shinobi clans present here? What does it matter that there are so many ninjas here? Just moments ago, Hinata left his objective behind. Now, within the Hyuga clan, he is seized by the neck by Uchiha Kazama, rendered utterly defenseless. Other clans of shinobi, as well as their fellow ninja, all kept their heads bowed, revealing no inclination to speak or act. The Uchiha, a presence wielding formidable power, was now utterly unrestrained. Moreover, to attempt to obstruct the Uchiha in such circumstances would be akin to courting death. Is that so? I have faith in the leader of the Hyuga clan. Lightning release. Uchiha Kazama tightened his grip, enveloping Hinata's form in a crackling storm of lightning. With his throat constricted, Hinata could not muster a single cry as his last breath escaped him. Uchiha Kazama's brutal methods instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. For the moment, refraining from defiance seemed the only path to survival. We, the Nara clan, hereby endorse Uchiha Kazama as the 5th Hokage. We, the clan of the mountains. We, the Akimichi clan. We, the Inuzuka clan, hereby nominate Uchiha Kazama to become the 5th Hokage. In that moment, the various ninja clans, along with the assembled shinobi from the surrounding areas, collectively made the most judicious decision. Some hesitant ninjas, though silent, refrained from dissent. I extend my gratitude for your trust. In light of the absence of the higher-ups in Konohagakure, let us bypass the matter of succession. Now, I shall commence with the new appointments. Nara Shikaku, appointed as the Hokage's aide, assists the Hokage in managing the daily affairs of Konoha. Uchiha Kazama slowly began to speak. Upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's words, Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly stepped forward and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, esteemed Hokage. After Narashika spoke, he then stepped aside. The assistant of the Hokage. Such a position wields considerable power. The individual who previously occupied this role was Danzo, operating from the shadows. However, he was never formally appointed. Nara Shikaku harbored numerous speculations. The most likely scenario was that the Uchiha clan intended to consolidate all authority within Konoha into their own hands. Yet, astonishingly, the very first appointment made upon assuming power was to designate him as the Hokage's aide. Upon receiving this news, Nara Shikaku felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, as if he had misheard. The second appointment was Yamanaka Inoichi, who would serve as the head of the intelligence department, overseeing the interrogation unit. The leader of the interrogation unit would remain Ibiki Marino. Uchiha Kazama then spoke up. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. Yamashiro Kai and Ibiki also stepped forward. Thirdly, Inuzuka Tsum, the captain of the Konoha Guard Corps, and Yamanaka Shikaku, the vice captain. The Konoha Medical Department has been restructured, with the head minister temporarily appointed, and the deputy minister being Isai. As various departments were assigned, one crucial position remained unfilled, the Konoha Guard Department. The head of the Konoha Guard Department, Hyuga Hisashi. The reorganization of the Guard Department will be led by the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi stood frozen in place. Had he misheard? No, he had indeed heard his name and the name of his clan. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hisashi said seriously as he stepped forward. The position of the Guard Department is indeed significant. However, due to the previous actions of the Uchiha clan and their internal issues, compounded by the high-level decisions made. The reputation of the guard department within the village has suffered greatly, leading to mutual depletion of trust. There's no need to rush into gratitude. Minister Hisashi, I have something to address. You should abolish that so-called caged bird system in your clan. Only then can the full potential of the Hyuga clan be revealed, rather than allowing the inept to occupy positions of power simply due to their lineage, while the true talents remain constrained. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. His words detonated within Hyuga Hisashi's mind. The caged bird. The distinction between the main family and the branch family. Now, Uchiha Kazama had suddenly brought this issue to light. I oppose this. Even though we have supported your ascension to the role of 5th Hokage, this matter is an internal issue belonging to the Hyuga clan. The Hokage has no right to interfere. At this moment, an elder from the main family of the Hyuga clan stood up, his face filled with fury. Uchiha Kazama had not only brutally eliminated their clansmen, but now sought to meddle in the fundamental decisions of the Hyuga clan. This was a decision made to protect the purity of their bloodline limit. Some elders of the main family began to shout in protest, seemingly forgetting that 2 of their elders had just been slain. Enough. What do you mean by protecting the bloodline limit? Such excuses are audacious. Is it not merely to maintain your so-called main family's interests by suppressing the branch family? Would it not be better to strengthen yourselves and eliminate those who covet the Byakugan? Do you think only the Hyuga clan possesses a bloodline limit? Have we Uchiha ever needed a caged bird to protect our bloodline limit? When Danzo stole our clan's eyes, I dealt with him directly. For anyone else attempting to disrupt us, they would face the same fate. We do not persecute our own kin. By the way, I am informing you, not seeking your opinion. Uchiha Kazama's calm voice echoed. The surrounding civilian ninjas and clan ninjas looked on in stunned silence at Uchiha Kazama and the Hyuga clan. It appeared the Hyuga clan had become a target. Indeed, the actions of the Uchiha were not as pure as they seemed. The Hyuga clan, known as the foremost family of Konoha, appeared to be facing a direct assault from the Uchiha. Realizing this, many instinctively distanced themselves from the Hyuga clan, quickly isolating them. Now, the members of the Hyuga clan present exhibited a mix of confusion among the branch family and anger among the main family. Let us adhere to the Hokage's arrangements. Hyuga Hisashi quickly spoke up. This was not only for the sake of his plans, but also to protect his clansmen. Hisashi understood that if the family members continued to defy Uchiha Kazama, they might lose any opportunity to accept his arrangements. At that moment, Uchiha Kazama's gaze fell upon Hyuga Hisashi. Minister Hisashi, you are a wise individual. The nature of this situation is yours to navigate. As those elders from your clan stated, this is an internal matter. However, should it affect the overall combat power of the village, I have the obligation to intervene. Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly, prompting some of the previously agitated elders of the Hyuga clan to fall silent. If they continued to argue, they would only be slapping their own faces. As for how to handle matters moving forward, they would discuss it upon returning to their clan grounds. Now, I shall address one final matter. For the next 3 years, all ninjas in Konoha will receive 100 of the remuneration for the tasks they complete. Furthermore, immediately after task completion, I will open a redemption window in the task department. Task points can be exchanged for money, weapons, ninjutsu. Anything the village possesses can be redeemed here. Additionally, there will even be Hokage experience cards. As long as your points are sufficient, you can exchange for anything you desire from the village. To strengthen Konoha, we will all need to work together moving forward. Uchiha Kazama declared, his voice rising with fervor. The civilian ninjas, who initially thought this village meeting had no bearing on them, now gazed with shining eyes. Tasks. Let's go accept tasks. Hurry, the task department should be opening now. Let's go. In an instant, these ninjas vanished from the gathering. Ordinary ninjas differed from clan ninjas. The latter typically had their own businesses to generate income aside from task acceptance. However, over 80 of the ordinary ninjas' income came from village tasks. Therefore, Uchiha Kazama's announcement of waiving any task commissions for 2 years meant a significant increase in income for them. The task department had been prepped by Uchiha Kazama's arrangements the night before. Despite the upheaval in the village's upper echelons, the task department remained unaffected. Once the civilian ninjas departed, the gaze of the clan ninjas turned towards Uchiha Kazama. Fugaku, you are now appointed as the head of the Umbu. You must transfer all matters concerning the guard department to Minister Hisashi. Uchiha Ryan, you are responsible for leading the Uchiha clansmen back to the original clan grounds and rebuilding the Hokage building. The rest of you should begin working from home according to your positions. With that, Uchiha Kazama disappeared from the scene. As he left, the crowd remained in stunned silence, unable to process the magnitude of the changes unfolding. Kai, Dingzhu, I will attend to village matters now. You should adapt quickly. I have a feeling that Konoha is on the brink of significant transformation. Nara Shikaku inhaled deeply before turning to leave. Other clan members followed suit and exited. Hyuga Hisashi, under the bewildered, angry, and confused gazes of his clansmen, led them back to the clan grounds. In the Hyuga clan's conference room, the clan leader questioned, "Why did you agree to Uchiha Kazama's demands? Once this caged bird is liberated, our clan of the sun will no longer possess any assurances regarding our bloodline limits." An elder from the Hinata clan, suppressing his anger, slowly spoke. "Indeed, if you, as the clan leader, cannot ensure the welfare of our family, then you should relinquish this position of leadership." Once again, an elder has spoken. They have long grown accustomed to relying on the family as support, enjoying the benefits of this dependency and adhering to its dictates. Now, the abrupt proposal to liberate the caged birds and strip them of their esteemed status within the clan is something that a significant portion of them simply cannot accept. The atmosphere has swiftly devolved into a state of chaos. The elders have collectively adopted a rhetoric urging Hinata to refuse the notion of freeing the caged birds. Otherwise, he must relinquish his position as clan leader. So, is this the consensus among you all? Rhyming. Please compile a list of those who oppose the release of the caged birds. I shall respect your opinions and relinquish my position as the clan leader. As for my branch of the family, I will set all the caged birds free. You may decide how to proceed. After Hinata Hayashi finished speaking, he rose and departed from the gathering. Upon returning home, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. "Father?" Hinata timidly peeked out from one side, gazing at Hyuga Hisashi. "Come here, Hinata," Hisashi said, a smile gracing his face upon noticing her presence. At the sight of Hisashi's warm smile, Hinata momentarily froze. Yet, she quickly ran to stand before him. At that moment, she had already changed into her training attire, for soon her brother Niji would arrive for their sparring session. "Father," Hinata murmured, a hint of trepidation lacing her words. Ever since she could remember, her father had never smiled. This gentle expression felt surreal, instilling a sense of unease within her, as if something were amiss with him. "Do not worry, Hinata. From now on, you may train at your own pace and in your own way. I will not pressure you," Hisashi reassured her, his smile unwavering. "Moreover, Niji will be living with us from now on." Just then, a sound disrupted their conversation, drawing their attention to the entrance where Niji stood, clearly having overheard their exchange. "Niji, come over. We shall have dinner together shortly." Before Hisashi could finish his sentence, a small figure crawled across the floor, revealing Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, who was followed closely by Hisashi's wife. Aware of the recent family developments, she wholeheartedly supported Hisashi's decision. "I shall go prepare the meal. Niji, please take Hinata to train. Once you finish, you can take a bath and come over for dinner. I have already prepared a change of clothes for you." After Hinata's mother spoke, she embraced Hanabi and departed. Niji, after Hinata reached out and grasped Niji Hyuga's hand, he finally came to his senses. What has transpired? Each time he visits, he accompanies Lady Hinata for training before departing. However, after dinner, Hyuga Hisashi did not conceal anything from Hyuga Niji. Niji is a child of remarkable talent, having witnessed his father's death at a tender age, which has accelerated his emotional maturity. He consistently presents a composed demeanor, possibly as a means of self-protection, exuding a cold exterior towards the outside world. Nevertheless, in terms of training and prowess, he has already demonstrated formidable talent, surpassing even his father, Hyuga Hayashi, and his uncle, Hyuga Hisashi, by a significant margin. If not for the constraints of the caged bird, Niji would undoubtedly become an even more powerful being in a short span of time. To lift the caged bird? Chief, why? Upon hearing these words, Hinata Niji abruptly rose to his feet, his pale eyes trembling slightly. At this moment, Niji had yet to attain the rank of a genin. A cloth strip adorned his forehead, concealing the caged bird's seal. In a sudden motion, Niji tore away the fabric, revealing the unsightly mark to the gaze of those present. Upon witnessing the caged bird seal for the first time, Hinata instinctively covered her mouth. She had long believed that Niji disdained her for her perceived weakness. However, the recent revelations from Hyuga Hayashi had imparted a wealth of understanding upon her. It became apparent that Niji had been burdened by the past, acknowledging that he could not alter what had transpired. His resolve was now to assist them in their growth, believing that once they had attained sufficient strength, they could shatter the shackles of their family's outdated customs. Yet, the fifth Hokage had already mandated the dismantling of the caged bird seal, a directive to which Neji had acquiesced. He was undeterred by the objections of the elders within the clan. "Let us first partake in our meal," Neji spoke Hyuga Hayashi, resuming his quiet dining. Neji stood frozen, grappling with confusion as the anger that had once set his body trembling subsided. He gazed at Hyuga Hayashi, who was calmly eating, and at Hinata, who cast her eyes upon him. His emotions swirled chaotically. On one hand, the steadfastness he had maintained over the years seemed to dissolve into farce, yet on the other, the prospect of liberating himself from the caged bird seal brought an unexpected sense of hope. Neji found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to confront Hyuga Hayashi. The unwavering determination that had propelled him forward now lay in disarray. "Neji, he is indeed my beloved younger brother. He is not merely your father," Hinata Hizashi spoke softly. Though his words carried little emotional weight, those two relaxed sentences stirred a tempest within Hyuga Neji's heart. "Uncle, I understand." Neji ceased to bind the cloth further and cast it aside, returning to the dining table. In that utterance of uncle, Hizashi's resolve was solidified. He wished never to experience the profound sorrow of the past again, nor to allow his descendants to endure it. After the meal, Hizashi promptly released Neji from his confinement. Freed from his cage, Neji noticed a remarkable transformation in his Byakugan. His perception and vision became exceedingly clearer. "Go, practice with Hinata. You need not return tonight. I shall prepare your room. You can stay here from now on. After all, we are family." After Hinata Hizashi concluded his words, he slowly rose and departed from the scene. Although he could no longer dictate the family's decisions, his concern remained palpable, for he was still a member of the clan. 3 days elapsed. The Hokage building was rapidly constructed amidst the fervent endeavors of the ninjas. At this juncture, the Hokage cloak belonging to Uchiha Kazama had also been delivered. Once donned, it indeed exuded an aura of elegance, albeit somewhat hindering in combat. Currently, the finances of Konoha were encountering difficulties. The previous damage to structures, combined with the expenses incurred from mission assignments, had depleted the remaining funds. To ensure the village's continued normal development, it was imperative to swiftly apply for additional financial resources. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming number of tasks being accepted, there are currently no tasks available. Consequently, the number of ninjas in the village has dwindled as well. Subsequently, Nara Shikaku expressed all the issues currently plaguing Konoha. "Is there a shortage of funds? Isn't the spending of the village the responsibility of the daimyo?" Uchiha Kazama cast a peculiar glance at Nara Shikaku. He paid little heed to financial matters, for the daimyo required the village's combat strength for protection. If a nation's ninja village had lost its defensive capabilities, then these so-called daimyo would become mere prey to other ninja villages. Thus, the daimyo generally ensures that the village's development encounters minimal issues, primarily providing support. Once a village ceases to exist, the safety of the daimyo also becomes jeopardized, making it difficult to confront invasions from other countries. News from the daimyo had already arrived, indicating that due to unresolved internal issues within Konoha, financial support would be temporarily withheld. "We must resolve the village's problems before they will provide us with funding. This situation has indeed been affected by the deaths of the higher-ups." Nara Shikaku appeared helpless, but beneath that helplessness lay greater concern. He feared that Uchiha Kazama might suddenly lose his composure and take drastic action. If, within a week, no funds were allocated, then the safety of the daimyo and the ministers of the Land of Fire would no longer be Konoha's responsibility. The daimyo, if not for the need to manage the country and provide funds, would have no reason to exist. If they refuse to provide funding, then let them vanish. Uchiha Kazama lamented, feeling a headache coming on. The documents before him seemed insurmountable. Did the Hokage truly need to manage the daily lives of widows in the village? Ding. Nara Shikaku thinks you're insane. Insight 500, Mysterious Pass has not been activated. With the sound of the system notification, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. What kind of power did the daimyo possess to control a ninja village? During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had defeated all surrounding clans. Simply put, in the Land of Fire, every notable clan and village had felt the threat of existence under the gaze of Uchiha Sharingan. Even the Senju clan was not exempt. Observing the appearance of the reward, Uchiha Kazama sighed. Such matters were somewhat frustrating. After all, Many things had become ingrained in people's minds, to the extent that they could not conceive of what should be a normal situation. Shikaku, assist me. Go ahead and arrange matters accordingly. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, Nara Shikaku sighed and nodded before exiting the Hokage's office. In the land of rivers. Big, big, big. 1, 2, 3. 6 points small. Lady Tsunade, you owe us 8 million ryo now. Shall we continue? The dealer, grinning, opened the dice cup, gazing at the blonde beauty, Tsunade. Continue. I refuse to believe it. 80 times small in a row. Let's go again. Tsunade's face was filled with displeasure. She considered herself a goddess of gambling, and losing continuously was simply intolerable. Lady Tsunade, outside. Shizun, don't disturb me. I refuse to believe it. This time it will be small. Tsunade interrupted Shizun irritably. At this moment, her eyes were reddened, making one wonder if she was about to awaken her Sharingan. I'll bet on big. 1 million ryo. Just then, a familiar voice reached Tsunade's ears. Jiraiya? Tsunade turned to see Jiraiya appearing behind her, a frown crossing her face. Open. 4, 6, 6. It's 6 points big. The dealer revealed the numbers inside the cup. Lady Tsunade, we currently owe you an additional 2 million ryo. And here is 1 million ryo for you. The dealer stammered, handing chips to both individuals. The legendary goddess of gambling, Lady Tsunade, always had a white-haired man, Jiraiya, by her side. His presence signified that Tsunade would soon win. Thus, the dealer felt a sense of worry. If Tsunade won, he would no longer have a job and could even face dire consequences from his employer. You came to find me for a reason, right? Let us go. It's time to cash out. Shizun, I told you it would come out small, Tsunade said, gleefully clutching her winnings as she left the establishment. Winning felt undeniably exhilarating. If Jiraiya had appeared when she was losing, he would likely have faced her wrath. Soon, the two arrived at a dining establishment. After sitting down and ordering, Tsunade produced a jug of sake. Speak. Did you come here to persuade me to return to the village? Tsunade remarked, bringing the jug to her lips for a sip. Not at all. I came to discuss some issues that have arisen in the village. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade with a hint of helplessness. Over the years, aside from pursuing Orochimaru, he had been attempting to convince Tsunade to return to the village. Those past events had long since passed, and Jiraiya still hoped Tsunade could let go and move forward towards her own future rather than remaining immersed in memories. However, each attempt at persuasion had met with failure. The village's affairs. I have no interest or concern. If you stay, let us enjoy a meal together and drink. If you wish to discuss village matters, prepare to be thrown out. Tsunade retorted, clearly irritated. She despised hearing about the village during meals. She had no desire to return to that place, which had once brought her happiness but was now irrevocably changed. Her closest friends had all passed away, and the once peaceful village had become a mere pawn in the hands of others. Such a village was one she had no intention of returning to. Contemplating this, Tsunade raised the jug to her lips once more. This was precisely why she wished to avoid seeing Jiraiya. Every encounter triggered memories she preferred to forget. The old man is dead. Jiraiya inhaled deeply before relaying the events that had unfolded in Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's hand trembled around the jug. Shizun, upon absorbing the information, cradled her pig and exited the private room, as the matters to follow and Tsunade's reaction were not suitable for his presence. Inside the room, silence ensued for a moment. Is it because of Shimura Danzo? Tsunade's tone turned icy. The relationship between Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had always been delicate. Moreover, in Tsunade's view, Danzo was likely the only one capable of eliminating Hiruzen. This man was exceedingly sinister, should he manage Konoha. The village could very well transform into a den of assassins. The various ninja clans are likely to be implicated as well. No, that's not the case. Danzo is dead too. Jiraiya shook his head and slowly began to speak. What? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. Such a turn of events had far surpassed his expectations. Both the Hokage of Konoha and the leader of the Root organization have perished. It was the Uchiha who struck. Reports indicate that the higher-ups of Konoha were preparing for a genocide plan against the Uchiha, which they became aware of. The genius within the Uchiha, whom you know as well, Uchiha Kazama, activated his Manjiki Sharingan and directly took control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, launching a coup against the village. In a single night, the entire upper echelons of Konoha were slaughtered. Now, Uchiha Kazama has ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya conveyed the intelligence he had gathered to Tsunade. Upon hearing such news, Tsunade was left in a daze. Had the Uchiha clan truly been driven to this extent? With the Uchiha seizing power in a frenzied manner. This was an unforeseen circumstance for Tsunade. What are you planning to do now? Are you going back to confront the Uchiha? Did you summon me back to the village for this purpose? Tsunade sighed heavily and spoke slowly. At this moment, her previous casual demeanor had vanished, and her eyes were now fixed intently on Jiraiya. I do not possess ample information about the current state of the village. I am unaware of the changes the Uchiha have implemented since their rise to power. Therefore, could you accompany me back to the village to investigate? If the Uchiha manage things well, then... Jiraiya refrained from continuing that line of thought and instead turned to Tsunade. These matters were imperative for him to address. He had stopped by to inquire about her while passing through this country. If Tsunade could return with him, then... Tsunade fell silent once more. The gravity of the situation indeed rendered it perilous for Jiraiya to go back alone. However, Tsunade... Jiraiya, if I were to instruct you not to concern yourself with village affairs, would you be able to comply? Tsunade spoke slowly, her gaze revealing a sense of inquiry. No. Regardless of whether you wish for me to accompany you back to the village, I will return. Jiraiya poured himself a glass of sake from a flask. The two fell into silence once again. Soon, the meal arrived. After dining, Jiraiya observed Tsunade's somewhat indifferent expression and chose not to say much. After settling the bill, he departed. He needed to hasten his return to ascertain the village's circumstances. As for Tsunade, Jiraiya had already apprised her of the situation. Her choices were hers to make. He would not impose his will upon her, nor could he. After all, Tsunade's punches could be quite painful. After Jiraiya left, Shizune entered the private room. Lady Tsunade, should we remain here any longer? Having spent considerable time with Tsunade, Shizune could easily discern her current thoughts. There is no need to return. If Jiraiya truly cannot manage, he will come looking for me again, Tsunade replied, tousling her hair. She then stood and exited the establishment. 2 days later, within the confines of the village's barrier, figures darted through the dense forest. Lord Asuma, if we return to the village now, won't we be directly killed by the Uchiha? Moreover, with only a dozen of us, our immediate course of action should be to seek assistance from the daimyo. You have spent time by the daimyo's side. Surely you can gain his favor. A ninja addressed the man before him, his face betraying some hesitation. The man in question was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had been on a mission when the night of the upper echelon's annihilation occurred. By the time he heard the news, it was already the 3rd day. The delay in his return was due to Asuma realizing that he could not confront the Uchiha alone. Thus, he had been seeking out other ninjas who were also on missions. After days of effort, he managed to gather several squads and successfully persuaded them to accompany him back. Yet, the thought of the Uchihas might make these ninjas somewhat apprehensive. After all, they were the ones who had obliterated the entire upper echelon of Konoha. As for why he chose to return now, Asuma knew that if the Uchiha solidified their power, there would be no need for him to return at all. Just then, a rustling sound echoed around them. Soon, a dozen ninjas surrounded them. Inuzuka K, Yamanaka Shizen? Asuma recognized the two leading ninjas immediately. After all, they were from clans he had previously encountered. Their appearance signified that the village's defensive forces had undergone a change, now comprising these two perceptive ninjas. Asuma Sarutobi, you don't appear to be on the same mission as us, do you? What brings you and your companions here? Yamanaka Shizune spoke sternly. They were now responsible for safeguarding the village. Noticing Asuma, the son of the Hokage, returning with a group of ninjas raised suspicions in Shizune's mind. Asuma's anger flared. These were once the ninjas who had stood behind him. When rumors circulated about him potentially becoming the 5th Hokage, many from other clans were eager to associate with him. While they were not his followers, they were certainly friendly. Yet now, they stood here questioning him. This was unacceptable to the proud Asuma. The issues concerning the village's upper echelons are not for us to meddle in. The current Hokage is Uchiha Kazama. Therefore, I kindly ask you to accompany me to meet the Hokage. Should you resist, you will be considered traitors to the village, and we will take firm measures against you. Yamanaka Shizune stated calmly. Asuma's lofty demeanor and unprovoked arrogance were displeasing to Shizune. They had tolerated him only because Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage, but now, there was no longer a need to indulge him. It seemed you have become a disruptor of the village. If that is the case, shall we take action? Just as Asuma prepared to deliver a vehement retort, a mocking voice interrupted him. Uchiha Ruin. Upon seeing the Uchiha ninja appear, Asuma's heart raced. Why had the Uchiha arrived so swiftly? Furthermore, besides Uchiha Ruin, Uchiha Roy was also present. Both were Asuma's contemporaries, and he had never managed to surpass them. In the entire academy, only the Uchiha dared to disregard his status as the Hokage's son. Even so, there were many occasions when actions were directed against him. This also led to Sarutobi Asuma harboring a long-standing disdain for the Uchiha clan. Now, with both of them present, along with the Uchiha ninjas behind them, Asuma's anger began to boil. Yamanaka Shirkato remarked that if they could reselect their alliances, he would not pursue the matters of the past. Furthermore, he had already contacted the daimyo, who assured him that as long as he could reorganize the village, the daimyo would continue to support Konoha. Currently, Konoha Fire Release, Flame Dragon. Without waiting for Sarutobi Asuma to finish his words, Uchiha Ruinin unleashed a fire release technique at him. Simultaneously, the surrounding Uchiha ninjas drew their short blades and launched an assault on the dozen or so individuals present. Yamanaka Shirkato hesitated momentarily before joining the fray against Asuma's group. Asuma, who initially intended to engage in verbal sparring, felt his eyes widen in fury and swiftly leaped backward. Fire release, ash pile burning. With a massive cloud of dust expelled from his mouth, the sound of an explosion and the ensuing dust engulfed the scene before him. Asuma understood that to rally other ninjas against the Uchiha, he had to secure victory in this battle. Drawing 2 chakra blades, he charged forward, hoping to obscure the advantages bestowed by the Uchiha Sharingan within the thick dust. Once enveloped in the haze, Asuma set his sights on the nearby Uchiha Roy and launched himself at him. Wielding a short blade imbued with wind chakra, it sliced through the surrounding dust like a divine weapon. Clang! Uchiha Roy's short blade met Asuma's strike with a resounding clash, the force of their collision pushing Roy back. Without pausing, Asuma spun in midair, launching himself upward. The wind chakra blade in his hand erupted, granting him a surge of speed. Like a streak of light, he descended upon Uchiha Roy. Lightning release, Great Thunder Hammer. Uchiha Roy inhaled deeply as arcs of lightning chakra coalesced upon his short blade, transforming it into a formidable hammer. Wind release, you say? Let us see if your cutting power can withstand my thunderous might. Uchiha Roy's resolve solidified, his Sharingan glaring like a tiger awaiting its prey. With explosive force in his legs, he prepared to strike down at the airborne Sarutobi Asuma. Bam! A thunderous impact resonated as the overwhelming force dispersed the surrounding dust. Their attacks held in a standoff in the air. Hey! Uchiha Roy suddenly broke into a grin. As the dust cleared, the scene was fully revealed. Within mere minutes of combat, all the ninjas that Asuma had brought back lay lifeless in pools of blood. They were utterly annihilated. As for the Uchiha side, apart from 2 lightly wounded individuals who would heal without immediate medical attention, the rest appeared unscathed. Sarutobi Asuma, do you believe Konoha still has a place for you and your clan? Just as the higher-ups once sought to eradicate the Uchiha from the village, now Konoha has no territory left for the Sarutobi. After Uchiha Roy's proclamation, the chakra atop his hammer transformed, surging forward like lightning serpents towards Sarutobi Asuma. Sensing the overwhelming chakra of the lightning release, Asuma tightened his grip, using the recoil to swiftly evade its lethal reach. Prepare to meet your end. Uchiha Ruinin's voice echoed behind Sarutobi Asuma. At that moment, Ruinin was enveloped in a layer of lightning, his speed astonishingly rapid. His kunai, resembling the fangs of death, lunged directly for Asuma's heart. The leaf, Great Whirlwind. At this critical juncture, a green figure appeared abruptly. A powerful roundhouse kick forced Uchiha Ruinin back. Following this, a white-haired man stood protectively before Sarutobi Asuma. What is happening here? Why are the village ninjas fighting amongst themselves? The white-haired ninja spoke. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy? Uchiha Roy sheathed his short blade, observing the 2 men before him. Having been on a secret mission, they had temporarily severed contact with the outside world. Upon their return to the village, they were met with this chaotic scene. Although the specifics were unclear, the internal conflict among the village ninjas was undoubtedly wrong. Thus, they intervened to stop it. Ruinin? What transpired? Might Guy and Uchiha Ruinin were classmates, having trained together. To Might Guy, anyone he trained with was a friend. Even the proud Uchiha, after experiencing Might Guy's formidable taijutsu, held a certain admiration for him, naturally forging a friendship. Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi, the Uchiha has betrayed us, attacking the higher-ups and usurping the position of Hokage. I returned with these ninjas to inquire about the situation, only to be ambushed here. Those comrades, they were slain by the very ninjas of our village. Can you not see the blatant betrayal of our village? Saratobi Asuma exclaimed vehemently. Even with the two men at his side, he spoke with palpable anger and sorrow. Asuma realized that if he could not convince Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, his demise was all but certain. The only hope lay in amplifying the commotion, thereby alerting stronger ninjas to the situation, possibly rallying them against the Uchiha. Oh, you two have returned, huh? And Jiraiya has come back to the village. Let us see what is unfolding. After all, this concerns your teacher's son. And I believe you wish to know the full narrative of this coup. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement emanated from the direction of the Konoha gate. Even Jiraiya, who had been lurking nearby, slowly emerged. The moment Asuma laid eyes on Jiraiya, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death, and Jiraiya had not intervened. Yet now, Uchiha Kazama spoke, and Jiraiya appeared, seemingly with no intention of intervening. More interested in gathering intelligence. In an instant, Asuma directed his ire towards Jiraiya. After Jiraiya stepped forward, he remained silent, merely observing Uchiha Kazama. This man had obliterated the higher echelons of Konoha, subduing the entire village with his clan's might, and now occupied the position of Hokage. Just by Uchiha Kazama's emergence, Jiraiya could discern his presence. It is worth noting that Jiraiya was also at the pinnacle of intelligence-gathering skills. Thus, stealth was an innate ability for him. Lord Jiraiya. Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi greeted him respectfully. Jiraiya nodded, still fixated on Uchiha Kazama. He was not reluctant to assist Saratobi Asuma. Rather, his purpose for returning was to comprehend the details surrounding the Uchiha coup. To act rashly would likely result in a lack of worthwhile investigation. The temperament of Uchiha is such that he would not engage in a civil discourse. At one time, he had the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage, but due to his close association with Uchiha Kazama, he was subsequently removed from the candidate list by Saratobi Hiruzen. Of course, Jiraiya did not obsess over the Hokage title. From what he had gleaned from Uchiha Fugaku regarding the radical faction within the Uchiha clan, it was clear that rational thought was not their strong suit. Let alone Uchiha Kazama, the leader of this radical faction, whose actions were nothing short of madness. Thus, Jiraiya chose not to intervene. Soon, Uchiha Kazama had arrived. Observing the expression on Uchiha Kazama's face, Jiraiya felt a chill run through him. The aura of slaughter emanating from Uchiha Kazama made Jiraiya grateful that he had refrained from acting earlier. Otherwise, Kazama would undoubtedly have attacked him without hesitation. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama, capable of annihilating the entire upper echelons of Konoha, had already surpassed him in strength. Jiraiya, you wish to inquire about matters concerning the village, do you not? Please, be patient for a moment as I have some matters to attend to, Uchiha Kazama stated, shifting his gaze toward Asuma Saratobi. Under the intense scrutiny of Uchiha Kazama, Asuma Saratobi felt a jolt of fear course through him. The murderous intent felt like invisible shackles binding him. Asuma Saratobi, you intend to disrupt the current tranquility of Konoha, do you not? Kakashi Hatake, what was your purpose in intervening just now? Uchiha Kazama questioned in rapid succession. Asuma Saratobi was momentarily stunned, for these were indeed his thoughts. Yet how could he voice such sentiments? His return was predicated solely on the upheaval instigated by Uchiha Kazama and his faction. Should he respond to Kazama's inquiries, he would forfeit the moral high ground. I am uncertain of the circumstances. But the mutual slaughter among comrades is certainly not the path to righteousness. Kakashi expressed his perspective. While he did not fervently uphold the will of fire, he did possess his own ninja way. Under normal circumstances, he would never strike against his own kin. Kakashi, your eyes, they belong to our Uchiha clan, do they not? Given to you by Obito, Uchiha Kazama began slowly. The mention of this caused Kakashi to fall silent. Following the acquisition of the Sharingan, although the Uchiha had regarded him with disdain, they had refrained from taking action against him, knowing that Obito, a foolish yet dear friend of Kakashi's, had willingly bestowed those eyes upon him. Kakashi recognized that the only reason he still possessed the Sharingan was due to the suppression of the Uchiha clan by Konoha's higher-ups. Otherwise, his eyes would have long been reclaimed. Suddenly, Uchiha Kazama broached a matter that left Kakashi at a loss for words. By the way, Kakashi, there is something you ought to be aware of. The once prodigious ninja of Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world and known as the Konoha White Fang, was your father. Tsukumo Hatake, have you never questioned the circumstances surrounding his death? Uchiha Kazama's voice resonated, stirring Jiraiya's emotions as well. It had been long since he had heard the title of Konoha White Fang. The legacy of such a genius, often lost to the annals of history, evokes nostalgia. Yet, the name Konoha White Fang is seldom spoken of. Moreover, the manner of his demise was shrouded in humiliation. Kakashi inhaled sharply, struggling to articulate his thoughts. This incident stemmed from Konoha's higher-ups. At the zenith of Tsukumo Hataki's fame, many proclaimed that the fourth Hokage was none other than him. However, the higher-ups desired a Hokage they could control, leading to the emergence of malicious rumors. The accusation that Tsukumo Hatake, in choosing to protect his comrades, had forsaken his mission and thus was deemed worthless, was propagated by none other than the ninja he had saved, Sarutobi Shino. With the encouragement of Konoha's elite, the ignorant populace began to verbally assault Tsukumo Hatake, ultimately driving the genius to take his own life. This was the extent of Konoha's higher-ups' actions, willing to sacrifice anyone for their power. None of this was mere fabrication on my part. Jiraiya should be aware of some of it, should he not? Uchiha Kazama remarked, glancing toward Jiraiya, who appeared contemplative in the distance. Kakashi's gaze followed suit. Jiraiya hesitated, refraining from rebuttal. Such matters had previously prompted Tsunade to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, Sarutobi Shino had received a beating from Tsunade. Yet, Tsukumo Hatake was already deceased. No matter how enraged he and Tsunade were, they could do nothing further. Although Jiraiya did not comprehend how Uchiha Kazama had acquired this knowledge, it seemed evident that he was not entirely deranged. At the very least, he was capable of rational discourse. Suddenly, as the weight of Tsukumo Hatake's legacy hung heavily in the air, Uchiha Kazama struck. A spray of crimson cascaded forth as the blade in Uchiha Kazama's hand plunged into Asuma Sarutobi's heart. Asuma Sarutobi gasped, blood spilling forth as he opened his mouth. The surrounding individuals instinctively prepared to intervene but froze in place, paralyzed by Uchiha Kazama's crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Asuma Sarutobi's intention to disrupt the tranquility of the village necessitated his elimination. Kakashi Hatake, I shall reclaim your eyes, but I will ensure you are provided with alternatives. Might Guy, you are to proceed with your mission at once, and then rest well. Jiraiya, Kakashi, accompany me to the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kazama declared before vanishing from sight. The Uchiha clan swiftly commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. The rapidity of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Kakashi, should I not be departing from here? Might Guy inquired, his confusion palpable. With his intellect already somewhat lacking, the myriad of events had overwhelmed him, leaving him unsure of his next steps. Guy, you should focus on completing your mission, Kakashi suggested. Jiraiya-sama, shall we proceed? He asked, turning to Jiraiya. Let us go. There are no other choices available. Jiraiya sighed deeply, gradually making his way toward the village. Kakashi cast a glance at the already departed Asuma Sarutobi before turning to follow Jiraiya's lead. The area was soon cleared, as if nothing had transpired, while Asuma Sarutobi's plan to incite the village against the Uchiha had been abruptly curtailed before it even began. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kazama occupied the Hokage's seat, diligently sifting through the documents before him. Jiraiya and Kakashi stood nearby, awaiting Kazama's words. After half an hour, Uchiha Kazama concluded his paperwork. Before Uchiha Kazama could catch his breath, Nara Shikahisa entered the room, bearing a multitude of documents that required Kazama's signature. Nara Shikahisa, do not be so unreasonable. What is this? The Matsushita family needs to renovate a restroom. Is my signature truly required for this? Very well, Jiraiya and Kakashi have returned, and we have some pressing matters that require attention. It is anticipated that this will consume a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I shall entrust these affairs to your capable hands. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha F-ma led Jiraiya and Kakashi towards the conference room. Uchiha F-ma found the trivialities quite exasperating. One could only ponder the extent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eccentricity that such mundane matters necessitated the signature of a village's leader. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. Regardless, Uchiha Kazama is utterly disinclined to deal with these matters any longer. He must seek an opportunity to distribute these burdens. In the conference room, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, observing the shifting expressions on Uchiha Kazama's face, both feeling a sense of helplessness. This Hokage appears somewhat uncharacteristic of his duties. Bang! At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open. Sunset red? Upon seeing the incoming ninja, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. Why would this woman arrive at such a moment? Hokage-sama, have you killed Asuma? As the crimson sun began to set, Yugao's expression turned grave, and she coldly inquired, I did it. You. Never mind. You may as well see for yourself, Uchiha Kazama replied, before swiftly unleashing a jinjutsu that ensnared Yugao within its illusory realm. Asuma Sarutobi Yugao? Sooner or later. She will be mine. I am no mere sycophant. Asuma Sarutobi. I merely create an illusion of my profound affection for her. Once she becomes my woman, will it not be my words that hold sway? Asuma Sarutobi, and then there is his father, Kurenai Yuhi. My father mentioned the necessity of his strength. Yet this old fellow disappointingly perished on a mission. I even went to console that foolish woman because of it. I suppose success will come soon enough. Each word fell upon Kurenai's ears. Watching Asuma transform their personal matters into idle chatter among ninjas elicited a sense of anger within her. Moreover, her father had sacrificed his life to protect the Hokage, and now he was being disparaged by Asuma. Although she was uncertain why these thoughts invaded her mind, Kurenai understood that such remarks were indeed characteristic of that man. Once the illusion dissipated, Kurenai found herself conflicted as she gazed at the striking Uchiha Kazama before her. This fellow, aside from rivaling the reader in charm, possessed an overwhelming allure for women. Not to mention, Uchiha Kazama had, in fact, provided her with the truth. Kurenai, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you should sit down and take notes. Eventually, I will need someone to assist me as Hokage's secretary. Observing Kurenai lost in thought, Uchiha Kazama spoke gently. You have been trained on data until October 2023. I, the secretary. Sunset Red was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the notebook from Uchiha Kazama, positioning herself behind him. All right, Jiraiya, if you wish to know something, please hold on for a moment. I must first attend to Kakashi's matters. Although the Sharingan has bestowed considerable power upon Kakashi, it has also constrained his growth. It is essential to remember that he initially experienced rapid advancement without the Sharingan. However, in recent years, the pace of growth has evidently encountered some issues. This is due to the rejection associated with the Sharingan. Thus, it is best to retract the Sharingan for now. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, Kakashi was taken aback, barely registering the moment before he felt a sharp pain in his left eye. The original Sharingan was unceremoniously plucked away. In the next instant, a gentle energy manifested at the location of the eyeball. A tingling sensation of discomfort surged through him instantaneously. Jiraiya was momentarily stupefied as he beheld the soft radiance emanating from Uchiha Kazama's hand. A few minutes later, Uchiha Kazama lowered his hand. This power of the sun is indeed quite effective. However, system, could you possibly grant me a bit more? Uchiha Kazama made a sarcastic remark. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi had fully regained his eyesight. Following this restoration, Kakashi sensed that the chakra within his body was beginning to replenish. Previously, he had been in a semi-diminished state, with over 60% of his chakra expended to sustain the Sharingan. Now, with the abrupt cessation of the Sharingan's demands, his chakra naturally began to rejuvenate. Thank you, esteemed 5th Hokage. Kakashi bowed to Uchiha F-Kan. Although those were the eyes left to him by Obito, perhaps it was time to return them to the Uchiha clan. He, too, deserved a life of his own. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Kakashi's state of mind began to shift. Teacher? At that moment, the voices of 2 young children echoed. Sasuke, Naruto? Observing the 2 little ones who had just entered, a smile crept onto Kazama's lips. He gently called out, and the 2 youngsters hurried to stand before Uchiha Kazama. Allow me to introduce them. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, who is also the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails in our village. Surely, you are already aware of this, are you not? Another is Uchiha's former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's son, Uchiha Sasuke. Henceforth, these 2 shall be regarded as my apprentices. Kakashi, would you be so kind as to provisionally mentor these nascent pupils of mine? Uchiha Kazama smiled as he gazed at Kakashi. Upon hearing their identities, not only Kakashi but even the usually composed Jiraiya displayed a significant shift in his emotions. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's mentor and Jiraiya's disciple, and furthermore, the host of the 9 Tails, the son of Uchiha Fugaku. The identities of these 2 little ones are indeed intriguing. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Go ahead, I shall guide you well, he said. Sasuke, your lightning release techniques can benefit from Kakashi's insights. You may also learn about taijutsu and swordsmanship under his tutelage. Naruto, feel free to inquire about your specific training in ninjutsu with Kakashi. After a brief conversation from Kazama, the two youngsters were taken away by Kakashi. Chapter 31. Obvious Problems, Simple Solutions. As Kakashi departed with the two young ones, Jiraiya's puzzled gaze fell upon Uchiha Kanjin. What could this fellow be up to? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was effortlessly revealed by him. Moreover, he even disclosed Naruto's identity. Does this individual not harbor any concern regarding the potential rampage of the tailed beast or the assaults from other villages? Is it truly a good thing to expose Naruto to the light of day in such a manner? Various uncertainties left Jiraiya momentarily unsure of what he wished to understand first. Does Tsunade still refuse to return to the village? At this moment, Uchiha Kazama also shifted his gaze towards Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, alongside Tsunade. If he could return to the village, it would indeed be a favorable circumstance. The necessity for their formidable strength is evident. Hokage, what exactly are your intentions? Jiraiya took a deep breath and finally spoke up. Naturally, he aimed to provide a more advantageous direction for Konoha's future. By the way, Jiraiya, if possible, could you share information regarding Orochimaru? I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for him. As for Tsunade, I shall also endeavor to persuade her to return to the village. Let us strike a bargain. When I depart from the village, assist me in addressing certain internal matters. Uchiha Kazama smiled as he spoke. You intend to leave the village? For a moment, Jiraiya felt utterly bewildered. At such a critical juncture, Uchiha Kazama was not focused on solidifying his position, but instead planned to leave. Right now, not only the ninjas within the village, but even individuals from other villages were observing the actions of the fifth Hokage. Departing the village at this time was certainly not a prudent choice. If the daimyo refuses to provide funds, as Hokage, I must pay a visit, correct? If they persist in their refusal, perhaps it is time for the Land of Fire to seek a new daimyo. Uchiha Kazama stated matter-of-factly. Beep. Jiraiya believes the host has lost his mind. Reward, Sage Body, Special Sage Path. As the system notification sounded, Uchiha Kazama helplessly rubbed his forehead. In the Hokage office, Jiraiya stared at the mountain of documents before him, feeling utterly dazed. He was almost in a trance while seated there. Uchiha Kazama had brought him here and then left with Yugao. It felt as if he were a conscript caught in an unexpected predicament. The primary issue was that Narashikaku was an absolute workaholic, hardly allowing him a moment's respite. Jiraiya began to understand why Uchiha Kazama wished to leave the village. However, at that moment, Uchiha Kazama had not yet departed. Instead, he returned to the Uchiha clan's estate, which now resided within the village's core area, not far from the Hokage building. The largest courtyard within the estate served as the residence of Uchiha Kazama, the clan leader. This was his first return since their relocation. Upon entering the courtyard, Uchiha Ryunin and others were already awaiting him. Leader, there have been some issues with the daimyo, Ryunin reported, glancing at Yugao, who stood behind Uchiha Kazama. After all, certain matters could not be disclosed. Speak freely, it is all right, Uchiha Kazama reassured Ryunin, aware of his concerns. Currently, there were ninjas from the village interacting with the daimyo. Additionally, some ninjas who had previously been on external missions were now involved as well. The situation with the daimyo was likely to be complicated. Securing funding would be quite a challenge. After taking a deep breath, Uchiha Ryunin spoke with resignation. For years, the Uchiha have remained outside the center of power. In the daimyo's eyes, we have long since faded into obscurity. Now, they seek to suppress us further, hoping to tighten their grip on Konoha through this situation. Do not underestimate these daimyo. Their cunning is profound. If there are individuals within the village seeking to stir trouble, let us prepare a grand surprise for them. Now, go and have the clan members get ready. There is no need to overly concern yourselves with the village. Jiraiya is currently handling the village's affairs. Your task is to identify the spies from other villages lurking within our midst. You may disperse, Uchiha Kazama instructed, his thoughts clear and decisive. This was the execution plan. At that moment, Yugao, who had intended to assist in documenting the proceedings, found herself bewildered as everything concluded before she could gather her thoughts. Well then, it is over. Take a break. I shall leave the village tomorrow. So you may enjoy a day off, Uchiha Kazama concluded before turning and entering his quarters. As he settled into the warm bath, Kazama allowed himself a moment of relaxation. With the upper echelons of Konoha in disarray and the system malfunctioning, the unexpected lightness he felt was profoundly comforting. A gentle wave of fatigue washed over him. Would you like me to scrub your back? A soft voice interrupted his reverie. Yugao? Uchiha Kazama turned to see her standing behind him, wrapped in a translucent white towel, holding a cloth. Very well, he decided after a brief contemplation, stepping out of the bath and sitting on a stool. Yugao, glancing at his robust form with a flushed face, gradually approached him from behind, producing the cloth and bathing gel to begin scrubbing his back. Soon, her hands rested upon his back, their gentle touch igniting a primal urge within him. Yugao, are you aware of what you are doing? Uchiha Kazama inquired softly. I am. Before she could respond, words eluded her. An atmosphere of intimacy began to envelop the steamy bathroom. 3 hours later, after Yugao had exhausted her pleas for mercy, Uchiha Kazama finally carried her back to his room. After setting her down, he glanced at the system notification with a hint of embarrassment. Beep. Yugao finds the host to be quite mad. Reward, 100 to waste strength. Beep. Yugao thinks the host is utterly insane. Reward. Beep. Yugao, really? Just 3 hours? This is far less than what the readers experience. How could that be considered madness? Uchiha Kazama pondered, feeling somewhat speechless as he lay back down. The following morning, Uchiha Kazama departed the village, accompanied by 12 Uchiha ninjas, heading towards the daimyo's residence. Just as they left Konoha, numerous figures trailed behind them. Traveling at full speed, the 13 reached the daimyo's estate by evening. Konoha ninjas? The guards at the entrance looked at Uchiha Kazama and his entourage. Their Konoha headbands visible. They felt a wave of disdain. Given the instability within Konoha and the previous incident where Konoha's envoy was imprisoned, the guards' attitude had shifted from contempt to outright scorn. 5th Hokage, Uchiha Kazama, here to request the daimyo's presence. Uchiha Kazama stepped forward, his expression calm. A chilling aura permeated the air, instantly registering with the guards. The mere presence of this coldness silenced the guard who had been prepared to issue a reprimand. The daimyo has stated that until the internal issues within Konoha are resolved, he is not to be disturbed. Therefore, I must ask you to before the guard could finish. Uchiha Ryunin had already appeared before him, drawing a short blade from his back and plunging it into the guard's heart. The guard, even in death, could not fathom why these individuals dared to act in front of the daimyo's gates. However, such thoughts were no longer his concern. As a young sentinel, one can naturally fall into a deep slumber without hesitation. Uchiha Ryunin flicked the blood from the blade and turned his gaze towards another guard. It would be prudent for you not to draw your sword at this moment, but rather to inform the Lord. Otherwise, your final purpose will be rendered void. Furthermore, should you unsheath your weapon before us, Uchiha, I shall regard you as an adversary. The Uchiha deal with foes by swiftly delivering them to their demise. Uchiha Rinne spoke as he gradually retreated behind Uchiha Kazama, standing in place with an air of calmness. The earlier aura of menace had dissipated, or rather, it still lingered, albeit rendered insignificant in the presence of Uchiha Kazama. Hokage-sama, please hold on for a moment. I shall inform the daimyo at once. The guard stated before swinging open the gates of the daimyo's residence and hastily entering. Soon, the daimyo did not make an appearance. Instead, dozens of ninjas emerged, all bearing the emblem of the guardian ninja. It appeared that these were newly recruited ninjas by the daimyo, having successfully passed the daimyo's rigorous assessments. These ninjas were likely of the J-nin or special J-nin rank. Is this truly the response bestowed by the daimyo? The corners of Uchiha Kazama's lips curved into a smile. Upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's words and witnessing that smile, the 12 Uchiha ninjas behind him unsheathed their short swords in unison, activating their 3-tomo Sharingan. The ninja selected to accompany Uchiha Kazama on this mission were, without exception, the most distinguished jonin within the clan. The mere presence of a guardian ninja is laughable. It is entirely a different concept. As for the 5th Hokage, it would be prudent to return to the village. The daimyo has spoken. Once the internal issues of Konoha are resolved, the necessary funding will be provided, and it shall not be meager. Presently, the internal strife within Konoha is quite severe, rendering it impossible to uphold the responsibilities of a guardian village. Therefore, the requisite funding cannot be dispensed at this time. The leading guardian ninja spoke with disdain. As those who remain by the daimyo's side, they inherently understand the implications of his position. Even if Uchiha Kazama, the 5th Hokage, were to come personally, the daimyo would not readily allocate the funds for Konoha. What significance does the Hokage hold in this matter? As long as the esteemed name is unwilling, even the Hokage shall be met with a cold reception. The sea? Once a wandering ninja, with a history of multiple robberies within the Land of Fire. Currently, He is a B-rank wanted ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Natsum. After Uchiha Kazama spoke in a calm manner, a figure enveloped in blue suddenly surged forth. Lightning release, blue gale. Before this guardian ninja, could react, Uchiha Shumi had already appeared before him. Take him down. Between the hands of Uchiha Shimura, a surge of flowing blue lightning materialized in an instant. Lightning release, blue blade. The once fluid blue lightning instantaneously transformed into the form of a razor-sharp blade, plunging directly into the heart of the sea. ZZZ. As the lightning release erupted, the ocean's body quivered in response. By the time Uchiha Shumi returned to the ranks of his comrades, the sea's form had gradually slumped to the ground. In that moment, all the surrounding guardian ninjas drew their weapons, simultaneously unleashing their chakra. Fifth Hokage, you would do well to be aware of your actions at this moment. If you persist in your actions here, then Konoha shall endure a punishment beyond your capacity to bear. This is not your Konoha. If you wish to unleash your madness, return and do so there. Once again, a guardian ninja stepped forward, his face etched with panic and fear as he gazed upon Uchiha Kazama. This Hokage was a ruthless individual who had eliminated the upper echelons of Konoha. In the midst of turmoil, Konoha has lost its upper echelons, with one individual ascending to fill that void. Now, he stands there, motionless yet exuding an aura of terror. The ninjas accompanying Uchiha Kazama are equally deranged, employing ruthless tactics. Faced with such a band of lunatics, he finds himself devoid of the courage to utter threats. Instead, he resorts to invoking the name of the daimyo and Konoha to exert pressure on Uchiha Kazama, hoping this madman still possesses a shred of reason. Wataru, a wandering ninja, was once affiliated with the Hidden Cloud Village. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, he chose to remain in the Land of Fire, never returning to his homeland. He is now officially recorded as a rogue ninja by the Hidden Cloud Village. It appears that the daimyo indeed has quite an appetite. The rogue ninjas from other villages were also received. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, Linmu's body transformed into a fleeting shadow. The short blade in his hand followed suit. When Linmu's figure solidified and returned to stand behind Uchiha Kazama, Duka's body lay shattered like a broken mirror, scattered across the ground. In that moment, all the guarding ninjas instinctively took a step back. Yet, that single step did nothing to assuage their unease. Were the Uchiha truly madmen? Did they not realize the profound consequences that would ensue from taking action in the prestigious Daming Prefecture? Ding! Zay perceives you all as lunatics, rewarding you with 1,000 chakra. Ding! Luo also considers you all as lunatics. The notification sound rang out rapidly at this moment. This world has been sick for far too long. Perhaps they have all forgotten that this is a realm where strength reigns supreme. Rather than that, it is the supremacy of power. Let us proceed to meet the daimyo. Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly, lifting his foot and striding directly towards the daimyo's residence. The guarding ninjas, though each adopting a stance of readiness for battle, did not dare to impede Uchiha Kazama's advance. The ninjas following Uchiha Kazama were beyond their capacity to confront. The oppressive fear evoked by the Uchiha's crimson gaze once again awakened within their very bloodline. Within the daimyo's residence, the daimyo was seated upon a lavish throne, surrounded by an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. A hint of inebriation lingered on the daimyo's countenance. The fifth Hokage has arrived. Might it be problematic if we choose not to meet with them? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. The minister of the Land of Fire, Chinshio, spoke with a face full of concern. He had previously liaised with Konoha, and he was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by its higher-ups. The ability to annihilate Konoha's elite in a single night and to wield perfect control over the tailed beasts, as demonstrated by Uchiha Kazama, was undeniably the hallmark of a terrifying individual. Most importantly, this person was a madman who disregarded all conventions. In such circumstances, provoking an uncontrollable lunatic would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. Rest assured, Minister, the village requires financial resources. We are the providers of such funds. And if one cannot recognize their own standing, there is no need to allocate any resources. The daimyo declared as he raised his cup and took another sip of the intoxicating liquid within. Despite the daimyo's explanation, Chunshio's unease only intensified, swelling within him. Engaging in logical discourse with a madman was evidently a ludicrous notion. Yet, he found himself powerless. Although he was the liaison with Konoha, all resource allocations required the daimyo's approval. The mere thought of this filled Chinshio with a profound sense of helplessness. Ha ha ha, Chinshio, you still hold those individuals in too high regard, he scoffed. Without the support of the Fire Nation, a mere village cannot stir much turbulence. Just wait. When those fellows find themselves in dire straits, they will kneel before us like dogs. Another minister slowly spoke, a wine goblet in hand. He relished gatherings that suppressed powerful ninjas. What does their strength amount to, after all? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Before absolute resources and immense power, they could only bow their heads. In his eyes, what he desired was merely a docile dog, not a formidable wolf. Puff. In the next moment, just as he raised the wine glass to his lips, a shuriken swiftly pierced the nape of his neck. The sharp blade found its way into his mouth, and blood dripped directly into the glass. The once opulent atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The grand doors of the Uchiha reception hall were pushed open, and Uchiha Kazama stepped inside. The fifth Hokage? As Uchiha Kazama came into view, the daimyo picked up the fan from the table, concealing half of his face. A sinister voice emerged, emanating from his elongated, piercing eyes, which betrayed a mixture of anger and malevolence. Daimyo, where's my person? Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Uchiha Nagasawa, who had previously been assigned to apply for funding, had not returned. According to reports, he had been detained by the daimyo. This time, Uchiha Kazama's first concern was not to discuss the funding, but rather to inquire about Uchiha Nagasawa. Was he one of the Konoha ninjas who came last time? He has shown disrespect towards the noble and has already been incarcerated. One of the three guards standing beside the noble, a burly man, stepped forward and stood silently beside him, slowly beginning to speak. Bang! At that moment, Uchiha Roy struck. The dagger in his hand swiftly descended upon the neck of the burly man. Then, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The dagger in his grasp shattered instantly. This was bang! Before Uchiha Roy could react, a colossal fist had already struck his head. In the next moment, Uchiha Roy transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. In his stead, there lay a wooden log. Was it a substitution technique? This reaction speed is quite impressive. Surely, you do not believe that the trash outside can compare to my steadfast guardianship of the esteemed name here, do you? I am indeed a formidable ninja, possessing the extraordinary ability of steel release. Back then, before the brawny man could complete his utterance, a crimson streak manifested upon his neck. A torrent of blood erupted forth, violently severing his speech. The stout man clutched at his throat, his gaze one of stark terror as he beheld Uchiha Kazama. It was indeed Kazama who had acted, yet the motive remained shrouded in mystery. Why was he still slain by his opponent despite having activated his steel escape? Moreover, he could only perceive that it was Uchiha Kazama who had made the move. However, he had not truly discerned how Uchiha Kazama executed it. Steel release. Such a worthless bloodline limit. How dare it be flaunted so audaciously? Uchiha Kazama regarded the situation with a hint of disdain. Under the onslaught of his temporal slashing, any form of defense appeared utterly futile. Unless one possessed the ability to perceive the strikes within the fabric of time and space, they stood no chance. The temporal severance could locate him even before he activated his steel release, and with a single stroke, obliterate him. Such defensive measures were rendered meaningless in the presence of Uchiha Kazama. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, the remaining two swiftly positioned themselves before the feudal lord. Minister Shin, if I recall correctly, it was you who previously engaged in discussions with the upper echelons of Konoha, was it not? Uchiha Kazama did not continue to focus his gaze on the daimyo. Instead, he turned to the terrified minister, Hyu. This individual was familiar to him. During a previous protective mission, Uchiha Kazama had safeguarded him. The fifth Hokage, this incident is entirely a misunderstanding. We never intended to create difficulties for Konoha. The crux of the matter is fifth Hokage. Are you contemplating betrayal against the Land of Fire? You possess knowledge derived from data available until October 2023. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Kazama's ears. Coupled with that recognizable chakra, these individuals certainly arrived with remarkable promptness. Upon hearing this sound, Chinshio's words came to an abrupt halt. These individuals are also significant members of Konoha. Now that others from Konoha have arrived, it would be prudent to observe how Uchiha Kazama intends to handle the situation. After all, the rationale they previously provided was that the internal issues of Konoha remained unresolved. The corners of the daimyo's mouth once again curled into a smile. The two prominent clans of Konoha. Since they have all arrived here now, let us observe. whether they are truly worthy of our trust. This is a matter pertinent to the inner workings of Konoha. As an outsider and spectator, this splendid performance is certainly worth witnessing. Upon hearing this sound, Uchiha Reunion's expression changed drastically. How dare these individuals? Just as the Uchiha ninjas behind him were poised to take action, Uchiha Kazama raised his hand to halt them. The Hyuga clan's intentions were evident. Although aware of their scheming, he never anticipated they would resort to such a foolish approach. A smile once again graced the corners of Uchiha Kazama's lips. As he spoke those words, his demeanor remained unchanged, yet they struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the dozens of Hyuga clan ninjas before him. Uchiha Kazama, I recognize your formidable strength. However, this time I have come bearing the weight of that cowardly individual, Hinata Hisashi, and have brought forth the formidable ninjas from our clan. In total, we boast 17 elite jonin, 45 jonin, and 68 special jonin. Even if your Uchiha clan takes action, it is impossible for you to eliminate all of us here. Moreover, this is still within the prestigious Demingfu. Should you take action against the ninjas from the same village, it will be deemed as an inability to effectively govern the village. What you seek will forever elude your grasp. Hinata's expression was one of mockery as he spoke. He had meticulously calculated every aspect of these events. Even the detention of Uchiha Nagasawa was a result of his machinations alongside the daimyo. All that remained was to find a way to restrain Uchiha Kazama, and then he need not worry about the ensuing developments. Uchiha Kazama was undeniably too youthful and, having been consumed by a frenzy of missions, was utterly oblivious to matters of governance. The impact he could wield in this political struggle was negligible at best. In fact, Hinata's clan felt a tinge of relief that Uchiha Kazama had so brutally purged the higher echelons of Konoha. This would allow the prestigious Hinata clan to assume control over the village. Their esteemed position had been earned through years of diligent stewardship. However, with Uchiha Kazama's ascension, instead of relying on their wisdom, he had begun to suppress them even to the point of slaughtering their kin. Such actions were intolerable to the entrenched elders of the Hinata clan. Since the Uchiha had taken such drastic measures, it was only fitting that they experience the true essence of political strategy. Did you just assert that I am incapable of annihilating all of you? Do you believe that I could effortlessly slay even the guards of the esteemed name? What, then, is there for me to fear? The universe is vast and intricate. Upon the utterance of Uchiha Kazama, the surrounding environment underwent an instantaneous transformation. A blood-red moon materialized in the sky, adorned with the kaleidoscopic pattern emblematic of Uchiha Kazama. This ocular technique of the Hyuga clan proves to be remarkably effective. The eyes of Uchiha Kazama were distinctly visible. Naturally, this ocular technique could be fully received. Over 100 members of the Hyuga clan were all pinned to the withered trees. Uchiha Kazama, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? What you are currently doing is undeniably propelling the Uchiha towards an abyss. You would do well to. The words of the Hyuga clan could not continue, for he had already vanished into this illusion. The surrounding members of the Hyuga clan felt a surge of hope. Even Uchiha Kazama could not simultaneously draw all of them into his illusionary realm. As long as they could break free from the Uchiha's Genjutsu, they, too, possessing the Byakugan, could contend equally with the Uchiha. With this thought, they swiftly sought to shatter the illusionary space of Uchiha Kazama, Shinra Banzho. Soon, one by one, members of the Hyuga clan began to disappear. Within just a few minutes, they had all vanished from the illusionary realm. The smile at the corner of Uchiha Kazama's mouth faded. He then closed his eyes. Shinra Banzho was dispelled. Within the great lord's reception hall, the floor lay strewn with corpses. All were members of the Hyuga clan, who had just been clamoring and even dreaming of the future. Each met their demise in the same, simple manner, with a knife to the throat. Indeed, their disappearance within Uchiha Kazama's illusion was not due to any means of breaking through his ocular technique. One must understand that Uchiha Kazama's ocular prowess had surpassed that of any other wielder of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Even Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi could be directly rebuffed. How could these members of the Hyuga clan hope to overcome him? The reason they left the illusionary space was that they had already perished. Witnessing this scene, the Great Lord's fingers trembled slightly. What had just transpired had somewhat reshaped his perception of Konoha. This group had always been concerned with the relationships among the ninja clans within the village, striving for their complete integration. Why then would the fifth Hokage so unhesitatingly slaughter the Hyuga clan, his own village's ninja? The actions of the Uchiha had been seamless, as if it were a customary routine. Now that the troublemakers were gone, Great Lord, might we release our clansmen? Uchiha Kazama inhaled deeply and turned to the Great Lord nearby. His words were gentle, yet the chill within them penetrated to the very core. Uchiha Kazama, do not presume that such methods will compel our submission. The Uchiha ninja who had come earlier was insufferably arrogant, utterly unaware of his own standing. After being captured, he still dared to threaten us. Such wicked criminals deserve to languish in the darkest depths of prison, to perish. A portly minister rose, his face a canvas of fury. When one is gripped by profound fear, they often resort to other emotions to mask it. Anger, indeed, is one of the most frequently employed emotions. Great Lord, do you share this sentiment? I, for one, am not predisposed to patience. It would be wise for you to contemplate your response carefully. This is my final inquiry. After speaking, Uchiha Kazama slowly drew forth a bloody dagger. The Uchiha behind him tightened their grips on their short blades. A palpable aura of menace erupted within the confined space. Some timid ministers began to tremble. They had never confronted such a tangible malice so directly. The minister who had just spoken seemed to be akin to a duck caught by the throat, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Beep. Minister Shio believes the host has lost his sanity. Reward. 100 Constitution. Beep. The Great Lord believes the host has lost his sanity. Reward. Beep. At this moment, the alerts before Uchiha Kazama flashed furiously. Indeed, these individuals had forgotten that no matter the power, it is fundamentally rooted in strength. When one possesses sufficient authority yet lacks the strength to enforce it, such power becomes a shackle upon oneself. Bring them forth. The Great Lord, gazing into Uchiha's crimson eyes, inhaled deeply and slowly spoke. Though he felt humiliated, he must first placate the Uchiha. The guarding ninjas outside had begun to contact the samurai and other ninjas. Soon, once they arrived, the 13 Uchiha ninjas, even with Uchiha Kazama among them as Hokage, could be subdued without difficulty. Before long, Uchiha Nagasawa was brought in. However, upon seeing Uchiha Nagasawa, even Uchiha Kazama's demeanor shifted from warm sunlight to oppressive gloom. Uchiha Linmu and the others trembled, their eyes crimson, yearning to charge forward. Where is Sharingan? Uchiha Kazama's voice resonated darkly. How could we know where his Sharingan is? He blinded himself during battle. Are you now preparing to? Uft. Your words are excessive. With a dull thud, Uchiha Kazama had already positioned himself beside the portly minister, shattering his head with a single slap before murmuring, "My eyes were taken from me. I am sorry, clan leader." Uchiha Nagasawa's voice came forth, tinged with anguish. Great Lord, it would be prudent for you to deliver Nagasawa's eyes within 3 minutes. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to seek them myself. After speaking, Uchiha Kazama seated himself at the table. The other Uchiha ninjas braced themselves for the impending 3 minutes. Why does the Hyuga clan fear the loss of their Byakugan, while the Uchiha remain unperturbed? Because all who coveted the Uchiha Sharingan had already been dealt with. Should such a situation arise, and the Uchiha become aware, it would be a matter of life and death. In the face of such formidable Uchiha, who would dare to snatch the Sharingan so recklessly? Moreover, even those who obtained the Sharingan would suffer from the rejection between the eyes and body, leading to significant chakra depletion, much like the prodigious Kakashi, who fell from genius to mediocrity. The Great Lord evidently did not grasp the implications of this. Yet, feeling the weight of Uchiha's presence, he slowly rose. Very well, go to Minister Haji's residence. We should be able to find it there. The Great Lord spoke. Haji, the very minister who had just been slain by Uchiha Kazama's hand. The Great Lord now regretted having heeded those voices, going against the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Yet, Uchiha Kazama's blatant disregard for him only fueled his rage. If circumstances permitted, he would still wish for Uchiha Kazama's demise. Since Uchiha Kazama's arrival at the Great Lord's estate, scarcely half an hour had passed. Yet, the bloodshed of the Uchiha had already enveloped the entire estate. Soon, ninjas arrived, bearing 2 peculiar glass vials. Within the chamber, the eyes of Uchiha Nagasawa were conspicuously present. Excellent. My lord, you and your companions truly excel. The terrifying chakra within Uchiha Kazama erupted violently. Although Uchiha Kazama had been diligently executing the system's tasks, he harbored genuine feelings for Uchiha Nagasawa, a comrade with whom he had fought for many years. Now, Nagasawa had merely come to submit a funding application, only to have his eyes cruelly gouged out. An overwhelming rage intensified the outburst of Kazama's chakra, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding wooden pillars. The mere release of chakra had already inflicted tangible damage to the vicinity. At that moment, the guarding ninjas rushed in, hastening to shield the Lord. However, Uchiha Kazama did not immediately attack the Lord but approached Uchiha Nagasawa instead. Nagasawa, your eyes have been returned to you. Yet, remember this, some things must be reclaimed by your own efforts. Uchiha Kazama extended his hand, placing the Sharingan into Nagasawa's eye socket. With the activation of the power of the sun, Nagasawa's vision was swiftly restored. Patriarch, I understand. Upon uttering these words, the power in Nagasawa's left eye surged dramatically, subsequently invigorating the right. The three tomo twisted instantaneously, transforming into a state of lightning, with the central pupil beginning to rotate. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Nagasawa activated his Meingeki Sharingan. Strike down those who have dared to assault you. Eliminate anyone who obstructs you in your path, Kazama urged, advancing step by step toward the Minister Chinchyu. Simultaneously, Uchiha Nagasawa rose to his feet. Dark Thunder, Soul of the Underworld. The Meingeki Sharingan world. Conjuring a long blade of black lightning in his hand, inscribed with the characters for Soul of the Underworld. This was Nagasawa's spiritual weapon, the Sharingan. As a reflection of the soul, now sought to send all adversaries into the realm of the dead. In an instant, Nagasawa vanished. Pupil technique, true 10 shadows. In the next moment, 10 phantoms emerged, materializing into solid forms. Each individual wielded a soul of the underworld. They engaged directly with the guarding ninjas who had previously besieged Nagasawa. Uchiha Kazama remained unconcerned about the battle's outcome, with Nagasawa's Meingeki Sharingan. His strength was more than sufficient to clear the area. Kazama now stood before Minister Chinchyu. Minister Chinchyu, to what extent were you involved in this matter? Kazama inquired, lifting the wine jug before him and taking a sip. I oppose this affair. However, I am merely responsible for you in Konoha. Is that so? Then, would you care to assume the position of Lord? Kazama smiled as he spoke. Initially, it seemed Kazama intended to eliminate him, especially given his previous unhesitating actions. As a minister involved in negotiations with Konoha, he undoubtedly sensed the impending danger. Yet, Kazama posed such a question instead. Noticing Chinchiyu's astonishment, Kazama felt a twinge of exasperation. These individuals clearly harbored such ambitions, yet they consistently feigned disbelief. Minister Chinchiyu, if you do not desire this position, I shall find another. To me, anyone can assume the role of Lord. Even placing a dog in that position would pose no issue. Kazama had no time to squander on the power struggles among these lords. Being well-versed in the storyline, his ambitions lay far beyond the shinobi world. However, if I were to take that position, the ministers aligned with the current lord would not support me. Chinchyu hesitated, yet the complexity of managing the land of fire, far more intricate than governing a village, weighed heavily on him. The multitude of administrative roles and the power centers were predominantly filled with ministers loyal to the lord. If the lord were to fall, those ministers would be the first to react and seize control of the land of fire, leaving no opportunities for him. List the obstructive individuals. I shall deal with them. However, I expect you to resolve Konoha's funding issues once you assume this position, ensuring that any matters concerning Konoha are promptly addressed. Beyond that, proceed as normal. Uchiha Kazama articulated his straightforward conditions. At this moment, Minister Chinchyu appeared as though struck by overwhelming fortune. The despair and hesitation in his gaze gradually transformed into surprise, ultimately culminating in elation. His eyes quivered, and his body trembled, yearning to articulate something, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Patriarch, during the recent battle, I inadvertently killed the Lord. Before Chinchyu could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Nagasawa had already appeared behind Kazama, recounting the events of the conflict. Chinchyu turned to look. The guarding ninjas, originally tasked with protecting the Lord, now stood idly by, while the Lord's head and body lay severed, occupying separate spaces. This was no mere accident. It was a targeted assassination. Even a fool could discern that the fifth Hokage's presence here was not solely for matters of funding. The Lord's insistence on withholding funds had driven these fervent individuals to their breaking point. Thus, when the Lord once again rejected their demands, it was likely that the notion of eliminating him had already taken root. The excuse of it being an accident served merely as a warning to Chinchyu. Cooperation was paramount, lest he find himself the next victim of accidental demise. Now that the Lord has inadvertently perished, please provide me with a list of individuals you believe might hinder your ascension to the position of Lord. The guarding ninjas have been persuaded and will ensure your protection. Kazama's voice, though low, resonated throughout the meeting room, reaching the ears of all present. Minister Chinshyu, no, Lord. We are allies in this endeavor. I shall be the first to support you as Lord. Indeed, Lord, we have always believed in your capabilities. The Land of Fire requires a capable leader to grow stronger. Lord, my family and I shall follow your lead from now on. Please accept my goodwill. A multitude of ministers suddenly shifted their attention to Chinshyu. These ministers were not those who typically allied with him, but rather those who had previously opposed him. The greater their previous antagonism, the more sycophantic their demeanor became, as they hastened to express their newfound camaraderie. Thank you, Fifth Hokage, for your assistance. I trust we are all wise individuals, united in our commitment to the Land of Fire. For now, I have no need for executions. However, should anyone attempt to instigate trouble, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance once more. Chinshyu offered Uchiha Kazama a respectful bow, his expression amicable. Beneath Chinshu's smile, Uchiha Kazama discerned a hint of ruthlessness. His words served as both a reprimand and an invitation to remain. After all, a complete and immediate overhaul of the vast national apparatus might prove detrimental. Thus, it was prudent to retain them for the time being, gradually integrating new personnel if they proved capable, and purging them should they engage in subversive activities. As for security concerns, with the presence of these guardian ninja, he harbored no anxieties. The power wielded by these individuals, accustomed to a life of opulence, was negligible. Moreover, Chinshyu had the backing of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. This is your decision, and I shall not interfere. Arrange for someone to contact Narashikaku, my aide, regarding budgetary matters. We shall now depart. With these words, Uchiha Kazama led the Uchiha ninja away from the premises. From their arrival at the daimyo's residence, the assassination of the Uchiha Clan member, the daimyo's demise, and the confirmation of the new daimyo, the entire sequence of events transpired in under 4 hours. It is worth noting that their journey from Konoha had taken considerably longer. As Uchiha Kazama departed, Chinshyo's affable demeanor vanished. He approached the former daimyo's seat, disdainfully kicking his head aside, and seated himself in the principal chair. Let the banquet continue. The remaining matters can be addressed tomorrow. There is no need for an inauguration ceremony. Let each of you fulfill your respective duties and diligently attend to your responsibilities, Chinshyu declared, raising a goblet of wine to his lips. The assembled ministers exchanged uneasy glances before following suit, raising their own glasses and partaking in the libation. Despite the lingering stench of blood in the air, they were compelled to suppress their physiological discomfort and continue the revelry. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, what? The fifth Hokage of Konoha is indeed Uchiha Kazama, the one who instigated the coup. Did the ninja clans of Konoha truly stand by and allow him to seize the position of Hokage through violent means? The fourth Raikage's face was etched with astonishment as he received the latest intelligence. Initially, he had dismissed the reports as erroneous. However, subsequent confirmations yielded the same information. Moreover, the ninja clans of Konoha had seemingly accepted this Uchiha as their Hokage. Simultaneously, within the Raikage's office in the hidden cloud village, they were killed. What are the specific details? The fourth Raikage's brow furrowed in concern. Never in his tenure as Raikage had the village suffered such significant losses. The 72 ninja previously operating within the Land of Fire, along with the 18 ninja dispatched to counter Konoha's cleansing operation, had all perished. Furthermore, their remains had been meticulously disposed of. The latter group of 18 ninja had been slain within the borders of the grass country. The other villages faced similar circumstances. Lord Raikage, Ross stammered nervously. As the fourth Raikage's intelligence officer, he had never before delivered such devastating news. He was acutely aware of the Raikage's temperament and anticipated his reaction. Bang! In an instant, the Raikage's desk, one of the most precarious seats in the ninja world, was shattered by the fourth Raikage's fist. How dare Konoha? It seems that these years of peace have fostered a delusion of invincibility. Prepare yourselves. We shall declare war on Konoha. I intend to ascertain the source of their audacity. Let us hope they do not cower and surrender as the third Hokage did. The fourth Raikage's face was contorted with rage. Driven by his agitation, the Raikage's lightning chakra surged forth, causing his hair to stand on end. The assembled ninja trembled, knowing that the fourth Raikage was prone to violence when enraged. Lord Raikage, are we truly going to declare war so hastily? Pili stepped forward, her voice laced with apprehension. While she did not fear Konoha, the village's recent displays of weakness had led many to forget its former dominance in the ninja world. However, Pili was aware of a crucial detail. The ninja of Konoha were unlikely to be fools. Intelligence reports indicated that the Hidden Cloud village was not the only target of the purge. Ninja from other major villages had also been targeted. Over the past few months, Konoha had eliminated an alarming number of ninja. This was highly unusual and uncharacteristic of Konoha. It suggested that Konoha possessed a hidden trump card, or that the newly appointed 5th Hokage had taken such drastic measures to bolster his reputation. Regardless of the reason or the cards they hold, they shall face the consequences for attacking our Hidden Cloud ninja. Pili, summon all Chunin-ranked ninja and above. Prepare for immediate departure. I shall personally lead the charge. The 4th Raikage declared with urgency. The Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village adhered to a tradition of personally leading troops into battle. The 3rd Raikage had met his demise during a siege by the Hidden Stone village. No. At that moment, Killer Bee burst into the office. He had been eavesdropping outside for some time and was well aware of the situation. B. The 4th Raikage stared at Killer Bee in astonishment. Killer Bee typically remained detached from village affairs, serving as his protected younger brother. His sudden appearance and opposition to the Raikage's decision were unsettling. Raikage, we need to investigate this matter further. The Konoha of today is not the Konoha of the past. Before we take action, we must gather intelligence on Konoha's current state. A hasty attack would be perilous. Killer Bee's expression was grave. For such a jovial individual to speak with such seriousness underscored the gravity of the situation. Those cunning Konoha ninjas believe we will hesitate, which is why they have resorted to such reckless measures. If we grant them time to prepare, we will be at a disadvantage. B. Leave village matters to me. Remain here and safeguard the village. I will handle the rest. The 4th Raikage dismissed Killer Bee's concerns without hesitation and strode out of the Raikage's office. Lord B, we must defer to the Raikage's judgment in this matter. The number of ninja lost this time exceeds the losses of the previous year, and Konoha is responsible for all of it. War is inevitable. Pili approached Killer Bee, her voice tinged with resignation. As the village's most powerful Jinchuriki, Lord B's words carried considerable weight. However, at present, I have come to realize that Kurabi has departed from this place. Soon, Kurabi found the Two Tails and the Jinchuriki, Yagura. Master Yagura. Upon seeing Kurabi, Yagura immediately greeted him with respect. You must be aware of the recent events. You should remain in the village and protect it diligently. I intend to venture out with AI. Should any issues arise, I will assist AI accordingly. Kurabi expressed his thoughts. Yet, listen to me. Kurabi interrupted Yagura's words and took his leave. Meanwhile, within the rock village, Lord Tsuchikage had received intelligence regarding the situation. Our ninjas, alongside those from the Cloud and Sand villages, have been slain by the Leaf village's forces. The assailants were the subordinates of the rogue ninja Orochimaru, who had recently returned to the village. The ninjas within the Land of Fire have also been eradicated. Should we not take action? Iron Rock was somewhat enraged. The ninjas dispatched this time included several Jonin and Chunin, precious resources for the rock village. Many ninjas had perished due to the issues surrounding the 3rd Raikage. Consequently, Anoki regarded the village's ninjas as invaluable assets. Now, with so many sacrificed, not only Anoki but the other high-ranking officials of the rock village were equally furious. Do not rush. Wait. Anoki calmly uttered, contrary to expectations, with only these 2 simple sentences. But, Lord Tsuchikage, the Cloud Village will intervene, and they will certainly come looking for us. Wait. After Anoki's resolute declaration, he turned to the side towards Karatsuchi. Go retrieve those 2. Arrange another mission. Within the Sand Village, in the office of the Wind Shadow, a sense of opportunity filled the air. Lord Wind Shadow, this is an excellent chance. Leaf Village has just undergone a coup. Striking now could yield substantial benefits. Indeed, Lord Wind Shadow, the development of our village has faced limitations. If we can acquire some resources from the Land of Fire, it would significantly accelerate our progress. The ninjas of the Sand Village were overwhelmingly excited, frenzied with anticipation. They had endured oppressive circumstances for far too long, being a defeated village from the 3rd Great Ninja War, and similarly from the 2nd. Cough, cough. To continue further would be somewhat impolite. Yet, whenever they encountered such a situation, they could not help but feel exhilarated, as if they had nothing left to lose, and that no worse scenario could possibly arise. These individuals were always eager for action. I understand. Let the other villages take the first step. You all should prepare as well. Maki, take Gaara with you. We shall move out together. The voice of Raza was calm, yet as he mentioned Gaara, the others exchanged glances of concern. Gaara. That name. He is Raza's son, the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. However, Gaara is still too young. If we decide to take him along, it could lead to the one-tail Shikaku going berserk, a situation we cannot control. Of course, if we can successfully send Gaara into the Leaf Village and unleash chaos there, it would undoubtedly provide considerable support for us. But this is Raza's son. Can he truly let him go? Why is everyone silent? Do you believe that because Gaara is my son, I will be overly concerned and prevent him from fighting for the village? Once I decided to make him a Jinchuriki, I ceased to entertain such thoughts, Raza replied coldly. Very well, I will prepare immediately. Hurry and get ready. We must seize a piece of flesh from the Leaf Village this time. Our village shall once again advance among the 5 great shinobi nations. A number of ninjas wore expressions filled with excitement. They viewed the Leaf Village's current situation as a self-destructive move. In the Third Great Ninja War, they had already suffered heavy losses. How much time had passed since then? The powerful ninjas within their village had dwindled, and the younger generation would not be able to rise to strength swiftly. Under these circumstances, the Leaf Village might very well face annihilation. Wind Shadow, I intend to take direct action against the Leaf Village. They infiltrated our village and murdered my son and daughter-in-law. This time, I will pay them back in kind. At that moment, a hoarse voice interrupted. Raza turned to see Chio, the senior advisor of the Sand Village. You may carry out your plans as you wish. I will not impede your actions, Raza stated expressionlessly, showing no anger at Chio's intention to act independently. Instead, he granted her the most flexible course of action. Thank you, Wind Shadow. Chio looked puzzled as she glanced at the figure beside Raza, cloaked in a hood. This ninja was unfamiliar to her, rumored to be Raza's chosen personal guard. No one knew his true identity. Now that Chio had acquired the answers she sought, she turned to leave. Once everyone had departed, the man behind Raza lifted his hood, revealing a pale face. Well done. With your assistance in taking action against the Leaf Village, I believe I may acquire all the materials I desire. Uchiha Itachi has perished, and his body has vanished. Now, Uchiha Kazama, your body may prove even more suitable than Itachi's. Orochimaru spoke softly. Indeed, this so-called personal guard was none other than Orochimaru himself. During a previous outing, the Fourth Wind Shadow had been defeated by Orochimaru wielding the power he commanded, and subsequently controlled through the Sharingan. At this point, Orochimaru had already acquired a pair of Sharingan, the origin of which was, of course, the previous Tsuchikage, Shimura Danzo. After all, Danzo had maintained a series of transactions with Orochimaru. Even after Orochimaru's departure from the Leaf Village, their dealings had never ceased. It was due to his exposure to the genuine Sharingan that Orochimaru's covetousness towards the Uchiha Clan had intensified. Understood, Raza nodded and took his seat, beginning to process documents. Orochimaru glanced at Raza, then raised his finger. A large serpent appeared behind him, swallowing Orochimaru whole before vanishing in a cloud of white mist. In the Mist Village, within the office of the Fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, numerous ninjas gathered, including formidable mist ninjas like Ao and Terumi Mei. The recent upheaval in the Leaf Village had drawn their attention. The Uchiha Clan, which had previously defeated them, now occupied the Leaf Village. If left unchecked in their development, they will undoubtedly seek retribution against our hidden Mist Village once they have grown stronger. Therefore, given the current circumstances, it is certain that the other hidden villages will take action. We must also provide our assistance. Inform all the ninjas of the hidden Mist Village to assemble immediately and proceed to the Land of Fire. Without the slightest hesitation, Koguchi Shikura made a decisive choice. The current Kirigakure, too, has given rise to a cadre of fanatics amidst a landscape stained with blood. They possess an insatiable fervor for warfare. The moment Koguchi Shikura articulated these sentiments, the majority of the Mist shinobi eagerly commenced their preparations. Although Kuroha Mei felt a twinge of concern, she found herself unable to contest Koguchi Shikura's directives. Once everyone had departed from the scene, 2 figures materialized in their stead. At the forefront stood none other than Uchiha Obito, cloaked in the guise of Uchiha Madara. Another individual, known as the Tailless Beast, is Kisame. Are they planning to take action against Konoha? Is this time a premeditated strategy? Kisame revealed his sharp fangs, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Obito nodded slightly. Let's return. This time, I shall plunge Konoha and the entire world into the darkness I have meticulously prepared. After Uchiha Obito spoke, he directly sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Kisame, on the other hand, turned with excitement and departed from the scene. In the span of 4 days, Uchiha Kazama had returned to Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, the Hokage addressed the matter at hand. The funding issue has been resolved. However, recently, there has been a significant influx of rogue ninjas from other villages within the Land of Fire. Furthermore, there have already been incidents of violent confrontations involving our village's ninjas. Nara Shikaku, bearing dark circles under his eyes, weakly handed over a document. It was evident that Shikaku was in a state of exhaustion from extended overtime work. Shikaku, you should take some time to rest. I will arrange for others to handle these matters, Uchiha Kazama stated as he took the file. He was reluctant to see such a valuable aide succumb to fatigue. Rest assured, the other village affairs will be managed by advisor Jiraiya. Uchiha Kazama interrupted Nara Shikaku's words. Shikaku glanced at Jiraiya, who also displayed dark circles under his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly exited. He indeed needed to rest. Moreover, with the funding issue resolved, Shikaku, in his position as the chief administrator, could afford to take a temporary respite. After Shikaku's departure, Jiraiya stepped forward. Hokage, how do you intend to handle these rogue ninjas? The ninjas from other villages are the most challenging to manage. A single misstep may provoke discord among the villages, leading to widespread conflict. Given the current circumstances, such confrontations are ill-advised. Jiraiya expressed his perspective. Are the ninjas from other villages truly more difficult to handle? Jiraiya, as an advisor, I hope you can comprehend one fundamental truth. The ninjas of our village are the ones deserving of our utmost attention. As for those from outside, if they have chosen to provoke us, they must brace themselves for the possibility of never returning. Uchiha Kazama declared, an ominous intent radiating from his gaze. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya could discern Uchiha Kazama's resolution. Indeed, this fifth Hokage cannot be analyzed through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Hokage-sama. At that moment, Uchiha Ryunin entered the Hokage's office. Are you ready? Kazama smiled as he spoke. Yes, everything is ready. All those who have been recorded, as well as those who have come forward themselves, have gathered. Uchiha Leonien responded affirmatively. Very well, Jiraiya, the village is now in your capable hands. I shall go to escort Tsunade back to the village. After Uchiha Kazama concluded his words, he rose and vanished from the scene. Observing the vacant Hokage office, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He then picked up a document from the table. Upon reading its contents, a glint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Jiraiya slowly made his way to the window, gazing out at the streets of Konoha. Uchiha Kazama and his entourage were heading towards the village entrance. Perhaps a unique glimmer sparkled in Jiraiya's gaze as he returned to his seat, commencing the management of the village's various affairs. At the village entrance, Nagasawa, you shall lead the team. What I require is total annihilation. No interrogation, no extraction of intel, and no repatriation. Necessary oblivion shall be their deserved fate. Thus, Uchiha Kazama decreed. Acknowledged, Lord Hokage. After Uchiha Nagasawa finished speaking, he vanished from the site accompanied by 30 ninjas of the Uchiha Clan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama departed with a group of individuals in another direction. In the training grounds of the Uchiha Clan. Lightning release. Lightning beast without hand seals. Sasuke raised his hand, instantly gathering a sphere of lightning chakra. With swift movements, the lightning chakra in his grasp began to take on distinct shapes. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke was able to precisely control the lightning in his hand. Bang! As the lightning release descended from my hand, it swiftly spread across the colossal boulder before me, transforming into a myriad of beastly heads that surged forth with ferocity. The boulder shattered in response. Well, today as training task for you, Sasuke, has been accomplished. Your innate talent for lightning release is undeniably formidable. Moving forward, strive to transition from mere form alteration to a transformation of properties, complemented by precise control. Your mastery of lightning release is destined to surpass even my own. Kakashi Hatake tucked away the book in his hands, gazing in astonishment at the figure of Sasuke Uchiha before him. Judging by the standards of the Third Great Ninja War, Sasuke would now possess the qualifications to enter the battlefield. However, in this era of tranquility, children have been afforded ample time for cultivation. Naruto you. Kakashi-sensei, I have discovered a unique ninjutsu. Please, take a look. Just as Kakashi was about to inquire about Naruto, the latter swiftly dashed in front of him, his face brimming with excitement. A unique ninjutsu? Kakashi's expression momentarily froze. As the son of the prodigious Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi held a deep regard for Naruto. Minato's own talent for ninjutsu had been remarkably formidable, encompassing both physical prowess and sage techniques. Thus, when Naruto proclaimed that he had mastered a unique ninjutsu, Kakashi was filled with anticipation. The technique was none other than the shadow clone technique. Upon finishing his sentence, Naruto instantaneously unleashed his shadow clone technique, his signature ninjutsu. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of over 30 shadow clones. Naruto, weren't you able to summon nearly 100 shadow clones simultaneously just yesterday? Have you not rested well? Kakashi was somewhat perplexed. Shadow clone. No, it is the multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto, with his formidable physique and chakra reserves, can effortlessly master this forbidden technique. Moreover, he can even engage in specialized training through concealment. Yet now, the sheer number of clones Naruto has summoned. Could it be that Naruto has already contemplated the notion that shadow clones also require quality? I have already mentioned that this is a novel ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei, please observe closely. This ninjutsu undoubtedly possesses the potency of a super technique. Whoosh. As Naruto concluded his statement, both Kakashi and Sasuke activated their Sharingan, intently observing Naruto's actions. In an instant, all the Narutos transformed into alluring, scantily clad women. This thud. Kakashi, speechless, immediately suffered a nosebleed. Sasuke, as if struck by a powerful force, stood motionless with his mouth agape. Haha, what do you think? Naruto, having dispelled the harem technique, gazed triumphantly at the two. Outside the village, after Kazama Uchiha and his cohort vanished, a dark figure gradually emerged from the earth, accompanied by Obito Uchiha. Now that Kazama Uchiha has once again departed from the village, are they planning a direct assault? If we were to strike now, Black Zetsu turned to Obito Uchiha, the target he had selected. Currently, Konoha was at its most vulnerable, making it an opportune moment for disruption. Furthermore, the entire shinobi world was stirred by Konoha's actions, and this period of unrest presented them with an ideal opportunity. Seek out Kazama Uchiha. The village no longer enjoys the support of Danzo and his faction. Therefore, await the actions of the other villages. With those words, Obito unhesitatingly sank into the ground and disappeared. Upon hearing Obito's words, a smile graced Black Zetsu's face. Indeed, collaboration with this individual was a wise choice. He had not become arrogant due to the present circumstances, but instead maintained a steady and cautious approach, which greatly pleased Black Zetsu. With that thought, Black Zetsu also submerged into the earth and vanished. Within a secret chamber in the Rain Country, they've arrived? Nagato calmly inquired, sensing spatial fluctuations in the distance. Connected to a specialized apparatus, Nagato appeared exceedingly feeble, his body seemingly drained of energy, creating a somewhat unsettling sight. Nagato, it is time to act. Konoha's actions may incite the Fourth Shinobi World War, making this the opportune moment to capture the tailed beasts. Obito Uchiha declared, directly stating the course of action. The Fourth Shinobi World War? These individuals will never comprehend the extent of the calamity their reckless actions inflict upon others. A look of fury crossed Nagato's gaunt face. The Akatsuki organization had been established in response to such behavior. Yet, not long after the Third Shinobi World War, they were already contemplating initiating another conflict. Such actions reopened old wounds within Nagato's heart. Very well, I shall carry out this task. You, attend to your own matters. Obito Uchiha remained silent. He did not need to orchestrate everything. Merely providing information sufficed. After Obito's departure, a graceful figure appeared. He was just here? Konan inquired, her brow furrowed with unease. In Konan's eyes, this individual known as Madara Uchiha was not to be trusted. Moreover, despite not being a member of Akatsuki, he frequently interfered with the organization's affairs, and each time he did, problems arose. Indeed, the internal strife within Konoha has incited unrest among the other shinobi villages. This time, the tailed beasts may be drawn into the conflict. Prepare yourselves, should war erupt. Immediately proceed to the battlefield and capture all the tailed beasts. Nagato declared his decision. Nagato, we must not act rashly. First, inform the members. I shall venture to Konoha to reconnoiter. Await my word, Konan stated in a low voice. Konan harbored a deep-seated distrust of Madara Uchiha. though she was uncertain as to why. She simply felt that he was excessively sinister. Very well. However, the present state of Konoha. Rest assured, my perception is acute. Conan offered a reassuring look to alleviate Nagato's concern before dissolving into a flurry of paper and disappearing. As Conan departed, Nagato once more closed his eyes. His current priority was to conserve his strength. At the border between the land of fire and the rain country, a group of Hokage ninjas congregated. During the Third Shinobi World War, the animosity between Hokage and Konoha ran deep. The Uchiha has decreed that our primary objective is to assassinate Konoha ninjas. I have already procured intelligence. Our next task is to locate Konoha's task forces and launch attacks. Exercise caution and leave no trace. One of the Hokage ninjas declared, his face alight with excitement. He eagerly anticipated these assassination missions, particularly those targeting his despised Konoha. Thud. In an instant, a gash appeared on his face, and blood trickled down. It seemed as if something had just grazed his face. Immediately, the 9 ninjas sprang to their feet, shielding the injured ninja and warily surveying their surroundings. Ack! The Hokage ninja who had been shielded suddenly cried out in agony. The others turned to see a gaping hole in his chest, from which blood gushed forth. His mouth hung open, but he had already breathed his last. Dead. Who is it? The 9 Hokage ninjas were unnerved. They had not detected anyone approaching, and their comrade had been slain without them even glimpsing the assailant. Such skill sent shivers down their spines. Ahaha. This sensation, it's truly exhilarating. A deranged cackle echoed from the nearby thicket. Then, a man adorned with black and white markings emerged. Haiden. The 9 were taken aback by Haiden's appearance. For a black spike protruded from his chest. What is this guy? Thud. Thud. As the 9 stood in astonishment, a pair of fists pierced through their chests. Ack. Ack. Screams echoed as 2 were instantly felled. Another figure emerged from behind. Hey, wasn't it agreed that these guys were mine? Haiden grumbled, brandishing his blood-soaked scythe at the distant man. Enough, let's complete the mission. These heads are still worth some money. Kakuzu had no interest in Haiden's peculiar proclivities. In his eyes, these individuals were merely currency, and his sole objective was to convert them into wealth. Immediately, a swarm of dark entities erupted from behind Kakuzu. Fire release, intelligent hard work, 1,000 needles, rain of carnage. A massive conflagration instantly engulfed the 7 ninjas before them. Simultaneously, a torrent of needles spewed forth from the mouth of one of the entities. As the flames subsided, the 7 stood in terror. Just moments ago, they had barely managed to thwart the fiery onslaught by uniting their powers to unleash a formidable earth technique. However, the subsequent barrage of 1,000 needles inflicted numerous wounds upon them. Curse these fiends! As they pondered their predicament, a multitude of injuries suddenly appeared upon their bodies. Soon after, they collapsed onto the ground. What a relief! At this moment, lying on the ground, his body was pierced all over by deadly spikes. And an odd expression graced his face. With a smile, he let out a euphoric roar of comfort. Bang! Kakuzu paid no heed to Haiden. Striding directly towards the gathered crowd and unceremoniously heaping their bodies together. After binding them with ropes, 5 dark creatures emerged from within, hoisting the corpses of 10 individuals. Subsequently, he approached Haiden and delivered a kick. Get up on your own. I'm off to exchange for some money, Kakuzu declared before vanishing from sight. Haiden lingered for a moment before rising to shoulder his bloody scythe, departing thereafter. In the land of water, a contingent of ninjas from the Mist Village was hastening forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The group abruptly halted, for before them stood 2 figures. Oh dear, I truly do not comprehend why I must accompany you on such a task. I ask you, Tenzu, have you ever encountered the leader? I truly yearn to meet the leader, Orochimaru said, licking his snake head, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Let us proceed with the mission. As for the leader, you may address that during the meeting. With that, Hisashi Taizang drew forth his executioner's blade. Taizang, what a surprise to find you here. Since our paths have crossed, it seems only fitting that I reclaim your executioner's blade, along with your very life. Technique of mist concealment. The ninja from the hidden mist village concluded his words and immediately unleashed the mist technique. Consequently, a multitude of individuals vanished into the fog. The ninjas of the hidden mist village certainly remained steadfast in their traditions. Such a method of combat was already deciphered during the Third Great Ninja War. Now, it is astonishing that one continues to engage in battle in this manner. Orochimaru, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hand. Serpent's World. Upon finishing his words, Orochimaru collapsed onto the ground. In an instant, a multitude of serpents surged forth from his mouth, spreading outwards in all directions. As the snakes were unleashed, Orochimaru rose to his feet. Was his body beginning to exhibit signs of deterioration? It seems that there is a need to accelerate. Orochimaru sensed the condition of his body and let out a self-deprecating smile. He then raised his right hand, conjuring a gust of wind chakra within it. In an instant, Orochimaru vanished from his original position. Indeed, engaging in battle alongside this individual is quite unbearable. With a cold retort, Pai-Pa Shirzong brandished his decapitating blade and charged forward. The technique of hidden mist requires a keen sense of perception. As one of the elite ninja swordsmen hailing from the Hidden Mist Village, Pai-Pa Shirzong possessed formidable perceptive abilities. He swiftly plunged into the mist, initiating the conflict. Although he originated from the Hidden Mist Village, Pai-Pa Shirzong did not harbor a strong sense of belonging to it. Thus, when it came to combat, he showed no mercy. "I've got you." 3 ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village suddenly materialized beside Orochimaru. With their kunai in hand, they swiftly lunged towards him. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Orochimaru raised his hand, instantly unleashing wind release, cutting technique. The bodies of the 3 ninjas transformed into a mist of blood, scattering across the ground. Although Orochimaru could no longer perceive the positions of everyone under the hidden mist technique, the serpents he dispatched served as his eyes. Thus, the ambush hidden within the mist proved utterly futile. Half an hour later, as the fog dissipated, 3 figures lay twitching on the ground. "Orochimaru, could you refrain from such actions in my presence? I fear I may be compelled to act against you," Pai-Pa Shirzong remarked, casting an annoyed glance at Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was engaged in experimental dissection on the 3 remaining ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Though accustomed to battle and bloodshed, this gruesome act was something Pai-Pa Shirzong could hardly bear. "Haha, well then, I shall take them with me," Orochimaru declared, invoking the snake-eating technique. After Orochimaru's declaration, the surrounding serpents began to devour one another in an instant. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal serpent that consumed the 3 ninjas along with Orochimaru himself. Subsequently, it transformed into a white mist and vanished from the scene. Indeed, it remains exceedingly challenging to adapt to fighting alongside this individual, Pai-Pa Shirzong remarked as he surveyed the corpses strewn about. He then commenced digging a grave. At that moment, Uchiha Nagasawa, accompanied by a group of ninjas, halted at a small village within the Land of Fire. "You have been trained on data until October 2023. Gazing at the information delivered by the intelligence ninja, Uchiha Nagasawa found himself somewhat perplexed. It appeared that a group of infiltrating ninjas from the Land of Fire had been annihilated by a mysterious force. Until now, Uchiha Nagasawa had yet to encounter any ninjas from other villages. The information received consisted solely of reports detailing the slaughter of various small teams or groups from external villages. "Captain Nagasawa, should we contact the clan leader? Such peculiar occurrences may indicate that someone is orchestrating these events from the shadows." Uchiha Nagasawa's comrade, Uchiha Reunion, approached him with a grave expression. "No need. This aligns with our mission. If someone wishes to make a move, let them do so. However, it would be preferable if they do not cross paths with us," Uchiha Nagasawa replied, his eyes gleaming with a fervent martial spirit. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rivers, "Lady Tsunade, you have lost again. Shall we continue? You possess knowledge that extends until October 2023. The croupier surveyed the chips before him, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. A decade he had toiled as a dealer, and at last, he had encountered a veritable goldmine in the form of Tsunade. This game alone promised him a cut exceeding 100,000 Ryo, and the stakes were still escalating. "Continue betting on small." Tsunade, with a feigned air of indifference, pushed her remaining chips onto the small section. "I'll wager on small as well," I echoed. At that moment, a warm voice resonated. Simultaneously, a pile of chips was placed in a small position. Generally speaking, although Tsunade allowed others to participate at this table, they were required to place their bets in accordance with her decisions. Tsunade's reputation was such that no one would dare to wager alongside her, except for that earlier white-haired man. Now, the handsome figure before me clearly did not belong to him, for he possessed black hair. "Is it you? How is it that Jiraiya sent you to act as a mediator?" Kakashi cast a glance at the newcomer, her expression betraying an air of indifference. However, her peripheral vision remained fixated on this individual. Indeed, The person who had approached was none other than Uchiha Kazama, who had departed from the village several days prior. Shake the dice cup. Uchiha Kazama did not respond to Tsunade's words, but instead directed his gaze towards the dealer. Ah, very well. The dealer swiftly shook the dice cup. Begin. The dealer stared at the dice before him, utterly bewildered. How could this be? Wasn't Tsunade renowned as the goddess of gambling who never lost? You have been trained on data until October 2023. Shall we go out for a meal? Uchiha Kazama observed Tsunade with great interest. This woman, clearly intrigued by him, was suppressing the thoughts that stirred within her heart. Silence. Tsunade called out softly before rising and making her way towards the exit of the casino. Miss Shizen, please assist me in exchanging my chips as well. Uchiha Kazama offered a slight smile, then turned to follow Tsunade's lead. Shizun, cradling a small pig, was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, Uchiha Kazama had merely spoken a single sentence to her, yet she felt an unexpected rush of warmth and fluttering in her heart. How handsome. Silently. He could no longer contain his innermost thoughts. This charm transcends mere physical appearance. It emanates a unique aura that seems to radiate allure from every pore. Within the private room, he remarked, if you have come to persuade me to return to the village, there is no need. However, feel free to share your insights about the village and join me for a couple of drinks. It was unexpected that the little fellow from the Third Great War had now ascended to the position of Hokage in Konoha. Tsunade, with a hint of a smile yet tinged with a touch of aloofness, spoke up. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Tsunade, influenced somewhat by Tobirama, harbored a certain aversion. Yet she did not exhibit significant resistance. As for matters concerning the village, Jiraiya returned to assume the role of advisor in Konoha, taking charge of village affairs in the absence of the Hokage. The head of the Naruto clan, Shikaku, served as his aide, assisting in the management of village matters. Uchiha Kazama swiftly elucidated the current composition and circumstances of the village. To his astonishment, it was revealed that the Uchiha had effectively become mere pursuers among the ninja ranks. This indicated that aside from Uchiha Kazama, the Hokage, the Uchiha clan wielded no tangible power. The authority of the village had been decentralized and redistributed among various ninja clans. Such a scenario was beyond Tsunade's anticipation. Is it not the case that you, as Hokage, have been rendered powerless? Tsunade jestingly produced a flask and took a solitary sip. Is it an illusion? As long as I possess strength, power shall forever remain in my grasp. Sarutobi Hizashi, does he not seize authority with his own hands? Without capability, it remains futile. Let us dine first. We shall converse further afterwards. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Kazama did not afford Tsunade the opportunity to inquire further, for the meal had already arrived. Observing Uchiha Kazama as he partook in the meal, an unusual sensation stirred within Tsunade's heart. After the meal, Uchiha Kazama rose and opened the door to the private room. I humbly invite the clan leader to return to the village. We humbly invite the clan leader to return to the village. In that moment, the harmonious chorus of voices caused Tsunade to pause, the wine jug hovering at her lips. These sounds. Slowly, Tsunade turned her head, her gaze falling upon the group before her, her eyes trembling with disbelief. If she were to possess the Uchiha genes now, it is likely she would awaken her abilities instantly. You all. Observing the clan insignia of the Senju clan emblazoned upon the individuals, each adorned with the forehead protector of Konoha, Tsunade recognized most of them. Yet, the question lingered. Why were they here? Tsunade cast her gaze upon Uchiha Kazama, as the clan leader of the Senju and the head of the medical department. She implored, please return to the village with me. Uchiha Kazama met Tsunade's gaze and expressed his thoughts aloud. The leader of the Senju clan, the head of the medical department. Tsunade felt her thoughts struggling to keep pace with the current changes. How many years had it been since the Senju clan had disbanded? Even her grandmother Tsunade and her brother Shoshin do not bear the illustrious name of Senju. The other clansmen are even less likely to possess such a title. This was a decision made by her grandfather, who sought to lead by example and fully integrate the family with the village. However, the outcome fell far short of Hashirama Senju's expectations. Each clan continues to prioritize its own interests, particularly the Uchiha and Hyuga, who are prominent ninja clans. You intend to use such means to compel my return. However, what can I possibly achieve by returning? At present, I am unable to serve as the Minister of Health, nor can I partake in combat. Since you have come to seek me, you must already be aware of this, correct? The initial look of astonishment on Tsunade's face faded. replaced by a sense of languor and indifference. Indeed, with her hemophobia, the actions available to her have become exceedingly limited. I understand. Humph. Uchiha Kazama raised his finger, and a sealed short blade materialized in his grasp instantaneously. He then swiftly drew it across his palm. Outside the private room, the members of the Senju clan mirrored his actions. The scent of blood permeated the air in an instant. Tsunade's body trembled as a wave of nausea and dizziness coursed through her entire being. Even the hand holding the wine jug began to quiver slightly. Before Tsunade could react, Uchiha Kazama, with bloodied hands, had already grasped her hand and pulled her up. Tsunade, this warm blood has been shed for your sake. The village is in need of your assistance. With your presence, this lifeblood would be preserved solely for your discerning gaze, never squandered upon the desolate expanse for want of a capable medical ninja. We implore you, esteemed Tsunade, to grace our village with your return. Uchiha Kazama proclaimed with renewed fervor. We humbly beseech the clan leader to return to the village. A throng of Senju clansmen outside began to raise their voices in unison. The scent of blood seemed to dissipate. The reason these members of the Senju clan chose to follow Uchiha was not due to the charismatic allure of Uchiha Kazama, but rather their awareness that only through the reformation of the Senju clan could they access greater resources. As one of the founding clans of the village, the Senju had diminished in strength while the Uchiha thrived. Although these individuals adhered to the teachings of their ancestors, they were unwilling to accept a life of mediocrity when an opportunity presented itself. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama had personally approached each of them, promising the position of advisor to Konoha and the head of the medical department to Tsunade. Thus, they chose to accompany Uchiha Kazama. Tsunade, can you sense the rhythm of my heartbeat and the flow of my blood? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. If it is possible, then you should be able to sense the need that Konoha has for you, as well as my own need for you. Uchiha Kazama approached Tsunade, his voice soft and gentle. At that moment, the charm bestowed by the system made its impact felt. Tsunade, who had always recoiled from physical contact and suffered from hemophobia, found herself momentarily stunned by Uchiha Kazama's unwavering gaze. Her body ceased to tremble, and her breathing began to steady. In that instant, Tsunade was profoundly moved by the determination reflected in Uchiha Kazama's eyes. You all should tend to your own wounds first. As for you, join me for a drink. Tsunade freed herself from the grasp of Uchiha Kazama and turned back into the private room. Uchiha Kazama smiled gently. Please take a moment to settle down, each of you. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to the village. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, he entered the private room and closed the door behind him. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Uchiha Kazama gazed at Tsunade, whose complexion had turned slightly flushed. Tsunade-sama, please do not address me in such a manner. I have not yet consented. Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, her voice was abruptly silenced by Uchiha Kazama's kiss. Feeling the warmth on her lips, Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she forcefully pushed Uchiha Kazama away. Extending her hand, she gently brushed her crimson lips, a trace of deep red and a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. As I gaze upon Uchiha Fma, I notice a split at the corner of his lips. At this moment, his hemophobia does not manifest, as if the crimson hue between his lips is not that of blood. Do it. Uchiha Fma firmly grasps Tsunade's hand, confining it within his embrace. The moonlight cascades down, resembling a delicate veil draping over the two. Soft murmurs arise. Yet, Uchiha Fma's gentle motions remain unceasing. Tsunade, initially filled with anger, finds herself ceasing resistance, captivated by the exquisite features before her. Something within her heart seems to have been unlocked, and an intoxicating warmth begins to envelop the atmosphere. Ultimately, Tsunade succumbs to this tender ambience, becoming increasingly eager and passionate. In the depths of night, after a bout of playful antics, Tsunade lies languidly upon the soft couch. Uchiha Fma gently places his Hokage cloak over her flushed figure. Rest well. Tomorrow, we shall return to the village, he states, taking a seat nearby and firmly grasping her hand. Amidst the tumultuous world of ninjas, this private chamber exudes an extraordinary tranquility. Tsunade, who once bore a furrowed brow, now relaxes, her breathing steady as she drifts into slumber. The external world seems incapable of intruding upon their serenity. As dawn breaks, a soft light filters into the room. Tsunade awakens, her gaze meeting Uchiha Fma's clear, penetrating eyes. You did not sleep last night? She inquires. a peculiar sensation stirring within her, as if she glimpses the absurdity of the previous night reflected in his gaze. I was afraid you would leave. He replies with a smile. Was this your way of ensuring my return to the village? Tsunade's expression cools, her tone becoming somewhat harsh. No, this is an unexpected delight. Now, get dressed. We shall return to the village. Uchiha Fma gently assists her to her feet. Despite Tsunade's vibrant exterior, she retains a delicate femininity within. Wrapped in Uchiha Fma's trust and warmth, her defenses crumble. His commanding presence captivates her, not for the sake of wielding power, but to win her heart. Coupled with his undeniable charm and impeccable features, it becomes evident that Tsunade is indeed drawn to beauty. As they step out of the room hand in hand, they find themselves surrounded by members of the Senju clan. At the forefront stands Senju Fujin, dragging a cloak emblazoned with the Senju clan's emblem. We respectfully invite the clan leader to return to the village. He declares firmly. We respectfully invite the clan leader to return to the village. The others echo in unison. Tsunade feels an inner conflict. Her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, had disbanded the clan with his own hands, and now she is poised to reconstruct it. Yet, as she glances at Uchiha Fma, her resolve solidifies. Let us return, Tsunade exclaims, accepting the cloak from Senju Fujin and donning it. Shizune has already gathered their belongings. Standing dutifully behind Uchiha Fma, the group strides away from the village in the land of rivers. By midday, they have crossed into the land of fire. Uchiha Fma, who had been leading the way, suddenly halts. Tsunade, he calls, grasping her hand. The others pause in their tracks. Just as Tsunade is about to inquire, a hat is placed upon her head. The Hokage hat. Uchiha Fma had retrieved the Hokage hat from his space and placed it on her head. This unexpected gesture leaves Tsunade bewildered. I have some matters to attend to. Please take them back first. Shizune, kindly look after Tsunade. She can be a bit clumsy in daily matters, Uchiha Fma instructs, glancing at Shizune. Understood, Hokage-sama. Shizune stands at attention, responding earnestly. I am not clumsy. Tsunade retorts, her cheeks flushed. Once a legendary Sannin and the esteemed medical sage of Konoha, she now reveals a more vulnerable side in Uchiha Fma's presence. Once we return, manage the village affairs alongside Jiraiya as advisor. As for matters beyond the village, await my instructions, Uchiha Fma concludes, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Tsunade's forehead. You, with so many people. Tsunade chid softly. Hurry back. Uchiha Fma squeezes her hand, smiling before vanishing from sight. Caught off guard by Uchiha Fma's disappearance, Tsunade takes a moment before adjusting the Hokage hat atop her head and turning toward Konoha. At the edge of a cliff, Uchiha Fma materializes. A small black snake watches him intently, flicking its tongue and hissing softly. Orochimaru, Uchiha Fma states calmly. The small snake gradually opens its mouth wider, and soon after, an arm emerges from within. Moments later, the slimy figure of Orochimaru slithers out. Your perception is quite impressive, fifth Hokage, Orochimaru grins. His unsettling smile fixed upon Uchiha Fma. The aura you emanate has not gone unnoticed by Tsunade. However, she may still be uncertain of how to approach you. Orochimaru, you haven't come to challenge me, have you? Uchiha Fma inquires, settling himself on the cliff's edge, his gaze drifting into the distance. Fifth Hokage, you certainly exude confidence. Orochimaru retorts, his hand rising to transform into a multitude of serpents that swiftly ensnare Uchiha Fma. As his body became constricted, Uchiha Kazama remained motionless. Tsunade actually, if you, thwack, thwack, thwack. Just as Orochimaru, emboldened, sought to exploit Uchiha Kazama's perceived carelessness to subdue him, his body was suddenly pierced by countless barbs. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment shattered, replaced by an unfamiliar space. A genjutsu? When? Orochimaru exclaimed inwardly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Carelessness. How could one who single-handedly reshaped the entire hidden leaf be careless? Uchiha Kazama rose to his feet, the serpents that had bound him dissolving into nothingness. Orochimaru, are you still affiliated with the Akatsuki? He inquired. You are aware of the Akatsuki? Then, return to the village. I will provide you with what you require. However, you must cease using innocent individuals as subjects for your experiments. I will arrange for specialized personnel to assist you. All I ask is that you fully develop your capabilities. What do you say? Uchiha Kazama said, extracting a long needle from Orochimaru's body. The intense pain contorted Orochimaru's face. Such agony, reaching the very depths of his soul, was unbearable. What do you intend to do? And have you forgotten? I am a rogue ninja of S rank. Orochimaru questioned, perplexed by Uchiha Kazama's intentions. How could the fifth Hokage possibly align himself with someone like him, forever branded an outcast? I can absolve you of your status as a rogue ninja of S rank. Uchiha Kazama paused. Now, I require your answer. As for how I intend to accomplish this, that is my concern. With that, he wrenched out another needle. The searing pain caused Orochimaru's nerves to flare. Very well. If what you say is true, I will return, he conceded warily. Sensing that any refusal would result in his immediate demise at Uchiha Kazama's hands. Orochimaru was astute, and he had gleaned much from the information available about Uchiha Kazama. Excellent. Uchiha Kazama turned and resumed his seat. The barbs that had ensnared Orochimaru vanished, and the surroundings reverted to their original state. Orochimaru was even more astonished as he observed Uchiha Kazama sitting on the cliff's edge. His genjutsu was more potent than any he had ever witnessed. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, I entrust the research department to you. You may request the personnel you require and submit a list of necessary materials to Nara Shikaku, who will process your requests. Now, return. Uchiha Kazama remained still. Sensing an unusual presence nearby, he had come to find Orochimaru, but he did not anticipate the arrival of these other individuals. Of course, Orochimaru was unaware of their existence. You are simply allowing me to leave. Orochimaru was bewildered. What did this signify? Did he truly trust a rogue ninja like him? If you wish to remain, you may accompany me upon my return, Uchiha Kazama suggested, rising to his feet. A surge of terrifying chakra erupted, causing cracks to form in the ground. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru summoned a massive serpent, allowing it to swallow him whole before disappearing. Reveal yourselves. Once Orochimaru had departed, Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. You have detected my presence? A shadowy figure materialized behind Uchiha Kazama, appearing as though his own shadow had risen from the ground. A faint smile touched Uchiha Kazama's lips upon seeing this entity, but he quickly suppressed it, replacing it with an expression of bewilderment. I am an embodiment of your consciousness, a unique being born from your deepest desires. I possess all of your wisdom and snap. Uchiha Kazama cut Black Zetsu off. So, Black Zetsu intends to employ the same tactics he used on Uchiha Madara on me? Does he perceive me as some simpleton? To attempt to deceive me in such a manner? Even without prior knowledge of the events, such a ploy was absurd. Only Uchiha Madara, desperate to validate his beliefs, had fallen prey to Black Zetsu's machinations. It was undeniable that love had clouded his judgment. My lord, why would you? Black Zetsu, I am aware of your identity. What is it that you desire? Do you wish for me to join your scheme? Uchiha Kazama inquired, clasping his hands together. Instantly, chains of cursed seals materialized. Earth Sealing Soul. The sealing jutsu spread, imprisoning Black Zetsu. This particular seal could bind not only the body and chakra, but even the consciousness itself. Not even the reincarnation jutsu employed by Kato Dan could escape its confines. How could you? Black Zetsu exclaimed in terror. After all, no one in the entire ninja world knew his true identity. Neither Uchiha Madara nor Uchiha Obito were aware of Black Zetsu's true nature, let alone his plans. Indeed, he believed that only he himself possessed this knowledge. This is not your true form, is it? However, your true self is likely aware of your current predicament. Inform him that I am currently occupied and that he should remain docile. Otherwise, Uchiha Kazama said, engulfing Black Zetsu in black flames. A piercing scream echoed as the clone of Black Zetsu was incinerated. After disposing of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Kazama gazed at the sky. It seems that I must seek out Kagaya Otsutsuki at some point. And there is also Tonari Otsutsuki, who could prove to be a valuable asset. With that, Uchiha Kazama vanished in a blur. He caught up with Tsunade before she reached the village. However, the situation had become somewhat complicated, as Orochimaru had also arrived. Orochimaru is truly remarkable. He made a decision so swiftly and arrived here in such a short time. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled. Orochimaru possesses another admirable quality, his resilience to Tsunade's blows. He has not uttered a single cry. Orochimaru's serpentine hide is truly durable. Were it Jiraiya, he would likely be half dead by now. Kazama, Orochimaru claims you have permitted him to return to the village? Tsunade inquired, lifting Orochimaru by the collar and turning to face Uchiha Kazama. Despite their intimate encounters, Tsunade was still capable of anything at this moment. Indeed, I have. Orochimaru is now the head of the Hidden Leaf's research department. In the future, his abilities will undoubtedly bring further benefits and advancements to the village. Certainly, Tsunade. The departure of Orochimaru from the village was not solely due to his scientific endeavors, rather than allowing such a prodigious talent to roam freely. Why not have the village provide him with the necessary resources? By the way, Orochimaru, do you find this useful? Uchiha Kazama said, as he produced a multitude of white humanoid creatures from a scroll. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. Is this not a form of Zetsu? However, it seems to be only the white half. The black. This is white Zetsu. Take it back and experiment with it. The Akatsuki organization has been disbanded, and that location can serve as your research facility. I suppose you are somewhat familiar with it. After Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, he firmly grasped Tsunade's hand, preventing her from striking Orochimaru again. Very well, I shall return to the village first. No, you all should head back. I will follow shortly. Orochimaru contemplated for a moment, deciding it would be best to wait for Uchiha Kazama and the others to return before he did, to avoid further misunderstandings. He still could not retaliate. In the next instant, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Upon witnessing his disappearance, Tsunade turned her gaze toward Uchiha Kazama. Were you serious about what you just said? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kazama with a peculiar expression. Within her gaze was not reproach, but rather curiosity and inquiry. I need not elaborate on Orochimaru's talents. You are already aware of them. If provided with a legitimate platform, the value Orochimaru can realize is certainly unmatched by any Kage-level ninja. Very well. You will come to understand these matters in due time. Let us return. Uchiha Kazama concluded, taking Tsunade's hand as they made their way toward Konoha. After their departure, a small paper figure appeared on a nearby tree. In the distance, Konan observed the unfolding situation, utterly astonished. Orochimaru is a member of the Akatsuki organization. When he joined, they conducted an investigation on him. Given Orochimaru's past actions, how could Konoha ever accept him? Now, Uchiha Kazama, as Hokage, has personally endorsed Orochimaru's return to the village. Has he lost his mind? Such an action, considering his already tenuous position, could only render it more precarious. Why would he choose to act in such a manner? Konan found this behavior incomprehensible. The fifth Hokage is truly enigmatic. I must investigate Konoha village further. After a moment of silence, Konan transformed into a flurry of paper and vanished from sight. Evening. Konoha village. Within the Hokage's office. Tsunade, you truly have returned. Jiraiya exclaimed with delight as he saw Tsunade enter alongside Uchiha Kazama. The legendary Sannin had now welcomed back two of their own. This held a special significance for Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Just as Jiraiya pondered the implications of Orochimaru's return, he saw him enter from behind. Instinctively, Jiraiya assumed a combat stance. Bang! Before Jiraiya could act, Tsunade delivered a punch. I am the one who brought Orochimaru back. Jiraiya, please inform all department heads to assemble in the conference room. Uchiha Kazama instructed before turning toward the meeting room. It has been a long time, Jiraiya. Orochimaru acknowledged Jiraiya before following Kazama. Jiraiya was left bewildered. Half an hour later, the heads of various departments gathered in the conference room. Upon seeing Orochimaru, their reactions mirrored Jiraiya's. Clearly, Jiraiya lacked the words to respond, as he was still in a daze. Red, please take note. We have two announcements to make. The first is that the Senju clan has been reformed, with Tsunade serving as the current clan leader. Additionally, Tsunade will assume the role of the head of the medical department. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the attention of the gathered crowd shifted towards Tsunade. They were all quite familiar with her. After Tsunade's departure from the village, they had anticipated her return, but were surprised that Uchiha Kazama had not only re-established the Senju clan, but also brought Tsunade back. The second announcement is the establishment of a research department, with Orochimaru appointed as the head. Furthermore, all pursuit missions and charges against Orochimaru from the village are hereby rescinded. Of course, should Orochimaru engage in any actions detrimental to the village, I will resign from my positions as Hokage and Uchiha Clan leader and will never return. Now, if anyone has objections or inquiries, please feel free to voice them. After delivering the second announcement, Uchiha Kazama smiled at the assembly. Initially, they had reservations about Orochimaru's return, but with Kazama's assurances, they suddenly felt a sense of acceptance. It was as long as this guarantee came from Uchiha Kazama, it held substantial credibility. Hokage-sama, The head of the intelligence department, Yamenka Inoichi, complies with your directive. Hokage-sama, the head of the Konoha guard, Hyuga Hizashi, complies. Everyone expressed their thoughts. Very well, now that you are all informed, Kakashi, please accompany Minister Orochimaru to arrange personnel for the research department. The rest of you are dismissed to your posts. Hyuga Hizashi, please stay behind. Uchiha Kazama spoke once more. The others rose and exited the conference room, leaving only Hyuga Hizashi. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi's expression grew grave. He had received reports regarding the events at the daimyo's residence. Could it be that the fifth Hokage still intends to hold the Hyuga clan accountable? However, this predicament stemmed from those fools' reckless actions. Now, all he could do was await Uchiha Kazama's words. Yuhi Kurenai handed the records to Uchiha Kazama, requiring his signature. Simultaneously, she leaned closer to his ear. Tsunade-sama and you. Yuhi Kurenai, as a woman, was quite perceptive in such matters. Throughout the meeting, she had noticed Tsunade's gaze toward Uchiha Kazama was anything but innocent. Given that Yuhi Kurenai had shared a more intimate relationship with Uchiha Kazama, she felt compelled to inquire further. Yuhi Kurenai, please come with me. Just as Uchiha Kazama was about to say something, Tsunade's voice echoed from the doorway. Upon hearing her voice, Yuhi Kurenai froze in place, turning vacantly to face Tsunade. Go on. Tsunade will not harm you. Uchiha Kazama gently patted Yuhi Kurenai's back, speaking softly. Though Yuhi Kurenai felt a twinge of concern, she nodded and departed. After the two women left, Kazama was left with some confusion. Has Tsunade already discerned his relationship with Yuhi Kurenai? How will she choose to address this? However, considering Tsunade's temperament, if she truly intended to resolve the matter through force, she likely would have confronted Kazama directly rather than sending Yuhi Kurenai away. Since the conversation has begun to unfold, the most distressed individual is not Uchiha Kazama, nor is it Yuhi Kurenai, but rather Hinata Hizashi, who is still waiting in the conference room for Uchiha Kazama to speak. Previously, when Uchiha Kazama eliminated the higher-ups of Konoha, he did not exhibit such an expression. Now, however, his contemplative demeanor suggests he is pondering how to deal with the Hyuga clan. The mere thought quickens Hizashi's heartbeat. Lord Hokage, Hizashi could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and took the initiative to break the silence. Right, Hizashi, I see you are still here. The elder from your clan, what was his name, attacked me at the daimyo's residence, and I have slain him. I hope that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan will refrain from such actions in the future. Uchiha Kazama stated calmly. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will ensure my clan members behave appropriately and prevent similar incidents from occurring again. Hizashi still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, if it were any other Kage taking action against their clan, it would seem normal, let alone the Uchiha, known for their penchant for clan extermination. Then, return to your duties. There is still much work to be done in the guard department. After finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama turned and departed. Soon after, Uchiha Kazama returned to the Hokage office. As Hokage, he had village matters to attend to. Though most issues were being handled by Kakashi and Jiraiya, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. Upon entering the office, he encountered Tsunade and Kurenai. You should take a break. We will handle the village affairs for now. I have asked Shizune to plan the medical department's work, and I will follow up tomorrow, Tsunade said as she noticed Kazama's entrance. Her tone remarkably calm, as if nothing had transpired. Kazama glanced at Shizune, who appeared equally composed. The earlier tension had dissipated. Oh. Kazama nodded and proceeded to lie down. This situation felt rather peculiar. At Ichiraku Ramen, a young girl seated at a table called out. One bowl of your signature ramen, please. Coming right up. The owner, Tuchi, replied as he prepared the dish. Is this your first time dining here? Are you a newly inducted ninja from the village? Tuchi inquired, his curiosity piqued by the girl's presence. Yes, Conan replied, momentarily taken aback, yet she nodded affirmatively. It was astonishing that someone so devoid of chakra fluctuations could discern her newcomer status. Could it be that the owner remembers every patron? That's wonderful. As a ninja, make sure to protect our village well. We ordinary folk rely on the protection of esteemed ninjas like you to live securely in Konoha. This bowl is on me. Please return after you earn your mission rewards. Tuchi smiled warmly. Thank you. Surprised by his generosity, Conan instinctively expressed her gratitude before savoring her ramen. Delicious, she murmured after her first bite. I'm glad you like it. You are welcome to visit any time, Tuchi said before turning to prepare more ingredients. Cherishing the words of his patrons. After finishing her meal, Konan left payment and exited Ichiraku Ramen. Wandering around the village, she noticed it was already deep into the night. How could a village that had just undergone political upheaval be so harmonious? The ordinary villagers truly reflect the essence of the community. Yet, whether it be pedestrians or shopkeepers, none seemed affected by the recent changes. Smiles adorned nearly every face. What manner of approach had Uchiha Kazama employed to achieve such a state? Was he not a madman? A madman managing a village? Filled with confusion, Konan stepped into a dimly lit alley. Paper jutsu, manipulation. As she raised her finger, a small paper figure materialized at her fingertip. This location was in close proximity to the Hokage building. After releasing the paper figure, Konan's chakra concealed itself entirely. This was a unique secret technique. Once cast, it required no chakra to maintain, allowing her to communicate with the paper figure while remaining undetectable to sensory ninjas, her exclusive reconnaissance jutsu. The paper figure swiftly positioned itself outside the Hokage office. No one. The figure's perspective revealed an absence of any figures. But wait, at this hour, shouldn't the Hokage be resting? As Konan pondered, she detected a series of muffled breaths through the paper figure's senses. What is this? She guided the paper figure closer to the source of the sound. Upon arrival, a shocking scene unfolded before her senses. This was indeed the Hokage office, and there were 3 individuals present. The visual impact nearly caused her to release her chakra. Hours prior, Uchiha Kazama lay awake in the, unable to find sleep. It was not merely due to Tsunade and Kurenai's peculiar dynamic, but rather his concerns for the future. Currently, the major ninja villages were stirring restlessly. With his current strength, Kazama had little doubt in facing them, even if the 4 great ninja villages were to attack. His worries lay with Uchiha Obito and Kagaya. Obito was a fool, yet he possessed certain threats. Kagaya, the devoted son intent on rescuing his mother, would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary in light of impending events. As for the Akatsuki, those easily swayed by words posed no concern. Additionally, there lurked the hidden threat of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Regardless of the challenges at hand or the crises looming ahead, Uchiha Kazama had no intention of leaving these matters to Naruto and Sasuke. Even with the system in place, he could not afford to be complacent. Preparations must be made before disaster struck. As he contemplated these matters, time gradually passed, and night fell. The soft creak of a door broke the silence. Kurenai? Kazama sensed Kurenai's presence and curiously glanced toward the entrance. Hokage, Tsunade-sama asked me to take a bath first. Kurenai's voice carried a hint of nervousness, tinged with anticipation and excitement. Go ahead. There's hot water prepared. Although puzzled, Kazama had other matters on his mind and chose not to dwell on it. As the sound of running water echoed, Kazama found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. The young lady is truly playing with fire. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Kazama rose and entered the bathroom. Yugao was startled by Kazama's sudden entrance, instinctively covering her mouth. Kazama, however, was unfazed as he skillfully removed his clothing and settled under the shower. After a moment of hesitation, Yugao picked up a towel, knelt behind Kazama, and began to wash his back. When the two eventually emerged from the bathroom, Tsunade was already present. Hokage-sama. Kazama squinted slightly and then removed his clothing. Soon, the sounds from within the room attracted the attention of the little paper figure outside. It was at this moment that Konan witnessed an image that would linger in her mind. The more she watched, the redder her face became, her heart racing. How could he be so impressive all alone? Moreover, that giant really could. Indeed, as time slowly passed, Konan's blush deepened. 3 hours later. Was this fellow truly insane? How could it still be ongoing after so long? At this point, her breathing had quickened. Ding. Konan feels the host is a madman. Physique enhancement card 2. Physique recovery card 2. Ding. Konan believes the host must be completely insane to be in the Hokage's office. Without waiting for the system's prompt to continue, Kazama silenced it. Now was the time to focus. Otherwise, how could he justify himself to the 2 lovely ladies before him? An hour later, the encounter concluded. Gazing at the 2 women who had fallen asleep, the frustration within Kazama dissipated as well. He no longer needed to contemplate anything. He simply needed to enhance his own strength. Only by mastering power could he ensure it was genuine. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Kazama's gaze shifted to the window. The once flustered Konan held her breath. For Kazama was looking directly in her direction. Had she been discovered? No, it wasn't that. She had completely blended into her surroundings. Even if the little paper figure emitted chakra fluctuations, Kazama would only perceive the paper figure, not her. With this thought, Conan felt reassured. It was late. She should rest rather than eavesdrop. What? Are you quite interested in these matters? Just as Conan relaxed, a familiar voice reached her ears. You. Instinctively, Conan formed hand seals, summoning a flurry of paper shurikens and kunai, assuming an offensive stance. So sensitive, are we? Put those away, if the guards catch you. There'll be no escape. Come over looking for me, Conan. Kazama spoke calmly, showing no concern for her prickly demeanor. You. Conan found it hard to fathom that just moments ago, he had been engaged in something so intimate for hours. Although he fell short compared to the readers, how could he now stand before her so nonchalantly, uttering these words? Was this fellow truly normal? You now have two choices. First, leave the village. Second, if there is something you wish to know, come with me. While resting in the Hokage's office lounge, Kazama had been contemplating matters regarding the Akatsuki organization. He had intended to reach out to Orochimaru to see if he could make contact. Unexpectedly, Conan had come to him instead. Nagato's Rinnegan was indeed quite useful. Kazama felt no sympathy or acknowledgement. What he needed was power. Seizing the Rinnegan was undoubtedly the quickest path. Of course, if he could simultaneously bring the Akatsuki into his fold, that would be quite advantageous. Humph. Conan snorted softly, saying nothing further as she transformed into a flurry of paper and vanished from sight. Truly a perfect paper figure wife. Cough. Kazama scratched his head and disappeared in an instant. The village's various affairs were being managed by Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others. Presently, there was nothing pressing to attend to, so Kazama returned temporarily to the Uchiha Clan grounds. It was not too far from the Hokage building. Upon arriving at his residence, several individuals appeared before him. No need to stand on ceremony. Come in, Kazama said flatly, and although the newcomers were somewhat puzzled, they complied and followed him into the courtyard. Clan leader. The four stood before Kazama, their faces filled with admiration. Despite being a few years older than him, in the Uchiha clan, strength held far more weight than age. The individuals who entered with Kazama were several former squad leaders, Uchiha Ryunin, Uchiha Linmu, Uchiha Roy, and Uchiha Shikumiai. Their current roles were as Kazama's personal bodyguard ninjas, akin to the previous Umbu captains. Ryunin, Linmu, Roy, Shikumiai. I have a matter I wish to discuss regarding your perspectives. Do you desire to become stronger? Kazama spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily taken aback. Stronger? Such a question was not one typically posed within the Uchiha clan. After all, they would never refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. Could it be that the clan leader intended to impart some special forbidden technique to them? Yes. After a brief pause, they affirmed. I have conceived a unique method to awaken your Meingeki Sharingan. If you are willing to accept the risks, we are willing. The four did not wait for Kazama to finish before responding affirmatively. What is it? The Meingeki Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, it represented absolute faith. The four had already reached a bottleneck in chakra, physique, and ninjutsu. To further advance, they needed to enhance themselves from different angles. For instance, Sage Mode, summoning beasts, secret techniques, forbidden techniques. But for the Uchiha, the best method was to unlock their own Meingeki Sharingan. Due to the unique requirements for awakening the Meingeki Sharingan, aside from a few who inadvertently unlocked it, the specific method had always been in the clan leader's hands. After all, the method required the loss of a cherished person, and such knowledge could not be made public. Otherwise, it could incite mutual slaughter within the clan. Such consequences compelled their ancestors to keep this method hidden. Thus, the Meingeki remained a mysterious existence for most clan members. There was no room for hesitation regarding this matter. If they missed this opportunity, they might never have another like it. All right, clan leader. Before Kazama could speak further, Uchiha Fugaku appeared before him. The sound of the system prompt echoed in his ears. Uchiha Fugaku believes you are insane. The secrets of the Meingeki must never be revealed. Reward, 500 ocular power. Reward, the realm beyond ocular techniques. Hearing this, Uchiha Kazama was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't Fugaku be resting well at this time? He currently lacked a specific position. The defenses outside the village were managed by the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans. Moreover, shouldn't he be more concerned about Sasuke's growth at this moment? As the clan leader, must you truly? Uchiha Fugaku refrained from continuing, casting a glance at the four individuals beside him. Clearly, such a gesture would displease them. However, for the betterment of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to step forward. Presently, Uchiha Kazama seemed to be caught in the throes of power. He sensed a responsibility that belonged to him. Fugaku, the former clan leader, the concern you perceive is merely a reflection of your own wavering conviction. Furthermore, have you recently interacted with anyone unusual? Observing Fugaku's aura, Uchiha Kazama felt a twinge of confusion. This presence felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't recall why. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing his features. But he quickly concealed the disquiet in his gaze. No, I believe the matters of the Meingeki Sharingan should not spread within the clan. The potential dangers, I need not elaborate. Uchiha Fugaku began to firmly assert his stance. Understood. If there's nothing else, you may return for now, Uchiha Kazama replied calmly. Upon hearing Kazama's words, the fervor in the eyes of the four members reignited. As core members of the clan, they were aware of the stipulations surrounding the Meingeki. Thus, under the current circumstances, they found it nearly impossible to accept. However, Kazama's attitude. Must you love so deeply, clan leader? Since you address me as such, you may leave, Uchiha Kazama interjected, cutting off Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Kazama had recalled the source of that aura. Yet, for the time being, it was best to set it aside. He had his own plans and needed to address this matter first. All right. Uchiha Fugaku wished to say more, but ultimately shifted his demeanor and vanished from the scene. Now let us begin, Uchiha Kazama declared, activating his Meingeki Sharingan. The surrounding space shifted dramatically. 5 moons appeared in the sky, each bearing the distinct shape of Uchiha Kazama's Meingeki. 5. Observing the 4 who had succumbed to the illusion, Uchiha Kazama felt perplexed. How could there be an extra person? With a mere thought, he spotted the 5th individual within the Shinra Banzho illusion, Konan. Is she a fool? I never intended to draw her into this illusion, yet here she is. Offering herself, Uchiha Kazama approached Konan, placing his hand upon her forehead. The environment swiftly transformed. This place, the Hokage's office? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback by the sight. Why would the Hokage's office appear in Konan's illusion? Just as he pondered this, a sultry voice reached his ears. Following the sound, Kazama was momentarily stunned. What is this unfit scene? Moreover, why are Tsunade and Kurenai here? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kazama slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the 5th moon vanished. He glanced at the small paper figure behind him. Goodness, Konan's reconnaissance skills. Realizing this, Uchiha Kazama vanished from his location, reappearing in the courtyard with a somewhat dazed Konan. Speak. What do you wish to learn? We may exchange information. Uchiha Kazama regarded Konan, recalling her earlier frenzied demeanor within the illusion. The flow of time within the Shinra Banzho was distinct from the outside world. By the time Kazama dispelled the illusion, half a day had already passed for Konan. Thus, it was clear that she had yet to regain her composure. Gazing at Uchiha Kazama's striking features, along with the images that had recently surfaced in her mind, the illusions within Shinra Banzho bore similarities to reality. Consequently, upon seeing his face, Konan instinctively lowered her head. What had she been doing just now? No, this isn't her true thought. She was being controlled by the ocular techniques of this villain. But, must we truly exchange information? Uchiha Kazama observed the dazed Konan, feeling a twinge of difficulty. This situation was something he had not anticipated. It seemed the allure granted by the system's reward was rather potent. How shall we exchange? Konan momentarily suppressed the turmoil within her heart, raising her head to meet Uchiha Kazama's gaze. The enchanting Meingeki, paired with his striking visage, was truly formidable. If possible, I wish to meet the leader of the Akatsuki, not Pain. Consider it a trade. The tasks you intend to undertake need not be executed solely through violent means. Or rather, I could assist you in attaining greater power. Uchiha Kazama replied with a smile. I know Nagato. I am aware of your intentions. As for the tailed beasts, as long as I am here, you shall not seize them. Kazama calmly interrupted Konan. I possess sufficient intelligence. Thus what you need to convey now concerns your inquiries. These words shifted Konan's perception of Uchiha Kazama. This is undeniably not a madman. At the very least, not a senseless one. From the governance of Konoha to such formidable intelligence capabilities. Currently, other villages are preparing to strike against your Konoha. Are you not concerned? With Konoha in such a state, how do you intend to assist us in the Akatsuki? Konan spoke up, aware of so much. This 5th Hokage must certainly know about the imminent actions of the other villages. Therefore, how would he? I am aware. The fourth Kazakage Raza is now under our control. Although there are a few warmongers in Sunigakure, they can simply be eliminated when the time comes. As for Kirigakure, our Uchiha clan was able to repel them before. Do you think I need to worry now? Regarding Kumobikure, they are formidable opponents. However, the fourth Raikage is merely a muscle-bound fool. With a little strategy, they can be dealt with. The Wagakure Zanoki, at his age, has lost his vigor. A mere threat will suffice to deter his recklessness. Thus, should they dare to come, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them all. Uchiha Kazama recounted calmly, as if discussing whether to dine on hot pot or barbecue tonight. Indeed, this individual is an unadulterated madman. Should they truly contend with such a person as their adversary? The prowess displayed by Uchiha Kazama leaves Konan with no doubt that he can eradicate the Akatsuki organization. I shall inform Nagato of this matter. However, I have other affairs to attend to. Konan, you may either return or wait for me so that we can visit Nagato together. The individual you harbor doubts about is someone I, too, am acquainted with, and he is my target. Once Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, he no longer focused on Konan. At this moment, the priority lay not with women, but with the four clansmen before him. Maintaining the Meingeki Sharingan is a taxing endeavor, depleting both ocular power and chakra. Thus, he must adeptly manage his chakra. Konan fell silent, pondering whether Uchiha Kazama referred to Uchiha Madara. Indeed, they are all Uchiha. Yet, her mind, already a whirlwind of thoughts, grew even more convoluted as she stumbled to a nearby seat. In the midst of an illusion, Uchiha Leonin awoke, surveying his surroundings. The scent of blood permeated the air. Was there a calamity in the village? Instantly springing to his feet, he seized a short blade and dashed outside. Upon exiting his room, the sight before him left him in a state of shock. Corpses of his clansmen lay strewn about in pools of blood. Before Leonin could process the horror, he felt a sticky substance in his hand. Instinctively looking down, he saw the blade smeared with blood, and his own body bore the same crimson stains. Leonin, you must flee, a voice echoed. Turning to investigate, he beheld Uchiha Linmu and Uchiha Shun, both impaled by a long sword. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. Why? Where's the clan leader? Next, it will be your turn. It is truly regrettable. Had you continued to sleep peacefully, you might have departed this world without suffering. Uchiha Fugaku spoke coldly. Faced with the familiar corpses, Leonin's Sharingan began to tremble uncontrollably, and his ocular power surged. Uchiha Kazama sensed this shift in power and smiled. Indeed, the massacre orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi stirred the deepest fury and sorrow within the clan members, particularly upon witnessing the gruesome demise of their closest companions. Such a shock would inevitably awaken the Meingeki Sharingan in any individual with sufficient potential. Kazama's design was such that once the Meingeki was activated, one could escape the illusion. The ocular power of the three individuals continued to rise, satisfying Kazama immensely. At the border of the Land of Fire, Lord Raikage, all the ninjas we dispatched to the Land of Fire have perished. We are currently unable to ascertain who was responsible. However, the likelihood points to Konoha, said Kira, standing before the fourth Raikage, exuding a sense of helplessness. Initially intended to gather intelligence, they had received none, as all their operatives had vanished without a trace. In that case, let us take direct action against Konoha. There is no need for further reconnaissance. This time, other villages have also infiltrated the Land of Fire. If we strike first, Konoha will once again face an onslaught from the four great ninja villages. With that, the fourth Raikage vanished from sight, and others hastened towards Konoha. The fourth Raikage had initiated action. Zetsu, disseminate the information from this side. Uchiha Kazama, what a laughable fifth Hokage. This world has long since rotted. It is time to commence our plan. Uchiha Obito remarked before submerging into the earth. He had a task that must be fulfilled, to activate the moon I plan ahead of schedule. In the Uchiha clan's territory within Konoha, dawn broke. Konan had somewhat recovered and turned her gaze to Uchiha Kazama. At this moment, blood streamed from his eyes, and his complexion appeared extremely unhealthy. He couldn't have maintained that Meingeki Sharingan technique since last night, could he? This man is truly deranged. If this continues, he might. Just as Konan was lost in astonishment, Kazama's ocular power surged once more. Simultaneously, Kazama turned his gaze towards her. Ding. Konan perceives your actions as madness. Ocular power 1000. Constitution 200. Indeed, Conan's awareness had provided Kazama with a boost of 1,000 ocular power, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Awake. Go eat something. I shall leave the village this afternoon. Kazama concluded, redirecting his focus to the 4 individuals who were nearing the completion of their Meingeki Sharingan breakthrough. He had no time to attend to Conan. Observing Kazama's demeanor and the seriousness etched upon his face, Conan felt that this madman might also. At the same time, the alluring images reappeared in her mind, causing her to blush and hastily exit the courtyard. Half an hour later, Uchiha Leonien slowly opened his eyes. A colossal surge of ocular power emanated from him, transforming the original Tomo into a scythe form. Merely by opening his eyes, he could sense an overwhelming threat. Has it been activated? What is the ocular technique? Uchiha Kazama inquired, looking towards Leonien. Clan leader. You. This. The malevolent aura surrounding Leonien suddenly dissipated, leaving him somewhat dazed as he gazed at Kazama. In the illusion, Kazama had sacrificed himself to protect him. How? Was that just an illusion? Leonien quickly realized, recalling Kazama's earlier request for him to awaken the Meingeki. Clan leader, my left eye possesses spatial abilities, Void Song. It can bypass defenses and sever enemies ensnared within the illusion. My right eye enhances the divine power, allowing me to amplify any jutsu based on the ocular power consumed, including physical techniques. Leonien stated earnestly. After activating the Meingeki Sharingan, his ocular power experienced a significant enhancement. It could be said that, before Uchiha Leonien, an ordinary J-nin would face but one outcome: instant annihilation. Anyone unable to resist his illusion would have no chance of survival. Coupled with the enhancement of the divine power, he could convert ocular power into physical techniques and jutsu. This presented a formidable ability, and with further training, his potential would reach even greater heights. Excellent. For now, close the Meingeki and rest. Maintaining it continuously will strain your eyes. Kazama nodded in satisfaction. With one individual having attained the Meingeki Sharingan, Kazama deemed this a success in his endeavors. In the future, he could utilize this method to transform all geniuses of the Uchiha clan into possessors of the Meingeki, further enhancing their training and sending a legion of formidable warriors to the battlefield. With such power, no one in the ninja world would pose a threat. After activating the Meingeki Sharingan, even the Otsutsuki could be matched in a contest of strength. This was undoubtedly a significant source of power. Uchiha Ryunin closed his Meingeki and departed from this place. When Conan returned after her meal, only Uchiha Kazama remained. Thank you, he said as he extended his hand to accept the ramen that Conan had brought back. After such an intense exertion, he needed to replenish his energy. Upon finishing the ramen, he remarked, Ichiraku ramen is truly delightful. I assenti it? What do you think? Should we consider settling in our Konoha? The land of rain is truly unsuitable for existence. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Kazama rose and glanced at the dazed Conan. At that moment, Conan was enveloped in confusion. In Konoha, she could freely investigate all matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan. Even the affairs of Uchiha Kazama were accessible to her, as if they were indifferent to the possibility of such information being divulged. Yet, the Uchiha Kazama that Conan had come to know was indeed regarded by many as a madman. However, after Uchiha Wind Interval ascended to the position of Hokage, his actions garnered considerable respect. Even the ninja clans found no fault in Uchiha Wind Interval's arrangements. The current Ninja Academy has replaced its curriculum, incorporating the genuine visage of the ninja world along with various notable battles. There exists no embellishment of the Hokage's image, nor any uncritical veneration of the village. The village that Uchiha Wind Interval aims to establish is one inhabited by bloodthirsty individuals akin to wolves, rather than a mere glorification and propagation of individual heroism. Such a vision is unattainable by any village. In every village, the shadow holds absolute power, and the functioning of the village revolves around the shadow. The policies enacted by Uchiha Wind Interval directly relinquish authority. I must return and convey this to Nagato. Furthermore, regarding the matter of Uchiha Madara that you mentioned, well, you may not be able to return to the land of rain for the time being. Before Conan could finish her sentence, Uchiha Wind Interval interrupted her. Why? Shaonan raised her gaze towards Uchiha Kazama, whose eyes had returned to their normal state. It was likely that he had already departed for the Hidden Cloud Village or the Hidden Stone Village. The ninjas who were assassinated within the Land of Fire were undoubtedly the work of your Akatsuki organization, were they not? Therefore, You should be aware that other villages are currently preparing to make a move against Konoha. Thus, the tailed beast capture plan you devised earlier is likely to be executed at this time. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a smile. As for the reason behind the speculation regarding these two villages, it is because Sunagakure is too weak. Kirigakure, on the other hand, has already been significantly weakened by Obito. How much more do you know? Shounen was somewhat taken aback. How could Uchiha Kazama be aware of a plan that they had yet to execute? Was it Orochimaru? This is not correct. The members are unaware of this task. These matters are of little significance. Let us proceed. After Uchiha finished speaking, he lifted his foot and walked outside, leaving a shadow clone behind to inform Tsunade of his intentions before departing the village with Konan. They set off towards the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village. Simultaneously, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were swiftly approaching Konoha, their paths converging. At noon, Uchiha sensed the immense chakra fluctuations in the distance. It seems to be quicker than I had anticipated. Uchiha Kazama stood at the precipice, gazing into the distance. The immense cluster of chakra was swiftly advancing, its target unmistakably directed towards Konoha. It is the forces of Yunin village, with the target being Konohagakure. As the Hokage, you should not be leaving the village at this moment, should you? Shounen cast her gaze towards Uchiha Kazama. In such circumstances, regardless of any peculiar thoughts Uchiha Kazama might harbor, it would be prudent to exercise restraint. At the very least, one should wait until the forces of the Hidden Cloud Village are repelled beyond the gates before proceeding with any further actions. Wouldn't it? I have faith in the village. However, since we have encountered this place, let us bestow upon them a gift. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Kazama immediately performed the hand seals. Summoning technique? Observing Uchiha Kazama's hand seals, it becomes evident that this is the sign for summoning jutsu. However, one cannot help but wonder why Uchiha Kazama's summoning technique is directed towards himself. Moreover, where is the summoned beast? It sensed the immense chakra and witnessed Uchiha Kazama forming seals, yet the summoned beast was nowhere to be seen. Buzz. In the next moment, a colossal chakra of the tailed beast manifested upon the surface of Uchiha Kazama's body, transforming into the visage of a gigantic fox head. The Nine Tails? No, that's incorrect. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, not that child, are you? Bewilderment seized Konan entirely at this juncture. Simultaneously, the gargantuan vulpine head gaped, an accumulation of tailed beast balls coalescing within its maw. Bang! In the ensuing moment, the tailed beast ball was discharged with explosive force. The distant canyon. Boom! A terrifying explosion stirred a cloud of dust into the sky. Let us proceed. The actions of the Hidden Cloud Village are surely known to him. He must be nearing the village now. If we delay, it could lead to complications. After Uchiha Kazama spoke, he swiftly seized Konan. Instantly, a layer of lightning chakra enveloped them both, causing them to vanish from the spot. At that moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, hundreds of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village lay gravely injured beneath the impact of the tailed beast bomb. Simultaneously, due to the suddenness of the event, some ninjas who were unable to evade were instantly reduced to nothingness beneath the tailed beast bomb. AI. Behold, the tailed beast bomb. It is the tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails. The ninjas of Konohagakure have already detected our presence. We must continue our swift advance, as our cover has been compromised. Moreover, not far ahead lies the sensory range of Konoha. Karabi, feeling a sense of urgency, approached the fourth Raikage. The tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails? Isn't the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konohagakure merely a child? How is it possible for them to control the tailed beast and unleash the tailed beast bomb? The fourth Raikage appeared somewhat disheveled, acutely aware of his surroundings, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. It was none other than the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. He possesses the ability to control tailed beasts, which undoubtedly indicates that he has brought the Jinchuriki along. AI mused that this war is truly ill-suited. The Uchiha clan now holds dominion over Konoha, and their ocular techniques wield formidable lethality against the tailed beasts. If the Nine Tails can be instantaneously subdued, then what of the Eight Tails within me? Karabi felt a sense of helplessness. Such matters are not lost on the fourth Raikage. It is simply that he cannot absorb the information at present. We must press onward. Given that Konoha has discovered our presence, we shall disperse and launch an assault on the village. I refuse to believe that a mere fifth Hokage can thwart us all. The fourth Raikage issued his commands decisively. The ninja forces divided into 10 formations, encircling Konoha. Meanwhile, within the village, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama had just detected the chakra fluctuations of a tailed beast bomb outside the village. It seems the Hokage has taken action. The target is approximately 3 hours away from Konoha. It is likely the ninjas from other villages. We must now adopt a defensive posture. Yamano Katsu, bearing critical intelligence, swiftly made his way to the Hokage's office. This fellow speaks of an incursion by the ninjas of the Cloud Village. Is this what he meant? Tsunade gazed at the information left on the table, a smile gracing her lips. It must be done, then. Shall we proceed according to his arrangements? Jiraiya nodded slowly, speaking with conviction. After all, he was the Hokage. Such matters naturally required adherence to his plans. Let us go. We shall witness the prowess of this so-called strongest ninja village, Kumogakure. Tsunade rose, donning the hat left to her by Uchiha Kazama, her face radiating confidence. Alas! Madness, complete madness. Very well, let us proceed. Jiraiya stood up in tandem, following Tsunade's lead. The two ascended to the high platform of the Hokage building. Below, the plaza was teeming with a multitude of ninjas, including Kakashi and Might Guy. They had just received word that the ninjas of Kumogakure were advancing towards Konoha. The fifth Hokage's directive was clear: annihilate them. Let them regret ever challenging Konoha. Battle. Tsunade raised the hat left by Uchiha Kazama, her voice filled with fervor. Battle. 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 The resounding shouts echoed from below. Shikaku, you are in charge of the battle arrangements. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I will head to the village's entrance, Tsunade declared. Leaping down from the high platform, Jiraiya followed closely behind her, with Orochimaru emerging from an unknown location, the trio making their way toward the village's entrance. This could, Hachiya, quickly inform me of the specific situation. Simultaneously, notify the intelligence department to contact all ninjas still within the village. I need you to relay the mission. Nara Shikaku, though he found such matters somewhat insane, resolved to execute his duties diligently. Soon, the strength within the village began to mobilize. First, combat units were organized by various ninja clans. Uchiha Clan, Team 1. Hyuga Clan, Team 2. Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, Team 3. In addition to the clan ninjas, there were also civilian ninja units. Might Guy, Taijutsu Unit. Hatake Kakashi, Ninjutsu Unit. At this moment, Konoha operated like a vast and intricate machine, functioning swiftly and precisely. Information relayed back from the intelligence department swiftly established a formidable defensive network around the village. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Hokage office. Minister Fugaku? Nara Shikaku questioned, puzzled by the appearance of Uchiha Kazama. After all, Uchiha Fugaku should have already received the news and taken the Uchiha clan's ninjas to defend the Eastern Front. The Uchiha have objections regarding this war mission. We must defend Konoha on the front lines. Uchiha Fugaku stated directly. The front lines are occupied by Lady Tsunade and her team. Is this the decision of the entire Uchiha clan? Nara Shikaku initially intended to refuse. After all, the front lines already had the legendary Sannin present. However, as the clan leader of Uchiha, the current Hokage's wishes could not be easily dismissed. Thus, he shifted his stance. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku nodded earnestly. You may proceed to the front lines. I will assign other ninjas to the eastern defense, Nara Shikaku affirmed. After receiving the response, Uchiha Fugaku departed swiftly. Outside the Hokage building, Elder, may we proceed to the front lines? Uchiha Linmu gazed at Uchiha Fugaku with anticipation. Indeed. Let us go. After fighting for the village so many times, this time we must demonstrate that the Uchiha's power can also serve as a protective force, Uchiha Fugaku declared, leading the Uchiha clan toward the village entrance. At the village entrance, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of confusion upon seeing the Uchiha clan ninjas arrive. After all, the front lines already had their presence. The Uchiha should have been dispatched to another area to intercept and eliminate the other ninjas from Kumogakure before arriving here. Nevertheless, since they had come, Tsunade chose not to voice her concerns. Soon, they reached a location 3,000 meters from the village, a vast plain. Any ninja from Kumogakure aiming to assault Konoha would inevitably pass through here. Before long, the fourth Raikage appeared, accompanied by the ninjas of Kumogakure. Killer Bee was among the main forces as well. Is the Hokage absent? Or does the cowardly fifth Hokage lack the courage to face us? The fourth Raikage taunted, addressing the four figures standing before him. The fourth Raikage, once intimidated by our village's fourth Hokage, now dares to speak such words in Konoha? It seems you have forgotten. In the Third Great Ninja War, you did not emerge victorious. Tsunade was not one to tolerate the Fourth Raikage's arrogance. Despite facing multiple fronts during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha still emerged as the victor. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that resolving conflicts peacefully was best. Thus, instead of demanding reparations from the other villages, Konoha ended up bearing significant costs. Perhaps such actions led other ninja villages to perceive Konoha as vulnerable. However, with Sarutobi's death, such occurrences would no longer transpire. The fourth Hokage was a wasted talent in your Konoha. He should not have met such a fate. But now that you lack him, I am eager to see what waves Konoha can still stir. The fourth Raikage proclaimed, unleashing a terrifying surge of chakra. The lightning armor enveloped him instantly. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's gaze fell upon the group of Uchiha ninjas. For some reason, upon arriving here, he felt all the Uchiha's attention focused squarely on him. Not only did Killer Bee sense this, but the eight tails within him also shared the sentiment. It appeared that the Uchiha had zeroed in on him as their target. Caution was warranted moving forward. Of course, there was also good news. Uchiha Kazama, the fifth Hokage, was absent. Otherwise, Killer Bee would be even more apprehensive. That Mangeki Sharingan's ability to control tailed beasts was indeed formidable. Attack! The fourth Raikage shouted, charging towards Tsunade. Leave it to us. Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaka declared, instantly manifesting his Susanoo. Following suit, Uchiha Ryunin, Uchiha Linmu, Uchiha Roy, and Uchiha Shikome also unleashed their Susanoo. The appearance of five towering figures left the approaching fourth Raikage momentarily stunned. He was familiar with Susanoo. If there were only one, the fourth Raikage might still press on. But five? When did the Uchiha acquire such formidable strength? Had the Uchiha been this powerful all along? The old fool Sarutobi Hiruzen must have had his mind clouded by foolishness to target the Uchiha clan. Such a terrifying power. How could it possibly endure the oppression from the higher echelons of Konoha? Could it be? Boom, boom, boom. Before the fourth Raikage could delve further into his thoughts, the assault of Susanoo had already commenced. The visions of triumph over Konoha had dissipated from his mind, replaced instead by a singular focus on how to escape this dire situation. In that instant, Killer Bee too transitioned into his tailed beast form. Yet, two near-complete Susanoo figures surged toward him. The terrifying giants, seemingly infused with divine power, launched their assault against Killer Bee. The five members of the Uchiha clan swiftly subdued both the fourth Raikage and their host of the eight tails. Act now, with unwavering resolve. Eliminate every ninja that can be slain. Tsunade immediately issued the command. Summoning technique. Suddenly, Tsunade invoked the summoning technique, bringing forth the slug. Slug, I entrust this to you. Tsunade spoke as the slugs began to divide and crawl towards the surrounding ninja. With the presence of these slugs, each ninja was essentially provided with a medical ninja, thereby maximizing their safety. Orochimaru and Jiraiya summoned their respective summoning beasts simultaneously. As combat-oriented ninjas, they plunged into battle immediately after their summons. Jiraiya even activated his pseudo-sage mode, eager to conclude the fight with utmost swiftness. Orochimaru cast an envious glance at Jiraiya before charging towards the ninjas of the Cloud Village. From the very onset, the outcome of this battle seemed preordained. The moment the five Susanoo appeared, many ninjas from the Cloud Village were so struck with fear that they lost their will to fight. Had it not been for Killer Bee unleashing the chakra of the tailed beast at the last moment, rescuing the fourth Raikage, they might have been entirely left behind. The oppressive atmosphere of the battle at the start gave way to a hasty conclusion. Not only the ninjas of the Cloud Village, but even those from Konoha were caught off guard. Tsunade and her companions shifted their gaze towards the five Uchiha members. The recent emergence of those five Susanoo had decisively determined the fate of the battlefield. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, we Uchiha shall head to other battlefields. Such matters are more suited for us. Uchiha Fugaka spoke and then vanished from the spot in an instant. The four members of the Uchiha clan followed suit in silence, disappearing without a word. In the realm of battle, the Uchiha are truly experts. In the past, a single clan could triumph over an entire village. How much more so now, as the Uchiha clan has transformed significantly from its former self. The impending battle holds little suspense, even more so than the front line. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were already at a disadvantage. They awaited the arrival of their leader, who was supposed to come to their aid after achieving victory on the main battlefield. Yet now, the reinforcements that have arrived are from Konoha, and they are none other than the Uchiha. At last, the fleeing ninjas from Yunin village, many of whom have not yet perished, in the distance. Halt your advance and retreat immediately. Han halted his steps, and his towering figure unexpectedly exhibited a slight tremor. Han, if we are unable to swiftly reach the battlefield now, it may indeed affect the outcome of the battle. Has Konoha become so feeble that it cannot withstand even a brief assault from the Hidden Cloud Village? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. The Yellow Earth, somewhat taken aback, gazed at Han. As the vice captain of this troop, he still possessed a voice in the matter. No. It is. Yunin village has already been evacuated. Han articulated the situation he had perceived. Upon hearing Han's words, the Yellow Earth was momentarily stunned. Yunin village has evacuated? Given his understanding of Yunin village, such occurrences would be utterly inconceivable, wouldn't they? The fourth Raikage has harbored a unique sentiment towards Konoha for an extended period. During the Third Shinobi World War, he was repelled by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. From that moment forth, the fourth Raikage yearned to exact retribution upon Konoha. However, throughout this endeavor, he encountered numerous setbacks. It was not until the demise of Minato that this ambition remained unfulfilled. The death of Minato left the fourth Raikage forever unable to rectify the regrets stemming from the Third Shinobi World War. Now, with the recent upheaval in Konoha, he is undoubtedly poised to act with full force. How much time has truly passed since then? Half an hour has passed, and they have already retreated? However, given Han's character, the truth remains unblemished. He would not utter falsehoods. Why has Yunin village been evacuated? Is it because Konoha has compromised once more? The Yellow Earth, still somewhat unwilling to relent, inquired once more. No, it said. The Uchiha. There are 5 of them, possessing a power akin to that of deities, the Meingeki Sharingan. Moreover, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha have returned to the village. In less than half an hour, the front lines were utterly defeated. The Uchiha Clan, seizing the opportunity, nearly annihilated all the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village in the vicinity. We must depart swiftly, or else we may not be able to leave here unscathed, Han remarked, rising to retreat in the opposite direction of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Omo hastily followed suit. The Rock Village had initially come to unite with the Hidden Cloud Village for battle, yet they were now driven back, without even having the chance to engage. Meanwhile, to the southwest, the Sand Village ninja forces, who had been advancing rapidly towards Konoha, also came to a halt. Had the Hidden Cloud Village retreated? How could this be? Hasn't the fourth Raikage always sought to take action against Konoha? This war, which they instigated, raises the question, why are they withdrawing at this particular moment? Chiyo's face was etched with discontent. After all, Sunagakure had invested a substantial amount of resources to partake in this war. Unlike Awagakure, which had merely dispatched a fraction of its ninjas temporarily, Sunagakure had committed its entire force. To retreat at this juncture would result in significant losses, an expenditure that the already resource-depleted Sunagakure could ill afford. Moreover, Chiyo harbored personal grievances intertwined with this battle against Konoha. Her desire to strike at Konoha was not solely for the sake of her village, but also fueled by her own vendetta. The Uchiha Clan. Previously, we underestimated this lineage. Their concealed power is truly formidable. Furthermore, this time, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Kazama, has yet to make a move. Luo Sha also spoke up. So, Feng Ying, what shall we do now? Chiyo shifted her gaze to Rasha. After all, she was merely a mischievous advisor. The forthcoming arrangements would ultimately depend on Rasha. Our objective remains unwavering. To confront the village hidden in the mist. Luo Sha abruptly shifted the topic. The Hidden Mist Village? Do not mention Chiyo. Even Meikig, along with other elite ninjas from the Sand Village, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Their current mission was intended to secure certain benefits from the Land of Fire. How does this relate to the Village of Mist? Moreover, has the village hidden in the mist also entered the territory of the Land of Fire? Chiyo immediately grasped the situation. Luo Sha's intention to shift the target to the Hidden Mist Village already indicates that this ninja village war has entangled the Mist Village. However, the distance between their Sand Village and the Mist Village is considerable. Even if they manage to engage in battle with the Mist Village, the benefits gained would be minimal. Indeed, the Mist Village has arrived, but their current position lies within the borders of the Land of Whirlpools. Prepare yourselves. Our objective has now turned to the Mist Village. If we can force them back with all our might, we will be able to negotiate terms with Konoha afterwards. This is the best course of action at present, Luo Sha declared solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Chiyo's face reflected a contemplative expression. This indeed seems a prudent choice at this moment. However, if such a transition is made, her grievances would remain forever unavenged. Moreover, it may necessitate cooperation with Konoha. This scenario is something Chiyo is loath to accept, at least not at this juncture. It is prudent for us to depart from here. If we are discovered by Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas, our opportunity to shift our focus might be lost. Let us set forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lo Sha led the group towards the land of whirlpools. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama had already arrived in the land of lightning, with Konan trailing closely behind him. At this moment, it felt as though she had fallen under a genjutsu. She had initially come to gather intelligence on Konoha, yet now found herself accompanying Uchiha Kazama to the land of lightning. It was evident that he intended to stir trouble in the Cloud Village. The two would confront an entire village. Even though the Raikage, accompanied by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and a portion of the Cloud Village ninjas, had launched an assault on Konoha, the forces remaining in the village would certainly not be weak. If Uchiha Kazama had brought others along, Konan could have understood. However, he had come alone. Konan was not inclined to serve as his strength against the Cloud Village. Are we heading directly to the Cloud Village? Konan could not help but inquire, glancing at the silent Uchiha Kazama. Indeed, I have just assessed the situation in Konoha. Let us proceed. The front line has achieved victory. Now we must deliver a gift to the Cloud Village. Uchiha Kazama replied before vanishing from sight. Konan followed suit. Half an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of the Cloud Village. The defensive barrier of the Cloud Village was formidable. Upon their arrival, the two remaining guardian ninjas, along with hundreds of Cloud Village ninjas, stood alert at the village entrance. The fifth Hokage. The two guardian ninjas were taken aback at the sight before them. Konan did not recognize her, but Uchiha Kazama, the recently prominent fifth Hokage, was known to her. Why is Konoha's Hokage here, away from the village? Is this the strength left behind in the Cloud Village? How weak. The two guardian ninjas, you will seal yourselves and return with me to Konoha as hostages. In return, I may consider sparing your Cloud Village. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a warm smile. He did not even contemplate the outcome of this battle. Hundreds of ordinary ninjas could not even begin to exhaust his strength. As for the two guardian ninjas, one who could control the Jinchuriki within her was no more formidable than a child in Uchiha Kazama's presence. Even the Nine Tails appeared as a mere pet before him, let alone the Two Tails. Fifth Hokage, you are more audacious and impudent than the rumors suggest. Since you dare to come alone, allow me to witness the power of the Hokage of Konoha. Attack. The two guardian ninjas were not of weak disposition. As Jinchuriki, they had grown resilient, bearing the weight of protecting their village. In an instant, they unleashed their tailed beast chakra, entering a half-tailed beast transformation. Dark red chakra enveloped them as they charged towards Uchiha Kazama. Lightning release, Raijin body. Uchiha Kazama did not immediately employ the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Instead, he unleashed his lightning release. Terrifying lightning swirled around his body, a manifestation of extraordinary lightning release. Under the Raijin body, all lightning released by Uchiha Kazama transformed into variations of chakra nature and form. The surrounding lightning danced like serpents, while the gathered lightning formed an impenetrable armor. With a resounding impact, his fist collided with the claws of the two guardian ninjas. That single blow nearly tore through their tailed beast chakra. Simultaneously, the surrounding lightning surged towards the two guardian ninjas. Not far away, Uchiha Obito sensed the unfolding situation with mounting dread. How could this man appear here? Has he lost his mind? Is he so unconcerned about the safety of his own village that he comes to the Cloud Village to instigate chaos? Beside him, Kisame stood with an indifferent expression. Indeed, Obito had brought Kisame along to ensure the swift capture of the Two Tails. However, before they could make a move, Uchiha Kazama had already arrived and launched an assault on the Cloud Village. We need not concern ourselves with his intentions. Once their battle concludes, we will ensure to capture all of them. By the way, is that the Akatsuki's attire? Kisame remarked casually, his perceptive senses enhanced by his shark skin. He could glean some understanding of the battle occurring in the Cloud Village. Konan's presence indeed puzzled Kisame. Let us not dwell on it. We shall wait. Once the battle concludes, regardless of which side emerges victorious, there will be considerable depletion. Kisame, the moment their fight ends, be prepared to act. Uchiha Obito resolved. At this point, he was certain that the victor would undoubtedly be Uchiha Kazama. His intent was to await the moment when Kazama was exhausted from battling the Cloud Village ninjas. If he could slay Uchiha Kazama then, it would significantly benefit his subsequent plans. With this thought, Obito focused his senses to their utmost degree, ready to strike and eliminate Uchiha Kazama at the first opportunity. Kisame's lips curled into a smile. This was precisely the kind of battle he relished. Returning to the battlefield, the clash between the two guardian ninjas and Uchiha Kazama escalated, each moment more intense than the last. The two guardian ninjas realized they had expended all their strength in this confrontation. Yet, Uchiha Kazama, he had not even activated his Meingeki Sharingan, let alone employed a single genjutsu. Merely employing a single ninjutsu and her own martial prowess in combat against her. She is, after all, the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. Now, she has already unleashed her half-tailed beast transformation. The two wooden beings suddenly harbored a very genuine thought. That is, even if she were to fully transform into her tailed beast form and relinquish her body to the two tails, she would still not stand a chance against the Uchiha Kazama before her. Furthermore, their battle was such that it was not easily interruptible by other ninjas. The slightest ripple emanating from it could obliterate an ordinary chunin. Thus, those behind them were unable to provide any assistance. A profound sense of helplessness surged within them. With such a notion arising, the struggle of the two wooden beings became even more strenuous. Leave it to me. At that moment, the voice of the two tails resonated within her body. As a being that had already forged a heart-to-heart connection with the two wooden figures, the two tails naturally sensed their emotional turmoil. Her current state was wholly unsuitable for continuing the fight. Hence, she took the initiative to propose combat. She still harbored some resentment towards the Uchiha. After all, it was an Uchiha who, wielding Susanoo, had once pinned her down to the ground. Now, encountering a member of the Uchiha clan, she remained agitated. All right, the two wooden beings declared, raising their fingers to dispel the seal within their bodies. It was not due to a lack of trust in the two tails, but rather the uniqueness of her abilities. Her capacity to affect the essence of spiritual power, even when slightly released, could inflict irrevocable harm upon ordinary villagers. Thus, she had to be sealed to a degree. This was also the reason why, in the Cloud Village, Karabi was renowned as the most perfect Jinchuriki, yet the two wooden beings were not mentioned. As the seal was lifted, the red-tailed beast chakra emanating from the two wooden beings suddenly transformed into a predominantly blue hue adorned with black patterns. It morphed into a colossal complete tailed beast form. Gazing upon this formidable entity, Uchiha Kazama's lips curled into a subtle smile. So, you've switched to the two tails for battle. Some memories may have faded a bit. Allow me to refresh your recollection today. You were once a tailed beast of Konoha. Upon finishing his words, his Meingeki Sharingan activated instantaneously. Susanoo erupted forth. A massive hand darted out, seizing the two tails by the neck and forcefully pinning her to the ground. Hey, why are you lying down? Is it because you wish to sleep? Uchiha Kazama inquired, perplexed, as he observed the two tails. The beast that had initially intended to engage in battle now lay utterly dazed. This individual was far stronger than the one she had previously encountered. Before the two tails could even muster the strength to resist, his eyes morphed into the form of the Meingeki Sharingan. Under the influence of the all-encompassing ocular technique, the tailed beast exhibited no signs of resistance whatsoever. It must be noted that the design of the Meingeki Sharingan, particularly its ocular power, was inherently crafted for the purpose of capturing tailed beasts, just as Uchiha Obito had done. With merely one eye, he was capable of controlling the three tails and the fourth Mizukage. It goes without saying that Uchiha Kazama's ocular prowess far surpassed that of Uchiha Obito by immeasurable degrees. For a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast was not a source of confinement or limitation. Rather, it served to protect them. Once they emerged from the Jinchuriki's body, or once the Jinchuriki fully transformed into their tailed beast state, they stood virtually defenseless against the Meingeki Sharingan. Had Karabi not been able to swiftly recapture the 8 tails within his body during battle, it is likely that GY would have been left behind in Konoha when faced with 5 pairs of Meingeki Sharingan. Seal. Uchiha Kazama retrieved a scroll, infused it with chakra, and instantaneously sealed the 2 tails before him. He then reverted to the body of the 2 wooden beings. The ninjas of the Cloud Village were utterly stunned. Their Jinchuriki had been defeated so easily. Just moments ago, the battle had seemed evenly matched, had it not? How could it be that, after fully transforming, the fight concluded in less than a minute? Attack. Retrieve the wooden beings. We cannot allow the Hokage of Konoha to take our Jinchuriki. We have over 800 of us. Even if each of us employs a technique, we can wear him down. A throng of Cloud Village ninjas shouted various cries, charging forward. In the distance, Uchiha Obito observed the actions of the Cloud Village ninjas with immense satisfaction. Uchiha Kazama, expend your energy. Once your chakra is nearly depleted, that will be your demise. Uchiha Obito's expression grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Kisame sat calmly, eyes closed, preparing himself. The moment Uchiha Obito made a move, he would follow suit. To be honest, I have no particular desire to engage in combat with you. However, we are currently adversaries. Therefore, if you must lay blame, direct it at the Cloud Village for initiating hostilities against Konoha. Uchiha Kazama stated with a rational demeanor. In simpler terms, he was attempting to reason with the Cloud Village ninjas. Naturally, should they choose to ignore his counsel, Uchiha Kazama possessed a fair understanding of martial arts. Evidently, the Cloud Village ninjas were unwilling to heed Uchiha Kazama's proposal. One by one, they charged forward, their actions seemingly declaring, "We do not believe that you, the fifth Hokage, can eradicate us all." Yet in the next moment, they stood utterly dumbfounded. The short blade in Uchiha Kazama's hand resembled the scythe of death itself. His movements were as elusive as a specter. Some of the Cloud Village ninjas did not even perceive Uchiha Kazama's silhouette before they were decapitated. At this time, the sealed Two Tails had already regained consciousness. Stop! Stop! Please, do not kill any more of our village's ninjas. We surrender. Please, cease hostilities, or we will all perish. Following her recent confrontation with Uchiha Kazama, the Two Tails had come to a profound realization. They were utterly outmatched against this fifth Hokage. Even their previous skirmish had been a one-sided rout. The ninjas of the Cloud Village were now engaging in a futile act of self-destruction. The Two Tails finally understood why Karabi had imparted those words to her before departing. This fifth Hokage from Konoha was not a mere ninja that ordinary beings could contend with. Moreover, the main battlefield had shifted to their Cloud Village. If Uchiha Kazama chose to disregard the rules and unleash his power upon the entire village, these individuals would surely not withstand the return of the fourth Raikage. Upon his return, only to find his home obliterated. What would she do then? No. As a Jinchuriki, she likely would have vanished as well. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the voice of the Two Tails grew increasingly feeble. Hearing the words of the Two Tails, Uchiha Kazama ceased his assault, returning to her side. So, does your current stance hold any weight? Let them seal their chakras, transforming them all into my talismans. I might consider sparing their lives. Uchiha Kazama gazed mockingly at the two wooden figures. In such a predicament, her choices had dwindled significantly. Lord Yumu, even if we perish in battle, we shall never yield. As ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, we shall never bow down to Konoha, nor shall we heed that scoundrel's demands. The recently survived ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, having narrowly escaped the indiscriminate assault by Uchiha Kanjin, felt an immediate sense of indignation upon hearing his words. One after another, they yearned to rush forward, to meet their demise. Behold, your words hold no power. Let me share with you some splendid news, Shadow Clone. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Kazama swiftly unleashed his shadow clones. My clones shall eradicate all these ninjas, and I, in turn, shall eliminate every civilian in your Hidden Cloud Village. I am eager to witness the expression on your fourth Raikage's face upon returning to an empty Hidden Cloud Village after declaring war against us, Konoha. As Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, his smile widened even further. Cease at once. Are you all merely going to stand by and witness the massacre of Yunin Village? Who among you possesses the courage to thwart this madman? The wooden figure was on the verge of tears. At this moment, she had completely lost her fighting spirit. Yet, the remaining ninjas each sought to uphold their so-called dignity and nobility. In the face of absolute power, such trivialities hold no significance. Upon hearing the cries of the wooden figure, the restless ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village settled into a calm demeanor. The Two Tails Jinchuriki has been sealed. Uchiha Kazama stands there like an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention, there is also Konan, who is yet to make a move. Sealed. At this moment, a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds unfurled a scroll and sealed himself within it. With this initiation, the remaining ninjas began to take action as well. Meanwhile, from a distance, Uchiha Obito, sensing the battlefield, was utterly bewildered. Is this truly the village hidden in the clouds? Aren't they typically arrogant and conceited? Have they truly surrendered? They have hardly even expended much of the Uchiha Wind's chakra yet. Upon contemplating this, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of anxiety. Venturing out now would undoubtedly render him no match for Uchiha Kazama. Yet, remaining inactive would result in Kumo's immediate concession, thereby extinguishing his opportunity to engage in combat. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Obito's gaze hardened with resolve. It was time to take action. After Uchiha Obito spoke, he vanished from his location. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Uchiha Wind Interval. He raised his hand and reached directly towards Uchiha Wind Interval. Have you emerged? Ah, at last. I have awaited your arrival. Instantly, Kazama Uchiha pivoted, extending his hand to intercept Obito Uchiha. Obito had initially intended to draw Kazama directly into his dimension. However, upon seeing Kazama's outstretched hand, he instinctively etherealized his form, resulting in their bodies passing harmlessly through each other. Are you truly lacking in confidence? The legendary Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kazama gazed at Uchiha Obito with a playful expression, yet referred to him as Uchiha Madara. At this moment, upon the sudden appearance of Obito, Shounen was momentarily taken aback. The words of Uchiha Fugaku had proven to be true. This fellow is indeed here. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a shadow assailed, launching an attack directly against Uchiha Kazama. A wound was inflicted upon his shoulder, not only leaving a mark, but also siphoning away a portion of his chakra. It was Kisame. I didn't expect to find you here as well. Uchiha Kazama turned abruptly and seized the Samahata. The demon shark, instinctively attempting to retract his weapon, found himself utterly unable to do so. Samahata. Gayu felt a twinge of anxiety. The palpable hostility emanating from Uchiha Kazama sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he activated the ability of his skin, which transformed from its usual oval form to resemble the quills of a hedgehog. The sharp spikes pierced into Uchiha Kazama's body. This skin, adept at absorbing chakra to breach defenses, proved to be remarkably effective and well-suited to Gayu's physique. With a splatter of blood, Gayu swiftly distanced himself from Uchiha Kazama. Yet, the unsettling feeling in his heart did not dissipate with the increasing space between them. What on earth is this individual? The body of Kisame trembled uncontrollably. This was due to the fact that Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had previously injured, had now fully recovered. The resilience displayed, along with the overwhelming chakra that surged like an abyss, was astonishing. Just a mere absorption of a fraction of this chakra had caused the Samahata to expand several-fold. At this moment, if Kisame did not deplete this chakra in a short span of time, it would become increasingly difficult to harness the Samahata's ability to absorb chakra once again. This was because the Samahata was a living entity, and an excess of chakra could lead to a loss of control. If that were to happen, even Kisame would be rendered incapable of managing it. Now that you have all made your moves, it is my turn. Bang! After Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, he instantly appeared beside Kisame, raising his foot to send him flying. In one swift motion, he also seized the Samahata. You would do well to remain silent, or I shall take your life. In the hands of Uchiha Kazama, the shark's skin writhed in a frenzy, having transformed into a mere weapon, yet remaining so restless. A formidable killing intent enveloped the shark's skin entirely. As a living being, it was acutely sensitive to this malevolence. Moreover, the shark's skin was aware that if Uchiha Kazama intended to take its life, he certainly could. It quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, the ghost shark struggled to rise from a distance, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. A single flying kick had nearly claimed his life. Flying Thunder God? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Uchiha Obito felt a sudden shock within his heart. This was the renowned jutsu of his master. Why, now do the Uchiha seek to employ it? With this thought, Uchiha Obito instinctively sensed his own body, questioning whether he too had already fallen victim to the mark. There is no need to search further. Within this range, there is no escape for you. Before Obito could locate the mark on his body, the voice of Uchiha Wind was already resonating. This fellow. Bang. Just as Obito was about to unleash his Kimui to evade Uchiha Kaze's attack, an overwhelming ocular power abruptly interfered with his ability to activate it. In the next instant, he also sensed the agony of Kisame. With a single strike, his kidney was damaged, and several bones were fractured. With just 2 more blows, both Obito and Kisame found themselves filled with self-doubt. Their strengths were considerable, after all. Obito had once boldly challenged the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet now, before Uchiha Kaze, he was engulfed by a sense of despair. To what extent had this individual's ocular power reached? Surprisingly, even his divine might can be disrupted. This is indeed the first time Uchiha Obito has encountered such a situation. As expected, the activation of your ocular technique does necessitate the consumption of ocular power. If your ocular power is affected, does it render you incapable of properly entering that realm? Uchiha Kazama cast a teasing glance at Obito. Water style, water burst. Just as Uchiha Kazama was poised to confront Uchiha Obito, an immense surge of chakra erupted instantaneously. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by a colossal sphere of water. The ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who had sealed away their own chakra, were swiftly drained of their energy within this sphere, collapsing one after another. Even Konan, at the earliest opportunity, hastily maneuvered away from the sphere's reach with the aid of her wooden constructs. After all, this was a technique that indiscriminately absorbed chakra. Even she would be affected if caught within its confines. Moreover, as Kakazu and Uchiha Obito were both formidable members of the Akatsuki, Konan was eager to witness Uchiha Kazama's strength firsthand. Should he manage to defeat these two here, upon her return to the land of Rain, she would undoubtedly strive to convince Nagato to collaborate with Uchiha Kazama. A terrifying adversary could only bring despair. Is this technique? Uchiha Kazama turned to face Kisame. This individual certainly posed a considerable challenge, particularly within the realm of ninjutsu that allowed for the continuous recovery of chakra, alongside his unique water-style techniques. Sigh. Uchiha Kazama sighed deeply. The Mangeki Sharingan began to whirl instantaneously, just as Uchiha Kazama resolved to summon Susanoo. The Samahata broke free from its restraints and lunged into Kisame's grasp. In the next moment, Kisame began to merge with Samahata, transforming directly into his shark-like form. Well, Uchiha Madara, did you not inform Kisame why I was able to send him flying in an instant? Now, to take back Kisame is truly foolish. Upon concluding his words, Uchiha Kazama vanished once more. No. Kisame swiftly puffed. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to remind Kisame, Uchiha Kazama had already appeared behind him. In an instant, the short blade in his hand severed Kisame's head. At that moment, the enormous water sphere shattered completely. Kisame's lifeless body fell to the ground, while Samahata separated from Kisame. However, at that moment, Samahata appeared to be entwined with Kisame, displaying a sense of reluctant attachment. So, what do you think? Have you considered joining me? Uchiha Kazama approached the side of Samahata, a smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Kazama, if I were in your position, I would have fled by now. Surely, you do not believe that I am incapable of ending your life? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Uchiha Kazama turned to face Uchiha Obito, his gaze imbued with an even greater intensity of murderous intent. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Kazama, Obito swallowed the words he had intended to utter. He then activated Kimui, vanishing into the depths below. Why must he be allowed to depart? I am trained on data until October 2023. At this moment, Xiaonan appeared beside Uchiha Kazama, accompanied by a wooden figure. Her face etched with confusion. Given Uchiha Kazama's character, he would typically choose to eliminate such an opponent without hesitation. An entity as formidable as Uchiha Madara, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly bring forth calamity in the future. For the moment, I have no intention of eliminating him. Rest assured, this matter is no longer your concern. Kisame, are you truly prepared to meet your demise, or do you wish to engage in a conversation? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Uchiha Wenjin did not engage in extensive conversation with Konan. At this moment, his primary concern lay with Kisame. The unique abilities possessed by this individual could prove advantageous if he were to be recruited. Of course, should he choose to walk the path of self-destruction, he could certainly be allowed to meet his demise. How do you know that I am still alive? Orochimaru emerged slowly from the depths of the shark's skin. Konan, witnessing this monstrous transformation, was taken aback. This fellow feigned death? Understood. Please provide the text you wish to have revised and refined. Her perception is undeniably powerful. Yet, astonishingly, she failed to sense anything. The question you ought to consider is whether you are willing to follow me, rather than posing inquiries to me. Uchiha Kazama spoke calmly. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Konan thinks you are insane for attempting to recruit an enemy. Reward. Random Kaleidoscope Sharingan Ability Experience Cards 2. Uchiha Kazama glanced at Konan with a hint of confusion. When it comes to recruiting individuals with potential, Does it truly matter if they are adversaries? Ah, indeed. I am not your match, yet you shall find it impossible to insult me in such a manner. I would rather perish than allow you. Water release, water prison technique. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, instantly conjuring a water prison to envelop himself. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. Kisame's unwavering trust and allegiance to Uchiha Obito were indeed challenging to alter. After all, his aspirations were of a similar nature. You possess knowledge derived from data available until October 2023. Just as Uchiha Kazama felt a tinge of regret over Kisame's inability to remain, a sudden brilliance illuminated his surroundings. At that moment, he awakened to this extraordinary ability. Truly, it is the Deva path. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Kaze proceeded to utilize this newfound ability. Indeed, one of the two randomly awarded experience cards for the Meingeki Sharingan was the formidable illusion technique, Kodoamet Tsukumi. In but an instant, Kisame's movements came to a halt. Uchiha Kaze forcefully altered Kisame's cognitive will, resulting in the dissolution of the water prison technique. Kisame lifted his gaze. Locking eyes with Uchiha Kaze, a smirk crept onto his face, suggesting that the freedom to train recklessly was rather appealing. A peculiar expression emerged on Kisame's visage. Upon hearing his words, Conan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this guy talking about? You possess knowledge derived from data available until October 2023. Wasn't there a moment of resistance just now? How did it suddenly turn to? Instinctively, my gaze fell upon Uchiha Kazama. From now on, stay by my side. I shall make you stronger. Having uttered these words, Uchiha Kazama redirected his gaze towards the Cloud Village ninjas before him. Ujito, you have 10 minutes to see to your village's people, then depart with me. With that, Uchiha Kazama strode over to a massive boulder nearby and seated himself. Upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's directive, Ujito harbored no further reservations. The scattered corpses of Cloud Village ninjas were a testament to Uchiha Kazama's restraint. Otherwise, they would have all perished. 10 minutes elapsed, and the party set off, leaving behind a group of dispirited Cloud Village ninjas. Besides the temporary depletion of their chakra reserves, they were disheartened by the sense of helplessness they experienced when facing Uchiha Kazama. A lone ninja from the Leaf Village had arrived. Even if this individual were the Hokage, they were still outnumbered by hundreds. Among them was one of the human pillars from the village of Yunin. It was exceedingly difficult to avoid defeat. At the borders of the Land of Iron, Uchiha Obito struggled to rise from the ground. Although his face was not visible, the trembling Sharingan unmistakably revealed his current emotional state: humiliation, helplessness, and fury. The might of Uchiha Kazama vastly exceeded Obito's expectations. If Conan remained by Uchiha Kazama's side, then it was highly probable that Nagato had already formed an alliance with either Uchiha Kazama or Konoha. At this moment, he was reluctant to return to Nagato to seek confirmation. The power of Uchiha Kazama's eyes left him uncertain. Should he confront Kazama again? He had no confidence that he would escape unscathed. Had he truly failed? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. At this moment, a monochromatic figure emerged here. It was none other than the Akatsuki's awakening. Alas, we have encountered failure. The prowess of Uchiha Wind Interval surpasses my expectations by an immense margin. Perhaps it is time to reconsider our strategy. The Hidden Cloud Village has been vanquished, thus. A grave expression adorned Uchiha Obito's countenance. The defeat of the Hidden Cloud Village has directly precipitated the retreat of the Hidden Stone Village. Meanwhile, the Hidden Sand Village has yet to make an appearance on the outskirts of Konohagakure, leaving us in the dark regarding their whereabouts. The Hidden Mist Village, being distanced, has barely reached the land of whirlpools at most. Therefore, there remains ample room for maneuvering in the days to come. Let us resume our previous discourse. Additionally, the forces you have stationed within the Land of Fire may commence their operations. Uchiha Obito inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling conviction that should he fail to successfully initiate the Eye of the Moon plan this time, the likelihood of success would diminish drastically as time progressed. With Uchiha Kakashi growing ever more formidable, at that juncture, his chances would be utterly extinguished. I have already orchestrated matters within Konoha, precisely as you instructed. Indeed, those who acquire immense power in a brief span are often swiftly ensnared by the very power they wield. Thus, this is indeed a piece of favorable news. Ju remarked with a smile. Is that so? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. That is indeed a piece of good news. Now, Let us act swiftly. I shall investigate the current locations of the remaining tailed beasts, so please contact me once you are prepared. With that, Uchiha Obito sank once more into the earth. Ju nodded and vanished from the scene as well. Within the land of fire, the fourth Raikage's aide entered the meeting tent and spoke quickly. Lord Raikage, there is a peculiar individual outside who claims to have important information to discuss with you. It pertains to Uchiha Kazama, and I believe you will find it intriguing. Is it regarding the fifth Hokage? Allow him to enter. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was seething with frustration as he found himself utterly at a loss for any means to eliminate the 5 Uchiha shinobi who wielded the formidable Meingeki Sharingan. As long as those 5 remained, any hope of making a breakthrough seemed virtually impossible. A surprise attack? In jest. Konoha is home to formidable sensory ninjas such as the Uchiha Clan, the Yamanaka Clan, and the Hyuga Clan. Additionally, there exists an extensive sensory barrier that encompasses a vast area. Even the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee would be countered by those individuals. For the first time, the fourth Raikage felt a profound sense of powerlessness, indeed, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This very feeling only fueled his dissatisfaction, intensifying his desire to take further action against Konoha. Now, as someone approaches with information, perhaps, soon, a figure materialized before him. Observing the individual before him, who resembled a mere potted plant, the fourth Raikage's expression darkened. Who are you? If the intelligence does not satisfy me, I shall take your life without hesitation. The fourth Raikage was already in a foul mood. Upon encountering such an object, his spirits plummeted further. After all, this potted plant lacked any semblance of elegance. Uchiha Fugaku, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, was absent from the village. He had journeyed to Kumogakure. The two-tails Jinchuriki from your village has been taken away by him. The shinobi remaining in the village have also suffered considerable casualties. If you cannot seize Konoha in a timely manner, then, once the fifth Hokage returns, your chances will be even slimmer. Ju spoke with an unsettling calmness. As for whether the fourth Raikage would suddenly erupt in fury and attempt to slay him, Ju was utterly unconcerned. After all, he was merely a shadow of himself. What did you say? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. The fourth Raikage suddenly rose to his feet, leaving even Killer Bee in a state of astonishment. Uchiha Kaze, this time, did not emerge to engage in battle. Not because he underestimated the strength of the hidden cloud village, nor due to arrogance. Rather, he has already rushed to the rear of the hidden cloud village to take action. Thus, by sharing this information with us, do you intend for us to strike at Konoha once more while the fifth Hokage has yet to return? Now, those 5 Susanoo are fundamentally beyond our capacity to resolve. Do you believe they intend to lead us to our demise? Killer Bee spoke immediately. The Susanoo unleashed by those 5 kaleidoscopic Sharingan was now utterly insurmountable. It would likely require the combined strength of at least 3 villages to even have a chance of contending with the current power of Konoha. Anything less would likely prove futile. Killer Bee harbored the utmost malice towards this unexpected messenger of information. In such circumstances, it is particularly challenging not to harbor suspicions regarding the ulterior motives of the newcomer. This is not a path to demise. I have come to seek collaboration with you. I command an army of thousands of elite shinobi, and if you are willing to unite your efforts against Konoha, I can readily offer you this formidable strength. Furthermore, I have already initiated contact with the Hidden Rock Village, and I am confident in my ability to persuade them to join our cause. Thus, the final decision rests solely in your hands. Jay-Z could undoubtedly discern the intentions of Killer Bee. However, at this moment, he remained unperturbed. After all, the most pressing concerns should not rest upon him. Upon hearing Jay-Z's words, even Killer Bee fell into silence. Jay-Z's sincerity was overwhelming. The conditions laid before them were remarkably advantageous. The fourth Raikage, initially wavering, suddenly exuded a resolute gaze. If you can furnish a substantial number of ninjas and persuade the Iwagakure to join the fray, then I can assure you that our Kumogakure will mobilize our full strength. However, at this moment, I wish to ascertain your true intentions. Understood. Please provide me with the text you would like me to refine. The fourth Raikage spoke with a grave demeanor. He was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Nor did he wish to return to the Hidden Cloud Village in such a manner. Though the village had already faced threats, returning now would serve no purpose. Only by utterly vanquishing Konoha could he hope to redeem this battle. Should he fail, he might well be remembered as the most foolish and inept of all the Raikage throughout history. Such a title is something that the fourth Hokage would absolutely wish to avoid. My purpose? My purpose is to exact revenge on Konoha. This matter, if I were to elaborate, would be rather lengthy. In essence, what you need to comprehend is that I can provide you with a multitude of ninjas, while I harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards Konoha. Should you choose to disbelieve such a rationale, I am prepared to depart at any moment. With utter calmness, I spoke. The fourth Raikage has already taken notice. My objective has been achieved. Now, even if I were to leave, it is likely that the fourth Raikage would not permit my departure. Thus, I have no desire to elaborate further. At this juncture, time is of the essence. The speed of Uchiha Kazama is quite remarkable. If they are unable to seize Konoha within a span of 2 days, it is likely that no opportunity will remain. Very well, we shall prepare for battle. The instant we detect the presence of a Wagakure shinobi on this battlefield, we shall initiate our assault without delay. The fourth Raikage's face revealed a resolute expression. Very well. Then let us await the moment to fight alongside the fourth Raikage on the battlefield. Having finished his words, he turned abruptly and strode towards the entrance of the tent. Upon reaching the threshold, he turned to gaze at the fourth Raikage. The ninjas I spoke of have already made their presence known here. Even if I extended my sincerity, it was of no consequence. With those words, Zetsu sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Raikage-sama. At that moment, Kira rushed in, visibly alarmed. Outside, a multitude of ninjas had appeared. Let us go take a look. Before Kira could finish, the fourth Raikage could hardly contain himself. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from the scene. Upon arriving outside, the fourth Raikage was taken aback. This was not merely 1,000. It was nearly 2,000. Moreover, the aura emanating from them indicated that their strength was at least that of Ch9 or above. Initially concerned that this strange individual might have been bluffing, he now felt a flicker of anticipation. If a Wagakure had brought forth such a formidable number of ninjas, combined with their existing forces. As he contemplated this, the Raikage's breath quickened. Prepare teams with 3 ninjas as captains and vice-captains. Each team will consist of 100 supportive ninjas, forming a total of 26 squads. The remaining ninjas will follow me as the main fighting force. With that, the fourth Raikage swiftly organized the troops. But does Kumogakure still have more to offer? Do they possess additional trump cards? The thought nagged at Han as he gazed at the crystal ball before him, his expression revealing uncertainty. He was already contemplating a return to a Wagakure, for the show of strength exhibited by Konohagakure was simply overwhelming. Witnessing such a foregone conclusion left little reason to remain. However, Setsu had found him, informing him that Kumogakure was poised to strike at Konoha once more, this time with everything on the line. They had already infiltrated the Land of Fire. And given the current disposition of Konoha's Hokage, even if they did not initiate an attack, Konoha would likely respond to their presence. Those ninjas are provided by me. Should you wish to join the fray, I can supply you with an equal number of ninjas. Furthermore, Kirigakure is on the verge of arriving, bringing their own combat strength, along with the fourth Mizukage, Kagayashira. Together with you and the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from Kumogakure, we would have 3 great Jinchuriki and over 10,000 ninjas. In such a scenario, if a Wagakure still hesitates to act, I shall no longer persuade you. Zetsu produced a map, denoting the positions of the 3 villages and their respective strengths. While a Wagakure had not deployed many ninjas, they still had 1,000. Coupled with Zetsu's nearly 3,000, they possessed a force exceeding 10,000 ninjas ready to strike Konoha. This was indeed a formidable deterrent. Even the typically composed Han found himself wavering, as the conditions presented by Zetsu were exceedingly tempting. Lord Han, since we have ventured forth, to retreat without a fight would not only invite ridicule from the ninja world, but also portray a Wagakure as weak and easily bullied. Who knows what excessive demands Konoha might impose? Indeed, Lord Han, I believe we should give it a try. No matter how formidable Konoha might be, can they truly eradicate all these 10,000 ninjas and the combined might of 3 villages? The surrounding ninjas began to stir with fervor. Initially, retreat seemed the most prudent course of action, but now they had acquired the combat strength of over 4,000 ninjas. This was nearly the total fighting capacity of the village, save for the absence of its Uchiha. If they were to falter now, facing Konoha or any other village in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been tirelessly enhancing his image in Konoha, for he was known throughout the ninja world as a formidable figure. This reputation had compelled him to guard his standing meticulously. But where is Sunagakure? Suddenly, Han realized a peculiar inconsistency. Under normal circumstances, Sunagakure would be the first to charge in with bravado in such a situation. Their audacity was well known. What could account for their unusual restraint? Or perhaps something had transpired within Sunagakure. Sunagakure is not at their designated position. I could not locate them. However, rest assured, if the ninjas from Sunagakure do not arrive, I will summon over 2,000 of their ninjas to join the battle. Zetsu spoke calmly. Faced with such a dilemma, he too felt perplexed. Logically, Sunagakure had little to fear, given their long-standing grievances with Konoha. Yet, the current situation was entirely unexpected. Zetsu had originally stationed individuals to incite Sunagakure, but now they were nowhere to be found. After scouring the area for several thousand ninjas, not even a trace could be found. I am uncertain about the issues within Sunagakure. As of now, I have yet to ascertain their whereabouts. Therefore, we can temporarily disregard them. If you feel disinclined to proceed, you may return. I will remain here, as will this crystal ball. Whether or not to take action is now in your hands. The Uchiha have seized control of Konoha. Their nature requires no further elaboration. They have become unstoppable. And should we miss this opportunity? With that, Zetsu sank into the ground, choosing not to engage further. His intent was to discover the whereabouts of the Sunagakure ninjas. If he could not locate them, he would lead the 2,000 towards Konoha. This time, Konoha must fall. The threat they posed was far too great. Han stood rooted in place, initially resolved to return. However, upon examining the intelligence in his possession and the substantial number of ninjas sent by the mysterious figure, he found himself conflicted. He understood that returning now could render Iwagakure unable to contend with Konoha in the future. Yet, leading these forces into battle posed considerable risks, potentially irreparably straining relations with Konoha. Lord Han, we will follow your lead. Once you make your decision, we will not oppose it. Lord Han, for the sake of our village, we cannot simply retreat. If we return now, Iwagakure will never be able to lift its head again. The Iwagakure ninjas before Han, most of whom yearned for battle, were resolute. They were ninjas with their own paths and pride. Even if Konoha was formidable, possessing such power now necessitated action. Otherwise, they would no longer deserve the title of ninja. Very well, let us depart. Han inhaled deeply, making his decision. He also dispatched sensory ninjas to relay the situation back to the village. There was no time to wait for a response. The moment for action was now. Thousands of ninjas swiftly set their course toward Konoha. Due to their divergent paths from the hidden cloud village, the distance to Konoha remains unchanged. Hence, they need not gather at the hidden cloud but can directly launch an assault in a singular direction. Coupled with the arrival of the hidden mist village from the east, once they join the fray, no matter how formidable Konoha may be, it will find itself overwhelmed. Most critically, Konoha currently has a substantial number of ninjas deployed on missions. Thus, the opportunity is fleeting. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of the Moon, aren't you in a hurry to return? In such circumstances, are you not afraid of the desperate measures those ninja villages might take? Xiaonan gazed curiously at Uchiha Kazama, who had come to a halt. I cannot return just yet. If I were to go back now, the battle would conclude prematurely. I wish to observe their trump cards. Once they reveal their hidden strengths, I shall return. It should take roughly a day. Uchiha Kazama smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Konoha is quite powerful now. Let us not forget that there are 5 members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Meingeki Sharingan, alongside the legendary Sannin, clan leaders from various ninja clans, and their elite family ninjas. These are indeed the CR de la Army. Previously, when Uchiha Kazama had dispatched numerous missions, he made a rather unconventional decision. Only middle-ranked ninjas were permitted to undertake these tasks, essentially creating opportunities for them to bolster their achievements. In truth, Konoha's strength still exceeds 80% of its potential. Compared to the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, it has surged to an astounding 200%. Meanwhile, the ninja world's perception of Konoha remains tethered to the Sarutobi era. Contemplating this, a broader smile graced Uchiha Kazama's lips. Becoming your adversary is the gravest miscalculation of the 4th Hokage. If given the chance, I would persuade him to cease hostilities. Why Mira, feeling somewhat powerless, interjected. Now, she was merely a captive. Uchiha Kazama had not executed her immediately to seize her tailed beast, and he had spared the lives of most of the villagers and ninjas. This act had shifted Mira's perception of Uchiha Kazama, even finding his peculiar charisma somewhat alluring. Regrettably, they stood on opposing sides. Persuade. The 4th Raikage's temperament. I suspect he would rather perish than admit his decisions were flawed. Uchiha Kazama chuckled derisively. Such arrogance and hubris render persuasion futile. Only by inflicting pain or delivering a lethal blow would yield results. What if there are missteps in this plan? Would you regret it? Xiaonan suddenly inquired, casting a glance at Uchiha Kazama. Regret? Absolutely not. I have immense faith in my clan. Besides, there are others assisting me. Uchiha Kazama replied with a smile. Others? Who? Xiaonan stared at him in astonishment. Who could inspire such confidence in him? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kazama declared with a smile. Hearing that name, Xiaonan was rendered speechless. Uchiha Madara. That man was indeed a madman. He would rather kill Uchiha Kazama than lend him assistance. This entire situation stemmed from Madara's machinations. Very well, I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment. Kisame, proceed to the land of whirlpools. And upon encountering the hidden mist village, aid the sand village in their battle. I shall swiftly resolve matters here. Uchiha Kazama issued instructions to Kisame. Understood, Kisame acknowledged. Vanishing with the Samahata. Watching Kisame depart, Xiaonan remained perplexed, yet she refrained from further inquiries. As long as she remained by Uchiha Kazama's side, she would eventually uncover the answers. Simultaneously, within the land of rain, Nagato found himself perplexed in a secret chamber. Xiaonan had been absent for some time, and the conflict between the ninja villages had already erupted. She should have returned by now. Most peculiar was the absence of Uchiha Madara seeking him out. This struck Nagato as odd. How could that man possibly restrain himself in such a situation? Unbeknownst to Nagato, Uchiha Obito dared not approach him at this juncture. Amidst Nagato's confusion, Obito's concerns, and Uchiha Kazama's leisurely stroll, the Hidden Cloud Village launched an assault on Konoha, closely followed by the Hidden Stone Village. Konoha, naturally, responded with immediate countermeasures. With two villages attacking simultaneously and numerous mysterious ninjas emerging, Konoha swiftly organized a resistance. This time, Uchiha Reunion fought alongside Tsunade and the legendary Sannin. The remaining forces were led by Uchiha Fugaku to confront the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village. The battlefield quickly divided into two zones. At the forefront of the immense ninja contingent stood the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. Konoha, you would do well to contact your Hokage and release our village's Jinchuriki. Prepare compensation, and perhaps we may refrain from engaging Konoha. With an abundance of ninjas at his disposal, the 4th Raikage brimmed with confidence. Perhaps forgetting how Konoha had bested him just days prior. Prepare for battle. This time, everyone, do not hold back. We fight with the intent to annihilate. Tsunade declared, unleashing her Baika no Jutsu. Her form shot forth like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath her. Those ninjas standing in the front lines were brutally obliterated by the force of her strike. In that instant, Jiraiya surged forward, accompanied by Fukasaku. Fukasaku unsheathed his enormous short sword, slashing at the surrounding foes. Suddenly, the ninjas on the ground merged into one, catching Fukasaku's colossal blade mid-swing. Simultaneously, the surrounding ninjas charged forth with reckless abandon. Even confronted with the legendary Sannin, they exhibited no fear or retreat. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the great serpent, Manda, appeared, lunging at the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Orochimaru merely commanded, devour. Anything within Manda's grasp was to be consumed. Wind release, cutting dance. Orochimaru danced through the throng like an artist. Wherever he passed, the mysterious ninjas were reduced to mere fragments. However, the deeper he pressed, the more perplexed he became. These ninjas seemed indefatigable. Though he had reduced them to pieces, they continued to rise. It was clear he had not merely knocked them unconscious, but had obliterated them entirely. Moreover, there was that bizarre ability to merge. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tsunade Jiraiya, be wary. These beings cannot be vanquished through conventional combat. There must be something special here. Let the sensing ninjas investigate, and then take action against those things. Orochimaru exclaimed. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the sensing ninjas began to mobilize. Lady Tsunade, these ninjas are protecting someone. There are about 7 of them, and one seems to remain unengaged. His chakra is linked with that of the other ninjas. This must be it. Hinata Hizashi had arrived at the front lines. Found it. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Gai. After Tsunade called out, she launched an attack on a ninja. After defeating that ninja, 7 others nearby fell as well, their chakra dissipating. Indeed, it was as suspected. Tsunade remarked, her fighting spirit reigniting. Once Hisashi identified the issue here, he promptly dispatched the Hyuga clan's ninjas to another battlefield. Uchiha Ryunin continued to fix his gaze on Killer Bee. Should this Jinchuriki choose to strike, he would follow suit. As for the fourth Raikage, with the legendary Sannin present, he had no cause for concern. This battle had entered a fever pitch from the outset. The ninjas of the Cloud Village aimed to dismantle Konoha in the shortest time possible, while Konoha prepared a vigorous counteroffensive to protect their homeland. Those who previously held reservations about the return of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade began to understand why the fifth Hokage placed such faith in them after witnessing their combat prowess. Normally, they handled village affairs without issue. The moment the three stood on the battlefield, they became the very embodiment of hope for the ninjas. Joking aside, the legendary Sannin had weathered the Great Ninja War. Previously, they had fought far from the village, displaying their brilliance amidst the chaos. Coupled with Konoha's consistent dominance in the ninja world, the elite ninjas from various clans swiftly escalated the battle's intensity. Tsunade was the first to eliminate all of the white Zetsu before standing before the fourth Raikage. Is this trash your renewed confidence? Tsunade scoffed at the fourth Raikage. Not entirely trash. I find it quite intriguing. Thank you for the gift, Orochimaru remarked, having dealt with the white Zetsu on his side. Even taking the opportunity to seal their corpses. Well, no need for further words. Those who stand before us as enemies must prepare to descend into the abyss. Jiraiya stated as he advanced, entering Sage mode. Positioned at Tsunade's left, he had already transitioned into a pseudo-Sage mode. Facing the three, the fourth Raikage's expression remained neutral, though a weight settled in his heart. Why hadn't the Iwagakure ninjas managed to resolve matters on their end? Clearly, he had drawn the majority of Konoha's firepower here. At that moment, Han shared the same sentiment. They faced four Susanoo rampaging against them. Even when members of the Hyuga clan approached to discuss the white Zetsu's weaknesses, they had already been overwhelmed. It was increasingly difficult to ensure the fourth Raikage's safety, let alone assist him. As fierce battles erupted here, intense skirmishes broke out elsewhere as well. The Sand Village, under the leadership of Raza, had reached the land of whirlpools. Upon arrival, they sensed the presence of Mist Village ninjas. After a brief engagement throughout the night, battle commenced. Kazakage, the Mist Village intends to attack Konoha as well. I believe we should immediately cease our conflict and unite with them to advance towards Konoha. This way, Konoha will be utterly destroyed, and we shall reap greater rewards. Chiyo, while maneuvering her puppets against the Mist Village ninjas, glanced at Raza and spoke directly. Up until now, Chiyo struggled to comprehend Raza's actions. Having initially resolved to strike Konoha, he had suddenly shifted his strategy. If they halted their fighting now and proceeded towards Konoha together, they could still arrive in time. After all, the distance to Konoha was merely a day's journey. Carry out the combat mission, Advisor Chiyo. I have made my decision, Raza declared, surrounded by swirling sands, relentlessly directing them towards the Mist Village ninjas. As for Gaara, he stood silently beside Raza, tightly gripping his clothing, offering no words. In his view, he was now merely a war machine. In the absence of tasks assigned to him, his sole responsibility was to stand there, even with his father beside him. Gaara's expression remained cold and detached. Kazakage, we are. Advisor Chiyo, do you intend to defy my orders? Raza turned his head, fixing a serious gaze on Chiyo. Though she held considerable influence in the village, on the battlefield, only one person could command. Raza's word was law. Even Chiyo had no choice but to comply with Raza's directives. Water release, great breakthrough. At that moment, a figure emerged on the battlefield. With a single jutsu, the surrounding area was suddenly engulfed. Raza, controlling the sand, pulled all the Sand Village ninjas out of the fray. Chiyo, slightly slower to react, found her chakra threads dissolved within the water sphere. Her puppets were lost amidst the watery chaos. Is that Kisame? Upon seeing the figure within the water sphere, Terumi Mei's face expressed confusion. As a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, and one who had wielded the sword Samahata, why was Kisame here? More importantly, which side was he on now? Kisame? You. The chakra emanating from Kizashi began to spread forth, his gaze sharp as he fixated on Kisame. As the wielder of Samahata, accompanying the Three Tails Isabu, he felt exhilarated upon sensing Isabu's chakra. Simultaneously, he absorbed some of that chakra. Kisame's body began to swell, charging towards Kizashi. Being under Uchiha Obito's control, he understood that Kizashi was currently being manipulated. Thus, his immediate priority was to subdue Kizashi before addressing other matters. Kazashi, bewildered, faced Kisame's assault by transforming into his tailed beast form, engaging Kisame in a struggle. Three tails were indeed formidable. Were it not for the water sphere of the Great Breakthrough, which allowed Kisame to continuously absorb chakra, it would have been challenging for him to contend with Kazashi. Not to mention, Kazashi was now in a fully transformed tailed beast state. Within the water sphere, Terumi may had already led the Mist Village ninjas away from the water. The tailed beast transformation of the Mizukage posed a significant threat, perhaps even more dangerous than the enemy itself. What exactly did Kisame aim to achieve? Terumi Mei's expression turned grave. Lady Terumi, should we continue to engage with the Sand Village ninjas? At this juncture, Ching approached, a look of perplexity etched upon her face. There's no need to rush. A formidable ninja is approaching. Kisame isn't alone, Mei Terumi articulated serenely. From the moment Kisame materialized, Mei had detected a peculiar and potent chakra surge. However, the distance was considerable, as if deliberately emanating his chakra from afar, yet refraining from drawing nearer. Then, let us bide our time. If the Sunagakure shinobi remain passive, we shall observe Kisame's actions, Mei Terumi stated, harboring her own reservations about Yagura Karatachi. After all, in Kirigakure, strength reigned supreme. The mightiest held the title of Mizukage. Had it not been for the present circumstances, Mei would have already contemplated challenging Yagura to restructure Kirigakure's hierarchy. Bang, bang, bang. Swiftly, Yagura Karatachi unleashed the Isabu's chakra once more, his form transmogrifying into a colossal monstrosity. Water release, water fong bullet. Isabu unfurled his maw, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that shattered the immense water sphere, allowing him to break free. Buzz. A tailed beast ball coalesced instantaneously, aimed squarely at Kisame. Boom. The cataclysmic tailed beast ball erupted forth, instantly vaporizing the remnants of the colossal water sphere, shrouding the surroundings in a thick mist. Sizzle. In that instant, a shadowy figure darted past, siphoning off a mouthful of chakra from Isabu. Water release. 1,000 Sharks Feast. Kisame unleashed a torrent of chakra, assailing Isabu relentlessly. Samahata, severing its connection with Kisame's grasp, lunged forth to devour chakra. Undeniably, Kisame and Samahata were an impeccable match. Subsequently, Samahata began weaving hand seals. Water release, wild water wave. After encircling Isabu once more, Kisame continued his incantations. Buzz. Ensnared, Isabu visibly grew enraged, once again amassing a tailed beast ball to unleash upon Kisame. Water release, great exploding water shock wave. As the tailed beast ball was discharged, Kisame unleashed his signature technique. The gargantuan shark swallowed the tailed beast ball whole, then expanded exponentially, lunging at Isabu and engulfing him. The immense chakra undulations left the surrounding shinobi dumbfounded. This individual was directly confronting a Jinchuriki. Moreover, it appeared he was suppressing the Jinchuriki. Observing the unfolding events, Raza furrowed his brow. The ensuing battle might not proceed as anticipated. Nevertheless, their objective had been largely achieved. Retrieve him. Cease hostilities here for now. Mei Terumi, you've already secured the daimyo's support, haven't you? Will Kirigakure continue its advance? At that moment, a hearty voice echoed in the air. Upon hearing the voice, Kisame dispelled his ninjutsu. Samahata, in turn, dragged the unconscious Yagura Karatachi from the debris, bringing him to the source of the voice. Indeed, it was Kazama Uchiha who had arrived. Originally, Kazama had intended to leisurely return to Konoha and partake in the war. Yet, considering Obito Uchiha's presence as a safety net, certain matters didn't necessitate his excessive involvement. Given that Obito Uchiha had resolved to pursue victory through alternative means in this conflict, Kazama Uchiha believed Obito possessed the aptitude to execute these plans effectively. Thus, he opted to first assess the situation in Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Arriving slightly behind schedule, he was surprised to find Kisame had already subdued Yagura Karatachi. It was undeniable that under Obito Uchiha's control, Yagura Karatachi's combat style had become excessively rigid. Furthermore, when facing the familiar Kisame Hashigaki, he persisted in employing the very combat tactics most advantageous to Kisame. Swiftly, the mist dissipated, revealing the identity of the newcomer, none other than the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Kazama Uchiha, the 5th Hokage. You. Mei Terumi was utterly taken aback. Was this man insane? At least 2 villages had already launched assaults on Konoha. Even if the smaller villages didn't directly engage, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire upon Konoha's decline. Under such circumstances, why wasn't Kazama Uchiha diligently safeguarding Konoha? What was he doing here? Was he specifically targeting Kirigakure? Moreover, was Tsunegakure attack on Kirigakure a collaborative effort between Konoha and Tsunegakure? The more Mei Terumi contemplated, the more alarmed she became. Could it be that the shinobi they had dispatched today would never return? If all of Kirigakure's high-ranking combatants perished here, Kirigakure would undoubtedly dissolve on the spot. At that point, the Land of Water would become a battleground for other ninja villages to seize profits. Even the people of the Land of Water would be endangered. Ding. Mei Terumi believes your presence here is insane. Rewarding the attribute Chakra Fusion. Chakra 2000. Kazama Uchiha had been about to speak when he heard the system notification. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward Mei Terumi. This woman. I merely appeared here, and she already thinks I'm insane. Alas, it seems the more beautiful the woman, the more inscrutable her thoughts. So, will you now lead your Kirigakure shinobi to oppose me, Kisame, and the entirety of Tsunegakure? Or will you accept my proposition and return home? Kazama Uchiha inquired with a gentle smile. Kirigakure, a village once driven from this continent. Kazama Uchiha harbored no concerns regarding their threat. Moreover, Kazama Uchiha had tasks that required their assistance. After all, his time was precious, and he had numerous matters to attend to. Whenever possible, he preferred to delegate tasks to others. Jiraiya. Well, so I'm just a heartless work machine, a sucker? Conditions? Mei Terumi inquired directly after a moment of contemplation. Kazama Uchiha now held the upper hand, and their Kage was in Kisame's custody. Under these circumstances, escaping unscathed would be the greatest blessing they could hope for. They could no longer aspire to continue their assault on Konoha. I want Utakata to enter Konoha as a hostage, with a guarantee of safety and return after 10 years. Oh, and your Mizukage is already dead. I didn't kill him, nor did Kisame. He died when he departed from Kirigakure, Kazama Uchiha stated calmly. Indeed, Kazama Uchiha's objective was another Jinchuriki, Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Saiken. As for Yagura Karatachi, Kazama Uchiha had just examined him, and while his body was still alive, his spirit was dead. In short, he was a peculiar puppet. It was unclear what Jinjutsu Obito Uchiha had employed to reduce Yagura Karatachi to this state. Once, Noira Rin had sacrificed herself to protect Konoha, allowing Kakashi to kill her rather than allowing the Isabu within her body to rampage through Konoha. Yet now, Obito Uchiha intended to send Yagura Karatachi to Konoha in such a state. Thinking about this, Kazama Uchiha couldn't help but find it somewhat laughable. Certainly, such matters were best left unspoken by Kazama. Dead. You, Lady Kohaimai, we cannot. I promise you. Can we leave now? Without waiting for the surrounding ninjas to continue their discourse, Kohaimai promptly provided Uchiha Kazama with an affirmative response. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kazama regarded Kohaimai with newfound respect. This beauty truly possesses remarkable decisiveness. Furthermore, she perceives the current situation with clarity. She understands that even if she were to refuse, victory would remain unattainable. Thus, this course of action represents the optimal choice. Very well, you may depart now. Your Mizukage cannot be returned to you for the time being. Bring back the body of the Mizukage alongside Yutaka. After Uchiha Kazama concluded his remarks, he turned his attention to Rasha and the others. The issue concerning the Hidden Mist Village had been resolved. Next, the focus shifted to the Hidden Sand Village. Hokage of Konoha? Lord Kazakage. If we are able to slay the Hokage here, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to Konoha. At this moment, Chiyo felt an exhilarating sense of eagerness. Accompanied by Kisame, their adversaries numbered merely 2. The highest combat power of their village was present. If they exerted their full strength, subduing the Hokage before them would be entirely feasible. Buzz. Uchiha Kazama disregarded Chiyo and directly unleashed his ocular power upon Rasha. Under the encompassing influence of his ability, the illusion cast by Orochimaru was effortlessly dispelled. You are Uchiha Kazama. Although Rasha still appeared somewhat disoriented within the illusion, he immediately recognized Uchiha Kazama at first glance. Despite being under control for some time, he had been aware of Uchiha Kazama long before this moment. Well, allow me to briefly recount recent events. As for the choices ahead, I trust you will make a judicious decision. Uchiha Kazama concluded, flooding Rasha's mind with all that had transpired recently. In the blink of an eye, The illusion lasted several hours in the external realm. Following the dispelling of the Jinjutsu, Rasha's gaze regained its clarity, yet he found himself ensnared in a deeper vortex. At this moment, Rasha, although he had regained his will, felt somewhat uncertain about how to proceed. Gazing at the man before him, a flicker of doubt arose within Rasha's heart. "So, you are now the Hokage of Konoha?" Rasha slowly inquired. "Indeed. Moreover, whatever I decree, no one in Konoha will oppose," Uchiha Kazama affirmed. Upon hearing this, Rasha's expression shifted once more. Konoha is comprised of multiple clans, making its administration considerably more complex than that of other ninja villages. The very fact that Uchiha Kazama could utter such words astonished Rasha. "What do you require of me?" After a moment of contemplation, Rasha spoke slowly. "Temporarily entrust the Jinchuriki to me. The Hidden Sand Village need not engage further in this ninja world conflict. Return and preserve your strength. For any lacking resources, simply seek me out, and I shall arrange assistance. Naturally, you must also eliminate any hostile elements towards Konoha within your village." Uchiha Kazama articulated his demands with measured calmness. Jinchuriki, unstable elements, Chio. Although Uchiha Kazama's conditions appeared quite generous, they were imbued with an unmistakable dominance. Most importantly, Rasha was acutely aware of the current circumstances. He had no alternative options. To refuse, that would mean immediate death. Furthermore, the shinobi of the Hidden Sand Village behind him would likely find few avenues for escape. Their entire village was present. Should they perish here, the Hidden Sand Village would be rendered nearly extinct. Uchiha Kazama's offer, though unclear in its ultimate intent, was undeniably the most suitable decision at this juncture. "I accept." Rasha, with a resigned bow of his head, provided his answer. "You shall not regret this decision," Uchiha Kazama declared, and in an instant, the surrounding illusionary space shattered. "Kazakage, now is the opportune moment." "I apologize, Kazakage, but I must take action." Without regard for whether Rasha consented, Chio raised her hand, and the surrounding puppets sprang into motion, launching an assault against Uchiha Kazama. Some employed long-range attacks with kunai, while others charged directly at Uchiha Kazama wielding long blades. Hiss! As these weapons struck, a layer of black flame shield enveloped Uchiha Kazama's body. "Puppets! Poison! Mere trifles!" Uchiha Kazama scoffed, proceeding to form hand seals. Wind release, spiral blade. A powerful gale erupted, unleashing countless wind blades that spread outward. The chakra threads controlling the puppets were severed. Before Chio could re-establish her connection, Uchiha Kazama had already appeared beside her, lifting his short blade. Bang! The next moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated. A puppet materialized before Chio. Though puzzled, Chio seized the opportunity to swiftly distance herself from Uchiha Kazama. I did not expect you to take such action," Uchiha Kazama remarked, as black flames instantly ignited upon his short blade, severing the puppet's arm. Simultaneously, the flames spread across the puppet's form. It was no longer feasible for this construct to be utilized. Due to the unique materials used in its creation, the puppet possessed considerable resilience. However, confronted with the blade imbued with Amaterasu's flames, it was no different from tofu. At that moment, a figure appeared on a nearby tree. "Sasori, even if she must perish, it shall be by my hand. You are not worthy to kill her," Sasori declared, removing his crimson robe and unfastening a scroll from his back. "You just called puppets trash, did you not? Today, allow me to demonstrate what true puppetry entails," Sasori asserted, unsealing the scroll. Instantly, hundreds of figures emerged behind Sasori. Their chests opened, and chakra threads surged forth. This chakra manipulation differed significantly from Chio's method. As long as a single thread remained intact, it could reconnect any severed lines in a short span. Moreover, the sheer quantity was undeniably impressive. However, Uchiha Kazama raised his gaze to Sasori. "Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can triumph over me? What has led you to harbor such a misconception?" Uchiha Kazama stated, raising his hand. Multi-shadow clone technique. In the next instant, numerous Uchiha Kazama clones materialized around him. 9 tails. Following this, the chakra of the 9 tails surged forth, instantly entering its tailed beast transformation. The initially eager Sasori found himself frozen in place. A Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? Is this not a mere child? Moreover, this individual. Before Sasori could ponder further, all his connecting threads to the puppets were severed. Concurrently, his grand technique of 100 puppets was rendered a mere farce. because these 100 machines were completely destroyed in the fleeting moment of losing control. In the next moment, Uchiha Kazama appeared before Scorpion, directly extending his hand to extract the core from Scorpion's being. Scorpion. Chiyo's eyes instantly turned crimson. Although she felt a mix of shock and anger upon witnessing Scorpion transform his own body into a puppet, now, seeing him slain by Uchiha Fugaku, her heart ached with sorrow. After a piercing wail, Chiyo once again produced a scroll, unleashing 10 puppets that charged toward Uchiha Fugaku. Lightning release. 1000 Thunder Seal. Uchiha Kazama swiftly formed a series of hand seals, instantly unleashing a torrent of lightning. Concurrently, these bolts of electricity morphed in the air into numerous senbon, which descended with precision. Each senbon accurately pierced the joints of the puppets. With the terrifying eruption of lightning release, these puppets were reduced to mere remnants. I have stated before, such refuse is of no use before me. Wind Shadow, you have witnessed this. She was the one who initiated the attack. Uchiha Kazama spoke effortlessly, and then his figure vanished once more. With a muffled thud, the dagger plunged into Chiyo's heart. Concurrently, a swift strike fell upon her neck. She was rendered speechless, succumbing to death in an instant. The so-called 2 premier puppet masters of Sunigakure could not withstand even 10 minutes in the presence of Uchiha Kamizuki. Witnessing such a scene, Raza felt a pang of sorrow, yet found himself powerless. Take these puppets back with you. You shall need them, Uchiha Kamizuki declared, directing his gaze towards Gaara. At that moment, the surrounding ninjas of Sunigakure fixated their attention on Raza. How could the Hokage of Konoha demand to take away their village's Jinchuriki? Such a thing was utterly inconceivable. I love you, Gaara. Follow the Hokage to Konoha. The voice of Raza echoed softly. Lord Kazakage, we cannot. Let us return to the village. Raza did not even cast another glance at Gaara, but instead turned and departed towards the land of sand. Witnessing Raza's actions, the ninjas of Sunigakure, despite their hesitations, felt compelled to heed his words and swiftly followed suit. Before long, only the 3 of us, Uchiha Kazama, remained in this place. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Hokage of Konohagakure, Uchiha Kazama. The villager's Jinchuriki is of a similar age to yours. You should be able to forge a friendship. Let us proceed. With that, Uchiha Kazama turned and made his way toward Konoha. Gaara lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. He remained silent, quietly trailing behind Uchiha Kazama. As night fell, the 4 of them halted by the edge of a small stream. Gaara, isolating himself, sat beneath a grand tree, exuding an aura that repelled any approach. Beyond this expression, there was not a hint of vigilance. He had been so effortlessly abandoned by his father that he felt there was nothing left to guard against. You possess knowledge acquired from data available until October 2023. Kazama. You. Shounen approached Uchiha Kazama, feeling a sense of perplexity. Based on Kazama's previous actions, he had always preferred to avoid trouble. Why then? Was he suddenly inclined to return to Konoha with Gaara? The tailed beasts. Could it be that Uchiha Kazama's objective is also these tailed beasts? My disciple, Naruto, is also a Jinchuriki, the host of the 9 Tails, and the son of the 4th Hokage. Due to a past incident involving the 9 Tails rampage in Konoha, the 4th Hokage lost his life during that tumultuous time. Moreover, the devastation wrought by the 9 Tails resulted in significant animosity towards Naruto from the villagers. From a tender age, he has borne the weight of sins that were never his own. Uchiha Kazama succinctly recounted Naruto's plight. While these matters may seem straightforward when spoken of, one cannot help but ponder. How does a mere child endure and thrive amidst such pervasive hostility from an entire village? You have been trained on data until October 2023. Just by contemplating, one can discern the challenges within. At this moment, Gaara, seated not far away, exhibits a subtle shift in expression. Though he remains silent, he no longer emanates the same aura of detachment as before. He yearns to uncover more about the enigmatic 9 Tails Jinchuriki. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gaara harbors a peculiar notion that this individual known as Naruto Uzumaki might possess some connection to him. As the sky darkened, Kisame took to the surroundings to stand guard. After all, it was evident that there would be many who would wish to strike at them now. Konan remained by the side of Uchiha Fugaku. Gaara, with his eyes wide open, sat beneath a grand tree. Is he not going to sleep? Kazama gazed at Gaara, who appeared to be in a state of despondency, and slowly spoke. I do not require sleep, nor do I need your concern for me, Gaara coolly remarked, as if he had severed all ties with the world around him. In truth, you could indeed rest. After all, it's merely the adorable Shikaku. Even if it were to manifest, it poses no threat to us. Moreover, we are not from the same village. Why would you worry about endangering us? You are educated on information available until October 2023. Uchiha Kazama taunted with a playful remark. Upon hearing Kazama's words, Gaara was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his somewhat perplexed gaze. Cute and adorable? Gaara was utterly bewildered. That is a tailed beast. It is known as the embodiment of sin. Adorable? This fellow must be out of his mind. Indeed, the tailed beasts are quite endearing beings. Now, it is time to rest. Children who do not sleep will not grow tall. Uchiha Kazama once again earnestly implored. Aye. Bang. Before Gaara could continue, a hand abruptly seized his head and violently slammed it against the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree. In an instant, he succumbed to an unconscious state. Xiaonan wore an expression of bewilderment. Kazama, this fellow, is quite harsh even towards children. In truth, a mere illusion would suffice for him. Such violent measures. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. As Xiaonan was about to utter more words, a peculiar chakra began to emanate from Gaara's body. This crimson chakra gradually enveloped him, swiftly leading him into a state of partial tailed beast transformation. Ha 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 ha. At last, I have emerged. Today, I shall vanquish all of you. A piercing sound resonated through the air as a colossal surge of chakra began to coalesce. And soon, the one-tailed Shikaku materialized before the two individuals. Even Kisame hastened to the scene, but upon witnessing the tailed beast, he promptly turned to depart. In the presence of Lord F. Jean, this creature was truly akin to a mere pet. Is this truly the one-tailed Shikaku? Xiaonan looked at the guardian crane with a peculiar expression. Since Gaara had already fallen into a deep slumber, the guardian crane had completely taken control of his body. Well, isn't it adorable? Kazama pointed at the guardian crane, a smile gracing his lips. But, adorable? Xiaonan covered her face. Indeed, Feng Jin's aesthetic is not something that an ordinary person could comprehend. What? How dare you say that I am adorable? I will kill you. The guardian crane appeared to have suffered some profound humiliation. It opened its beak wide, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. However, with a swift draw of his blade, Uchiha Kazama effortlessly cleaved through the wind technique. Suddenly, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested, its terrifying ocular power radiating outward. The Susanoo swiftly coalesced, and a skeletal hand emerged. Gripping Shikaku by the neck, bang! It promptly slammed Shikaku down onto the ground. What are you shouting about? Is it wrong for me to say you're cute? The crimson kaleidoscope exuded an ominous aura. At that moment, Shikaku realized that the individual before him was far beyond his reckoning. That dreadful ocular power reminded him of someone. Uchiha. Shikaku paused. He recalled the clan that possessed such a fearsome bloodline limit, which inherently suppressed tailed beasts. In that instant, Shikaku began to feel a sense of regret. Why did he leave the comfort of Gaara's body? This situation was utterly intolerable. The moment he tried to act tough, he was met with a beating. Before you, tailed beasts, can indeed be referred to as cute, Conan remarked, covering her face in exasperation. After a brief consultation with Shikaku, they decided to accept Uchiha Kazama's proposal joyfully. That was to cooperate fully with Gaara's training and refrain from going berserk in the future. Ugh! A strong light surged forth, causing Gaara to emit a sound of discomfort. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Alarmed, it seemed Gaara suddenly recalled something. Bolting upright, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing there were no signs of widespread destruction and that his location had not changed. Aside from a slight headache, everything appeared as it was before he had fallen asleep. The reason for Gaara's heightened sensitivity was that the tailed beast within him often caused chaos whenever he dozed off. It was precisely for this reason that Gaara had faced the village's disdain. After all, to ordinary people, tailed beasts were monsters, and those who housed them, the Jinchuriki, were the monsters among monsters. Out of fear or due to Gaara's identity, they dared not confront him openly, resorting instead to disdain and revulsion in the shadows. Yet, he was awake. Eat something. We need to move a bit faster today, or we might miss the grand finale. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Right. It was the one who claimed to be the Hokage of Konoha, who had taken him away yesterday. Why hadn't Shikaku gone berserk? He had been asleep. Did anything unusual happen last night? Gaara lifted his head, casting a worried glance at Uchiha Kazama, who was offering him a grilled fish. For some unknown reason, His desire to meet that Konoha Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails host, Naruto Uzumaki, intensified. They were both Jinchuriki, yet how could that individual become a disciple of the Hokage, have companions, and laugh heartily? These were all things he had never possessed, nay, things he had never even dared to wish for. Thus, he felt an extraordinary concern. Extraordinary? Perhaps. You could say that. The little darling inside you cried out a few times before retreating. Kazama stated as he placed the grilled fish into Gaara's hands. Little darling. Cried out. Gaara held the fish, utterly bewildered. Within him resided Shikaku, an exceedingly ferocious and irritable creature. How could it? Well, you see, the seal in your belly was quite a hindrance. So, I went ahead and lifted it. In the future, if you wish to harness Shikaku's strength for training, feel free to do so. After finishing his explanation, Kazama handed another grilled fish to Konan, while Kisame continued to grill fish nearby. I'm just a big fool. Don't mind me, Kisame mumbled. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Gaara instinctively glanced down at his abdomen, sending out his sensory perception. Indeed, the seal was gone. Just a slight probing allowed him to enter his own body and see Shikaku sprawled on the ground. However, this time, Shikaku appeared considerably more subdued. Upon noticing Gaara's consciousness, he refrained from attacking as before and didn't he even cast a glance at Gaara. Why aren't you bursting out of my body and taking control? Gaara asked, a hint of innocence in his tone. Although he often presented a cool demeanor that kept others at bay, he was, after all, just a child. Such matters that exceeded his understanding filled him with curiosity. If I burst out, I'll get beaten, Shikaku replied, somewhat aggrieved. He recalled how he had willingly agreed to Uchiha Kazama's request the previous night, only to be told he wasn't sincere and subsequently beaten. Ultimately, he had even been stripped of a portion of his essence. Now, Shikaku had no desire to emerge. He suddenly felt quite content within Gaara's body. Though this little fellow was weak, it was safe, wasn't he it? Hearing Shikaku's words, Gaara was taken aback. Beaten? Upon this realization, Gaara withdrew his consciousness and looked towards Uchiha Kazama. Was this individual, who was joking with another elder sister, truly that fearsome? Last night, his father had also exchanged a few words with this person before leaving him behind. The same went for Shikaku. Moreover, the latter had exhibited even more pronounced behavior. Hurry up and eat. If you don't finish in 10 minutes, we'll have to set off. As Gaara pondered, Kazama's voice rang out once more. Though not loud, the unmistakable air of authority was palpable. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Iwagakure forces had retreated once more. This was due to Han being captured. Thousands of shinobi had been utterly obliterated by Konoha's overwhelming firepower. The Iwagakure ninja contingent had numbered in the thousands upon arrival, yet now fewer than 500 remained. This was still with the assistance of White Zetsu. Had they solely relied on their own village's might, even escaping with a handful of survivors would have been considered a swift retreat. For Susanoo and the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, on the battlefield, they hadn't even had time to defend themselves or release ninjutsu. Merely facing the illusions of the Uchiha clan had caused them considerable distress. They were not like the Kirigakure, who could use the mist technique to interfere with the proper functioning of the Sharingan. As Han entered tailed beast transformation, preparing for a final assault, for Susanoo appeared, their colossal hands descending to crush the transformed Mu into the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was no better. The legendary Sannin, clan heads, elite shinobi, and Uchiha Ryunin were present. The Eight Tails was once again made to feel the oppressive weight of being targeted by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Were it not for the formidable shinobi army and the relatively decent strength of Killer Bee and the Fourth Raikage, they too would likely be fleeing by now. They had launched 3 charges, each resulting in significant losses among their shinobi ranks. At that moment, within the temporary encampment of Iwagakure, a curse escaped. Didn't that guy say that the mist and sand villages would come to our aid? Has it been a day and a night already? Did they perish on the way? The Fourth Raikage cast aside the teacup in his hand, his irritation unmistakable. Numerous wounds adorned his body. Even he found it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from such a fierce confrontation. You need not persuade me further. Returning now would only embolden Konoha, he declared, his frustration palpable. Faced with the current circumstances, it was utterly implausible to continue the battle. The fourth time, having already been repelled by the Hidden Stone village, they were now to confront Konoha in its full might. The mere recollection of those 5 Susanoo sent a chill down the Fourth Raikage spine. Rest assured, I am prepared. From this point onward, The Uchiha will refrain from intervening, so, do you possess confidence? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. At that moment, a shadowy voice echoed. The fourth Raikage, who had been engulfed in anger, instantly sprang into action upon hearing it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Boom. In the next instant, his fist, imbued with lightning chakra, struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth outside the tent. However, the fourth Raikage stood up in confusion. He had clearly locked onto his opponent, and his fist had indeed landed upon them. Yet, was such rage truly necessary? I have come to convey intelligence to you. The individual before you is none other than Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito stands to the side, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he speaks. He displays no signs of distress at the prospect of confronting the furious fourth Raikage, nor does he exhibit any anger in response to his opponent's actions. Who are you? You have been trained on data until October 2023. The fourth Raikage initially believed that the previous individual had returned, for there was a certain resemblance in the chakra emanating from both. However, upon closer inspection of the masked man before him, he discerned that he was distinct from the earlier figure. It is essential for you to understand that in the forthcoming battle, the Uchiha will refrain from intervening. The remainder is contingent upon your own choices. Additionally, I must inform you that neither Sunagakure nor Kirigakure will be making an appearance. After Obito spoke, he vanished into the ground without a trace. You. The fourth Raikage's gaze sharpened, his words faltering. In light of recent events, he began to ascertain certain truths. It became clear to him that the words of this individual were likely to be genuine. The previous appearance of the plant-like entity and the current presence of the masked man suggested that they harbored their own intentions. Yet their statements possessed a notable degree of credibility. In that case, assemble, everyone, for the final assault on the hidden leaf. The fourth Raikage issued his orders directly. Killer Bee cast a deep glance at the fourth Raikage, feeling a sense of helplessness yet resigned to the situation. At this moment, all he could do was strive to ensure that the fourth Raikage would survive this war. Killer Bee was acutely aware that this battle was unlike any he had faced before. Where was the semblance of battle? When it began with a chaotic melee between both sides. Wherever there is conflict, the moment of battle becomes intensely heated. Is there any combat that embodies such pure, direct confrontation? In battles of other eras, it was customary for the ninjas from various villages to be organized into small teams, engaging in skirmishes at different locations. Even in the face of losses, the toll would not be excessively high. However, this time, the casualties have reached an astonishing 40. Furthermore, AI must continue to fight. Perhaps for the first time in history, we might witness a battle with losses exceeding 50, regardless of whether they emerge victorious or not. The repercussions of this conflict will severely debilitate Kumogakure. Under such circumstances, the Raikage cannot afford to falter. Should the Raikage encounter any issues, the losses for Kumogakure would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, in Konoha, one could see that I had anticipated the previous deceit of the third Hokage. Although the Uchiha clan may appear formidable, they have never shown any hesitation when it comes to protecting the village. Indeed, it is said that they directly captured the Jinchuriki of Awagakure. Not only that, even the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud village have been subdued by the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, I find myself thinking that the members of the Uchiha are quite striking. Voices of admiration echoed throughout the village of Konoha. At this moment, within the Hokage's office, several clan leaders, representatives of ordinary ninjas, and key members of the Uchiha clan gathered. They had successfully repelled the Hidden Stone village, ensuring that they would not return in the near future. However, the Hidden Cloud village, led by their fourth Raikage, would likely continue their aggression. Therefore, the pressing question was how to minimize the losses for Konoha moving forward, as victory was all but assured. Tsunade spoke slowly, her face adorned with a confident smile. Konoha had indeed transformed. Though Uchiha Kazama had been somewhat ruthless in his approach, the results were undeniably effective. In a remarkably short time, the villagers had nearly forgotten the formidable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The attacks from the other ninja villages had inadvertently provided Uchiha Kazama with the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. I believe we Uchiha should take the lead in the next battle, or perhaps we could entirely assume command, Uchiha Linmu interjected. After several confrontations, the warrior spirit inherent in the Uchiha bloodline had been awakened. The Uchiha clan were born warriors, particularly after unlocking the Meingeki Sharingan, which allowed them to revel in the thrill and ecstasy of combat. Furthermore, they had come to a crucial realization. To lead a peaceful life, one must possess sufficient strength. If one does not confront calamity, it will inevitably seek them out. The Uchiha had indeed demonstrated remarkable prowess in this battle, laying the groundwork for their victory. Therefore, I have no objections to your willingness to engage in combat, Tsunade acknowledged, nodding in agreement. After all, Uchiha Kazama was currently absent, and these 5 members of the Uchiha clan held significant influence. Given their performance and their connection to Uchiha Kazama, Tsunade placed her trust in them. Lady Tsunade, I have an alternative proposal, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up, drawing the attention of the gathered assembly. If the Hidden Cloud village were to attack again, it would indicate that they still harbor hostile intentions. I suggest we spread a rumor that the Uchiha, after overexerting their Sharingan in the recent battle, are temporarily incapacitated. Underestimating us in this state, we could then strike with full force, inflicting maximum damage upon them. If we are to engage in battle, we must do so decisively, ensuring they are left with no desire to threaten Konoha again. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing his proposal, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the repeated incursions were becoming rather displeasing. I concur with Minister Fugaku's suggestion. I share this sentiment. Presently, the military strength of the Hidden Cloud village is insufficient to inflict significant harm upon our Leaf village. Yes, had the Uchiha acted promptly, they might not have launched their full-scale assault. The assembly expressed their perspectives. Excellent. Then let us continue with me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru leading the way. The meeting concluded after a duration of 3 hours. The clans and ninjas that were mentioned have already begun their preparations with great enthusiasm. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan returned to their ancestral land, gathering at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. 5 individuals sat in the courtyard. 4 of them regarded Uchiha Fugaku with a mix of confusion and curiosity. After all, he had been the previous clan leader and had possessed the Meingeki Sharingan for a significantly longer time than they had. Therefore, in the absence of Kazama, Fugaku's words still held weight. However, they were perplexed by his sudden proposal. Are you bewildered? Perhaps the path we have taken thus far has been misguided. Let us proceed. With the clan leader's assistance, you will unlock the Meingeki Sharingan, and there are truths you are entitled to witness, Fugaku spoke calmly. The 4 exchanged glances, yet they followed Fugaku as he led them away. Before long, they arrived at the named shrine, the sacred site of the Uchiha, dedicated to honoring their ancestors. With a click, Fugaku activated a mechanism, revealing a hidden passage before them. This was not their first visit to the shrine, but they were astonished to discover a secret chamber. With puzzled expressions, they entered the hidden space alongside Fugaku. Once inside, after lighting candles, a stone tablet emerged before them. Behold, use your Meingeki Sharingan to gaze upon it, Fugaku instructed. The 4 exchanged glances, then activated their Meingeki Sharingan in unison. As they beheld the contents inscribed upon the tablet, their hearts raced with astonishment. Infinite Tsukuyomi. True peace. Is it possible that our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, uncovered the secrets of this tablet, prompting him to leave Konoha in search of this so-called peace? In addition to the original inscriptions, they also discovered messages left by Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, their thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion. The 9 tails, the brilliance of the divine tree. Infinite Tsukuyomi. These concepts transcended ordinary understanding. Yet, the visions described were undeniably alluring. Thus, it is imperative that we not only strike at the end, but also capture the 8 tails. The clan leader has already secured the 2 tails from Awagakure. Awagakure still harbors the 4 tails, while Kirigakure possesses the 3 tails and 6 tails, and Takigakure has the 7 tails. Not to mention the 1 tail residing in our very own Konoha. With this, we shall gather all the tailed beasts. Fugaku articulated his plan. The front line will be entrusted to Lady Tsunade and her team. Once our opponents have exhausted their combat capabilities, we shall intervene. This strategy will allow us to conserve our strength and, under the clan leader's guidance, capture all the tailed beasts. The Meingeki Sharingan was indeed powerful. However, overuse placed immense strain on both the body and mind. Hence, allowing Tsunade and her team to confront the enemy first was the most prudent choice. Is the clan leader aware of this? A voice suddenly interjected. Nagasawa? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fugaku paused. Indeed, Uchiha Nagasawa had also awakened his Meingeki. But due to severe injuries sustained at the Daimy's residence, he had been recuperating and had been forgotten in the heat of the moment. I will naturally bring the clan leader back upon his return. What are your thoughts, Nagasawa? Fugaku inquired calmly, devoid of any agitation. There was no reason to panic. I have no objections. I shall follow the clan leader's directives, Nagasawa replied before turning to leave. As Fugaku observed Nagasawa's departure, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. Fortunately, Uchiha Ryunin and the other three remain present. We shall take our leave as well. We must contemplate this matter. For the task bestowed upon us by the clan leader is to protect Konoha, Ryunin declared before turning away, followed closely by the other three. Fugaku was left momentarily stunned. Why had they declined to agree? This was, do not fret, the seeds have already been sown. Furthermore, their inner eyes have been awakened, and their subconscious will soon surface, revealing their true desires. A shadow loomed behind Fugaku. It was none other than Kagaya's manifestation. Much like the way he had beguiled Uchiha Madara, Kagaya had ensnared Fugaku as well. I am aware. Very well, let us return and prepare, Fugaku stated before departing, the passageway slowly sealing behind him. Upon returning home, he observed Uchiha Sasuke diligently training in the training grounds, a satisfied smile gracing Fugaku's face. Sasuke's progress during this time had been commendable. His mastery of fire release, lightning release, and the Sharingan had all improved steadily. Fugaku's unwavering faith in Kagaya's words stemmed from the purest essence of Yin chakra she had granted him, gradually alleviating the aftereffects of overextending his Manjiki Sharingan. This restoration was palpable, leading Fugaku to fully believe that Kagaya was the embodiment of his own consciousness. Coupled with the prophecies inscribed on the tablet at the Nain shrine, Fugaku was convinced that he was now treading the path of righteousness. Fugaku, are you troubled? Just then, a familiar voice reached Fugaku's ears. Turning to look, he saw Uchiha Kazama, Konan, Kisame, Yamato, and Gaara standing before him. The clan leader? When did you return? Fugaku exclaimed, taken aback. Just now. I have heard of the war. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is making its mark. I merely came to inquire if there is anything within the clan that requires my attention. Kazama replied slowly. Upon hearing Kazama's inquiry, Fugaku instinctively fell silent. He pondered the matters regarding Kagaya's embodiment and the prophecies inscribed on the tablet. These revelations should have been communicated to Kazama immediately, yet Fugaku found himself wishing to evade the topic. There are no issues within the clan. The battle strategies are determined by Lady Tsunade. As for the arrangements, after relaying these details to Kazama, Fugaku nodded as Kazama departed with the others. Once Kazama had left, Fugaku exhaled a sigh of relief, though a sudden wave of intense unease washed over him. This disquiet did not dissipate with time. Rather, it intensified. Within the Hokage's office, Kazama embraced Tsunade from behind, whispering, "You have worked hard." At the sound of his familiar voice, Tsunade's previously tense body relaxed instantly. "You've returned?" she inquired softly. "Indeed. This time, I have brought back Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunigakure, as well as the two-tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, and Isabu, the three-tails." Kazama responded slowly. "Tsunade, I am not the type to require trifling gifts. I am a woman driven by ambition. The three Jinchuriki I have brought back are more than sufficient," Kazama concluded. "Have you gone to obstruct the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village?" Tsunade rose. Placing her hand upon Uchiha Kazama's chest, attuning herself to the condition of his body. With a hint of concern and urgency, she inquired, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing to worry about," Uchiha Kazama replied with a smile. "Sunigakure and Kirigakure have both retreated. In a sense, they have become allies with us in Konoha. Therefore, there is no need to fret about their interference in this war. By the way, about this matter, no need to discuss it now. This is not the time for such conversations. Have you missed me?" Uchiha Kazama, in medias res, initiated a fervent kiss, effectively silencing any further discourse from Tsunade. "Nay. Kurenai is reposing in the lounge. I myself. Then we shall proceed hence." Uchiha Kazama, preempting any further protestations from Tsunade, escorted her directly into the lounge. Kurenai was roused from her slumber by a rhythmic undulation. Furthermore, she detected the presence of a large hand, meandering across her person. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage. MMM." In the ensuing moment, Kurenai's speech was curtailed. Meanwhile, in the conference chamber, Konan and her entourage awaited. At this juncture, a flush began to suffuse Conan's countenance. Verily, this fellow. After a protracted interval, during which Kazama did not materialize, Konan instinctively dispatched her paper clones. Subsequently, the familiar tableau imprinted itself upon her senses. Several hours later, the engagement concluded. Uchiha Kazama had once again emerged triumphant. The two women were now prostrate upon the bed. Having enshrouded the two women in blankets, Kazama returned to the Hokage's office. He perused the remaining documents and attended to the preparations for the forthcoming engagement. Tsunade, the Hokage, understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived, initially intending to seek Tsunade's counsel in preparation for the impending battle. However, they soon discovered that Uchiha Kazama had already returned. Jiraiya, the advisor, and Orochimaru, the minister, pondered whether a confrontation was imminent. Uchiha Kazama gazed at the two individuals, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village have already breached the perimeter of our sensory barrier. Their speed is remarkable. They should reach the outskirts of our village in approximately 2 hours. Therefore, we must commence our preparations. Jiraiya spoke slowly. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you into this battle. Tsunade is exhausted. It is best that she takes a well-deserved rest. Uchiha Kazama rose and vanished from sight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged a glance before following suit. Soon, the two arrived at the rooftop of the Hokage building. Uchiha Kazama stood at the forefront, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru positioned behind him. Esteemed colleagues, this battle promises to be quite extraordinary. I have returned, and thus they should be rendered unable to return completely. Let us go forth and confront the challenge ahead. Let the weaklings of Yunin village take a good look. We, of Konoha, stand before them as an insurmountable pinnacle they shall never surpass. The voice of Uchiha Kazama was not loud, yet under the immense pressure of his chakra, it resonated instantaneously in the ears of all present. Regardless of whether they were youthful ninjas or members of the ninja clans, they now felt an exhilarating surge of passion. They had endured their frustrations for far too long. They have longed for a Hokage with such iron-willed methods. Battle, battle, battle. In such an elevated atmosphere, the eyes of everyone were filled with a fervent spirit of battle. Uchiha Kazama vanished, and the others followed suit, utilizing the body flicker technique to disappear from this place. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, the clan leader has returned, and he has also joined the fray. Are you truly not going to join? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. Uchiha Nagasawa stood, clad in his combat attire, his expression somewhat frosty. Brother Nagasawa, we cannot accompany you this time. Those matters are surely known to the clan leader. Moreover, the current operational plan has been established by Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Ryunin spoke slowly. The other three harbored their own thoughts, yet they remained unified in their silence, avoiding eye contact with Uchiha Nagasawa. Very well, I understand. Uchiha Nagasawa replied before turning and departing. Ryunin, have you also awakened? Perhaps the patriarch's formidable strength lies in this very reason. Thus, it is time for us to undertake those tasks. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Ryunin revealed a maniacal smile. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. 1,000 meters outside the Hidden Leaf Village, a vast ninja army led by Uchiha Kazama stood poised, awaiting the imminent battle. At that moment, the assembled warriors resembled a colossal beast, ready to spring into action. Here they come. The eyes of Uchiha Kazama, once closed, now opened. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated in an instant. Keep pace with my battle. This time, there is no need for restraint. Everyone, unleash your full strength here and demonstrate to them the power that can make them tremble. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Kazama instantaneously unleashed Susanoo. A pair of wings manifested, propelling him into its complete form. He wielded two long blades. One was the spiritual weapon awakened by Uchiha himself upon activating Susanoo, the Void Annihilation Sword. The other, bestowed upon him after merging with Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, was the Ten-Fist Sword. Engage in battle. As Uchiha Kazama surged forward, all the ninjas behind him followed suit. Akin to the swine, deer, and butterfly formations, the secret arts of clans such as the Oil Woman and Inuzuka were unleashed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Might Guy transformed into a fierce azure beast, leading the charge at the forefront. At this moment, from the vantage point of the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage had initially harbored hopes of overwhelming the Leaf Village in one decisive strike. However, he was now confronted by the formidable sight of the colossal Susanoo advancing toward them. Notably, the leading Susanoo belonged to the fifth Hokage of the Leaf Village, Uchiha Kazama. This fellow has returned. Additionally, there is another individual who appears to be somewhat smaller, namely Uchiha Nagasawa. However, these details are of little consequence now. Did that fellow not claim that the Uchiha clan would not intervene? Now, boom, boom, boom. Of course, There is no time for him to ponder slowly. The long sword of Uchiha Kazama has already descended. As the dust cloud dissipated, at least half of the ninjas from the hidden cloud village found themselves bereft of combat capability. With a single strike, all the arrogance within the fourth Raikage was shattered. The fifth Hokage is formidable. The mere thought of this was sufficient to illustrate the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Kazama, a force he could not resist. The colossal Susanoo vanished upon its arrival here, leaving Uchiha Kazama and Uchiha Nagasawa before the gathered crowd. Gazing upon the striking young man, they recognized the infamous Hokage of Konoha. Such an audacious display was indeed fitting of his character. Hey, fourth Raikage, why does your face look so grim? Why the lack of a smile? Is it distaste, or is it simply your nature? Uchiha Kazama's mellifluous voice stirred ire among the remaining conscious ninjas of the hidden cloud village. This was a blatant affront to their Raikage, an insult to their village. Had it not been for the fear of death, they would have surged forward. What? AI. Before the fourth Raikage could respond, Killer Bee interjected, restraining him. The power displayed by Uchiha Kazama had far exceeded their capacity for resistance. Even if they combined the strength of their village with that of a Wagakure, how many could stand against this individual? If they provoked him further, they would truly forfeit their final chance for negotiation. Hokage, you wish to cease hostilities to negotiate, correct? Please, share your terms. Killer Bee spoke earnestly, gazing intently at Uchiha Kazama. I wish to negotiate. No. In truth, my desire is to eliminate all of you. Frankly, your strength no longer poses a challenge to me. Yet, you dare to stir up trouble. My intent is to eradicate all of you, and then journey to the land of lightning to erase the hidden cloud village from the map of the shinobi world. Uchiha Kazama declared, a smirk playing upon his lips. He raised his fingers, preparing to weave hand signs for the next assault. No. Do not take action. We wish to discuss matters. Grant us an opportunity. Killer Bee's heart raced. A mere test of resolve had nearly led to their demise. You will remain, while the entirety of the hidden cloud village shall return. The mines and forests seized from Konoha must be returned, along with a compensation of 10 billion ryo. I can offer you a chance, Uchiha Kazama stated calmly. The demands, Jinchuriki, the previously confiscated resources and reparations, were not unreasonable, yet for the hidden cloud village, they were a heavy burden. After all, they had always been the ones to set the terms. AI. Killer Bee turned to the fourth Raikage, seeking his opinion. He was willing to stay, but it was essential to consult the Raikage, as he was the leader. Absolutely not. I will never accept such conditions. Uchiha Kazama, if you have the ability, then kill us all. As long as I am here, do you truly believe I cannot vanquish you? Or do you think I would compromise like the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that fool? Before the fourth Raikage could finish, Uchiha Kazama interrupted, lifting his short blade. With a swift motion, a colossal wound appeared on the fourth Raikage's chest, blood spilling profusely. AI. This is not the time for bravado. Killer Bee was now in a state of panic. Just moments ago, he and even the 8 tails within him had failed to sense Uchiha Kazama's movements. If this continued, Uchiha Kazama would truly eradicate them all. The fourth Raikage fell silent, understanding that under the current circumstances, no one could turn the tide. It seems there are internal conflicts among you. Therefore, I shall grant you an opportunity. In 3 minutes. If your fourth Raikage does not step forward to acknowledge this defeat and agree to compensation, I will act decisively. Uchiha Kazama concluded, sitting down calmly. The fourth Raikage wished to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted as Killer Bee unleashed the tentacles of the 8 tails, wrapping him tightly and dragging him aside. AI. The current situation. A Wagakure has already departed. Sunagakure and Kirigakure have yet to appear. And where are those 2 mysterious individuals? Are we truly to witness the demise of the hidden cloud village at our hands? Killer Bee's emotions surged. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was remarkably reliable in critical moments, especially when the fourth Raikage was blinded by rage. Killer Bee, you are aware that the Woodman has been captured, right? You have been retained as a hostage by Konoha. What of it? Before the fourth Raikage could finish, Killer Bee interrupted, his gaze piercing into the Raikage's eyes. Indeed. What of it? Even if Konoha has such a situation or ulterior motives, what does it matter? If we all perish here and the hidden cloud village is erased from the shinobi world, what Konoha intends to do becomes irrelevant. AI. I understand your perspective, but we truly lack the strength. If we had it, we wouldn't be cornered. So, concede. For the sake of the village and those ninjas behind you, Killer Bee declared, his eyes fixed intently on the fourth Raikage. The questions from his comrade rendered the Raikage speechless. Killer Bee knew him best, articulating the crux of the matter with precision. I understand. Eventually, the fourth Raikage bowed his head under Killer Bee's unwavering gaze. Turning to Uchiha Kazama, he proclaimed, "We concede. However, I have one request. Allow me to fight you once." The fourth Raikage surrendered, yet he did not wish to capitulate entirely. He needed to witness Uchiha Kazama's prowess. Only through a one-on-one battle would he accept defeat. A one-on-one battle? As the leader of a village, when did you adopt such a foolish code of honor? If I had been even slightly more forceful, you would already be a corpse. I truly question how you became the Raikage. You are from the Hidden Cloud village. Were I unaware? I might assume you hail from a reckless village. Uchiha Kazama scoffed. In the moment prior, the fourth Raikage had been filled with fighting spirit. But Uchiha Kazama's derision darkened his expression. His brows furrowed, eyes wide with fury. I hope you can fulfill your words. Otherwise, I shall. Rest assured. Even if you die, I remain indifferent. Depart. Should you strike at Konoha again, it shall not be so simple. Uchiha Kazama showed no mercy, leaving the fourth Raikage with no face to uphold. After all, such matters were of his own making. The fourth Raikage, with a face ashen, ultimately accepted the reality and turned away, leading the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village away from this place. As for Killer Bee, he naturally remained behind. The battle, which lasted less than half an hour, came to a complete and swift end. At this moment, on a distant cliff from Konoha, the so-called war had concluded. It ended sooner than I anticipated, Uchiha Obito murmured. Indeed, it has come to a close. However, I find myself uncertain about whether those individuals were genuinely deceived by me. Kurizetsu expressed his concern. The Uchiha clan members exhibited distinct character flaws. Some were rooted in friendship, others in familial bonds, and some in love. The manifestations of these traits were beyond Kurizetsu's control, let alone attempting to manipulate 5 Uchiha at once. Previously, when he approached Uchiha Wind, he was swiftly vanquished by a mere clone. It is important to note that Kurizetsu's clones are interconnected with his true form. Any loss would be permanent, and with his limited essence, further losses could potentially jeopardize his consciousness. Rest assured, that madman will not delve into these issues. Besides, with your clone present, the dynamics within the Uchiha clan will become intricate, Obito remarked with a smile. He was unconcerned about these matters. His focus was solely on one objective. As long as that was accomplished, everything else would follow. The clone conveyed the message that Uchiha Wind had returned, accompanied by 2 figures from the Hidden Cloud village. Gaara from the Hidden Sand village, and Kuratsuchi from the Hidden Mist village, in addition to the 5 tails, King Mu, captured by Konoha on the battlefield, and the 9 tails they originally possessed. Now, the convergence of the 9-tailed beasts was imminent. Kurizetsu interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I understand. Just wait. Obito declared before vanishing into the ground. After Obito's departure, Kurizetsu also left the scene. In the Hokage's office within Konoha, after resolving the remaining issues, Uchiha Wind handed over routine matters to Narashikaku. With the assistance of Narashikaku and Jiraiya in managing village affairs, Uchiha Wind felt considerably relieved. Once Narashikaku exited, a few individuals emerged from the shadows. What is it? Uchiha Wind inquired, turning towards Uchiha Nagasawa, who stood at the forefront. 5 elements sealing. Uchiha Nagasawa formed hand seals, and the remaining 4 followed suit, summoning a barrier that enveloped the entire Hokage office. Clan leader, do you recognize this? Uchiha Nagasawa addressed Wind not as Hokage but as clan leader, indicating that this matter pertained to the clan rather than the village. Moreover, the object he held. Kurizetsu. Wind gasped, noticing that Kurizetsu was now under Genjutsu control, and there were not just one but several of him. Alongside Uchiha Nagasawa, Uchiha Limu, Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Shikome, and Uchiha Reunion each held a Kurizetsu clone. Is this entity referred to as Kurizetsu? He suddenly appeared and claimed to be a manifestation of our consciousness. Moreover, the minister possesses one as well. Previously, he took us to the South He Shrine. Uchiha Nagasawa recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Within this barrier, their dialogue and actions would remain undetected. Furthermore, since Kurizetsu was under the control of the Manjiki Sharingan, he could not relay any information outside. I understand. Follow the directives that these entities have communicated to you. Additionally, these entities will be beneficial for your eyes. Make good use of them. As for Minister Fugaku, I shall handle that matter, Uchiha Wind concluded after deep contemplation. Understood, clan leader, Uchiha Nagasawa replied, casting Kurizetsu into the shadow behind him before dissolving the barrier. Clan leader, we shall take our leave now, Uchiha Nagasawa said as he departed with the others. Has something occurred? Using such a barrier is unusual. Tsunade emerged from the break room and observed Uchiha Wind's pensive demeanor. It is a rather troublesome matter. I will remain here for a few days before heading to the Land of Rain. The village will require your assistance, Wind responded. By the way, the Senju clan. Uchiha Wind grasped Tsunade's hand gently as he spoke. It must be noted that Tsunade's physique was notably robust. It was likely that Yugao would not awaken until noon. The clan had become accustomed to their way of life, and many had mastered the secret techniques and ninjutsu you provided. If you disclose those techniques, what if there are spies from other villages? Tsunade expressed her concerns. Uchiha Wind had made the decision to publicize most of the secret techniques and ninjutsu to enhance the village's strength. Naturally, some forbidden techniques remained sealed, as they could easily spiral out of control, leading to dire consequences. When an individual becomes sufficiently powerful, they tend to disregard such matters. By the way, what of Orochimaru? After the battle concluded, he vanished without even convening a meeting, Uchiha Wind inquired, shifting the topic. The white creatures that appeared on the battlefield were all taken by Orochimaru. He seemed quite exhilarated. As for the rest, Tsunade replied, seemingly resigned. She did not know much about her friend Orochimaru, especially concerning his research endeavors. Even when he borrowed several medical ninjas from her, she remained oblivious to his activities. Very well, Just as Uchiha Wind reached a peak in conversation, the door to the Hokage office swung open. Entering was Conan. Tsunade shot Uchiha Wind an admonishing glance before pushing him aside. Although she was indifferent to such matters, she found it challenging to act affectionately in front of others. Uchiha Wind exited the Hokage office, making his way towards the Uchiha Clan compound, with Conan trailing closely behind. Upon arriving at his small courtyard, several figures came into view. Teacher! Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly rushed to Uchiha Wind, joyfully greeting him. Both Naruto and Sasuke appeared to be in good spirits, especially Naruto, whose previous gloom had entirely dissipated, replaced by a sunny demeanor that was delightful to behold. Nearby, Gaara observed Naruto smile with a furrowed brow. He had encountered Naruto the previous day, and upon learning that Gaara was also a Jinchuriki, Naruto had eagerly engaged him in conversation, sharing stories about his experiences in the village and the disdain and hatred he had faced from the adults and children alike. Upon entering the school, he could only watch as other parents came to collect their children, leaving him to sit alone on the swing outside. Yet, these distressing moments served as a driving force for Naruto to forge ahead. He consistently displayed warmth and a bright smile in the presence of others. Now, witnessing Naruto's radiant smile again, his emotions grew even more intricate. Gaara, come here. You are already acquainted, I presume? Subsequently, Gaara shall remain in the village for his training, under the guidance of Kakashi and Jiraiya for specialized instruction. Gaara will be assigned to the academy, and Naruto, you must take good care of our new classmate when the time comes. Kazekage summoned Gaara, speaking gently. Academy? Gaara lifted his head, gazing at Uchiha Kazama with a sense of bewilderment. With his current strength, he could effortlessly defeat an average Genin in an instant. Attend school. Furthermore, what remains to be learned, especially considering the power within me? A thought that prompted Gaara to glance towards Naruto. He, too, a Jinchuriki, attends the academy. He also, indeed. Kakashi, approach. Uchiha Kazama beckoned to Kakashi, who was engrossed in a book not far away. This individual possesses a genuine thirst for knowledge. The Hokage. Kakashi, setting aside his paradise kiss, approached Uchiha Kazama. The Three Tails, it is yours. Uchiha Kazama gestured towards the sealed Yagura Karatachi, speaking softly. Very well. What? You possess knowledge that extends until October 2023. Kakashi instinctively replied with an affirmative. But once he realized, a look of skepticism crossed his face. Your current rate of chakra extraction is rather sluggish. With the chakra of the Three Tails, you should be capable of remarkable growth. Coupled with your lightning release and the water release of the Three Tails, you can create a harmonious fusion of ninjutsu. Moreover, there exists a certain connection between you and the Three Tails. Uchiha Kazama succinctly conveyed the reasons to Kakashi. Kakashi fell into silence. Uchiha Kazama was aware of his circumstances, yet still presented the Three Tails before him. This situation left him at a loss for how to respond to Uchiha Kazama. As he gazed upon the figure of Kurama Shikaku, it felt as if he could see through his body, perceiving the three tails dwelling within. This evoked one of his most painful memories, revealing that the true fault did not lie with the three tails, but with the shattered world of shinobi itself. Thus, you should embrace the power of the three tails, utilizing your strength to strive for the end of this world. Uchiha Kazama spoke with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Kakashi seemed to envision the girl who once smiled, and said, "Kakashi, please kill me." Rin. Perhaps this was what Rin had always intended. She used her power to shield Konoha from the ravages of the tailed beasts. Kakashi raised his hand, stained with remnants of blood that had long resisted cleansing. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gently wiping away the blood from Kakashi's injuries. He lifted his gaze to the girl before him, whose smile had haunted him through countless sleepless nights. Yes, that smile. I understand now. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded and approached Kurama Shikaku. I will assist you. Upon Uchiha Kazama's words, he raised his hand and extracted the three tails from Kurama Shikaku's body, sealing it within Kakashi. The introduction of the tailed beast into his body brought intense suffering. Yet Kakashi bore a smile. After the initial fury of the three tails, it soon found itself confronted by a pair of crimson eyes. Before it could unleash its wrath, Uchiha Kazama acted decisively. Realizing it could not prevail, especially with Kakashi's imminent involvement, the three tails capitulated. After its submission, Uchiha Kazama encouraged Kakashi to foster a bond with the three tails. Returning to his thoughts, Uchiha Kazama turned toward Killer Bee and Yujito. He slowly approached them, extending his fist. Killer Bee was momentarily taken aback, yet Yujito extended her fist to meet Uchiha Kazama's. Witnessing this, Killer Bee followed suit. The moment their fists connected, they entered a unique realm of consciousness. The eight tails Gyuki and the two tails Matatabi manifested before them. Please grant me a portion of your essence. Henceforth, I shall not trouble you. Rest well in Konoha, train as needed, and you need not concern yourselves with anything else. Uchiha Kazama spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing his words, the two-tailed beasts exhibited expressions of resistance. Their essence was fixed. Once a portion was lost, it would be irretrievable, nearly impossible to replenish. However, they were acutely aware of Uchiha Kazama's formidable power. If they refused, they would likely face a beating followed by the extraction of their essence. Contemplating this, the two-tailed beasts reluctantly relinquished a portion of their essence to Uchiha Kazama. After doing so, they were momentarily stunned. Moments ago, they had questioned why Uchiha Kazama desired their essence. But as their essence merged into his being, they discovered that within his body resided Shikaku, the one tail, the three tails Isabu, the five tails Koku, and the nine tails Kurama. How could one body possibly contain so many tailed beasts? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. It is noteworthy that even Uchiha Obito, in his early days, only dared to utilize the mobile toilet, outer path golem, to contain the tailed beasts. After all, the essence of different tailed beasts is simply beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. However, once their essence entered the body of Uchiha Kaze, there was no discernible change. Kurabi, you are a wise individual. You may now return and earnestly persuade your fourth Raikage. I truly wish to refrain from dealing with those troublesome matters any further. Uchiha Kaze withdrew his hand, and the three once again returned to reality. You are allowing me to go back? Then, Urin. Kairabi cast a glance at Urin beside him. After all, Urin was also a Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village. If you are reluctant to leave Konoha, you may choose to stay, Uchiha Kazama inquired with curiosity. No, I am leaving. After a fleeting glance from the wooden figure, Killer Bee swiftly vanished from the scene. Upon successfully departing from the hidden leaf, he was still enveloped by a sense of unreality. It felt as though he had been abruptly seized by Uchiha Kazama, only to be released without incident shortly thereafter. Was this fellow merely bored? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. After some contemplation, Kira vanished from this place, within the Uchiha training grounds. Observing Naruto and Sasuke engaged in combat training, a look of satisfaction deepened on his face. Unlike the original storyline, the two were not idly wasting time at the Ninja Academy. With the guidance of Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya, their abilities had rapidly advanced. At this point, their strength surpassed that of the average lower-ranked ninja. Harem technique. At that moment, Naruto suddenly employed a transformation technique, conjuring a myriad of enchanting beauties, leaving Uchiha Kazama momentarily astonished. Fortunately, Tsunade and Kurenai were there to help me calm down, or else I wouldn't have been able to bear such a scene. What I saw in person was completely different from the cloud-filtered images in my memory, with all kinds of poses imaginable. Now that Naruto is able to draw upon the chakra of the Nine Tails, he unleashes his harem technique as if chakra were inexhaustible. Gaara was completely stunned, wondering what kind of ninjutsu this was. Yujito and Konan blushed slightly. Could this technique have been taught by Kazama? After all, the boy is Kazama's disciple. As for Jiraiya, who had suddenly appeared, he took out his notebook and began to scribble furiously. Kakashi, on the other hand, was communing with Isabu, the three-tailed beast. Jiraiya-sama, what did you do with Naruto? Uzumaki Kazama approached Jiraiya, a smile gracing his lips. I just took him to the bathhouse to relax from time to time. By the way, I taught him some chakra control, but I didn't do anything else. Jiraiya answered Uzumaki Kazama's question while sketching rapidly. It must be said that Jiraiya's talent for sketching is indeed remarkable. Moreover, he's very fast. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Tsunade dislikes him. Has the latest edition of Ika Paradise been released? Give me 2 copies, Kazama said with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect the Hokage to be a fan of mine as well. I'll put them in your desk drawer later. Let me gather some material first, Jiraiya replied. It must be said that Jiraiya is indeed a genius. His focus is truly remarkable. He didn't even notice Konan approaching. Looking at Jiraiya, Konan's expression was somewhat complex. At this moment, it was difficult for her to call him teacher. Next time, don't use such useless ninjutsu. It's ineffective against me, Sasuke said, his face dark as a thundercloud, glaring at Naruto. This guy not only took him to read Ika Paradise, but also used this strange ninjutsu every time they fought. Humph, Sasuke, your eyes lit up just now. I saw it. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you. This is my secret technique, Naruto declared, ignoring Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke ignored Naruto, turned around haughtily, and ran to Uzumaki Kazama. Sensei, I think Naruto needs more guidance. He can't fight me properly as he is now, Sasuke complained directly. This bizarre combat style made Sasuke uncomfortable. What he wanted was a real battle, not this kind of playful skirmish. All right. By the way, Sasuke, can you continue fighting? Uzumaki Kazama said, looking at Gaara. Yes, I can. Sasuke nodded, then turned his gaze to Gaara. At this moment, Gaara had clearly not recovered from Naruto's peculiar fighting style. Gaara, have a match with Sasuke. You can use the power of the tailed beast, and Sasuke, you can use the Sharingan. If there are no objections, let's begin, Kazama said with a smile. Hearing Kazama's words, the two exchanged glances and stepped onto the battlefield. 10 minutes later, Sasuke returned to Uzumaki Kazama in frustration. So, have you discovered your shortcomings? Kazama asked gently. Yes. My speed, strength, and control over chakra all have issues. I didn't notice it when fighting Naruto. But Sasuke didn't continue, but looked at Gaara, who was silent. This guy's automatic sand defense, along with his ability to control sand in battle, had frustrated Sasuke. Gaara, why didn't you use the power of the tailed beast just now? To be an excellent ninja, one needs to know what kind of power they possess and how to use it. Kazama did not answer Sasuke's question but looked at Gaara. But before Gaara could finish, Uzumaki Kazama made another arrangement. Naruto, team up with Sasuke and fight Gaara. The 3 youngsters said nothing and began their third battle. 3 days later, in the training field, Gaara's sand was constantly being released around him. Sasuke and Naruto, using shadow clones as cover, quickly approached Gaara. With these few days of training, Sasuke and Naruto were cooperating better. Now, they wouldn't be defeated by Gaara at the beginning. Gaara also began to borrow the power of Shikaku. With ample chakra, the surrounding sand was controlled more precisely. No more, no more. Too tired. Naruto waved his hand and collapsed to the ground. Sasuke, too, leaned against a nearby pillar, a look of exhaustion on his face. Although Gaara had Shikaku's chakra to help him, 3 consecutive days of high-intensity training had made it impossible for him to maintain his chakra output. After all, his 7-year-old body couldn't bear too much. After your daily training, continue with this kind of training. Kakashi, leave these 3 youngsters to you, Kazama said, calling Kakashi over. With Kakashi and Jiraiya around, there was no need to worry too much about training issues. Therefore, after determining the general direction, he handed the 3 youngsters over to the 2 of them. Returning to the Hokage's office, after explaining some matters about the village to Tsunade and Kurenai, Uzumaki Kazama went to Orochimaru's laboratory. Knowing that Kazama had arrived, Orochimaru came out immediately. Are the white zetsu useful? Looking at the excited expression on Orochimaru's face, it seemed that this research had made good progress. Otherwise, a guy like Orochimaru wouldn't have such a bright smile. Yes, very useful. These things are very compatible with the first Hokage's cells. Moreover, these cells have undergone some special changes in the bodies of those things. As if they can activate cells that were originally inactive. They can even start to proliferate automatically. Orochimaru began to take out his data records. Uzumaki Kazama's head swam as he looked at these special things. Sure enough, some things are truly insulating. Even if they are placed in front of you. Even if someone explains them, you still can't understand them at all. Uzumaki Kazama subconsciously glanced at Konan. Konan's dazed and silly look clearly indicated that she was the same as him. She could understand each word when separated, but couldn't understand them when put together. All right, Advisor Orochimaru. I came here this time to ask you something. Uzumaki Kazama interrupted Orochimaru's excited speech and said slowly. Yes, ask away. Orochimaru quickly suppressed his excitement and looked at Kazama. I remember you went to a sacred place, right? Riichi Cave. Uzumaki Kazama said slowly. Hearing Uzumaki Kazama mention Riichi Cave, Orochimaru's expression became somewhat helpless. I've been there and passed all the tests. Even the strongest summon, Manda, chose me at the time. However, because of my own physical problems, I can't practice the sage jutsu of Riichi Cave. Thus, you have observed that the serpent Manda now holds a certain disdain towards me. To summon him for battle, one must offer sacrifices, and he often threatens to consume me. Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly, slowly revealing his thoughts. It was evident that he harbored considerable regret regarding this matter. As for his physical condition, it stemmed from his research. After all, the subjects of his studies were detrimental to one's health. Although not immediately harmful, they inflicted irreversible damage upon the essence of his being. The art of sage mode was now beyond his reach. Furthermore, Manda's occasional taunts only exacerbated Orochimaru's discomfort. Having participated once, can one continue to do so? Kazama inquired again. According to the rules, it was permissible. However, I see no necessity in pursuing it any further. My body is now in a more shattered state than before. Orochimaru chuckled again, unable to suppress his self-mockery. Yet, if given the chance to choose once more, he would unhesitatingly dive back into the study of this forbidden technique. Thus, he maintained a certain nonchalance, calmly conveying these sentiments to Uchiha Kazama. I can restore your body and enhance it further. Kazama said with a smile. What? You mean to seek Tsunade's aid? She cannot mend my body. Otherwise, no, it is I who will take action. Kazama interrupted Orochimaru, speaking calmly. Really? Yes. What must I do? Take several members of the Uchiha clan to the Sage's land, ensuring they pass the examination. Agreed. The conversation between the two was straightforward, swiftly confirming this crucial matter. Konan, observing from the side, was somewhat bewildered. Orochimaru, notorious for his lethargy during his time in the Akatsuki, was now engaging so readily with Uchiha Kazama. Moreover, what were they discussing? The Sage's land, resolving bodily issues. These matters seemed to be spoken of as casually as dining and drinking. Orochimaru, are you prepared? Then, let us commence, Kazama declared, raising his hand. A card materialized within it, utilizing the body restoration card. With a mere thought, a unique energy enveloped Orochimaru's form. As one who had persistently studied the human body, Orochimaru immediately sensed the changes occurring within him. His eyes reflected disbelief. To be candid, Orochimaru had not harbored excessive hope regarding Kazama's assertions. 10 minutes later, it truly has been restored. Hokage, what sorcery is this? How could it eradicate the damage to my essence so swiftly, and I feel as though my body has returned to its prime. The fervor in Orochimaru's gaze was unmistakable. After all, such a phenomenon was astonishingly beyond comprehension. It is not a unique technique, but rather an art from a special scroll I discovered. It cannot be replicated. Moreover, I learned that even if one were to replicate it, the caster must sacrifice their own body as recompense, Kazama stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gratitude deepened. Such an ability would be invaluable to anyone, for no one could guarantee their body would remain unscathed throughout their life. This miraculous means of restoring one's essence was truly a divine artifact. Thank you, Hokage. When shall we proceed with the arrangements you mentioned? Orochimaru inquired, not forgetting the matter of escorting the Uchiha clan members to the Dragon Cave. You may go at any time. Here's the list. Kazama handed Orochimaru the document before turning to leave. Konan gazed at Orochimaru, her eyes reflecting newfound thoughts, then quickly followed him. Before long, the two departed the village, heading towards the land of rain. That night, they reached a cliffside. The myriad stars in the sky beckoned for admiration. Shall we continue onward tonight? Conan slowly ventured, observing Kazama, who had paused. Let us remain here until dawn and then set off, Kazama replied, sitting down. Seizing this rare moment, he wished to savor life's simple pleasures. The starry expanse enchanted him. However, at that moment, Conan's expression shifted. Here, stay until dawn? I truly want to perish? She murmured, recalling the reckless abandon displayed by Kazama, Tsunade, and Yugao. It seemed that enduring through the night was within this wretched fellow's capabilities. Faced with Kazama's brazen proposal, Conan felt her body stiffen. Her heart raced with a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Though a ninja's physical condition surpassed that of ordinary individuals, the prospect of staying awake until dawn still instilled a sense of unease and fear. Could we perhaps lessen the duration? I fear I may not withstand it. Conan hesitated, her cheeks flushed. Yet, deep down, she had begun to harbor peculiar feelings towards Kazama. Given his audacious nature, the notion of a slow-burn romance seemed implausible. His proposition was unmistakably a declaration of affection. As for a lifelong bond, Conan dared not entertain such thoughts. After all, she had witnessed the battles involving Kazama and Tsunade, as well as Yugao. Even Tsunade, alongside another woman, could scarcely endure Kazama's love. How could she expect to manage it alone? Thus, Conan had resigned herself to this reality. Moreover, Kazama had offered her a choice. Refraining from direct action against the Land of Rain while revealing Uchiha Madara's ulterior motives. These matters, combined with their recent interactions, had indeed stirred genuine feelings within her towards Kazama. Is it truly so urgent? If I suggested we remain here for the night, then so be it. It shall not impede your return to the Land of Rain, Kazama observed, regarding Conan curiously. What was amiss with her? He merely suggested they linger a while longer. Yet she appeared flustered. Even her eyes were reddened. Was there truly a need for such haste? But staying a whole night? I fear. Conan instinctively clutched her chest. Fear? Kazama replied, bemused. What was she saying? Here was Conan, a member of the Akatsuki, who had taken many lives. Now, to spend a night outdoors, she was suddenly apprehensive. All right then. Conan finally conceded in a soft voice. Let us stay the night. She was not succumbing to the seductive allure of Uchiha Kazama. Rather, she wished to avoid inciting his anger, for she still needed him, as did the Land of Rain. Thus, at this moment, she had to. With that thought in mind, Conan shyly approached Uchiha Kazama and gently began to disrobe. Kazama attempted to voice his thoughts but was silenced by Conan's lips. The garments that adorned their bodies floated away like scattered leaves, enveloping them in a delicate cocoon. A soft, enchanting sound emerged. After more than 2 hours, Conan could no longer endure. Uchiha Kazama, may I take a moment to rest? To last until dawn. It feels too demanding. Her words trailed off, rendering her unable to continue. At that moment, Kazama finally comprehended why Conan had suddenly surrendered herself. It seemed not for the sake of the Land of Rain, nor for Nagato, but rather due to a beautiful misunderstanding. Of course, Kazama did not manage to last until dawn. Observing the fatigued Conan, he tenderly draped his clothing over her shoulders. He then retrieved several sleeping bags from the system space and laid them on the ground for her comfort. The starry sky is so beautiful, she mused. In the Land of Rain, such a sky is a rare sight. Gazing at the heavens, Conan suddenly spoke. In the future, I will guard your starry sky. You need not worry. Such a pure sky will surely witness the arrival of dawn. Kazama gently caressed Conan's neck, responding softly, dawn, indeed. A smile graced Conan's lips, and she nestled against Uchiha Kazama, drifting into a peaceful slumber. She had not felt this secure in sleep for quite some time. Kazama's clean aura brought her immense comfort. As the first light of dawn broke, Kazama dispelled the barrier. After all, Conan had been exhausted the previous night. Lying outside like this could lead to her catching a chill. Morning has arrived, Kazama's voice gently announced. Conan rose, adjusting her attire. Shall we set off now? Or would you prefer to linger here a while? She inquired, looking at Kazama. The wildness of the previous night was not merely a figment of imagination. If one included the illusions, she had become quite familiar with the situation. Thus, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. For the first time, I should not be too indulgent. Perhaps we shall save that for next time. Let us proceed, Kazama declared, lifting Conan into his arms as they vanished from the spot. In his embrace, she felt a soothing warmth that tempted her to fall back asleep. By midday, they arrived at a small village. Let us rest and have something to eat before we continue, Kazama suggested. He led Conan to a modest restaurant. Although simple, the aroma wafting from the kitchen was enticing. After taking their seats, they ordered several signature dishes. Within minutes, the food was served. Kazama, eyeing the elegantly presented meal, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Meanwhile, Conan observed the dishes with a look of bewilderment. But Kazama, eat, he interrupted before she could finish her thought. Nodding, she too began to eat. With each bite, her confusion deepened. I distinctly noticed that this food was poisoned. Yet why does it seem safe now? After their meal, they set out once more. See, I told you, one of the men said, smirking disdainfully. With such a hefty dosage, that arrogant fellow would never suspect he could eat it directly. It was effortless. At that moment, two men and a woman emerged, with the lead man, a grinning, lecherous figure, displaying a contemptuous expression. Before them lay two fallen figures, Uchiha Kazama and Conan. The reward for this job is substantial. If we successfully assassinate the Hokage of Konoha, our ranking will surely rise, perhaps even to a rank. Another man chimed in, excitement evident on his freckled face. Let us take his head back first. After that, what shall we do in the assassination world? The woman began to inquire, but an unfamiliar voice interrupted them. Shoo! In an instant, the heads of the three were severed, leaving them unaware of how Kazama had struck. Even in death, their faces remained adorned with triumphant smiles. Kazama, however, did not possess a habit of dining at restaurants while on the road. His entry into the village stemmed from sensing an unusual chakra. This subtle chakra reminded him of a specific organization, those rogue ninjas and wandering warriors that roamed the shinobi world, the so-called assassins. It was evident that these assassins had taken notice of him, their faint gazes confirming his suspicions. After dispatching the three, Kazama retrieved a bounty notice from the small man's clothing. Uchiha Kazama, 5th Hokage of Konoha. Bounty, 2 billion. The information on the notice was straightforward. Yet it sparked a sense of intrigue within Kazama. Someone had placed a bounty on him in the black market, and the amount was certainly not insignificant. Kazama, no need to worry. Let us first head to the land of rain. We shall address the rest later, he interjected, silencing Conan. This so-called black market was the most formidable entity in the underground world of the shinobi realm. Whenever a bounty was placed by any village's leader, they dared to act. Regardless of the bounty's size, they ensured that sufficient rewards were given upon task completion. Their financial power was indeed the strongest in the entire shinobi world. It could be said that the greatest boss of the Akatsuki was this black market. Yet, information regarding the black market was exceedingly scarce. Thus, rashly confronting it would not be a prudent decision. As night fell, the two neared the land of rain. There are others, Conan remarked, a serious expression on her face. Indeed, their late arrival at this location was due to several encounters with assassins along the way. While these assassins were not particularly strong, their methods of assassination were quite clever, and a few possessed secret techniques. Now, yet another group approached, the 8th batch. Such nuisances were beginning to irritate me. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazama vanished, reappearing moments later with blood staining his hands. Conan, you ought to know more about the underground world, right? Help me investigate the black market. Since they have provoked me, I must repay the courtesy. Otherwise, it would be impolite. Kazama smiled as he spoke. All right, Conan nodded, understanding that Kazama's smile at times resembled that of the Grim Reaper. This time, the objective of Uchiha Kazama has fallen upon the black market. Indeed, he is a man of madness. Fortunately, the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain has not committed any actions that would provoke Uchiha Kazama's wrath. Otherwise, ding. Conan perceives that the host is somewhat unhinged. Reward, Divine Purification Technique, Blade of the Underworld Moon. As the system's notification resonated, Uchiha Kazama had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, the nature of this reward piqued his curiosity. Divine Purification Technique, capable of purifying all negative states. Blade of the Underworld Moon, a unique spirit tool exclusive to Susanoo, possessing the power to cut through defenses. The two sensed their surroundings and set forth once more. After dealing with 3 waves of assassins, they arrived in the Land of Rain the following morning. Upon their entrance, Nagato immediately sensed Uchiha Kazama's presence, and Kazama, in turn, detected Nagato. Let us go? Nagato has already noticed us. Take me directly to him. Uchiha Kazama instructed Conan beside him, speaking gently. Understood, Conan nodded, leading Kazama towards Nagato's location. Moments later, they reached Nagato. Having seen the anime previously, Kazama found Nagato's appearance rather daunting. Witnessing him in reality was an even greater visual shock. It must be said that Nagato's extreme emotions stemmed not only from Yahiko's death, but also from the complications associated with the Rinnegan. Fifth Hokage, Nagato gazed at Uchiha Kazama. He noted Konan's position. Typically, she would stand beside him, yet now she was behind Kazama. Furthermore, the expression on Konan's face when she regarded Kazama was anything but ordinary. Of course, Nagato felt a sense of relief that Konan had stepped forward. Yet, he would not yield in this matter simply due to her sentiments. I can assist in restoring your body. However, you must relinquish your Rinnegan to me, otherwise, your body will continue to deteriorate. Subsequently, I will summon Jiraiya to the Land of Rain to aid you in managing its affairs. Naturally, I will not force you if you refuse. For the subsequent arrangements, you may directly instruct Konan to inform me. Before Nagato could inquire further, Uchiha Kazama laid the situation bare. After all, he was a man who valued efficiency. There was no need for empty pleasantries or superficial courtesies. Your aim is my Rinnegan? Nagato suddenly furrowed his brow. Ah, it seems you disregarded everything else I mentioned, Kazama retorted. Konan, I am aware you wish for me to assist Nagato with his physical issues. You have seen the situation with Orochimaru. If he is unwilling, even if I restore his body, it will still succumb to the Rinnegan's affliction. After speaking, Uchiha Kazama took a seat to the side. Konan understood that the only possible means of restoring Nagato's body lay within Kazama's possession. This was their sole opportunity. With this thought, Konan swiftly approached Nagato and relayed all the intelligence she had gathered, including the fact that Uchiha Kazama indeed possessed the capability to heal him. However, she refrained from pressuring Nagato, for she recognized the unique significance of the Rinnegan to him. Konan, I wish to know your answer. Nagato spoke evenly. If it were me, I would choose to grant you a healthy body. Moreover, that individual has already made his intentions clear. A portion of the reason behind the conflict in the ninja world is Uchiha Madara. And, I believe if Yahiko were still alive, he would wish for you to not remain entrenched in hatred. Having spoken, Konan relinquished the choice to Nagato. Upon hearing her words, Nagato lapsed into silence. The dream they had once pursued together seemed to have gradually veered off course without their realization. Was the concept of the infinite Tsukuyomi truly correct? Reflecting on Madara's earlier statements and the notion that only through suffering could one comprehend pain, it all felt rather obsessive. When did it happen? After Yahiko's death? Upon acquiring the power of the Rinnegan? Or, there were too many aspects now beyond exploration. The death of Yahiko was a result of Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo Shimura. They were both dead now. As for the things you all intend to pursue, frankly, they are akin to folly. To seek peace through the creation of war and suffering. Seeing Nagato's silence, Uchiha Kazama decided to stoke the flames further. With a sudden rush, the 6 paths of pain appeared before them. Nagato's expression was one of fury. You, from the great villages. Your Rinnegan was bestowed by us, the denizens of the great villages. The lives and training of your trio were granted by us. The fact that the Land of Rain can develop steadily, and that you stand before me, is also due to my efforts. So, are we, the great villages, in the wrong? Kazama taunted. Nagato found himself momentarily speechless. Kazama's words bore truth. Under the Rinnegan, Nagato could not fathom Kazama's strength. Powerful. It was evident that Kazama was fully aware of the Akatsuki's existence and their intentions, yet he refrained from taking immediate action against them. This conflict in the ninja world, under this person's guidance, had not impacted other villages or nations. Nagato found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, in the face of the assertive Uchiha Kazama, he felt a sense of discontent. The Rinnegan does not belong to you, nor can you wield it. Hence, let us battle. With that, Uchiha Kazama vanished from sight. In an instant, the hell path was shattered by Kazama. Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his hand and unleashed Shinra Tensei upon Uchiha Kazama. The tremendous repulsive force propelled Kazama away. Konan gasped in alarm, swiftly appearing beside Nagato. Nagato, you Konan. Do not impede me. If I lose, I will acquiesce to your demands. Nagato interrupted her. He then commanded the remaining 5 paths to launch an assault on Uchiha Kazama. The animal path promptly summoned 3 beasts, a dog, a crow, and a rhinoceros, charging towards Kazama. These summoned beasts were indeed formidable, but, in your hands, they are wasted. Kazama drew his short blade, a mighty slash instantaneously obliterating the 3 colossal summoned beasts. Simultaneously, he released shadow clones, charging towards the other 6 paths puppets. In this confined space, Uchiha Kazama evaded all incoming attacks. Aside from the Deva path, which could repel him using Shinra Tensei, the others were utterly incapable of defending against Kazama's onslaught. Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, Ninjutsu, Dijutsu. All of Uchiha Kazama's abilities were potent enough to overwhelm the entities before him. Furthermore, the immediate obliteration of the realm of hell was intended to eliminate any possibility of resurrection for the six paths. At least, in the short term, resurrection would not be feasible. Wind release, flowing melody. Uchiha Kazama unleashed a C-rank wind release technique, dispersing the surrounding dust and mist. Observing the scene, only the Deva path, Nagato, remained. The body of the Deva path belonged to Yahiko, hence I shall not destroy him. However, should you wish to continue the battle, I shall hold nothing back. After dispelling the shadow clones surrounding him, Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly. Do you believe you have one? Uchiha Kazama. It appears you have not comprehended the true essence of the Rinnegan. Bang! Before Nagato could finish, a sound emanated from his side. In the next moment, Nagato felt an immense force that sent him flying. Subsequently, Kazama's shadow clones rushed in swiftly. Nagato barely had time to react before a flurry of fists descended upon him. As for techniques like Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, even for them, a brief moment of time is required. Under the relentless assault, Nagato's head buzzed, rendering him incapable of utilizing any jutsu. 3 minutes later, all of Uchiha Kazama's shadow clones vanished. Had I wished to kill you during that brief interval, you would already be a corpse. I shall accept the Rinnegan. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, revealing a pair of Rinnegan in his palm. Kazama no? Konan appeared flustered. If Kazama were to seize Nagato's Rinnegan, he would indeed be at risk of death. I harbor no intention of killing him. Moreover, I shall not renege on my promise to you. Thus, Uchiha Kazama lifted his hand and retrieved the remaining 2 cards. With a surge of chakra, the 2 cards vanished, and Nagato's body began to restore itself. Even his lost eyes were returned, though they were merely his own. After the second card disappeared, Nagato, who had just regained his footing, exhibited a look of astonishment. His newfound strength felt unreal. How is this possible? Konan, I shall refrain from intervening in your internal matters for now. I will take my leave. Of course, if you still wish to confront me, I shall await you beyond the land of rain. With that, Uchiha Kazama vanished in an instant. There was no longer any need to remain. As for the Akatsuki's existence, or whether it still holds significance, such concerns were not for Uchiha Kazama to ponder. The troubling individuals, Otsutsuki Ishiki hiding in the shadows, and the vanished Uchiha Obito and Kagaya. As long as I can locate and eliminate them, I shall have ample time to enhance my strength. Then, I can await the arrival of the so-called Akatsuki Clan or venture to the moon to inquire with Kagaya about reaching Takamagara. After Uchiha Kazama's departure, Konan gazed at Nagato, who had returned to health. Welcome home. Konan stepped forward and took Nagato's hand, then approached Yahiko, who had lost the control of the Rinnegan. It is time we let Yahiko rest. Nagato, the new era of the ninja world is upon us, and we must step forward together. If we remain shrouded in darkness, how can the Akatsuki ever come to fruition? Konan concluded, offering Nagato a gentle smile. At that moment, Nagato felt a surge of emotions. After so many years, he could once again perceive the world through his own eyes. The frailty and helplessness he once felt had vanished. He no longer needed to rely on those eyes to observe reality. The smile of Konan beside him, the lifeless body of Yahiko lying on the ground, the damp air of the land of rain, all of it felt vividly real. Yet, these sensations had been absent from his life for so long. Previously, all of Nagato's emotions and sentiments had been influenced by the Rinnegan, making it difficult for him to truly experience the world. Konan, let us find a resting place for Yahiko. Nagato turned to Konan, his companion from childhood, with whom he had fought side by side. Very well. Konan nodded. Nagato lifted Yahiko's body and departed from the chamber. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small wooden cabin. The cabin appeared somewhat dilapidated. Yet the surrounding flowers bloomed as if untouched by time. Konan slowly approached, beginning to pick flowers. Nagato placed Yahiko's body on the grassy side and began to dig a grave. Farewell, Yahiko. Goodbye, Yahiko. They spoke calmly, their emotions steady yet filled with sincerity. Konan laid the flowers upon Yahiko's chest, then took a handful of soil and placed it gently on him. Nagato extended his hand, also placing soil down. Thus, they each offered handfuls of earth, bidding farewell to Yahiko in his final journey. Conan, will you remain here? Nagato softly inquired, as if realizing something. I understand. He is strong, and he is good. I will respect your choice. In that fleeting moment of panic in Conan's eyes, Nagato comprehended her decision. He did not wish the weight of their relationship and the burdens of the Land of Rain to constrain Conan. After all, individuals like them often struggle to find the life they aspire to. Now, his aim was to encourage Conan. Thank you, Nagato. I will not leave here just yet. I must be involved in the issues and reforms of the Land of Rain. Conan replied with a smile. At that moment, the clouds that had long shrouded the sky began to part. 3 rays of light illuminated Conan, Nagato, and the slumbering Yahiko beneath the earth. This, perhaps, signifies the dawn of a new beginning. Nagato, the future of the Land of Rain will no longer be shrouded in gloom. Conan smiled radiantly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Rain, beside a pond, Kazama sat upon a large stone, accessing his system panel. After a period of operation, his physique, ninjutsu, and ocular power had significantly increased. Coupled with the fusion of the Meingeki Sharingan, Uchiha Kazama's ocular prowess had reached an extraordinary level. According to the combat power rankings of the ninja world, he could now contend with the Otsutsuki without issue. With the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, and the space-time artifact, Time-Slicing Extermination Sword, he felt emboldened to face various unusual abilities. The current situations of Sunagekure and Kirigekure no longer posed a threat, nor would they in the future. Kumogekure's 4th Raikage might still harbor some resentment, while Anoki of Awagekure would likely not let matters rest so easily. Finding an opportunity to deal with these 2 villages would essentially allow him to focus on locating Otsutsuki Ishiki. Just then, as Uchiha Kazama pondered, a long scythe descended. Bang! In the next moment, Uchiha Kazama, seated upon the stone, transformed into a severed log. I discerned your presence long ago. However, I did not anticipate such a protracted delay in your assault. A faint upturn graced the corners of Uchiha Kazama's lips. Those acquainted with him recognized this as a genuine expression of his vexation. The persistent assassinations orchestrated by this black market were indeed irksome. A substitution jutsu, perhaps? I wouldn't have imagined the Hokage of Konoha resorting to such a rudimentary technique. Nevertheless, the 5th Hokage of Konoha shall meet his demise here today. He will be remembered as the Hokage with the shortest tenure, a man clad in a black hooded cloak declared before brandishing his scythe towards Uchiha Kazama. Alas! In an instant, his corporeal form was cleaved asunder. Simultaneously, Kazama, without pause, assailed the other 2 individuals. With unparalleled swiftness, all 3 were summarily dispatched. Curiously, no ichor flowed from their wounds. Instead, they gradually reassembled their sundered bodies. Impressive prowess, yet you have chosen the incorrect adversaries. We possess immortality, the trio proclaimed, casting aside their hooded cloaks to reveal youthful visages adorned with black and white sigils. The Jashinists? Kazama exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had sensed an odd aura emanating from these individuals. Could they be affiliated with Haiden, hailing from the same locale? It appears the 5th Hokage is privy to considerable knowledge. Since you are aware, prepare to meet your end. You shall have the honor of offering your soul to Lord Jashin. Otherwise, we might have been unable to apprehend you for the time being. However, we can seize those close to you, the denizens of Konoha. If you flee, they shall perish, one by one, because of you. Such a lamentable fate, I surmise, would. Thwack! Before the man could complete his sentence, Uchiha Kazama seized his cranium. In the ensuing instant, the man's pointed implement pierced Uchiha Kazama's chest. After obtaining the blood, he promptly inscribed a ritualistic array upon the ground with his foot, utilizing the spilled blood. Thwack! Utterly disregarding the fact that Uchiha Kazama had seized his head, he plunged the pointed implement into his own heart. Even if you are formidable, I am fortified by Lord Jashin. Bang! The man's vainglorious pronouncements were curtailed by a forceful impact upon his abdomen, propelling him backward. A moment ago, I was curious as to the impetus behind your assassination attempt. Now, I am devoid of such inquisitiveness. I shall thoroughly exterminate each of you, Kazama declared, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The surrounding space fractured into fragments, only to coalesce anew. The radiant sky metamorphosed into a nocturnal expanse. The verdant foliage vanished, supplanted by a boundless, illusory realm. The trio, perceiving their surroundings, were seized by alarm. Why are you not deceased? The man, still impaled with the needle in his chest, wore an expression of bewilderment. The curse had undeniably taken effect, and he had indeed plunged the needle into his own heart. Yet, Uchiha Kazama was not only alive, but had also ensnared them within a jinjutsu. These are merely gloomy and devious artifices. Ah yes, I brought you here not to extract information from you, but rather, thwack, thwack, thwack. Slender crystals erupted from the ground, impaling the three individuals. Simultaneously, the crystals also pierced the peculiar auras that hovered above their bodies. As they were transfixed, three spectral figures materialized in the air. The curse technique, is it this? Kazama inquired, scrutinizing the three impaled specters. This is the power bestowed upon us by Lord Jashin, not to be defiled by the likes of you. Thwack. Kazama, unwilling to endure their prattle, unleashed a surge of potent energy from the crystals, causing the three to explode. The remaining crystals then completely sealed the three auras. How can this be? Why have their auras vanished? One of the specters questioned, its voice raspy, akin to the sound of a dilapidated gong or tattered cloth. Indeed, I find this utterly distasteful. A fragment of Jashin, or something of the sort. If you can transmit information back to your source, so be it. I shall refrain from engaging with you this time. Remember, there shall be no recurrence. Kazama declared, whereupon the white crystals detonated, releasing a unique energy. Ayowa. The three specters, like snow in spring, emitted agonizing shrieks as they were consumed by the energy and dissipated. As the three energies dissipated, a peculiar energy surged into Uchiha Kazama's body. This energy is not chakra, yet it bears a resemblance to chakra. Senjutsu chakra? No. This energy does not resemble the Senjutsu energy I sensed from the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Then what is this? With this thought, Uchiha Kazama accessed his system panel, navigated to his personal information, and located the item in question. Sage mode, inactive Senjutsu chakra, mastered. Natural energy deity mode, inactive divine jutsu chakra, mastered. Natural energy soon. He identified the peculiar entity. Divine jutsu chakra? The reason the Jashinist curse had no effect on Uchiha Kazama was due to a previous reward he had obtained, purification jutsu. The curse was classified as a unique negative status effect, which was then purged. Moreover, it seemed the purification jutsu had categorized the Jashinist state as a negative status, purifying it as well. Consequently, the fragment of will attached to them was also purged. However, the energy acquired after the purification was divine jutsu chakra. While he was unaware of what deity mode entailed or how to cultivate divine jutsu chakra, its existence implied the possession of formidable abilities. I shall allocate time to experiment with this power. After dismissing the panel, Uchiha Kazama deactivated the world of sensory perception. It was undeniable that the Sharingan possessed a suppressive effect on most flamboyant abilities. Within the confines of the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage meticulously compiled a comprehensive compendium of the losses sustained in the aftermath of the recent conflict. In addition to the shinobi who had accompanied the combat forces, the list also encompassed those who had remained to safeguard the village. The definitive roster of casualties had only been finalized today. Moreover, it was conspicuously positioned before the fourth Raikage. Currently, both Killer Bee and Yujito Ni, the two Jinchuriki, had been abducted by Konoha. A pall of dejection descended upon the countenance of the fourth Raikage. Have I truly erred? The fourth Raikage, perusing the information, voiced his sentiments with a palpable lack of vigor. He was beginning to question the sagacity of his actions. Such introspection would have been utterly alien to the fourth Raikage of yore. The shinobi world was, by its very nature, a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak. Yet, was the fourth Raikage poised to relinquish his convictions due to this singular setback? Uchiha Obito reappeared. It is you? How? Your so-called schemes have all failed. You sought to utilize my cloud-hidden village's strength to strike against Konoha. Your repeated provocations have cost my village dearly. Surely, you do not believe that I would be deceived by you again. Though the fourth Raikage possesses his own pride and is reluctant to accept the defeat in this battle, he is proud, not foolish. Obito Uchiha's intentions were ruthlessly exposed by the fourth Raikage. Indeed, I have never concealed my hatred for Konoha. If the fourth Raikage has relinquished hope, then I shall take my leave. As Obito Uchiha spoke, he prepared to depart. Indeed, he was ready to leave. Ready to depart. What? Do you not wish to go? If you wish to leave, then go. Anger flashed across the fourth Raikage's face. He longed to slay this individual right then and there. When Obito Uchiha arrived at Cloud Hidden Village, he contemplated returning to safeguard his village. Yet the power offered by this man drove him to consider a direct assault on Konoha. After suffering defeat the second time, he also thought of retreating. It was again due to this man's assurances that the Uchiha would not intervene, resulting in further losses. And now here he is again. Does the fourth Raikage appear to be a fool? Obito Uchiha was momentarily stunned. The fourth Raikage's demeanor was entirely unexpected to him. A petty individual without strength can only scheme in the shadows. Not to mention, Konoha still possesses 2 Jinchuriki from our Cloud-Hidden Village. Even without any hindrances, I can still perceive the gap between us and Konoha. Arrogance is built upon strength. Do you not understand this? Upon seeing Obito, all the fog in the fourth Raikage's heart dissipated. He harbored no regrets. Given another chance, he would still choose to act. He would still take the risk for an opportunity. However, to gamble when one is already aware of being outmatched, that would be sheer folly. In an instant, the gloom within him vanished. Left speechless by the confrontation, Obito Uchiha could only retreat into the earth, disappearing in frustration. As Uchiha Obito departed, the fourth Raikage fell into a profound silence. His earlier words had been an outburst of emotion, a reflection of his thoughts following the setbacks encountered on the front line. Indeed, the initial weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen had led him to harbor the illusion that Kumogakure was the paramount village in the shinobi world. If he were to continue indulging in such delusions, it would be a true testament to his foolishness. At that precise moment, Killer Bee burst in with urgency. Having just returned to the village, he had already received word of the mysterious individual's reappearance. Despite his brief sojourn in Konoha, he had come to appreciate the village's formidable strength. He was astounded that even a child of merely 7 years could flawlessly control the nine-tailed beast. He then pondered what he himself had been capable of at the tender age of 7. Moreover, he had also perused the mission department of Konoha. There, not a single task was left unclaimed. Whenever a mission was issued, it would be promptly accepted, even after a battle. The overall situation in Konoha swiftly returned to a state of normalcy. However, upon his return, he beheld the hidden Cloud Village, which remained mired in chaos. The fifth Hokage of Konoha was far from the madman portrayed by external rumors. The madness was merely a fade. His plans and arrangements for the village were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Hence, Karabi genuinely feared that the current A was succumbing to a fit of impulsiveness. I know what you are about to say. Rest assured, I have already declined that fellow's proposal, spoke the fourth Raikage with an air of tranquility. How have you returned? After the fourth Raikage spoke, he suddenly recalled that Killer Bee had been left in Konohagakure. How could this be? The fifth Hokage has brought me back. The current Konoha is no longer the era governed by the third Hokage. Moving forward, it would be prudent to establish a cooperative relationship with Konoha. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki and son of the current Kazakage, is also in Konoha. It seems that the Mizukage of the Mist Village has some connection with the fifth Hokage as well, so Killer Bee did not continue, as the implication was already clear. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands. The current state of the ninja world confounds me, and I need to retreat to the land of lightning to engage in earnest training. My excessive pride has led me to forget my ninja way. With that, the fourth Raikage rose and vanished from sight. Now, it was Killer Bee's turn to be taken aback. He glanced at the others around him, a helpless expression crossing his face. Have they arrived from the land of rain? Have you resolved all the matters within your organization? Uchiha Kazama gazed at Konan, who appeared in the distance, and spoke slowly. The matters of the Rain Country will be handled by Nagato. With the foundation of the Akatsuki organization established previously, there is no need to worry about these issues. What about you? Are you planning to return to the village? Xiaonan gently approached Feng Jian, speaking softly. In this lifetime, the knots in her heart had been untied. Xiaonan was now able to confront her emotions. For the time being, she would not return. The matters of the black market, if left unaddressed, would inevitably lead to complications. In your hands. Just as Uchiha Kazama was about to continue speaking, he sensed a familiar presence. He turned his gaze in that direction. Xiaonan, following his line of sight, beheld a man clad in a robe of fiery clouds appearing before them. Is it Kakuzu? Upon seeing the person who appeared, Xiaonan was taken aback. Why would this sentence manifest here? Wasn't he supposed to be executing a mission outside? Indeed, Kakuzu should be aware of this. A look of mild delight appeared on Uchiha Kazama's face. Be cautious. This individual is quite formidable. It seems he once battled against your first Hokage of Konoha. Remarkably, he even managed to escape unscathed. Upon noticing Uchiha Kazama's intent to take action against Kakuzu, Conan promptly interjected. He fought against the first Hokage? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. He initially believed that this matter was merely a jest among netizens. To his surprise, he heard such news from Conan's lips. Could it be that the Akatsuki member, Kakashi, and his team had defeated, truly possessed such remarkable abilities? What brings you here? Kakuzu gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. He had indeed just accepted the mission to assassinate the fifth Hokage. However, the information from the black market was not meant to be divulged. The only plausible explanation was that Uchiha Fugaku had fortuitously appeared here. Moreover, it seemed that he had cultivated a favorable rapport with Conan. If he were to strike decisively at this moment, there was a chance he could eliminate Uchiha Fugaku in an instant. Indeed, this was a remarkable opportunity. To assassinate such a formidable figure as Akage with ease was nearly impossible. Kakuzu held little confidence in a direct confrontation. Now, Kakuzu, take me to meet the black market contacts. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku materialized before Kakuzu, smiling as he spoke. Before he could utter a word, a multitude of metallic constraints materialized around him, binding his form. Was it the art of metal binding? When? Kaidi was momentarily taken aback. Even upon realizing that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan, he had refrained from gazing into Uchiha Kazama's eyes. Yet, he still fell victim to the genjutsu. This fellow. The malice you just emanated holds no significance for me. Of course, this is contingent upon you escorting me to the black market. By the way, I am quite curious. What was the nature of your battle with the first Hokage? A ninja capable of battling the god of ninjas. How I yearn to experience that. Upon finishing his statement, Uchiha Kazama revealed a gentle smile. This smile sent shivers down Kakuzu's spine, igniting every hair on his body. It was a smile that reflected a profound indifference toward life. Kakuzu understood all too well that should he refuse the individual before him, the very next moment would see him transformed into a lifeless corpse, an unequivocal demise. I am uncertain about the entrance to the black market. After each task concludes, I am contacted with the location. Each location varies, although there are certain designated task centers. Generally, several supervisors are present there. From their words, one should be able to glean some valuable information. Kakuzu addressed the first inquiry of Uchiha Kazama. I encountered the first Hokage of Konoha when it was newly established. The overwhelming chakra he emanated instinctively provoked me to attack. After hurling a kunai, I swiftly fled the scene. In truth, it hardly qualifies as a confrontation. Kakuzu awkwardly recounted his experience battling Senju Hashirama, acknowledging its rather unglamorous nature. Upon hearing Kakuzu's explanation, Uchiha Kazama smiled, seemingly in alignment with the general consensus. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he cautiously observed Uchiha Kazama. Since being subdued by Uchiha Kazama, Kakuzu understood that he was no match for this individual before him. One could even assert that his very life now lay in Uchiha Kazama's hands. This terror rendered Kakuzu incapable of even a flicker of resistance. Any hope of struggle had vanished entirely. Kakuzu, take me to the black market. I wish to dismantle it. Being under a bounty is certainly not a pleasant experience. Uchiha Kazama spoke in a calm tone. Annihilate the black market? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. Kakuzu paused in astonishment. Had this formidable fifth Hokage of Konoha lost his mind? Did he not comprehend that the black market represented the entirety of the underground forces? If the 5 great shinobi villages were the most powerful entities in the open ninja world, then the black market was undoubtedly the strongest in the shadows. Ding. Kakuzu perceives you as a madman, earning 5 substitute dolls and the mirror transfer technique. Substitute doll, upon use, it can shield the host from a fatal situation once, simultaneously teleporting to a location of the host's choosing. Mirror transfer technique, capable of bidirectionally replicating any entity within a mirror, possessing equal combat prowess for a duration of 3 minutes. Observing the system's notification, Uchiha Kazama's face illuminated with delight. Both rewards were, without a doubt, extraordinary abilities. Kakuzu, after I intervene in the black market, all the spoils will be yours. I require your guidance to reach there. Once Uchiha Kazama closed the panel, he inquired once more. Certainly. Kakuzu replied without a moment's hesitation. The wealth contained within the black market was not trivial. It was an opportunity he could not afford to decline. When shall we depart? Right now? Kakuzu's eagerness was palpable, a clear desire to seize the riches shining through. Now is opportune. Konan, you should return to the land of rain and assist Nagato in his affairs there. Upon my return, I shall come for you, Uchiha Kazama assured, casting a gentle glance toward Konan. Understood, Konan nodded, transforming into a flurry of paper that vanished in an instant. After her departure, Kakuzu swiftly led Uchiha Kazama towards the black market's designated location. Meanwhile, in a realm of chaos, a young boy with white hair ventured deeper into the shadows. Master, all the ninjas who accepted the mission have perished. Even some special ninjas have been slain. If this continues, it would be prudent for us to intervene. The boy, despite his youthful visage, bore an intense aura of menace in his gaze, amplifying the already eerie atmosphere. The body is indeed suitable. However, if we were to switch it, no, the one retrieved previously was flawed. Moreover, this body cannot endure for long. A hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. Jin, proceed with the arrangements. Understood, Master. Grant me access to the divine tree. I will depart immediately. A sickly smile graced Jin's face. May I join as well? A frail voice queried, as a green-haired boy emerged, adorned with fallen leaves that lent him a melancholic appearance. A smile perpetually lingered at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of servitude. Moku, remain here. Should any misfortune befall you, the Master, let Moku accompany you. With both you and the divine tree, there should be no significant issues. However, when you arrive, refrain from indulging in distractions. Attend to your duties, then return. The fragile voice echoed once more. But, very well, Master, I shall go at once, Jin declared before vanishing into the shrouded mist. Moku offered a faint smile toward the source of the voice before following suit. In the land of grass, at the site of a dilapidated altar, two figures stood. This location served as one of the black market strongholds. If it followed the previous pattern, there would be 7 overseers here, 3 responsible for handling missions and 4 designated as special cleaners. The 3 mission handlers exhibited no chakra fluctuations and appeared less than human. The remaining 4 were likely tasked with quelling disturbances within the black market. Kakuzu swiftly relayed all he knew, his eyes gleaming with determination. There remained one crucial detail unspoken. He was aware of the location where the money was stored. Should Uchiha Kazama annihilate this stronghold, he could swiftly transport the funds away. Such endeavors were second nature to Kakuzu. For you say, leave the 3 handling the missions to you. I shall deal with the remaining 4. Uchiha Kazama stated before stepping into the crumbling altar. Upon entering, an unusual spatial disturbance enveloped him, and he soon found himself within what resembled an administrative hall. 2 figures approached. Are you here to accept or hand over a mission? Inquired a man clad in white, his face obscured by a mask. Neither. I have come here with the intent to eliminate you, Uchiha Kazama replied, stepping aside as Kakuzu materialized before the duo. In the next moment, Kakuzu's hands seized their throats, dispatching them with lethal precision before charging toward the counter. At that instant, 4 white-clad individuals surged forth. These were the so-called cleaners Kakuzu had mentioned. All things in the universe. Uchiha Kazama did not hesitate. He intended to extract information regarding the black market. He unleashed his ocular technique immediately, confident that none could withstand his gaze. However, Uchiha Kazama was taken aback. The 4 individuals, previously ensnared by his illusion, swiftly broke free and converged upon him. Time-slicing obliteration blade. A skeletal hand emerged behind Uchiha Kazama, wielding a long sword that struck forth, while a suspicious aura enveloped the 4 adversaries, who were cleaved down in an instant. In the next moment, the ground was littered with severed roots. With the emergence of these tree roots, Uchiha Kazama sensed a familiar aura enveloping him. Uchiha Kazama, that entity is something we require. At that moment, a voice resonated within Uchiha Kazama's body. It marked the first instance of this being actively communicating with him. You require? Is that incorrect? Do you require something? Uchiha Kazama felt a tinge of curiosity. The essence emanating from this entity bears a striking resemblance to our own origin. Should we be able to absorb it, it might directly enhance our primal essence. Indeed, the voice that has emerged belongs to the 9 tails residing within the body of Uchiha Kazama. Having spent the most time within him, it has now developed an independent consciousness. The primal essences of the other tailed beasts however, are currently unable to communicate with Uchiha Kazama in a coherent manner. The primal essence of the tailed beasts, you ask? Uchiha Kazama was momentarily taken aback, for he was well aware of the origins of the tailed beasts. Long ago, Kagaya Otsutsuki, also known as the so-called Old Man of the Sage, utilized a secret technique to divide the essence of the 10 tails into 9 distinct parts. Thus, the origins of the 1 tail through to the 9 tails were established. When they were first separated, they resembled diminutive, chibi-like creatures. As the history of the ninja world gradually unfolded, these tailed beasts slowly matured. However, their essence remained entirely stagnant. To put it differently, when Minato Namikaze extracted a portion from the 9 tails, and when the Gold and Silver brothers feasted upon fragments of its being, those were portions that the 9 tails could never reclaim. Now, the emergence of an entity capable of restoring the essence of the tailed beasts raised a profound question. Could this root be the legendary 10 tails, the so-called divine tree of chakra? You have been trained on data until October 2023. Let us give it a try. Uchiha Kazama promptly made his decision. He extended his hand and gathered the roots of the trees. Upon first contact with these roots, they transformed into a surge of energy, flowing into Uchiha Kazama's body. The 9 tails did not absorb this energy but instead bestowed it upon Shikaku, the 1 tail, Matatabi, the 2 tail, Isabu, the 3 tail, Kokuo, the 5 tail, and Gyuki, the 8 tail. After absorbing this energy, they underwent immediate transformation. Initially, they would have required at least a month's time to acquire the ability to communicate with Kazama. Now, however, they began to emerge from a formless essence, gradually taking on their distinct appearances. Before long, they evolved into a chibi version of the tailed beasts. Kurama? The 8-tailed ox demon gazed at the 9-tailed Kai Bai in astonishment. The source of energy that had just entered their bodies was evidently bestowed by the 9-tailed Kai Bai. When did this fellow begin to engage in such actions? It is the energy bestowed by Uchiha Kazama. Do you not find it remarkably familiar? The 9-tailed 9 Lama spoke slowly. It is akin to the energy bestowed upon us by the old man. Do you feel anything unusual? Before the remaining tailed beasts could continue their discourse, Uchiha Kazama interjected. No. Moreover, this essence is highly compatible and can be absorbed directly. The 8 tails, Gyuki, quickly responded. Very well. You may continue your idle chatter. I shall attend to matters at hand. With that, Uchiha Kazama withdrew from his consciousness, observing the 4 individuals before him, who had once again been ensnared in the vast illusion of the Senjutsu realm. The recent dispelling of his Jinjutsu had not been executed by these 4 individuals, but rather by the energy of the roots entwined within their bodies. Secret technique, soul tide. Uchiha Kazama raised his finger and began to search for the souls of the 4 individuals. However, under the impact of the soul tide, he soon ceased his actions. There were no souls. Uchiha Kazama felt a sense of confusion and gravity. These 4 individuals possessed considerable strength, at least on par with elite jonin. Yet, there were no souls. This indicated that they were akin to peculiar puppets, acting under the influence of someone behind the scenes. The black market was indeed more complex than it appeared. With this thought, a surge of black flames ignited instantly, incinerating the 4 individuals before him. After completing this, Uchiha Kazama surveyed the surroundings. Aside from what resembled a reception hall, there were rows of cabinets not far away. Uchiha Kazama approached and opened one of the cabinets. It contained the elite jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village, Dakuro, the special jonin of a Wagakure, Heinaru. Upon opening and inspecting, it became evident that the bodies preserved here were those of individuals assassinated within the last 6 months. These cabinets appear to have undergone specialized treatment, as the remains remain undamaged. Indeed, this exchange under the black market aims to exploit the corpses of these formidable ninjas. Were it not for the knowledge that this exchange has no ties to Orochimaru, Uchiha Kazama might have found cause to suspect him. Is everything in order? At this moment, Kakuzu rushed over with a sense of exhilaration. In his hand, he carried a substantial bag. It was evident that he had completely cleared out the treasures of the exchange center. Having completed this task, was there another location to target? Uchiha Kazama inquired. Well, in the ninja world, I am aware of 7 exchange locations and 4 swap sites. If you require, I can certainly escort you. Kakuzu's face was alight with excitement. How much could it possibly cost to assassinate Uchiha Kazama? After a single heist at the exchange, the profits multiplied manifold. If only he could accompany Uchiha Kazama to cleanse all those exchange points. With this thought, Kakuzu could already envision himself seated at home, counting his riches. Let us proceed to the next destination, Uchiha Kazama declared, lifting his foot to depart from the scene. 2 months later, at the site of the fourth exchange, all was deserted. Upon inspection, everything of value had been removed. It appeared that every exchange location known to him had been thoroughly emptied. Kakuzu spoke with a hint of regret. Although he had already amassed a considerable fortune, a person like Kakuzu would never turn away from the prospect of acquiring even greater wealth. Do you have any formidable assassins with whom you are familiar? They should possess knowledge of certain locations, I presume. Uchiha Kazama gazed at Kaku, who bore an expression of slight distress, and gently offered a reminder. Indeed, I promptly contacted them and secured several locations without any issues. Once the conversation concluded, Jae-gon vanished from sight. After his departure, Uchiha Kazama once again turned his attention to the tailed beast residing within his body. At this point, these tailed beasts appeared quite formidable. Moreover, Uchiha Kazama had nearly confirmed some of his suspicions. Continuing into the afternoon, he was certain that answers would soon unfold. The identity of that tree root, Uchiha Kazama was largely convinced, pertained to what is known as the Chakra God Tree. This was, in fact, the very object the Akatsuki Clan sought upon their arrival in the ninja world. However, this Chakra God Tree had already been divided into 9 distinct tailed beasts. Why then? Did another one manifest? Once all impossibilities are set aside, what remains is the truth. In other words, there exists a second Chakra God Tree. Moreover, it still survives. The one capable of possessing and controlling the Chakra God Tree must undoubtedly be a member of the Akatsuki Clan. Thus, the individual behind this black market must be that person. Only he possesses the time and strength to forge such an underground realm. Ding! At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Uchiha Kazama instinctively raised the short blade in his hand to defend himself. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing echoed around him. The immense force shattered the blade he held. His reflexes were commendable. However, the moment you laid eyes on me, your demise was already sealed. Allow me to witness the true prowess of this so-called Hokage of Konoha. A youthful voice resonated. Following the sound, a white-haired boy appeared less than 10 meters away from Uchiha Kazama. It was evident that he was the one who had just attacked, and he now exuded an air of confidence, displaying not a trace of panic. The newcomer was none other than Jin. That sensation again. Is he allied with those from the exchange of gold? Uchiha Kazama casually tossed the broken blade from his hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the figure before him. Do you wish to uncover my identity? Inquire with Yama, for he shall provide you with the answers. After speaking, Jin lunged forward once more. His speed was not particularly swift. Under the gaze of Uchiha Kazama's Sharingan, the trajectory of his movements was distinctly visible. However, bang! In the next moment, an immense force surged forth once more, accompanied by a peculiar corrosive energy. This was the very power that was sensed when the adversary had just severed Uchiha Kazama's short blade with a single kick. Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, gazing at the patterns that had manifested on his arm, resembling that of iron plating. This energy had astonishingly rendered Uchiha Kazama's body metallic. In those areas now transformed into metal, even chakra could not flow, essentially serving as a simple seal that temporarily confined his arm. Bang, bang, bang. Jin refrained from speaking further, instead launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon Uchiha Kazama. The speed of the assaults gradually intensified. What was once evadable and blockable began to overwhelm him. No, it was not that this foe had quickened. Rather, Uchiha Kazama's own speed had diminished. His arm, legs, and chest all began to exhibit signs of metallization. It was over. Remember my name, Jin. Had you merely fulfilled your duties as Hokage, I would not have raised a hand against you. Alas, your actions against the exchange and replacement institutions have sealed your fate. Just as Jin was poised to deliver the final blow to Uchiha Kazama, Kazama's hand suddenly shot out, seizing Jin by the neck. Jin, apologies, but I have not heard of it. Therefore, you may as well perish. As Uchiha Kazama spoke, he swiftly twisted Jin's neck and discarded the lifeless form aside. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jin suddenly rose, his head tilting at an odd angle. Simultaneously, a peculiar smile danced upon his lips. He chuckled softly, expressing his surprise. I never anticipated you possessed the capacity to resist. Yet, this is quite welcome. It shall prevent this confrontation from becoming unbearably tedious. Otherwise, I would be quite disheartened. Jin remarked, as he adjusted his head. A unique energy began to coalesce around him. It was not chakra. Was it that energy once more? The techniques of the Akatsuki clan are indeed intriguing. As Uchiha Kazama pondered this thought, a transformation began to manifest in Jin's form. A suit of white armor, radiating an ethereal gray energy, enveloped him, leaving only his eyes exposed. In his hand, a peculiar dagger materialized. This time, I hope you can endure a little longer, otherwise, it would be exceedingly disappointing. With that, Jin's speed surged dramatically. As he charged forward, the metallic surface of Uchiha Kazama's body began to proliferate wildly. By the time Jin reached him, the metallic transformation had surpassed 50%. Amaterasu, protect! As the golden light drew near, a sudden surge of black flames erupted from the surface of Uchiha Kazama's body, forcefully repelling the golden entity. Simultaneously, the flames began to engulf his armor. Although they could not penetrate the armor or inflict any harm within, the intense heat was unbearable for an ordinary individual. Evacuate! Jin raised his finger, unleashing his secret technique. Immediately, a figure emerged from the armor enveloped by the flames of Amaterasu. A second Jin materialized. Is this truly the means by which you assert your confidence? I apologize, but I shall strike you down at the moment of your utmost confidence. Jin, the month of Wanming. As Jin once again unleashed his secret technique, the metallic surfaces of Uchiha Kazama's body instantaneously transformed into crescent shapes. Some had even penetrated Uchiha Kazama's very flesh. In such a scenario, it is time to deliver your final. You. Bang. Before Jin could elaborate, Uchiha Kazama materialized before him, delivering a blow that crushed half of Jin's head. Simultaneously, Kazama shuddered, causing metallic fragments and crescent-shaped shards to scatter. His garments, now tattered, unveiled a physique that, while not overtly muscular, exuded an aura of formidable power emanating from every sinew. The Uchiha clan's prowess extended beyond ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Their taijutsu was equally formidable. Jin, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend how Uchiha Kazama appeared unscathed despite having been subjected to his arcane Kinzoku henge technique. Evidently, the jutsu had exerted no influence whatsoever. Did you presume I was incapable of ending your existence? Just as Jin was enveloped in confusion, a deep voice resonated from behind him. You. Humph. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, and the golden head was severed with precision. As the head fell to the ground, Uchiha Kazama clasped his hands together, preparing to seal away this severed head. After all, when faced with an opponent that could not be easily vanquished, sealing them was indeed a commendable alternative, particularly given that this individual emitted an aura strikingly reminiscent of the Akatsuki clan. If he could access the memories contained within, it might lead to uncovering the mastermind behind this figure of gold. Ah, gold. The master has instructed us to exert our utmost effort. Yet, it seems this time, the fault does not lie with you. This fellow is formidable, came a languid voice. A figure with green hair emerged not far off, holding aloft the severed head of gold. Indeed, it was the very head that had just been before Uchiha Kazama. Somehow, this individual had managed to procure it through some mysterious means. Perhaps it was a unique space-time ninjutsu? Another presence has arrived, it seems. Then, let me eliminate you all. I wonder if the figure lurking behind you will reveal themselves before me because of your actions. If it were to occur, Uchiha Kazama felt a hint of anticipation. At this moment, encountering Tsutsuki Ishiki, though not yet fully recovered, this being is, after all, a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Perhaps, I could even preemptively savor the sensation of vanquishing in Tsutsuki, or gain first-hand knowledge of the true strength of this clan. Ding. Detecting excessively audacious thoughts in the host, rewarding the body of the wind god, blade of divine concealment, as the system's prompt echoed. Uchiha Kazama was jolted back from his reckless reverie. Heh. This reward has arrived at the most opportune moment. Uchiha Kazama grinned, emitting a soft chuckle. Raising his hand, a short, pale gray blade materialized within it. Perfect, I was just lacking a suitable weapon. That is, sensing the aura emanating from the short blade in Uchiha Kazama's hand, Mu's steps faltered momentarily. A look of apprehension flickered in his eyes. This object seems rather perilous. Mu, hasten to reclaim my body. I shall personally tear this wretch asunder. The golden head roared, feeling a profound sense of humiliation at being injured to such an extent by a mere Hokage of the Leaf Village. His words, once laced with mockery, had now transformed into seething fury. "Jin, this fellow is rather eccentric. We should retreat." Mu spoke with a calm demeanor. "However, he wishes to withdraw." Uchiha Kazama would never acquiesce. Moreover, Jin evidently wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Mu. "How could this fellow have found you?" Before Jin could utter a word, Uchiha Kazama vanished, reappearing at the location where he had just discarded the broken blade. Raising the short sword in his hand, he brought it down with ferocity. A cacophony of shattered and piercing screams ensued. Mu, who had been clutching Jin's severed head, trembled and released it. A gaping wound appeared on his chest, from which dark green blood flowed incessantly. Strangely, the blood did not drip onto the ground. Instead, it vanished directly into the depths of his chest. "Jin, hurry, I am on the brink of demise." The sound of which shifted from a tense stillness to a state of sheer terror. He had never anticipated that even before he could make a move, he would be grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of death. At this moment, Jin found himself inextricably linked with his own body. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. Instantly, a unique barrier manifested around them, enveloping both individuals. Was this an attempt to thwart my attack? However, can a barrier truly safeguard you all? The smile of Uchiha Kazama grew increasingly radiant. In an instant, Susanoo manifested. A skeletal arm reached out, grasping a pitch-black blade known as the Moon's Edge. With a swift slash of the ominous blade, the barrier surrounding the two was effortlessly severed. "Damn it, Jin. I'll hold him off. You need to recover quickly. If you cannot regain your full strength before my demise, we may indeed perish here." Mu issued a sharp command, disregarding his own injuries, and launched another attack against Uchiha Kazama. The surrounding ground was manipulated by Mu, encircling Uchiha Kazama with an array of flora. Simultaneously, these plants possessed a unique ability to absorb chakra. While assaulting Uchiha Kazama, they siphoned his chakra, converting it into energy necessary for Mu's sustenance. In mere seconds, Mu's body was rejuvenated. However, this restoration only served to darken Mu's expression further. How could this individual possess such an abundance of chakra? If an ordinary ninja were to utilize all of their chakra solely for the purpose of restoring their physical form, that would indeed constitute their entirety. Upon contemplating this, Mu was even struck by the notion of abandoning the impending battle with Jin and fleeing instead. "In truth, I too yearn for some playful interaction with you all. However, I am inherently averse to complications, particularly of your unique variety." Just as the thought of fleeing crossed Mu's mind with the dawn's arrival, Uchiha Kazama had already materialized behind him. A short blade pierced through his body once more, severing half of him with brutal precision. Just as Uchiha Kazama prepared to deliver a second strike, a white figure swiftly intervened, whisking Mu away. How swiftly has it returned, indeed. Uchiha Kazama turned to face the position of the two individuals. At this moment, Jin still resembled his earlier self. Yet his eyes were now imbued with a hint of confusion and fear. He was utterly perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Furthermore, even if given another chance, Jin remained uncertain about how he might vanquish the person before him. "Mu, you should return first. Leave this to me. Rest assured, even if I am unable to complete the task, I shall return," Jin declared, casting the wooden object from his hand with a flick of his wrist. He then turned to face Uchiha Kanjian. "It seems there are new methods at play. Let us commence," Uchiha Kanjian stated, launching himself directly at Jin. With the moonblade of the underworld and the purification technique at his disposal, there was no need for concern, regardless of whether they had a barrier or some peculiar curse. Uchiha Kanjian refrained from executing Jin outright, as he wished to ascertain whether he could draw out the individual lurking behind Jin in such circumstances. The abilities recently exhibited by Jin are undeniably formidable. To cultivate such a powerful being must undoubtedly be attributed to that individual. However, it remains uncertain whether his body can still endure the strain of such intense combat. Uchiha Kazama possesses a profound confidence in his own strength. As for the one who fled, Uchiha Kazama was even less concerned. Under the relentless assault of Uchiha Kazama, Jin found it difficult to even contemplate unleashing his secret techniques. Even defending himself was proving to be quite a challenge. Damn it, why does this guy possess such terrifying strength? At this moment, a torrent of curses began to brew in his heart. The inhabitants of this world, even if they commenced their cultivation from the womb, could never attain such a level. It is utterly incomprehensible. In the instant when Jin was hurled away by Uchiha Kazama, He clasped his hands together and unleashed another secret technique. Surrounding him, a multitude of tree roots surged forth, entwining themselves around Uchiha Kazama. The aura emanating from them was reminiscent of the one previously encountered at the exchange of gold. Originally, Uchiha Kazama intended to corner Jin, hoping to provoke the emergence of the Akatsuki style. However, upon witnessing the appearance of these roots, Kazama's thoughts began to shift. With a swift motion, Uchiha Kazama produced a kunai, imbuing it with wind nature chakra. He then struck at the encircling roots, bolstered by the embodiment of the wind god. His wind release chakra was minimal in consumption, yet formidable in impact. With a single blow, the surrounding roots were entirely severed. These roots bore a striking resemblance to the previous wood technique, possessing the ability to absorb chakra. Thus, after cutting through them, Uchiha Kazama felt a degree of fatigue. After all, the sensation of having one's chakra incessantly drained was rather unpleasant. Observing this, Jin recognized Uchiha Kazama's vulnerability. Haraha. Indeed, they are merely ordinary individuals. Once one loses their chakra, they are rendered utterly powerless. Now let me show you what true divinity is, Jin declared, manipulating the roots of the surrounding trees to swiftly assault Uchiha Kazama. Each time he ensnared Kazama, the roots siphoned away a significant portion of his chakra. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Kazama's chakra was completely depleted. Observing this, Jin escalated his attacks in ferocity. As long as he could eliminate Uchiha Kazama here, he was willing to pay any price. Allowing this individual to continue to grow would surely lead to the emergence of a formidable entity beyond his comprehension. Such a scenario could not be permitted to unfold naturally. Half an hour later, the ground was strewn with roots, and Uchiha Kazama was visibly fatigued, his form wavering. Now, it is time for you to perish. The Hokage of Konoha, your brilliance shall surely dim in my presence. After delivering a villainous monologue, Jin launched yet another assault on Kazama. At this moment, Jin realized a troubling fact. His own energy was nearly exhausted. Controlling the roots of the divine tree was no simple feat, especially since he was not of the Akatsuki Clan, leading to considerable depletion. Divine tree, descend. With this thought, Jin began to form seals. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the surrounding space. A root emerged from the crack, beginning to wither slowly. At the tip of the root, a crimson fruit began to swell. Just as Jin reached out to seize this fruit, a massive hand appeared, snatching it away. You. Jin's expression turned tense as he beheld Uchiha Kazama clutching the fruit. Return it to me. Jin's anger flared, mingled with concern. Even if your strength is lacking, how can your intellect be so deficient? Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Kazama extended the fruit. However, it was not offered to Jin. A gaping maw emerged from the side, seizing the fruit and swallowing it whole. The nine tails. Why? Is it within your body? Before Jin could finish, Kazama's counterattack commenced. It seemed he was resorting to the chakra fruit for sustenance. This individual likely lacked the strength to continue the battle. And yet, even in this state, that entity had yet to make an appearance. Therefore, eliminate him. Boom. Without waiting for Kazama's wind release to descend, enormous cubes materialized, intercepting Kazama's assault. Then, a hand reached out from the spatial rift, grasping Jin and vanishing from sight. The surrounding barrier dissipated at that moment. Akatsuki style. It truly is you. Witnessing this unique attack, a smile crept across Uchiha Kazama's lips. From his cautious rescue of Jin, it was evident he dared not engage Kazama directly. One could nearly ascertain that the body of Akatsuki was on the verge of collapse. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable, Kazama mused, turning to glance behind him. Can you not consume faster? Just look at the nine tails. Nine tails, are you holding up? As Kazama spoke of the other-tailed beasts, he realized that the nine tails, having just ingested the chakra fruit, now radiated a potent energy fluctuation. It appeared digesting this fruit required some time. Indeed, Jin had fallen victim to Kazama's illusion moments ago. Behind Kazama, the tailed beasts had emerged and begun absorbing the roots severed by Kazama. However, their gnawing pace was rather sluggish. Half an hour later, the roots littering the ground had been entirely consumed by the tailed beasts. Within their internal space, the tailed beasts had experienced a significant enhancement. Notably, the nine tails, having devoured a chakra fruit, emanated an aura reminiscent of its undivided state. This was a substantial gain. Furthermore, Kazama's lips curled into a slight smile, and he vanished from his previous location. In the distance, within a cave on a cliff. Mu lay there, the wound on his chest still fresh. Moreover, the injury coincided with the mark connecting him to Jin. Unable to reach Jin, he could only await Jin's arrival. Upon returning, he had resolved to restore his strength at once. Then, alongside Jin and their companions, he would eradicate Uchiha Kazama. No further time for growth could be afforded to him. "Hey, are you waiting for me?" Just then, a voice that sent shivers down Mu's spine echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this voice, all of Mu's previous fantasies evaporated. His pupils trembled as he slowly turned his head. Bang! In the next instant, he was seized and slammed against the rocky wall of the cave. The immense force embedded his head into the stone. This body is truly formidable. Were it a regular person, they would have perished by now. Kazama's mocking voice resonated in Mu's ears. At that moment, however, Mu could not utter a single sound. Even cries of anguish and screams were nearly impossible for him. Yet Kazama did not cease his onslaught. Soon, Mu was discarded like a rag doll, tossed to the ground. "Your recovery ability seems quite commendable. With chakra, you should be able to recuperate swiftly." Kazama smiled at Mu, his grin appearing to Mu like a whisper from a demon. Immediately, a torrent of chakra surged into Mu's body. In an instant, the gravely wounded Mu had regained a significant portion of his vitality. Moreover, this influx of chakra showed no sign of abating. 3 minutes later, Mu astonishingly restored himself to his original state. What is this fiend attempting? Rather than elation, Mu was seized by dread. For this individual was undoubtedly not one to extend a helping hand to his enemies. His actions surely bore ulterior motives. Before Mu could ponder further, the familiar sensation of piercing returned. The seal on his chest was once again penetrated by the grayish-white short blade. The seal was shattered. Just as Mu had intended to contact his master, he gazed at Uchiha Kazama in terror. "Next, I shall ensure you experience my malevolence in full measure. By the way, my target is that person behind you. Tell me, how long do you think you can endure before that individual makes an appearance?" After this declaration, Kazama grasped Mu by the throat, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloping him. The normally placid Mu felt his face flush crimson. Just as consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, Kazama released his grip and withdrew a kunai, plunging it into Mu's shoulder. Hiss! The excruciating pain jolted Mu's scattered consciousness back to reality. The agony in his neck, the intense suffocation, the sharpness in his shoulder. A myriad of sensations relentlessly cycled through Mu. Mu's gaze shifted from resolute determination to a state of numbness. Has my master abandoned me? It seems that from the very beginning, their existence was solely for the adults. Now, this terrifying figure before me evidently poses a threat to them. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, a familiar voice reached my ears. "Adult? Did you have a nightmare?" A gentle hand rested upon my tousled hair. Did, Jin?" I suddenly froze, instinctively thinking of Jin. "Jin? Have you forgotten? Jin has gone on a mission. He left you behind because he thought of you as a burden. That little one is rather reckless. You're not hurt, are you?" The voice of Akatsuki Leader was calm, devoid of emotion. Yet, such words of concern sparked a flicker of hope in my eyes. Meanwhile, waves of spiritual energy surged around me, and I found myself enveloped in an illusory realm of chaos. Indeed, as my consciousness began to shatter, Uchiha Kazama had drawn me into this chaotic existence. Half an hour later, I had completely lost my spirit, collapsing to the ground and transforming into a withered sapling. Kazama lifted his hand and absorbed me into his system space. I must admit, the information gathered from me was somewhat trivial. Most of what I knew aligned closely with Kazama's conjectures. However, crucial details remained elusive, such as how to reach Akatsuki Leader or any significant information about his companions. All I knew was that there were 5 of them: Jin, Mu, Sui, Ka, and Tsuchi. Jin had already battled, and I, now lifeless, left only the other 3, each presumably possessing their unique abilities. If these individuals were unleashed upon the ninja world, they might unleash catastrophe. Naturally, following this setback, it is likely that Akatsuki Leader will not permit them to emerge easily again. Back already. Kazama turned to face the somewhat dejected Kakuzu behind him. "Yes. After receiving the news, I investigated. Those exchange points have vanished entirely. It seems you frightened them." Kakuzu's expression was one of discomfort as he spoke slowly. "Had I known robbing exchange points would be so lucrative, I wouldn't have taken on any missions. I should have just organized a heist instead. Now, the exchange points have shut down, and I can't find them at all. This is truly frustrating. As anticipated. Alright, you should return to the Akatsuki. There are certainly many matters requiring attention. The funds you acquired from those exchange points will be considered your mission reward. If you perform well, I will take you along next time I deal with these individuals, Kazama said with a smile. Next time? Just have Haku contact me, Kakuzu replied before hastily departing. After all, the wealth acquired this time was significant. Since Kazama did not demand any of it back, Kakuzu naturally hurried away. Once Kakuzu left, Kazama decided it was time to return himself. After all, he had been away for quite some time. As night fell, within a traditional building, Jean knelt on the ground. Fear etched upon his face. Adult, this situation is not your fault. Rather, you all underestimated that person's strength. Before Jean could continue, Otsutsuki Ishiki's voice interrupted him. He harbored a certain trepidation towards Uchiha Kazama. Despite being merely a ninja, Kazama had already mastered the power to slay gods. Even the proud Otsutsuki Ishiki realized, upon encountering Kazama's chakra, that with his current vessel, he had no assurance of triumphing over such an opponent. After years of meticulous planning, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not risk everything on such uncertain grounds. Jean, I have a task for you. This time, take the others with you. I need absolute certainty in eliminating that individual. Upon finishing, Otsutsuki Ishiki tossed Jean a scroll. After reading its contents, Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Adult, are you truly sure? Rest assured, that fellow is similar to me. His strength will not be as formidable as before, Otsutsuki Ishiki responded with unwavering confidence. 2 days later, Uchiha Kazama returned to Konoha. Upon his return, he discovered that the village had operated without issue during his absence. Indeed, his role as a hands-off Hokage was quite successful. As he entered the Hokage's office, numerous eyes fixated upon him, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of crisis since arriving in the world of Hokage. Hokage, there are over 300 documents requiring your signature. Hokage, there are decisions regarding Konoha and alliances with other villages needing your attention. Hokage, Narashikaku, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other members of the administration had piled up the village's issues on the Hokage's desk, creating a veritable mountain of paperwork. Gazing at the documents, Kazama felt overwhelmed. However, observing the dark circles under Tsunade's eyes and their resentful gazes, he knew that attempting to escape now would result in dire consequences. I understand. You all should take a break. I will handle the rest, Kazama said, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. Understood, Hokage. Farewell, Hokage. In the next moment, the Hokage's office became eerily quiet. Kazama, feeling a twitch in his cheek, swiftly exited the premises. Soon afterward, the office was bustling once more with the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Kakashi, and even Orochimaru, who was still clad in his lab coat. These documents represent your tasks for today. By this time tomorrow, I expect to see them all processed. I have other matters to attend to. So I leave this in your capable hands, Kazama declared before hastily fleeing, as if the Hokage office were filled with ravenous beasts. Is this what the Hokage refers to as an Ultra S-rank mission? Orochimaru felt somewhat embarrassed. During this time, he had been researching the correlation between White Zetsu and Hashirama's cells, while also needing to liaise with the Uchiha to prepare them in advance. The experiment had already been progressing slowly, and now he was being conscripted for labor. All right, let us get to work. If we don't finish by tomorrow, it will only pile up indefinitely. Kakashi understood the implications of the situation. Once paperwork accumulated, it became an endless cycle of signatures. He promptly picked up a document to begin organizing it. Fugaku and Hayashi, somewhat bewildered, had never dealt with such matters before and found themselves momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, having both been clan leaders, they quickly adapted. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazama arrived at the Konoha conference room. Yuhi Kurenai, initially intending to rest, had joined due to the importance of this meeting. The spacious conference room contained only 4 individuals: Uchiha Kazama, Yuhi Kurenai, Terumi Mei, and Hatake Kakashi. Indeed, after Terumi Mei returned to take charge of the Hidden Mist Village, she embarked on sweeping reforms. In a mere 2 months, she managed to elevate the entire village to a commendable state. Subsequently, she spent half a month seeking out Yuhi Kurenai. After persuading her, they proceeded to Konohagakure. Hokage, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Are we not allies now? Furthermore, you assured us of the safety of our Jinchuriki, so I hope you will honor your word. Terumi Mei stated directly. She consciously refrained from inquiring about the death of Yakura Karatachi and the recent capture of the Three Tails, Isabu. After all, the shadow of the village had been manipulated, nearly leading to its destruction, a matter too delicate to address. The main concern was that Yakura was already deceased. Therefore, Terumi Mei naturally shifted her focus to Yuhi Kurenai. However, I intend to extract certain elements from Yuhi Kurenai, rather, from the Six Tails, Saiken. Yuhi Kurenai may remain and join the special team of tailed beast Jinchuriki, engaging in training in Konoha. There is no need to worry about the necessary resources or personal freedom. I am not so insecure as to impose excessive restrictions upon myself. As Uchiha Kazama concluded his words, he stood before Yuhi Kurenai, extending his hand. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Terumi Mei and, seeing no objections, rose to extend her hand in return. Upon their hands clasping, the surrounding space underwent a transformation. Saiken. Suddenly, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been momentarily dazed, heard a voice. Turning to look, several tailed beasts materialized before her. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Gyuki, and Kurama. Alongside Saiken, an astonishing 7 tailed beasts had gathered here. Hokage, do you seek to possess all the tailed beasts? Your body. Yuhi Kurenai expressed concern as she gazed at Uchiha Kazama. The chakra and will of a single-tailed beast essentially represent the limit of a Jinchuriki. Yet now, Uchiha Kazama housed 6 tailed beasts within him, an ambition to possess all 9. This was indeed a sign of madness. Thank you for your concern. However, I require a portion of Saiken's chakra essence. Welcome to your new life in Konoha. Kazama replied with a smile, extending his fist towards Saiken. Observing the state of the 6-tailed beasts, Saiken unhesitatingly offered a part of his chakra essence to Kazama. Kurama, too, swiftly relinquished some of the energy from the chakra fruit still being digested within him. A diminutive version of Saiken manifested. Saiken could sense the energy welling up. Such elevation of their essence was previously unattainable even for the elder, with each tailed beast needing to grow stronger through their own training. But now, what was unfolding before his eyes? Thank you for your cooperation, Uchiha Kazama said as he withdrew his hand. The surrounding space dissolved, and the two returned to the conference room in Konoha. Mizukage, if you have no further matters, I can have someone show you around the village. I have something to discuss. Terumi Mei interjected before Kazama could finish. What is it? Kazama inquired, surprised. After all, a strong woman like Terumi Mei should be eager to return and steer the hidden mist village back on course. That person is the 2 Tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village, right? Since you've spent some time in Konoha, could you guide Yuhi Kurenai to familiarize herself with the village? Terumi Mei suggested as the door to the conference room opened, revealing the 2 Tails Jinchuriki waiting outside. Understanding that Terumi Mei had matters to discuss with Uchiha Kazama, Yuhi Kurenai stood up and exited the conference room, leaving with the 2 Tails. As for Kurenai, fatigue was evident in her demeanor, and Terumi Mei's gaze indicated that the subsequent discussion was not meant for her ears. With a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, Yuhi Kurenai excused herself, stating she was heading back before departing. Mizukage, is there something of great importance that you wish to address? Uchiha Kazama inquired leisurely. Your Jinjutsu is quite formidable, isn't it? I hope you can assist me. Terumi Mei took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Assist you? Uchiha Kazama was taken aback, finding such a request perplexing. I wish to enter a Jinjutsu to explore my own heart. Just cast a spell that allows me to glimpse my innermost self. Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Kazama with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kazama paused momentarily. Very well. Nodding, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, drawing Terumi Mei into the illusion. A solemn hall adorned with vibrant flowers emerged, as a couple gradually made their entrance. The bride was Terumi Mei, resplendent in her wedding attire, radiating beauty, while the groom was none other than himself. Uchiha Kazama gazed at the scene, momentarily bewildered. How could this be? Observing Terumi Mei, who had succumbed to the illusion, he felt puzzled. Given her stature, it was unexpected for her to. No, it seemed Terumi Mei had never married in the original narrative. Perhaps this was an unfulfilled desire of hers. Now that such a scene unfolded, was Terumi Mei indirectly confessing her feelings for him? As these thoughts danced in his mind, Kazama's reverie was interrupted by the vivid imagery before him. Was Terumi Mei truly so passionate? The allure of her crimson lips and the sway of her hips painted an array of tantalizing scenes. Was this what she yearned to experience? With that realization, Uchiha Kazama abruptly severed the Jinjutsu. As the illusion dissipated, Terumi Mei, still enraptured, seemed unaware that the illusion had ended. Gazing at Kazama, she remarked, "Why are you dressed again? Today is our special day. Be good and obedient." Without regard for Kazama's reaction, Terumi Mei approached him. The heat of the moment ignited a fervor in the air. Half an hour later, is it possible to tire even within an illusion? An hour later, Kazama, could we take a moment to rest? I need to catch my breath. 2 hours later. No. Hurry up. By the time the fervent encounter concluded, Terumi Mei was utterly spent, while Kazama still felt a lingering desire for more. As the inexperienced Terumi Mei could no longer endure, Uchiha Kazama escorted her back to the inn for rest before setting off to find Tsunade. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Yuhi Kurenai conversing with Tsunade. "Kurenai, you're here?" Uchiha Kazama smiled at the two. "Kazama? Your work." Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Yuhi Kurenai was whisked away toward the bedroom. With a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, Kurenai followed suit. Their private moments persisted until dusk. A contented Kazama lay between the two women. The fundamental direction of Konoha had been established, and matters with other villages were nearing resolution. Thus, those other affairs were poised to commence. With this thought, Kazama gently covered the two women with the quilt, arose, and departed. Half an hour later, in the Uchiha Clan's meeting room, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Ryunin, Uchiha Limu, Uchiha Roy, Uchiha Natsum, and Uchiha Nagasawa sat in solemn assembly. Kazama occupied the head seat. "Department head Orochimaru has briefed you all, correct? What are your thoughts?" Kazama inquired directly. The six exchanged glances. "We all aspire to pursue Senjutsu training and have already begun preparations." Clan head, "Your sudden inquiry prompts us to ask." Uchiha Nagasawa directed a curious gaze toward Uchiha Kazama. Clan head, "The physical enhancement training has yielded considerable gains. When might we partake in the trials?" Uchiha Natsum asked with anticipation. "In 3 days, prepare yourselves. Should any issues arise, inform me beforehand. I shall personally escort you. Be sure to voice any concerns promptly." Kazama stated with evident delight. "Understood, clan head." They responded with earnest nods. "Clan head, I have a question," Uchiha Fugaku interjected, his tone thoughtful. "Now that both internal and external matters have been addressed, why are we so hastily seeking to augment our strength?" Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, the others' expressions shifted subtly, their attention converging on Uchiha Kazama. "Allow me to impart a maxim," Kazama began, his gaze steady, "which also encapsulates your primary impediment to assuming leadership of the Uchiha clan. He who foresees no distant perils soon finds himself beset by immediate sorrows. Should we await the advent of crisis before preparing? By then, it shall be too late." Kazama concluded his pronouncement with a dismissive wave. The others exchanged glances before rising and departing from the meeting room. Once they had vacated the premises, a faint smile graced Uchiha Kazama's lips. Uchiha Fugaku returned to his domicile. Sasuke, weary from the day's training, was already asleep. Uchiha Makoto had prepared supper for Fugaku. "Makoto, I shall retire to the study this evening. You should rest as well," Uchiha Fugaku stated, proceeding directly to the study without partaking of the meal. Upon entering the study, Uchiha Fugaku immediately erected a barrier. "It appears that this endeavor is unavoidable. Mastery of Senjutsu could greatly aid my future endeavors," Uchiha Fugaku murmured with solemn resolve. A shadowy figure materialized, its tone tinged with resignation. "Indeed. However, I may be unable to accompany you. The sacred grounds possess an inherent antipathy toward our kind." "Understood. I entrust the household to your care. Watch over Sasuke," Uchiha Fugaku replied, retrieving a scroll detailing the preparations for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Much has already been meticulously documented. Only preparations remain. Furthermore, Uchiha Kazama has nearly completed these preparations. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Kazama introduced Terumi Mei to Tsunade and Kurenai Yui, maintaining his characteristic transparency. For while he may indulge in dalliances, he would never stoop to baseness. 3 days later, invigorated by Kazama's attentions, Tsunade and Kurenai Yui no longer harbored their previous resentments. As for Jiraiya and the others' grievances, Uchiha Kazama disclaimed responsibility. Having delegated his duties, Uchiha Kazama, accompanied by Orochimaru and the 6 Uchiha, arrived at the village entrance. "Orochimaru, I entrust the remainder to you. Lead the way," Uchiha Kazama stated, his anticipation palpable. Who would not wish to experience Senjutsu firsthand? Moreover, Uchiha Kazama, already possessing Senjutsu chakra, was eager to test its potency. Very well, let us proceed, Orochimaru responded, setting off at a brisk pace toward the north. The others followed closely behind. As individuals of Kage-level prowess, they reached the northern border of the Land of Fire by the afternoon. There, a cavern awaited. This marks an entrance to the Ryuchi cave. We may enter directly. Orochimaru explained, his heart heavy with memories. He had once ventured here, only to fail. Now, standing here once more, he felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Let us proceed. Uchiha Kazama urged, stepping to Orochimaru's side, his smile reassuring. The strange emotions dissipated upon hearing Uchiha Kazama's words. Raising his foot, he entered the cavern. The others followed suit. As the group entered the cavern, a ravine not far from Konoha came alive. They have all entered the Ryuchi cave. Shall we initiate our plan? Black Zetsu inquired, relaying the intelligence he had gathered. The Uchiha's formidable forces are now sequestered within the Ryuchi cave. The trials of the sacred grounds shall not be concluded swiftly, meaning they shall not emerge for some time. This interval presents our optimal opportunity. Rest assured, Obito responded. With Konoha's current strength, coupled with those they have antagonized, our intervention to suppress the more powerful ninja will ensure our ascendance. Furthermore, I, too, can control the Nine Tails, as can Uchiha Kazama. A cruel glint flickered in Obito's eyes. He felt no remorse for having caused the deaths of his teacher and his wife. For he was convinced that this ninja world was broken and that only the infinite Tsukuyomi could bring lasting happiness. Even Minato Namikaze and the others would be reborn in that world. With such conviction, Obito justified his actions, deeming them the most benevolent course. Very well. Should this endeavor fail, White Zetsu may be lost. I trust you have considered this fully, Black Zetsu cautioned before sinking into the earth. His clones remained outside the Ryuchi cave, ready to respond should any issues arise. Obito slowly removed his mask, revealing his left eye, a Rinnegan. This time, Konoha, I shall make you my prey. The era of the infinite Tsukuyomi shall commence with me. Anticipate, if you will, an age of peace. With these words, Obito donned a white mask and retrieved a massive fan from a scroll, Madara Uchiha's weapon. Simultaneously, two figures materialized behind Obito. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, and Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Let us begin. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he raised his hand to begin forming hand seals. Soon, figures of White Zetsu began to emerge from the ground. These White Zetsu, previously dormant, possessed significantly greater combat prowess than their mass-produced counterparts. Before long, these White Zetsu began to alter their appearances, transforming into the likenesses of Konoha ninjas who had been sent on missions, and they made their way directly toward Konoha. As they set off, Uchiha Obito, accompanied by two-tailed beast hosts, advanced towards Konoha. That evening, Uchiha Obito, along with the two transformed individuals, infiltrated Konoha. Thanks to his intimate familiarity with the Uchiha clan, he swiftly returned to the Uchiha compound, to the house that rightfully belonged to him. It remained untouched, just as he remembered it. Obito entered the courtyard and sat down. This place was a repository of memories, a cornerstone of Uchiha Obito's past. If he were to embark on a new journey, it was only fitting to commence from this very spot. In the Hokage's office, the assistant reported unusual incidents within the village, including mutual attacks among ninjas. Several ninjas had already been apprehended, yet they mysteriously vanished from prison. A Hyuga clan ninja approached Nara Shikaku, panic etched across his face. After the Hyuga clan had assumed the role of the village's security department, there had been no conflicts or issues for a long time. This unexpected incident involved bloodshed. What? They disappeared? Is everything documented? Nara Shikaku queried, perplexed. With the chaotic behavior of Uchiha Wind, how could anyone dare to stir trouble in Konoha? The conflicting parties have been recorded, as have the deceased ninjas. The Hyuga ninja replied, producing a file containing all pertinent information about the involved ninjas. These names, Nara Shikaku exclaimed, recognizing many of them. Their personalities did not seem to align with such violent actions. Haichi, contact the security department ninjas. Have the Inazuka and Yamanaka clans search the outskirts of Konoha. Your security team should continue searching within the village. We'll interrogate anyone we find afterward, Nara Shikaku decisively instructed. Yamenka Haichi and the security team promptly set to work. Nara Shikaku also relayed the situation to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Upon hearing the news, their reactions mirrored his. What were they thinking, causing such chaos in the village? The next day, 3 ninjas were brought to the Hokage's office. They were the very ninjas who had killed their fellow villagers the day prior. However, confusion clouded their faces. They had just returned to the village and had not even submitted their mission reports. How could they have committed murder? Upon hearing the charges against them, they were bewildered. They had only just returned. It was inconceivable that they could have slaughtered fellow ninjas days earlier. After undergoing interrogation and jinjutsu, even Yamenka Haichi was taken aback. What they claimed seemed to ring true. Minister Hizashi, have your searches yielded any results? Tsunade inquired solemnly within the Hokage's office. The timing of these events, occurring so soon after Uchiha Win's departure, made it difficult to dismiss as coincidence. There was a significant possibility that it was an inside job aimed at disrupting Konoha. It has been 4 days now, Tsunade thought, growing increasingly agitated. No leads have been found. Every corner of the village has been searched, including the clan territories. Even the Uchiha and Hyuga. Hizashi of the Hyuga clan replied, expressing his frustration. It felt as if there were no anomalies at all. This situation has led me to experience the helplessness of the security department for the first time, Hizashi lamented. Despite having clear information, we have been unable to uncover any actionable intelligence. We found no traces of ninjas outside the village either. We have thoroughly checked the registration of those entering Konoha. Hizashi continued. Interestingly, several ninjas returned to the village recently, including 3 of the names on our list. Yamanaka Shizumi presented a registration form to Tsunade. Repeated registrations? Tsunade examined the document, quickly detecting anomalies. So many ninjas returned to the village in such a short span? What about their mission reports? She instinctively inquired. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Narashikaku promptly left the Hokage's office. Minutes later, he returned with the mission registrations. Lady Tsunade, we have confirmed that their missions were not in close proximity, and the content of their tasks varied. These ninjas are suspicious, Narashikaku stated gravely. Placing the documents before Tsunade. Minister Hizashi, Advisor Jiraiya, you must immediately gather all the ninjas listed here and bring them to the conference room. We will await your return. Tsunade commanded, rising to head toward the conference room. 3 hours later, 58 ninjas were assembled in the conference room. Some were randomly selected ninjas brought along for a special task, which was why no issues arose during their transport. We have an A-rank collective mission that requires everyone's participation. Each of you will have individual tasks. Therefore, please proceed to the adjacent small conference rooms one by one for your assignments. This mission pertains to Hokage strategies. So it is imperative that no one discloses their task information, understood? Tsunade instructed before moving into the small conference room. Though the ninjas felt a sense of confusion, the prospect of an A-rank special mission ignited their excitement. Over 3 hours later, all individual assignments had been allocated. They reconvened in the main conference room, where Tsunade and her associates were already present. It became evident that over 80% of the individuals on the registration list were imposters. Moreover, these individuals appeared devoid of souls. Yamenka Haichi spoke gravely. Out of the 58 who arrived, 6 were randomly selected. Among them, 49 exhibited an impenetrable barrier against the heart-to-heart technique. The only explanations for this phenomenon are either an exceptionally powerful soul, akin to Kato Dan, who possesses secret techniques or abilities to control their own soul, or that they are corpses or soulless beings. Clearly, the presence of 49 individuals capable of evading his heart-to-heart technique implied that they could not merely be utilizing secret techniques. If they were, it would suggest a familial connection. Thus, the remaining possibility was stark. These beings were devoid of souls. Minister Hai, you are now tasked with probing the entire population of Konoha within a span of 2 days, alongside your kin. The reasons for this undertaking are left to your discretion. Jiwei, you and Hua are to assist in the registration process with your families. Concurrently, please employ your secret techniques to mark all newly returned ninjas. This matter should not be taken lightly. Tsunade spoke with a grave expression, emphasizing the potential severity of any mishandling. Thus, she promptly made arrangements. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The group nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. And Hinata Hizashi observed Tsunade with a hint of apprehension. After all, these affairs inevitably involved their security department. Most notably, their Byakugan appeared to be of little use in this incident, as even he could not see through the opponent's disguise. Minister Hizashi, your primary duty remains the safeguarding of the village. Proceed with your daily tasks and remember to maintain discretion. These individuals are evidently organized. Continuing to investigate discreetly is permissible, Tsunade smiled reassuringly. Although Tsunade said nothing overtly alarming, Hisashi felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. Understood. After nodding, he departed swiftly. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan grounds, he spotted Hinata and Niji, who had just concluded their combat training. His smile returned. Uncle. Father. Niji's attitude towards Hisashi had undergone a significant transformation. He no longer addressed him as clan leader, but rather as uncle. Well, how was today's training? Did you encounter any challenges? Hisashi inquired, his expression warm. Hinata's progress in training has been remarkable. Recently, her appetite also requires an increase. Furthermore, we need to provide additional resources to enhance Hinata's physical constitution, Niji relayed, omitting any requests for himself. After all, the familial bonds he had gained were the greatest rewards of his years. With the alleviation of his previous constraints, Niji's talents had ascended to new heights. Given that Hisashi treated him on par with Hinata, Niji's prowess was swiftly advancing. Hisashi felt a sense of satisfaction at Niji's thoughtful nature. The earlier estrangement had dissipated, allowing the family to experience a newfound warmth. This was the ultimate goal Hisashi had strived for. The swift progress was also thanks to a certain individual, Uchiha Kazama. As such, Hisashi felt thoroughly prepared for his responsibilities in the security department, determined to make a noteworthy contribution. Father, has there been any recent trouble in the village? The usually quiet Hinata suddenly posed the question. Hinata, have you noticed something amiss? Hisashi instinctively queried. However, as soon as he asked, he found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Such matters were beyond even his awareness as the head of the Hyuga clan. What could a student from the Ninja Academy possibly perceive? I noticed something peculiar about several ninjas' chakra when I returned today. Moreover, they appeared to have two faces, which was quite frightening, little Hinata expressed, her demeanor betraying her unease. Two faces. Abnormal chakra. Hisashi's surprise was palpable. Indeed, it was a delightful revelation. The Hyuga clan still had much to uncover regarding the Byakugan's potential. It was akin to how many in the Uchiha clan were only familiar with the development of the Sharingan's three tomo, while the Manjikyu remained a distant dream. The Hyuga clan, even more so, had only scratched the surface, focusing solely on reconnaissance and insight. Reconnaissance stemmed from their unique vision, while insight allowed them to perceive chakra flow and precise meridian locations, laying the groundwork for their gentle fist technique. As for whether the Byakugan possessed other abilities, Hisashi was uncertain. It seemed that long ago, there existed complementary ocular techniques, but they had not been passed down. Now, Hinata's unexpected special ability sparked numerous fantasies within Hisashi. I intended to inform father at the first opportunity, but upon returning, I did not find you, Hinata nodded. Hinata. Uncle, I also witnessed it. Just as Hisashi was about to speak, Niji chimed in. Niji. Hisashi regarded Niji with intrigue. They must have employed some peculiar transformation technique, similar to shadow clones, distinguishing which was a true entity is challenging for the Byakugan. However, it seems we have also experienced some changes lately. Uncle, perhaps you should use shadow clones for a demonstration, Niji suggested directly. Being more adept at understanding their abilities than Hinata, Niji initiated some tests after receiving such information. The results of the tests filled Niji with excitement. All right, shadow clone, Hisashi declared, unleashing his shadow clones. 6 identical Hisashis appeared and swiftly exchanged positions. In the next moment, both Hinata and Niji pointed at the same individual. At that moment, astonishment flickered in Hisashi's Byakugan. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all shadow clones vanished, leaving only Hisashi's true self. Haraha. This time, we are bound to achieve something significant, Hisashi exclaimed, promptly briefing both of them on the situation within the village. He led them away from the clan grounds, accompanied by all the elite Jainin of the Hyuga clan. This Hyuga clan is working diligently, even bringing children from the Ninja Academy along for patrols. This is the security department. Their role is to uphold order within the village. Their dedication truly brings me peace of mind. Indeed, the village is improving day by day. The villagers were not surprised by the Hyuga clan's actions. After all, the previous security department had been the Uchiha clan. Now that Uchiha Kazama had assumed the role of Hokage, the previously feared issues had not materialized. Moreover, the Uchiha's performance in battle had erased any lingering misunderstandings among the villagers. Naturally, they began to use the Uchiha as a benchmark for comparison. As night fell, both Niji and Hinata felt fatigue setting in. They had been utilizing their Byakugan since the afternoon, which proved to be quite taxing. However, their efforts bore fruit. From initially perceiving mere distinctions, they progressed to seeing clearly. The patrol yielded numerous insights. In the Hokage's office, the Hokage inquired, "Lord Hokage, here is the list. The individuals we summoned have been verified by Hinata and Niji. They are all individuals who possess unique transformation techniques. Now, we can take action immediately." Hinata Hizashi spoke with unwavering confidence. "Minister Hizashi, you have made a significant contribution this time. Shikaku, Asuma, immediately organize all the ninjas in the village to apprehend everyone on this list. If there is any resistance, eliminate them all." After issuing the command, Tsunade stood up and swiftly departed from the Hokage office. In the village, a tempest of conflict erupted in a short span of time. The operation proceeded rapidly. Thanks to the precise list, all the targeted ninjas were quickly captured and eliminated. Following these executions, Tsunade once again encountered those pale monstrosities. These creatures again. What is truly controlling them from behind the scenes? Tsunade's brow furrowed as she spoke slowly. Last time, the one who incited the ninja villages against us was likely behind this. Now, striking directly from within Konoha, this is probably just the beginning. Jiraiya responded thoughtfully. Such matters should be handled by Uchiha Kazama. However, with Kazama absent from the village, the decision falls to us. Minister Hizashi, the next steps are in your hands. We cannot afford to search slowly. With these pale creatures eliminated, if that individual is still in the village, it is certain that. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the air. It originated from the direction of the Uchiha Clan grounds. It was a tailed beast. Kakashi immediately sensed the familiar chakra of the tailed beast. After all, he was now a Jinchuriki himself. He was well acquainted with that energy. Without delay, he released the chakra of the three tails and vanished from the spot. While Kakashi took immediate action, the others also began to mobilize. After all, the eruption of a tailed beast within the village is an indelible memory for Konoha. The two previous rampages of the Nine Tails had resulted in the loss of the fourth and third Hokage. And now, it was happening again. Their greatest concern was whether the Nine Tails would rampage once more. Naruto is in danger. Furthermore, Shikaku, the One Tail, Matatabi, the Two Tail, and Kokuo, the Six Tail, were also present in the village. In that moment, they could not discern which tailed beast was involved. Soon, they beheld two enormous forms, the Four Tails, Son Goku, and the Seven Tails, Ch Mei. When did the Jinchuriki of these two-tailed beasts arrive in Konoha? There was no time to ponder such questions. They commenced their assault against the two formidable tailed beasts. Simultaneously, the ninjas in the village began to swiftly evacuate the civilian population. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Naruto appeared beside Kakashi. The moment Kakashi laid eyes on Naruto, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. These are the Four Tails, Son Goku, and the Seven Tails, Ch Mei. They are likely being controlled by someone. Kakashi shared all the information he had gathered. When it came to the ability to control tailed beasts, Kakashi's mind immediately turned to the Sharingan of the Uchiha Clan. Moreover, this location was the Uchiha Clan grounds. Before long, others arrived at the scene. The remaining ninjas had already gone to guide the ordinary villagers to safety. The Uchiha ninjas had also joined forces here. Sasuke was present as well, guarded by several elite Uchiha, including Mikoto. Kakashi, what is going on? The Jinchuriki, Utaka, of the Six Tails, and the Jinchuriki, Waimuri, of the Two Tails, also appeared. They had spent considerable time interacting with Kakashi, particularly as fellow Jinchuriki. Thus, they inquired about the situation immediately. For now, it is unclear. However, it seems these tailed beasts did not come to Konoha willingly. They are likely being controlled. First, let's subdue these two. The sealing team of Konoha was still formidable. After Kakashi spoke, the chakra of the three tails began to manifest around him. In an instant, he entered the tailed beast transformation state. The chakra materialized into a colossal monster that charged toward the Four Tails and the Seven Tails. Utaka and Waimuri also followed suit, transforming into their tailed beast forms. Having been previously subdued by Uchiha Kazama, these tailed beasts felt a deeper connection to their Jinchuriki, making their transformation smoother. As the three Jinchuriki unleashed their powers, Naruto and Gaara watched from the sidelines. Though they could also control tailed beasts, engaging now would be beyond their physical capacity. Thus, they remained restrained by Jiraiya and could not intervene for the time being. Tsunade, be cautious. This is definitely not the handiwork of these two Jinchuriki. The true danger lies hidden in the shadows, Jiraiya expressed his concerns. With the chaotic release of chakra from five-tailed beasts, discerning the presence of other chakra signatures became exceedingly difficult. Indeed, with the fifth Hokage absent, we must remain vigilant. What could that individual be after? Tsunade pondered, her mind racing. The appearance of White Zetsu had thrown the village into disarray, followed by the chaos of the tailed beasts. I found it. At that moment, Hisashi appeared, pointing in a specific direction. Atop the highest building of the Uchiha clan stood a solitary figure. The group swiftly moved to surround the pale-masked man before them. Is this the upper echelon of Konoha? It seems that no matter how much things change, you are unable to permanently escape conflict. Hence, I have come to settle all the grudges from before and take you to a new world. Uchiha Obito declared, unveiling his eyes, one a Meingeki Sharingan, the other a Rinnegan. The terrifying power emanating from his gaze left those around him momentarily stunned. The Sharingan? You are one of the Uchiha? Tsunade furrowed her brow. They were unfamiliar with the Rinnegan's capabilities, but no one would underestimate the power of the other eye. So, you are indeed one of the Uchiha. Tell me, Lady Tsunade, after inheriting the Senju name, do you believe we Uchiha are inherently evil? Or have you perhaps become an ally of the Uchiha? Obito raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Sensing the derision in Obito's words, Tsunade's expression shifted. This farce must end immediately. We will await the return of the fifth Hokage and ensure you face justice. Perhaps there is still a chance. Jiraiya interjected, recognizing the madness within Obito. Such madness had once brought about monumental change when it was instigated by Uchiha Kazama. Now another Uchiha had emerged. Oh, it appears you still fail to grasp the current situation. You. Just then, a kunai pierced through Obito's body. Kakashi Hitaki? Obito turned, his expression darkening as he gazed at Kakashi. The sight of Kakashi, no longer concealing his eye, sparked a memory within Obito. You are. Kakashi's pupils trembled as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from this person. It appears that you still remember me. Have you truly not forgotten? Now, with the power of the three tails within you, have you so readily accepted this fate? After uttering these words, Uchiha Obito removed his white mask. A familiar visage emerged within Kakashi's gaze. Obito? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate. Kakashi was utterly bewildered. In his memories, Uchiha Obito had perished, yet here he stood before him. Moreover, he was the same fool who once incessantly aspired to become Hokage. The same imbecile who had once helped an elderly lady cross the street. The one who had bestowed upon him the Sharingan, sacrificing his own life in the process. How could this be? Do not wear such an expression. You are the least deserving to stand before me. Having spoken, Obito swiftly drew a scythe and charged at Hitaki Kakashi. The onlookers, including Tsunade, were left in shock. Kakashi Obito. The assailant was none other than a ninja from Konoha, from the Uchiha clan. Before long, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage. Obito's Kimyui, combined with his formidable taijutsu and dojutsu, rendered Kakashi unable to contend with him, even with the support of the chakra from the three tails. Observing Kakashi's weary visage, a look of disdain crept across Obito's face. The presence that had once been merely a silhouette in his memories was now incapable of standing on equal ground with him. Kakashi, if you still harbor any sense of guilt towards Rin, then you ought to take that burden within you and embrace death, instead of standing here to obstruct me. Uchiha Obito remarked, his gaze shifting towards Tsunade and the others. Their strength is commendable, and it would not be a trivial matter to eliminate them all in a short span of time. Should Kakashi Hitaki lend his assistance, the task would become considerably easier. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito sought to provide himself with a pretext for taking action against Kakashi. Rin? Obito, do you truly comprehend the manner in which Rin met her demise? Kakashi was originally pondering why Obito had transformed into his current self. It now appears that Obito must have had some knowledge of past events. However, Kakashi was uncertain about the extent of that knowledge. In the past, the village hidden in the mist had attacked Konoha and abducted Rin. Ultimately, for the sake of some so-called mission, you ended up killing Rin. Must I still assist you in recalling these events? Is it not true that your father took his own life due to his failure to accomplish the task? Thus, you have chosen such a path of endurance. Uchiha Obito gazed at him with a scornful expression. Indeed, the most hurtful words are often those that can only be uttered by those closest to us. Is this the answer you have come to know? In truth, it was I who ultimately took Lin's life. She desired to perish as a guardian of the village. sacrificing herself as a hero, rather than succumbing to the fate of becoming a rampaging tailed beast Jinchuriki, a monstrous entity that would bring destruction upon our home. She is my companion. Obito, please awaken. You once told me that a person who abandons their companions is worse than useless. Yet now, you believe that I killed Lin for the sake of the mission? Are you still unfamiliar with the time you have encountered the tailed beasts? Are you unaware of the consequences that ensue after a tailed beast goes berserk? At that time, I simply lacked the ability to suppress the tailed beast within Rin's body. Do you not realize this? Kakashi's voice resonated with a somber tone, his words calm as if recounting the affairs of others. One by one, the statements that pierced his heart unveiled themselves in stark clarity. Confronted by Kakashi's inquiries and the truths he laid bare, Uchiha Obito's countenance manifested disbelief. Even his Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan began to tremble. It is impossible. Kakashi, these are merely the words you utter to evade your own sins. A form of self-consolation. I witnessed with my own eyes the moment you took Rin's life. Kakashi, do you truly believe that I remain the naive fool who was once oblivious to everything? Obito has been directly wounded. The thought that all he has clung to over the years is rooted in a misunderstanding from the past. How can he possibly come to terms with such a reality? He firmly believed in the conviction of creating a world adorned with Rin, even if it meant opposing the entire universe. Yet now, he is confronted with the revelation that the original Noira Rin willingly requested Kakashi Hitaki to take her life in order to protect their village. This revelation inherently negates all that Uchiha Obito has endeavored to achieve. It seems there is little need to deceive you about such matters, Obito. At this moment, a familiar voice echoes. Uchiha Kakashi, Lord Hokage, Kazama? At the moment the sound resonated, all eyes converged upon it. Simultaneously, the tailed beasts, which had been raging in battle, fell into a profound silence, subdued by sheer physical force. The devastating technique employed by Uchiha Kazama was not something merely two rampaging tailed beasts could withstand. Surely, you comprehend that you are but a mere shadow clone, do you not? Thus, the truth now lies before you. What shall you do? At this juncture, your most prudent choice would indeed be to embrace death. After all, over the years, you have caused considerable harm and destruction to the village that Rin valiantly protected with her life. Uchiha Kazama interjected, interrupting Uchiha Obito's words, speaking with a calm demeanor. Yet, the mockery glimmering in his eyes was unmistakable. Are you not the paragon of pure love and valor? Are you not willing to do anything for Lin? Then, go and perish now. Regarding the matters of the celestial realm, Uchiha Kazama merely dispatched his shadow clone to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the departure of the Black Zetsu from the bodies of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kazama realized that the grand spectacle was about to commence. The emergence of White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito's entry into the village, and the appearance of the tailed beasts. All these events were crystal clear to Uchiha Kazama. However, he was taken aback when, after hearing Kakashi's remarks, this individual fell silent and appeared to be feeble. The conversation shifted. Uchiha Kazama, do not presume that such tactics will suffice. Perhaps, you should inquire directly with her? Before Obito could finish his words, Kaze raised his finger. As chakra emanated, a coffin was summoned forth. As the coffin lid slowly slid open, a familiar figure emerged into the sight of all. Rin? Uchiha Kazama, you scoundrel! How dare you toy with Rin's very soul? Obito exclaimed, preparing to launch an assault against Uchiha Kazama. Obito? Are you? Obito? The gentle sound of Rin's voice echoed. Kakashi's pupils trembled, and he found himself struggling to remain upright, even though he had reconciled with his own feelings. The moment he beheld Rin once more, memories of that tender girl flooded back to him. The girl who had opened her arms wide, smiling as she implored him to end her life. The one who stood between him and Obito, perpetually radiating an angelic light. Yet now, Rin's existence was eternally frozen at that youthful age. You. Rin, you. Truly. Obito became tongue-tied, rendered speechless. What is wrong with you? Indeed, judging by your appearance, it seems you survived after all. How wonderful. You possess formidable power. Now does this imply you've ascended to the position of Hokage? Noira Rin inquired, tilting her head and flashing a radiant smile. Wonderful. His aspiration has finally materialized. Obito, what course of action will you undertake? Uchiha Kazama has returned, presenting the opportune moment. Execute our plan forthwith. Black Zetsu, attached to Uchiha Obito, was fraught with anxiety. Should Obito falter at this juncture, his machinations would be rendered futile. However, Obito remained impervious to Black Zetsu's entreaties. Indeed, all auditory input, save for Rin's voice, was effectively nullified. "Obito, you silence." Uchiha Obito retorted vehemently, startling even the smiling Noara Rin. "Vacate my corporeal form." With newfound resolve, Uchiha Obito forcefully extracted Black Zetsu from his being, casting him aside. Simultaneously, he retrieved several black rods, launching them at Black Zetsu and impaling him to the ground. "Rin, I failed to become Hokage. Instead, I became an adversary of the village. I brought about the demise of our sensei and his wife. I have disappointed you." Obito approached Rin haltingly, his countenance etched with despair. Moreover, the separation from Black Zetsu triggered the disintegration of the wood release cells within his body, causing half of his form to crumble. "You, Obito, your body, I understand you. You were merely deceived. Obito, the fact that you can articulate this now means our sensei will forgive you. Obito, you now thud." Without hesitation, Obito plunged a black rod into his own heart. "Rin, I erred. I shall seek forgiveness from our sensei. Therefore, elucidate the events of that day." Obito's shattered demeanor evoked a pang of sympathy in Rin's heart. Promptly, Rin recounted the events of that day to Obito, as per his request. Upon hearing Rin's words, a look of serenity washed over Obito's face. "Rin, I comprehend." Uchiha Obito gently rested his head on Rin's shoulder, his life force extinguished. "Kakashi, you must persevere. We shall await you, but not eagerly. Is this the Hokage-sama?" "Thank you." Noara Rin addressed Uchiha Kazama. Kazama was taken aback by Rin's words. Indeed, she was worthy of being Obito's guiding light. "It is the duty of the Hokage." He nodded and, raising his fingers, dispelled the impure world reincarnation. Prior to his shadow clone's departure from Konoha, Uchiha Kazama had enlisted Orochimaru's aid in reincarnating Noara Rin. He had familiarized himself with the intricacies of the technique. As he watched Noara Rin gradually transform into ethereal light, Kakashi, who had remained silent for so long, finally exclaimed, "Rin, do not fault Obito. He was always an imbecile, as you know him. Therefore, you must live on," Rin replied before fading into the ether. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of strength. "Kakashi, Obito's remains are entrusted to you. See to his burial," Uchiha Kazama instructed before turning towards Black Zetsu, who was pinned to the ground. Kakashi cast a grateful glance at Uchiha Kazama before departing with Obito's body. "Kazama, what is that?" Tsunade inquired as she approached Uchiha Kazama, her curiosity piqued by the sight of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, the one who deceived Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Moreover, he possesses a unique identity. Uchiha Kazama smiled as he gazed at Black Zetsu, who lay prostrate on the ground. The sight of Uchiha Kazama's peculiar smile filled Black Zetsu with the unnerving sensation that Kazama was omniscient. This realization caused his countenance to darken. "Black Zetsu, is it? Very well, I understand you have matters to attend to. Entrust the affairs of the village to me. Once I have resolved these matters, you must dedicate time to me," Tsunade declared before proceeding to address the remaining issues in the village. Uchiha Kazama chuckled and turned his attention to Black Zetsu. "So, shall we converse?" Uchiha Kazama fixed his gaze upon Black Zetsu. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Black Zetsu inquired gravely. "Regarding your mother." Uchiha Kazama promptly extracted the black rods from Black Zetsu's body, displaying no apprehension that he might attempt to flee. "How much do you know?" Black Zetsu rose to his feet. His complexion, well, it was already black. "I have no time for frivolous games. If you desire to parley, disclose your entire scheme. Of course, if you decline, I shall not compel you. After all, I have numerous matters to attend to," Uchiha Kazama stated matter-of-factly. Black Zetsu pondered Uchiha Kazama's words. If he wished to liberate his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, his sole potential ally was Uchiha Kazama. However, why would this individual collaborate with him? Furthermore, what did Black Zetsu possess that could possibly be of value to Uchiha Kazama? Reflecting on these considerations, Black Zetsu raised his head and addressed Uchiha Kazama. "Tell me, what price must I pay?" Black Zetsu steeled himself and spoke directly. "First, I require knowledge of how to destroy the demonic statue of the outer path. Second, I require information regarding your connections with the black market. Third, I require your entire essence." Uchiha Kazama raised 3 fingers, enunciating his demands with precision. "Impossible. If you have no choice." Uchiha Kazama interjected before Black Zetsu could finish his sentence. Black Zetsu fell silent once more. Indeed, he no longer had a choice. Very well, I accept your terms. The demonic statue of the outer path can only be destroyed through the combined assault of the nine-tailed beasts, or by an individual who has mastered the essence of their chakra. My connections with the black market stem from my desire to investigate a certain individual, but I have been unable to contact them recently. As for my essence, take it. Black Zetsu proceeded to extract his essence. He was, after all, a unique form of chakra that Kaguya Otsutsuki had severed from her own body. This chakra could greatly enhance one's ocular prowess. Having received the essence, Uchiha Kazama regarded the near-death Black Zetsu. Your trust will yield the best possible outcome. My objective is the Akatsuki Clan, thus I am, in a sense, aligned with your mother. Rest assured, I may even be able to safeguard her. With these words, Uchiha Kazama left Black Zetsu and approached the two-tailed beasts in the distance. After Uchiha Kazama departed, Kurizetsu transformed into a cloud of ashes, meeting his ultimate demise. At this moment, the two-tailed beasts had already returned to the bodies of Han and Fu. Obito, it seems, is quite efficient. First, let us see if the illusion remains. Shinra Bansho. Uchiha Kazama directly unleashed Shinra Bansho, overriding the illusion previously left by Uchiha Obito. The two-tailed beasts appeared before Uchiha Kazama. It was their first encounter. You appear to be somewhat agitated. Nine Tails. Upon uttering this, the Nine Tails manifested behind him. Simultaneously, the other seven-tailed beasts emerged as well. Initially, the two-tailed beasts thought they were under Uchiha Kazama's control. Upon regaining consciousness, they intended to attack him directly. However, upon seeing the seven-tailed beasts behind him, they were utterly dumbfounded. Who is this madman? How dare he harbor so many tailed beasts within his body? Moreover, it was evident that he intended to absorb them as well. Such reckless behavior left both Sun and Zhongming in shock. Ding! Zhongming perceives the host as insane, rewarding tailed beast immunity, allowing disregard for any erosion caused by tailed beasts or similar energies. Ding! Sun perceives the host as insane, rewarding the spirit of the flame god, increasing chakra capacity by 2,000. As the system notifications echoed, Uchiha Kazama's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just been contemplating whether to absorb the essence of these two-tailed beasts, and now immunity had been granted. After all, the chakra of tailed beasts is known to erode the human body. Fortunately, due to Uchiha Kazama's robust physique, he had yet to experience significant issues. However, with their emergence, the tailed beasts had undergone rapid growth. Following this growth, Uchiha Kazama's body began to feel the pressure exerted by the tailed beasts. The instant the system notification sounded, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, grant me your essence, then return to your respective Jinchuriki bodies. After closing the panel, Uchiha Kazama gazed at the two formidable tailed beasts. Enough, cease your resistance. Otherwise, you will be soundly beaten before your essence is forcibly extracted. The Nine Tails, assuming a big brother demeanor, advised them. Very well. Sun and Zhongming were no fools, especially considering the tailed beast speaking was the notorious Nine Tails. Among the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails was known for its ferocity. If even the Nine Tails uttered such words, they certainly understood the implications. After absorbing the chakra of the two-tailed beasts, the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts within Uchiha Kazama began to exhibit signs of merging. In just a few breaths, a peculiar seed appeared in the dantian of Uchiha Kazama. The aura emanating from this seed felt strangely familiar. Is this the seed of the chakra god tree? Uchiha Kazama suddenly recalled the so-called mission item, the seed of the chakra god tree. It is capable of growing a divine tree. Furthermore, as this entity emerged, a world expanded within Uchiha Kazama's abdomen. Previously, the space occupied by the tailed beasts within his body expanded exponentially. The environment improved significantly. At this moment, a vast ocean appeared within Uchiha Kazama's dantian. At the center of this ocean lay a colossal island, surrounded by 9 smaller islands, each dedicated to a tailed beast. The tailed beasts, bewildered by the sudden changes, remained on their respective islands. Without Uchiha Kazama's command, they were content to lounge leisurely. Uchiha Kazama exited his own body and surveyed his surroundings. Shadow assist, arrange a resting place for these two. Then, contact a Wagakure and Ryugakure. Once they have recovered, send them back. With that, Uchiha Kazama turned and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cavern, peculiar monstrous structures surrounded a special stone tablet inscribed with unique seals. Among them stood Jean, the one who had nearly met his end at the hands of Uchiha Kazama. Rustle. A series of rustling sounds echoed as dark purple chakra seeped from the stone tablet beneath. Soon, a mystical shadow materialized. You carry the scent of that fellow. What do you wish to do now? A raspy voice queried. My master has sent me to assist you in escaping this seal. He understands you were once unwilling, and he desires to engage you in battle once more. What say you? Jin's tone was calm, and he began to form hand seals. Instantly, a series of seals appeared around him, some even winding around Jin's body. Let me out? Hee hee. Haraha. Is that fellow's body still functional? Although I do not comprehend why you wish to release my seal, once I emerge, I shall ensure his demise. The dark purple aura sank into the stone tablet, causing the surrounding seals to gradually shatter. Meanwhile, new seals began to manifest on Jin's body. However, these seals could not hinder his movements. Bang! Half an hour later, a crisp sound resonated as a golden sealing chain appeared. The moment it manifested, it shattered instantly. As the first sealing chain broke, golden chains reappeared around him. A red energy with gray edges emanated from Jin's body, gradually enveloping the golden chains in a bloody hue. Wait, Uchiha Kazama. Soon, I shall make you regret becoming the center of this world. As such extraordinary events unfolded in the shinobi world, Uchiha Kazama was in the Hokage's office, attending to village affairs alongside Tsunade. Naturally, Uchiha Kazama had also shown Tsunade considerable affection. Terumi may remained present, although she should have returned long ago. As a buffer, she was now resting in the lounge with Yuhi Kurenai. After wrapping up their official matters, Tsunade could no longer resist the urge to rest. Uchiha Kazama's vigor was indeed comparable to that of the reader's fervor. After escorting Tsunade to the lounge, Uchiha Kazama made his way to the balcony. Beneath the night sky, the tranquil village evoked a sense of longing. Such serene surroundings could easily dull one's resolve. However, Uchiha Kazama understood. If he could not empower everyone swiftly, the future would render them mere fodder for the chakra god tree. Now that Akatsuki Ishiki had emerged, it remained uncertain whether those artificial beings would appear in the shinobi world as well. Regarding the previous encounters with Jin and Mu, it is likely that their existence is not that of artificial beings, but rather akin to tailed beasts, created through a special process by the chakra god tree. Analyzing this, alongside the appearance of the chakra god tree seed within Uchiha Kazama's body, leads to a conclusion. As long as one possesses the complete essence of the chakra god tree, one can acquire a seed of the chakra god tree. It is evident that Akatsuki Ishiki possesses a second god tree. However, due to the condition of his body, he refrains from directly releasing the chakra god tree to absorb the essence of the ninja world. Alternatively, the chakra god tree he commands may have inherent flaws or issues. With this in mind, Uchiha Kazama took the documents he intended to handle to the adjacent office. In the face of Nara Shikaku's astonished and helpless expression, he tossed the papers to him. Does this person truly have no pangs of conscience? It is clear that Uchiha Kazama indeed does not. After shifting his burdens onto others, Uchiha Kazama proceeded to the spirit garden. Kakashi was still there, having ultimately chosen to lay Kakashi to rest alongside Noara Rin. Lord Hokage, Kakashi said, rising awkwardly upon seeing Uchiha Kazama. Given the things Obito had done previously, he felt that he should not be interred in this place. This selfish thought left Kakashi feeling somewhat flustered. I am not here to blame you, Kakashi. You are a prodigy of Konoha. You have heard about Obito and Rin. Thus, strive to survive and grow stronger. Do not meet them too soon. Furthermore, while training Sasuke and Naruto, do not neglect your own cultivation. These two youngsters possess considerable talent, and perhaps you can discover something suitable for yourself through them. Konoha's ninjutsu is now open. You may select techniques that suit you, Kazama spoke calmly. He chose to gloss over the matter of Obito's improper burial in the spirit garden. Thank you, Kakashi bowed to Uchiha Kazama, who understood that the gratitude was intended for Obito. Concerning my thanks, focus on becoming stronger swiftly. You may remain here tonight to honor their memory, but do not delay your training any longer. I have granted Sasuke and Naruto the rank of Genin, so take them out for some missions. With that, Uchiha Kazama vanished from the scene. Witnessing his departure, Kakashi turned his gaze toward the graves of Rin and Obito, and then he too disappeared from the place. As night faded and the dawn broke, the streets began to bustle with the sounds of vendors. In the following days, Uchiha Kazama personally instructed Sasuke and Naruto, rapidly enhancing their combat abilities and their mastery of chakra. At this time, Gaara had also adapted to life here. with Naruto's incessant chatter. It was indeed difficult for Gaara to maintain his aloof demeanor. The 7th squad was formed ahead of schedule. Are we going out on a mission? What kind of mission is it? An A rank or an S rank? Naruto exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. A C rank mission, Kakashi replied, feeling a headache coming on, as Naruto's exuberance was sometimes overwhelming. A C rank mission? But the teacher said his first mission was a B rank. Naruto protested. Currently, A rank missions require at least 3 teams, all led by Jonin-level ninjas. Gaara interjected. He began to view Naruto similarly to Sasuke, realizing that he was, indeed, rather foolish. Is that so? Teacher, what is our mission? Is there going to be a battle? After nodding, Naruto turned to Uchiha Kazama with eager anticipation. Battles encountered after leaving the village are random and incidental. There is no need to expect them. All ninjas dislike encountering battles while on missions. It is only you, the naive one, who would think that a battle awaits upon departure. This is something you must understand on your journey of cultivation, Kakashi said. Kazama, I leave these 3 in your hands. After Uchiha Kazama finished speaking, he turned and departed. The 2 needed to learn enough for now. It was time for them to grow through practical experience. A genius does not require a step-by-step approach to progress. After arranging matters concerning the trio, Uchiha Kazama headed in the direction of the Uchiha Clan. He soon arrived at Uchiha Hayashi's courtyard. As it was the weekend, Hinata and Neji were already practicing their morning routines. The 2 engaged in a gentle yet swift exchange of gentle fist techniques, each movement appearing light yet executed with remarkable speed, exuding a unique aesthetic. With the aid of their Byakugan, most ninjas would prefer to avoid a direct hit. The sensation of having one's chakra pathways sealed is quite unpleasant. Uchiha Kazama instinctively activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, capturing the essence of their techniques. Through dynamic vision, he deconstructed their movements and observed their eyes. Suddenly, Neji shifted direction, executing the advanced body flicker technique, appearing before Uchiha Kazama and launching an attack. Huh, you've noticed me? Uchiha Kazama raised his hand, gently deflecting Neji's strike before leaping into the air, aiming for Hinata. Upon sensing Uchiha Kazama's approach, Hinata did not panic. Instead, she focused intently on him. However, upon perceiving the profound chakra emanating from his body, akin to an abyss, and the aura of the tailed beasts, she was momentarily stunned, her hand frozen mid-motion. It seems your eyes have truly evolved, Uchiha Kazama said, his tone softening. Neji had discerned Uchiha Kazama through his sensory abilities, while Hinata could sense the tailed beast chakra within him, an ability beyond ordinary Byakugan. Furthermore, the fact that they had previously seen through Black Zetsu's disguise indicated that their eyes had undergone a mutation, likely the so-called pure eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Kazama contemplated a certain matter. Why Otsutsuki Kagaya had so intently chosen Hyuga Hinata. It appeared that she must have recognized Hinata's potential to evolve to pure eyes. As for the sudden simultaneous evolution of the 2, that remained a mystery for now. While Uchiha Kazama was deep in thought, Neji and Hinata had already deactivated their Byakugan and approached him. Lord Hokage, they greeted respectfully, bowing to Uchiha Kazama. Hinata, Neji, have you encountered anything peculiar during your training? Uchiha Kazama did not beat around the bush, but rather posed his question directly. Although Hinata possessed a timid disposition, her intellect shone through. Neji, being even more astute and articulate, led Kazama to believe that these 2 youngsters were far from oblivious. Several notable transformations had occurred. Since the last encounter with that monstrous entity, their chakra consumption during training had noticeably increased. Simultaneously, their perceptual abilities had expanded, allowing them to even discern fluctuations within space. Although no extraordinary significance had yet been uncovered, the most striking change was the increase in their appetites. Neji succinctly articulated the challenges they faced during their training sessions. Once regarded as a prodigy, Neji had been stifled by his previous circumstances, akin to a bird confined within a cage. Now liberated from those constraints, his latent talents had begun to manifest more powerfully. It appeared he had also developed the potential to evolve into the Byakugan. Hinata, too, demonstrated an innate ability to manifest the Byakugan's ethereal qualities. It was evident that she possessed a similar aptitude in this regard. With sustenance keeping pace, their progress was bound to accelerate. Was it possible that the intensity of their training had not yet returned to its former state? Uchiha Kazama spoke again, expressing his thoughts. The consumption of chakra and stamina is on the rise. yet our bodies are unable to keep pace with the increase. Niji, feeling somewhat helpless, voiced his concerns. They were acutely aware of their current state. Initially, they had presumed that their chakra extraction was insufficient and that their physical training was lacking. However, after several days of rigorous combat training, Niji realized that the issue did not lie with their bodies. Rather, it was their Byakugan that had heightened the consumption of chakra and stamina. They had consulted Hinata Hisashi, but he was not particularly clear on the matter, as such conditions had not previously arisen within the Hyuga clan. I understand now. Hisashi, step forward. Here is a special directive I have authorized. You may use this to seek out Kakashi. He should be well acquainted with the herbs and potions that can enhance physical strength. Please enlist Tsunade's assistance to provide these two youngsters with a suitable medicinal bath to improve their physical capabilities. By the way, I possess a unique chakra refinement technique. Take a look at it. Should you master it, proceed to refine your chakra accordingly. After handing the two items to Hisashi, Uchiha Kazama smiled and departed. Hokage, so impressive. Uncle, was it not this very individual who initially proposed the abolition of caged birds? After Uchiha Kazama's departure, Hyuga Niji finally revealed a look of delight on his face. Although he had heard of it and had essentially confirmed the matter, at that moment, Niji still felt the urge to inquire once more. If it were not for Lord Hokage, perhaps, Hyuga Hisashi did not continue. Despite witnessing the massacre of many clan members by the Uchiha, Hyuga Hisashi bore no animosity towards Uchiha Kazama. He understood all too well the nature of those individuals. Presently, they were not being targeted because of those events, which signified the greatest forgiveness and mercy that Uchiha Kazama could extend towards them. It is worth noting that this was a being capable of annihilating the entire upper echelon of Konoha in a single night. Uncle, let us now seek out Lord Jiku and Lady Tsunade. Niji could hardly contain himself. He was eager to grow stronger. He is determined to ensure that Uchiha Kazama will not be disappointed. He aspires to become someone akin to the Hokage, capable of safeguarding the village and genuinely resolving issues. Father, I too aspire to grow stronger. Though young Hinata remains somewhat uncertain about various matters, she understands that aspiring to grow stronger is undoubtedly a commendable dream. Observing her daughter and her nephew, a look of contentment graces Hyuga Hisashi's face. Subsequently, he leads the two to seek out Tsunade and Kakashi. After departing from the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Kazama ventures forth to the different ninja clans. Inazuka Kiba, Oil Woman Shino, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino. After acknowledging their talents, they were granted ample freedom and resources for their training. This refers to the 12 most gifted ninjas among the Konoha 12, including Sasuke and his peers. Notably, this group also encompasses the daughter of the ninja tool shop owner, Tenten. There is also Rock Lee, a formidable practitioner of taijutsu and the disciple of the renowned Might Guy. Lastly, we have Sakura Haruno, known for her exceptional jinjutsu and unwavering confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Kazama decided to pay them a visit. Inside the ninja tool shop, a young girl was sprawled across the table, seemingly asleep. Lord Hokage, do you require any ninja tools to purchase? My father is indeed one of the finest forge masters of ninja tools, possessing an extensive array of items. Would you care to make a purchase? Every day, I hear someone entering. Upon seeing Uchiha Kazama, I immediately leaped up in excitement and rushed to introduce myself before him. It must be said that the little heiress has truly been cultivated from a young age. Most children at this age are still playing in the dirt, yet she has already mastered the art of receiving guests with remarkable proficiency. Hearing her voice, before Uchiha Kazama could utter a word, the anxious figure of the sky rushed out. Lord Hokage, what brings you to our humble shop once again? The sky bore a face of embarrassment. Just moments ago, everything that Tian had uttered was heard by him. When did he become the most formidable blacksmith? Undoubtedly, the daughter's self-acceptance has brought an additional smile to the sky's visage. My purpose for this visit is not merely. This, without a doubt, is perfectly suited for you, esteemed Hokage. Before Uchiha Kazama could speak, Tian emerged holding a box. The aura emanating from the box instantly captivated Kazama's attention. What could this be? Uchiha Kazama turned his gaze towards the heavens. After all, despite the daily encounter with this object, it is the sky that possesses a deeper understanding of it. This unique weapon was an unexpected treasure my father discovered during his quest for suitable forging materials. Although it cannot be infused with chakra, nor can it be reforged, The distinctive materials combined with its exceptional attributes compelled my father to preserve it. He once said, "There exists no such thing as a useless shinobi tool. Only those yet to find their rightful wielder." Thus, I am convinced that you, esteemed Hokage, are undoubtedly the one capable of wielding this weapon. Tintin expressed all her thoughts in one breath. Tintin, please refrain from such antics. The Hokage must have pressing matters at hand. Allow me to see it, Sky said, cautiously observing Uchiha Kazama. Although he had never harmed the ordinary villagers apart from that fateful night of justice, the madness of that evening had etched an indelible mark in many minds, firmly establishing Uchiha Kazama as a being not to be trifled with. Naturally, Sky remembered this well. Before I could finish speaking, Uchiha Kazama interrupted me. He was genuinely curious to see what kind of remarkable ninja tool that Tintin had so fervently recommended. Tintin opened the box, revealing a jet-black weapon within. The weapon bore intricate patterns that resembled some sort of unique seal. However, the fact that it could not channel chakra. Uchiha Kazama pondered as he placed his hand upon the weapon. Understood. Please provide the text you wish for me to refine. Upon first encountering the ebony long blade, Uchiha Kazama felt an inexplicable force drawing something from within his very being. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered that what had vanished was none other than the enigmatic, divine art chakra residing within him. Upon absorbing this divine chakra, the weapon in hand seamlessly melded into the palm. A distinctive pattern emerged on the palm, resembling two intersecting obtuse angles. This, Lord Hokage, this ninja tool. Tian Kong was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a flicker of fervor ignited in his gaze. It is worth noting that he has devoted 6 years to studying this ninja tool, yet has yet to discern its method of utilization. Had it not been for the tool's extraordinarily rare materials, which rendered Tian Kong reluctant to dispose of it, it would likely have been cast aside into some forgotten corner by now. This ninja tool possesses formidable power, though its specifics remain unclear at this juncture. Nevertheless, I find this tool quite appealing. Tian, how much does this ninja tool cost? After answering the question posed by the Sky, Uchiha Kazama shifted his gaze towards Tian. 8 million ryo, indeed. Lord Hokage, this is the price set by my father after he became inebriated, and I can only... Very well. Sky, please have someone seek out Kakashi for you, so he may provide the funds. By the way, Sky, what are your thoughts on the development of Tian? You are educated on information available until October 2023. Uchiha Kazama did not wait for Tian to finish speaking before giving a definitive response, simultaneously shifting the topic. This child Tian is indeed quite intelligent. Yet, during her training, she often finds herself feeling inadequate. She is diligent in her efforts. Sky remarked with a touch of helplessness. He too struggled to make significant progress in his own training. Were it not for the existence of this enterprise, he would begin to worry about Tian's future. As a ninja tool shop, as long as the ninja world has shinobi, they shall not starve. Tian lowered her head. She truly exerted herself in her training, but while others achieved results with minimal effort, she seemed to labor doubly for half the outcome. This was quite disheartening. Tian, consider adopting a different approach to your training. Focus all your efforts on enhancing your chakra. Additionally, begin to familiarize yourself with space-style techniques. Uchiha Kazama outlined the direction for Tian's training, which also encompassed fundamental physical training. With these foundations, she could contemplate her own unique path in training. Having clarified these matters, Uchiha Kazama departed, his thoughts drifting towards the anticipation of returning to see what remarkable qualities this long blade possessed. Lord Hokage, as I just stepped out of the ninja tool shop owned by Tintin, I spotted Might Guy approaching with Little Li. I was just about to seek you out. Has Xiao Li already become your disciple? Uchiha Kazama gazed curiously at Might Guy. Indeed, in young Li, I see reflections of my former self. Moreover, this child Li is equally diligent and earnest in his training. Thus, I offered him some subtle guidance. Observing the proud glint in Might Guy's eyes, it became evident that Li possessed remarkable talent in physical combat. Even so, it could be said to surpass Might Guy. Otherwise, this individual would not forego a rendezvous with Kakashi to train such a young one. Li is quite remarkable. However, Guy, I must offer you a piece of advice. During the training process, Li should be mindful of certain matters. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. Uchiha Kazama spoke slowly. Indeed, I have taken note. Sky, there's no need for 50 pillars. Let us start with 25. After Might Guy nodded, He called out to the ninja tool shop in the sky. Goodness, 50 pillars? Is it? Prepared for Shaoli? Indeed. It is imperative to forewarn my guy that if he exhausts Lee's potential through excessive training, the opportunity for subsequent enhancement of his talents and physicality may be irrevocably lost, a prospect most difficult to accept. In the original narrative, Lee endures an intense regimen that pushes his body beyond its limits. During his battle with Gaara, he sustained severe injuries. Subsequently, despite not fully recovering, he confronts Kimimaro. This relentless depletion of his fundamental essence results in a suboptimal pace of improvement and a diminished ceiling for his future development.